Chapter 1. Cast Out. The silence in the study was absolute, thick and heavy like a pall. Yin Ran sat opposite her husband, Duan Chengyan, the man she had loved for 13 years. Time seemed to have frozen, every tick of the ornate clock on the wall echoing like a hammer blow. Then he moved. With a flick of his wrist, he slid a document across the polished mahogany desk. Divorce. The single word hung in the air, colder than ice, sharper than glass. A chill, so profound it felt physical, seized Yin Ran's heart. She stared at his face, handsome, unyielding, utterly devoid of warmth. It was the look she had dreaded most. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the divorce agreement, knuckles bleaching white. The day she had desperately tried to avoid had finally arrived. He rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to her. His tailored black suit hugged his broad shoulders and lean frame, a silhouette she had once found comfort in. Now it was just a barrier. Is there no other way? The plea escaped her lips before she could stop it, her voice barely a whisper. Can we not try? Tears threatened, but she forced them back, a futile hope still flickering weakly in her chest. Duan Chengyan half-turned, his gaze sweeping over her pale face and red-rimmed eyes. A faint frown creased his brow. Even without makeup, her skin was flawless, her features delicate and pure, radiating a gentle vulnerability that usually went unnoticed by him. Now, she just looked broken, her long hair, framing a face etched with helplessness and despair. To any other man, she would have been a vision of beauty worthy of protection. She had been the perfect wife, devoted, attentive, impeccable in her duties. Yet, it had never been enough to earn his love. 2 years ago, a calculated move by a business rival had left him blind. The doctors had pronounced it permanent. That tragedy had torn him from the woman he truly loved and forced him into a marriage of convenience orchestrated by his grandfather. Yin Ran, with her medical skills, lack of powerful connections, and striking beauty, had been deemed the perfect candidate-capable caretaker, a disposable spouse. You've taken care of me for over 2 years. The settlement is more than generous compensation, he stated, his voice devoid of any emotion, any trace of a life they had shared. Unless you expect more? Or perhaps, I just want an answer. She cut him off, her voice gaining a sliver of strength as tears shimmered in her eyes. Was this always the plan? Why today? She screamed inwardly. Have you forgotten what today is? She had booked their favorite restaurant. She had planned a surprise. You know exactly why I married you. And you know who has always held my heart. His words were brutal, final, designed to extinguish any last hope. Inglian is back. This ends now. Inglian is back. The words struck her like a physical blow. She froze, every ounce of strength draining from her body. Her meticulously built marriage, her 13 years of love, shattered into dust because of one name. An urgent knock shattered the tension. Sir, old Zhang's anxious voice came through the door. It's Miss Sheng. Her condition seems worse. You should come quickly. Duan Chengyan's demeanor shifted instantly. Alarm flashed across his face. He strode past Yin Ran without a single glance, his shoulder brushing against hers, a touch that felt like a rejection. Call the doctor. Now. His command echoed from the hallway. Within moments, he was back, cradling a woman in his arms. Sheng Inglian looked pale and fragile, her eyes fluttering open weakly. Her fingers feebly clutched at his lapel. Chengyanjij? She murmured in a sickly sweet voice. Why is Miss Yin still here? Duan Chengyan adjusted his grip on her, his back still turned to Yin Ran. My secretary will handle the details. I expect you to sign the papers and be gone with your things by the time I return. His tone left no room for argument. He glanced down at the woman in his arms, his voice softening into something unfamiliar, something Yin Ran had never heard directed at her. Don't worry, I'm here. The master bedroom door closed behind them. But just before it shut, Yin Ran saw Ida's swift, victorious smirk that flashed across Sheng Yinglian's face, utterly contradicting her frail performance. Hours earlier, this same woman had stood in this very house, arms crossed, oozing arrogance. He's going this far for me, she had hissed. Don't you have any shame left? Why won't you just let go? Yin Ran stood alone in the vast, silent living room, the sound of the doctor bustling into the bedroom, finally giving her permission to break. The facade crumbled. She slid to the floor, her body trembling as silent sobs racked her frame. Tears fell freely, spotting the expensive hardwood. 13 years. She had loved him for 13 years, nearly half her life. How many 13 years does a woman have? She had given her love unconditionally, but love was a currency he had never accepted from her. Ian, she whispered to the empty room, using the intimate name she rarely dared to speak aloud. After these tears, I will love you no more. She didn't know how long she sat there, When she finally rose, her legs were numb. She moved slowly, purposefully, to the desk. The divorce agreement, a few flimsy pages that held the power to dismantle her life, still lay there. A bitter smile touched her lips. She picked up the pen, her hand steady now. She signed her name. Yin ran beside his already present signature. She didn't allow herself another tear. She placed the signed documents on the center of the desk. Beside them, she laid a carefully wrapped anniversary gift, a custom-designed watch. She had spent months sourcing the materials, sketching the design, crafting every detail with her own hands. It was just like all the other gifts she had made for him over the years for holidays and birthdays, each one received with polite indifference, never worn, never acknowledged. How could he thank her for a gift when he couldn't even thank her for her love? Her bags were already packed. The housekeeper, Mama Zhang, saw her to the door, eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Madam, please take care of yourself." "I'm not the madam anymore, Mama Zhang," Yin Ran corrected gently, her voice calm. The roar of a sports car engine cut off the old woman's reply. A sleek convertible pulled up across the street. The driver, a strikingly handsome man with an air of casual arrogance, removed his sunglasses and waved. Yin Ran offered Mama Zhang a final, faint smile, then walked toward the car without looking back at the mansion that had never been her home. She slid into the passenger seat, her expression unreadable. "I've been thrown out," she stated flatly. The man beside her chuckled, a sound devoid of humor. "Perfect timing. Any later, and your family's ancestral home would have had new owners." He handed her a thick folder. "Time to choose, Yin Ran. Are you going to remain who they forced you to be? Or are you ready to become who you were always meant to be? We've all been waiting for your decision." Chapter 2. A good cabbage pushes the pig. Who is she? You do not recognize her? She is Su Xueqing, the third young lady of the Su family and the current executive president of Su Group. On the street, Qin Yujia observed in astonishment as a stunningly beautiful woman dragged Pai Yangyang into the civil affairs hall. Is she really Su Xueqing? What could she possibly want with Pai Yangyang? For some reason, a sense of despondency washed over her. Although the Qin family had flourished in recent years, it was but a mere chicken compared to the phoenix that is the Su family. What could this mean? Surely it cannot be a marriage? While Lu Bin chuckled heartily, Qin Yujia's gaze sharpened. She too understood that marriage was out of the question. The third young lady of the Su family, a paragon of youth in Xinjiang, known as the city's flower and the executive president of Su Group, how could she possibly marry a man from whom she had just divorced? However, her curiosity piqued. What could have compelled this celestial beauty to pull Pai Yangyang into the Civil Affairs Bureau? Could it be that he had deceived this illustrious lady during his street vendor days? Suddenly recalling something, she expressed her concerns. While Yobin's expression darkened. "You have already divorced him. Why are you still worried?" Qin Yujia was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Indeed, he would no longer concern her. As the official seal was stamped clearly on the photograph of Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing, he remained dazed. "Here you go. From now on, you're my husband. You must remain faithful and not flirt with other women," Su Xueqing declared, seemingly relieved as she handed him the marriage certificate. Pai Yangyang, still in a haze, accepted the certificate without comprehending her words. Yet, when his eyes fell upon the name inscribed upon it, he was momentarily startled. Su Xueqing, the third young lady of the Su family, renowned throughout Xinjiang. Though they had never met, he had certainly heard of her. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had married this woman, and now it felt rather hasty. Had he just joined the ranks of the twice married? Gazing at the divorce certificate in his left hand and the marriage certificate in his right, a peculiar bitter smile crept upon his lips. This wretched institution of marriage. Who could believe that within half an hour he had experienced both divorce and marriage, two monumental events of life? This was the true essence of flash marriage. "Let us go. They're surely waiting for us," Su Xueqing said, elegantly lifting her chin as she naturally linked her arm with his and strolled out. Goodness, am I mad, or is the world mad? Pai Yangyang thought. First, he divorced a stunning ex-wife, and then he married a woman of celestial beauty. What a role model for men. The current youth, so casual about such significant matters as marriage and divorce, treating them as if they were mere child's play. The clerk who issued their marriage certificate was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the situation. Indeed, handsome men easily find themselves indulging in the soft life. Yet, one person seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. As she observed Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing strolling down the steps hand in hand, Qin Yujia's lips twitched slightly. "Sister ex-wife, your former husband is now my husband. Please remember this. Having divorced him, Do not disturb my husband again. Su Shiweqing held the marriage certificate aloft, as if to assert her claim, adopting a regal demeanor as she addressed Qin Yujia. Under the formidable presence of Su Shiweqing, Qin Yujia felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Moments ago, she and Hua Lubin had firmly believed that Su Shiweqing had dragged Pai Yangyang inside to confront him, convinced that marriage could not possibly be the purpose. Yet, the glaringly red marriage certificate stung her like a slap to the face. The man she had discarded like refuse was now cherished and unblemished in another's hands. And that other was none other than the illustrious third miss of the Su family. Was this a mockery of her inability to recognize true beauty? Pai Yangyang, no wonder you so readily agreed to divorce me. It seems she had long been waiting in the wings. Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at Qin Yujia and Hua Lubin. Had he not also been anticipating this moment? What makes us different? Is it permissible for you to set fire while I, a mere commoner, cannot even light a lamp? Once again, Qin Yujia found herself at a loss for words. She simply could not comprehend how Pai Yangyang, typically so submissive, had suddenly transformed into someone entirely different. Miss Su, have you been deceived by this scoundrel? He is nothing more than a charlatan, relying solely on his words to swindle the elderly. Though Qin Yujia was undeniably beautiful, she felt somewhat overshadowed by Su Shiweqing's commanding presence. Thus, when Hua Lubin laid eyes on Su Shiweqing, he was instantly captivated. The sight of the marriage certificate in her hands ignited a fierce resentment within him. How could a man he deemed a fraud, a worthless leech, first win over the goddess of his heart, Qin Yujia, and now seek to claim his queen, Su Shiweqing? The audacity of Su Shiweqing to pursue him was utterly incomprehensible. I know, Su Shiweqing replied with an air of calm conviction. You know? Yet he is nothing but a worthless waste, a man who survives off women. I am willing. Pai Yangyang's demeanor faltered, leaving Hua Lubin utterly bewildered. The world was indeed full of madness. Darling, let us return home. I shall prepare something delicious for you. Su Shiweqing continued, her arms still entwined with Pai Yangyang's, her chest held high as she spoke softly and gracefully. Hua Lubin and Qin Yujia could only grimace, the taste of bitterness overwhelming them. In 3 years of marriage, Qin Yujia had never once set foot in the kitchen. The culinary symphony had always been orchestrated solely by Pai Yangyang. Yet now, a queenly figure like Su Shiweqing was professing her desire to cook for him, and Qin Yujia felt on the brink of madness. She opened her mouth, intending to caution Su Shiweqing, but the latter had already turned to stride towards her gleaming new Ferrari, arm in arm with Pai Yangyang. Here, you drive, from now on. It's your car to use as you please, Su Shiweqing said, handing the keys to Pai Yangyang with a gentle and considerate tone. Qin Yujia's face turned pale, her heart sinking. In the past, even the slightest touch from Pai Yangyang to her Maserati would have her demanding it be washed thrice. But now, the depth of her despair grew ever more intense, evolving into an inexplicable emotion. Su Shiweqing, you shall come to regret your decision today, Qin Yujia murmured as she watched the departing figures of Pai Yangyang and Su Shiweqing. How do you feel now? The car glided through the bustling streets, becoming a striking spectacle. A young man, clad in humble attire and possessing a slight charm, drove a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. Beside him sat a stunning beauty, fair-skinned with long legs, creating a bizarre tableau. Damn it, what am I lacking? In this era, it seems even the finest cabbage is trampled by swine. My friend, please observe closely. It is evidently the exquisite cabbage that has been beset by the swine. The young man by the roadside lamented in a chorus of envy and resentment. Had it been possible to take a life, Pai Yangyang would have long since met his end. A luxurious car and a beautiful woman, every man's dream, laid bare before them. Yet tragically, that man was not themselves. Miss Su, although I am unaware of your intentions, I have played my part in this charade, Pai Yangyang remarked nonchalantly as the car came to a halt. You realize this is merely a performance? Su Shiweqing feigned surprise in her inquiry. Pai Yangyang offered a wry smile, as even a fool could discern the theatricality of the situation. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude. With that, he prepared to open the door. Wait, what do you intend to do? Su Shiweqing exclaimed, seizing his arm, her voice laced with allure. Where I go is of no concern to you, is it? It is. You are my husband, and, given your dashing looks, should some vixen ensnare you, would I not be the one at a disadvantage? Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Was this woman serious? Yet the glimmer in Su Xueqing's eyes unmistakably conveyed that it was all an act. I need to return briefly to reclaim what belongs to me. Pai Yangyang sighed helplessly. Return? To your ex-wife's house? Su Xueqing queried, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Pai Yangyang nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. Should your former mother-in-law make things difficult, I shall ensure she is thoroughly put in her place, leaving your former father-in-law speechless. Chapter 3. Indeed, stunningly handsome en route to his ex-mother-in-law's residence. Pai Yangyang was forcibly dragged by Su Xueqing into a hair salon. Sisters, give him a stylish haircut. The more flamboyant, the better. Pai Yangyang nearly leaped from his chair. Odai, Misu. He felt as though he were not receiving a haircut, but rather facing execution. Splendid. Now he resembles the man I, Su Xueqing, deserve, she declared, nodding in satisfaction as she circled him thrice, nearly leaving him dizzy. Your man? The hairstylist was taken aback. Let us go. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Su Xueqing offered no explanation, leaving the stunned salon staff in her wake. She took Pai Yangyang's arm and ventured into a nearby men's clothing store. Get him 3 complete outfits. Replace everything, including underwear, socks, and shoes. Pai Yangyang stumbled, gazing incredulously at Su Xueqing. What are you staring at? Does your clothing still bear her perfume? Are you reluctant to part with it? On Pai Yangyang's forehead, 3 dark lines were prominently displayed. This hardly resembled a refined young lady. She distinctly appeared to be a little delinquent. The key question was, what was she attempting? The manager attended to her personally, bowing and scraping. Miss Su, what level of quality would you prefer? What a needless inquiry. She replied, my man, what do you think I would want? The manager was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened, followed by a twitch of his face. Good heavens, what kind of fortunate luck did this fellow have? Nowadays, it seems the daughters of wealthy families are fond of this style. Tomorrow, I shall don simple clothing and shoes as well. Who knows? I might catch the eye of some affluent young lady and henceforth be free from worries about stomach ailments. Clothes make the man, as they say. When Pai Yangyang reemerged, clad in her new attire, a hushed silence fell over the store. Suddenly, a girl, accompanying her boyfriend on a shopping trip, inadvertently dropped her phone. Handsome, truly handsome. So striking. At that moment, the same few words echoed repeatedly in everyone's hearts. Pai Yangyang sensed the unusual gazes directed her way and turned to behold her reflection in the mirror, momentarily stunned. Indeed, she was striking. What are you all staring at? Look at your own men. This is my husband. Su Xueqing appeared somewhat flustered, quickly linking her arm with his and whispering. It seems I cannot allow you to dress too well in the future. It's unsafe. Pai Yangyang was at a loss for words once more. He felt he might lose his mind today, inexplicably accompanying a female lunatic in an unscripted melodrama. With a swipe of the card, the total expenditure amounted to 590,000. How could this woman be so audacious? Marrying a man without a second thought and investing heavily in his appearance? Let's go to your mother-in-law's house now. She emphasized the word former, clearly fearing Pai Yangyang would forget. In the Sunshine community, within the Qin family's villa, Qin Yujia's mother, Yan Jinfeng, awaited anxiously. She wondered if Yujia had truly divorced that good-for-nothing. Continuously glancing at the clock, she expressed her concern. Mom, rest assured. My sister is serious this time. She will definitely leave. Qin Yujia's brother, Qin Yuyu, confidently replied. That is not certain. That good-for-nothing has become addicted to living off us. Does he really think he can survive on that shabby street stall? He dares not to leave. I have already informed Hua Xiao. If he truly does not appreciate the situation, let Hua Xiao break his legs. Well done. Now I can rest easy. Once that good-for-nothing is out of our Qin family, I will promptly have Hua Xiao come to propose. Yes, only a noble young master like Hua Xiao is worthy of my sister. What is Pai Yangyang? A complete waste. The mother and son harmonized in their disdain, while Qin Yujia's father, Qin Sihai, sat on the sofa, smoking incessantly, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. Suddenly, a message arrived for Qin Yuyu. They've divorced. His phone chimed, and he eagerly checked the message, then exclaimed with delight. Really? Yan Jinfeng hurriedly leaned in closer. Look, they've even sent a photo of the divorce certificate. It can't be fake. Wonderful. That good-for-nothing has finally rolled out of our lives. The mother and son rejoiced in celebration. Madam, young master, the son-in-law has returned. At that moment, a servant came to report. What son-in-law? He has divorced Yu Jie and is no longer the son-in-law of the Qin family. Yan Jinfeng's expression turned cold as she angrily spoke. Come on, Mom. Let us see what he is here for. Qin Yu said with some excitement, pulling Yan Jinfeng towards the door. When they saw Pai Yangyang standing at the villa's entrance, they both froze. Yan Jinfeng rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. Is that the useless Pai Yangyang? It must be him, right? Qin Yu also thought he was mistaken. How has he changed so much? Mom, don't you remember? My sister said she would give him 1 million as long as they divorced. This brat must have gotten the money, Qin Yu said presumptively. Yan Jinfeng's expression suddenly shifted, a pang of heartache striking her. What are you back for? She then sternly addressed Pai Yangyang. I'm here to take my belongings, Pai Yangyang replied indifferently. Now, he had completely lost hope in this family. For 3 years, he toiled tirelessly, shouldering all household responsibilities, yet never received a word of praise. Even a stone should eventually warm up. However, he realized he had been nurturing a piece of millennial-old ice, one that would never thaw, ultimately leaving him frostbitten. Qin Yu turned and strode towards a dilapidated wooden box in the corner, approaching it with purpose. Bang! He kicked the box forcefully in front of Pai Yangyang and then stepped on it. All your worthless belongings are here, but to take them, you must first hand over that 1 million. 1 million? What 1 million? Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden mention of such an amount. What are you pretending for? My sister said that as long as you two divorced, she would give you 1 million. She promised, but we didn't tea. She said she would give me 1 million, but I never asked for it. Never asked? Do you think I believe that? Qin Yu regarded Pai Yangyang with amusement. Whether you believe it or not is your issue. I truly didn't ask for it. You can ask your sister. Ask her. Why would I ask her? Qin Yu pointed at Pai Yangyang's chest, his voice raised in anger. If you didn't take my sister's 1 million, where did you get that outfit? You're not telling me you won the lottery, are you? This outfit was gifted to me by a friend. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu could hardly believe it. Do you take me for a fool? What friend do you have that I wouldn't know about? If you had such a friend, would you still be selling trinkets on the street? Pai Yangyang's gaze hardened, a surge of anger welling within him. Pai Yangyang, don't blame us for being heartless. It's your own lack of ambition. Look at Yu Jie. She is now the president of the Qin Group. Moreover, she is about to secure a project worth over $1 billion. The gap between you two is simply too vast. I hope you can understand that if you were by her side, you would only hinder her and impede our Qin family as progress. Yan Jinfeng interjected, approaching with an air of superiority. As you wish, I've already left the Qin family. Now, I simply wish to reclaim what is mine. His heart had turned cold. A project worth over $1 billion? Were it not for him, how could there be such a $1 billion project? Are you not ashamed to rely on a woman for your livelihood? You're already divorced, yet you still took 1 million from Yu Jie. Do you have no sense of shame? Yan Jinfeng exclaimed, anger evident in her voice upon noticing Pai Yangyang's cold demeanor. I truly did not take it. I did not believe you. If you did not take it, how can you afford such exquisite clothing? And that ostentatious hairstyle? Are you attempting to flaunt it before us? Yan Jinfeng remained unconvinced. The clothing is mine, and the hairstyle was done at my request. What is wrong with that? At that moment, both mother and son noticed a Ferrari parked not far from the door. A woman of extraordinary beauty, with a figure that could captivate the heavens, approached Pai Yangyang, naturally linking her arm with his. However, I'm not merely his friend. I am his current wife, she declared. Chapter 4. The dog gazes at the stars. Bewildered Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered countless beauties, his own sister being a paragon of grace. Yet, upon beholding Su Xueqing for the first time, he was utterly mesmerized, as though a garden of blossoms had erupted before him, infused with the spirit of spring. Who are you? Yan Jinfeng was equally entranced. Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang's present wife, she replied with an air of nonchalance. Ah, Pai Yangyang, I truly underestimated you. You divorced Yu Jie only to entangle yourself with a little vixen. You may lack other skills, but your talent for seducing women is indeed remarkable. Yan Jinfeng exploded in fury, unable to bear the sight before her. Pai Yangyang, whom she deemed a worthless man, had returned to flaunt a woman before her after being cast out by the Qin family. Su Xueqing's gaze turned icy, her tone chilling. Mind your language. Were it not for the consideration that you are my husband's former mother-in-law, do you think I would hesitate to strike you? You wish to strike me? Vixen, you must have already ensnared my son-in-law. The typically domineering Yin Jinfeng was hardly intimidated by Su Xueqing's threat. As she spoke, she advanced toward her. You wish to strike me? Here I am. Let us see if you dare. Yin Jinfeng challenged, her words trailing off. Slap. The sound echoed, crisp and clear, freezing the air in an instant. Yin Jinfeng, incredulous, reached up to touch her stinging cheek, her lips quivering. Did you truly dare to hit me? Moments later, a scream shattered the silence. Qin Yu, you watched him strike my mother without intervening? Yin Jinfeng turned to the still-dazed Qin Yu, her voice laced with fury. How could the arrogant Yin Jinfeng accept such humiliation? But Qin Yu's expression was awkward and strained. Mom, she is Su Xueqing. I do not care if she is Xueqing or Yuqing. If she dares to strike me, you shall make her face a wreck. And let us see how she continues to seduce other men's husbands. Mom, she is the third young lady of the Su family. Seeing that Yin Jinfeng had yet to comprehend, Qin Yu spoke nervously once more. What third young lady of the Su family? As she spoke, her voice faltered, and she stared incredulously at Su Xueqing. Which Su family? In Xinjiang, which other Su family could there be but the one in the southern part of the city? Yin Jinfeng's legs grew weak, and she stumbled, her face draining of color. The Su family, one of the esteemed 5 clans of Xinjiang, stands as a colossal presence before the Qin family. The third young lady of the Su family? It is utterly inconceivable how she could be involved with such a worthless individual. A sharp slap resounded, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on the other side of her face. I can endure a few insults, but to call my husband a good-for-nothing is intolerable. Yin Jinfeng, momentarily dazed, felt the sting on her face overshadowed by the shock in her heart. She could not fathom why the third young lady of the Su family would defend Pai Yangyang so fiercely. Miss Su, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Qin Yu cautiously ventured. He is nothing but a charlatan, a mere freeloader who has lived off our family for 3 years, deceiving the elderly. Are you not being misled by him? That is your inability to recognize true worth. Su Xueqing retorted coldly. In your eyes, he may be a worthless man, but in mine, he is a rare gem. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. How on earth did his worthless brother-in-law come to have such fortune? Yet, the 1 million he took from Yujia should rightfully be returned to us, shouldn't he it? Though Yin Jinfeng felt a twinge of fear, the thought of that 1 million left her deeply unsatisfied. My husband has stated he did not take it, and therefore he did not. Su Xueqing declared with an air of pride, lifting her chin defiantly. Besides, does my husband, Su Xueqing, lack for money? The mother and son were left bewildered, exchanging glances as if they were dogs staring at the stars, utterly confused. At that moment, Yin Jinfeng's phone rang, startling her. In her fluster, she answered the call, inadvertently putting it on speaker. Mom, if Pai Yangyang returns to collect something, please do not make things difficult for him. The 1 million I gave him, he did not accept. The expressions on Yin Jinfeng and Qin Yu turned exceedingly awkward and grim. Do you understand now? Once the call ended, Pai Yangyang smiled coldly, bending down to retrieve the old wooden box that Qin Yu had stepped on. Qin Yu quickly stepped back, releasing it. Remember, he is now my husband. I hope you will not bother him in the future, Su Xueqing asserted, her commanding presence compelling the mother and son to bow their heads involuntarily. As Su Xueqing naturally linked arms with Pai Yangyang, walking toward the Ferrari, Qin Yu's face twitched, overwhelmed by a sensation of impending madness. Standing at the door, Qin Sihai let out a long sigh. What treasures could possibly be in that box that you must retrieve? Once inside the car, Su Xueqing curiously examined the wooden box in Pai Yangyang's possession and asked, "What's in that old box?" The box appeared worn, adorned with a rusted copper lock of indeterminate age. "Nothing much, just some childhood toys," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Su Xueqing shot him an incredulous glance, her beautiful eyes rolling. As the car exited the Sunshine community and came to a halt by the roadside, once more, Pai Yangyang frowned. "Why have we stopped again? Are you not finished playing?" "What do you mean by not finished playing? I know that as a young lady from a wealthy family, you enjoy seeking amusement. I have entertained you for quite some time. Are you not weary? Why do you assume I am merely playing?" Su Xueqing grasped the marriage certificate and waved it before him. "Do you think I would casually play at marriage with just any man?" Pai Yangyang was bewildered. Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom what this Miss Su truly intended. They were complete strangers, and he could hardly be so vain as to believe she genuinely wished to marry him. "I do not know what you're trying to achieve. You may not be weary, but I am," he declared, lifting his suitcase and pushing open the door to exit the car. "Are you already wishing to abandon me after our recent nuptials?" Yet, as he turned away, he was met with Su Shiweqing's sorrowful, haunting voice. Onlookers nearby cast curious and disdainful glances, as if he were a scoundrel abandoning his newlywed wife. Reluctantly, he turned back, only to be struck by the sight of her tear-filled eyes, glistening with unshed tears. "Miss, what exactly are you trying to do? There are countless divorces at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why do you insist on clinging to me?" he asked, feeling a growing tension in his head. Su Shiweqing did not respond, but a flicker of determination crossed her gaze. Lost in a reverie, her mind drifted back 5 years. At that time, she was still a student. One day, during winter break, while riding bicycles along the river with friends, a car suddenly emerged, crashing into her and sending her tumbling into the icy waters. Her friends, panicking, were unable to swim, and as she sank, a boy raced to her side, plunging into the frigid river without hesitation to rescue her. However, she had already lost consciousness and did not even learn the boy's name. After her release from the hospital, she tirelessly sought the boy who had saved her life. When she finally discovered that it was Pai Yangyang, he had already become the son-in-law of the Qin family. For 3 years, she had quietly observed Pai Yangyang, aware that his life within the Qin household was far from pleasant. Meanwhile, Su Shiweqing found herself ensnared in her own troubles. Her family, driven by greed, pressured her into a marriage with a man she deeply despised. Unwilling to accept her fate, she made a startling decision upon learning that Pai Yangyang was to divorce Qin Yujia that very day. She would offer him a chance, and in turn, grant herself one as well. Thus, the dramatic scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau unfolded. As Pai Yangyang re-entered the vehicle, Su Shiweqing's tears transformed into a smile, and she fastened her seatbelt. Under her direction, Pai Yangyang drove them to the headquarters of the Su Group. Upon disembarking, Su Shiweqing hurried to a nearby flower shop, purchasing a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Then, with casual grace, she linked her arm with Pai Yangyang's, walking side by side into the building. The enticing fragrance of her perfume enveloped him, and the softness of her form pressed against his arm sent ripples of emotion through him. "Good day, President Su." "Good day, President Su." As they entered the lobby, the staff greeted them respectfully, though their astonishment was hard to conceal. Nearly every gaze fell upon Pai Yangyang, as curious whispers filled the air, speculating about his identity. Who would have thought that our esteemed president could appear so tender and dependent? Who is this man? He appears quite charming. I had no inkling that Mr. Su had a boyfriend. How did this individual suddenly emerge? Only when Su Shiweqing and Pai Yangyang entered the elevator did the tense atmosphere in the lobby begin to relax. The employees, gazing intently at the elevator entrance, found it difficult to regain their composure. It seemed as though they had stumbled upon a juicy revelation today. Suddenly, an exclamation broke the silence. A dozen astonished gazes instantly turned towards the source of the sound. Tomorrow marks the engagement day of Mr. Su and the young master of the Yi family. Is this not a harbinger of trouble? Pai Yangyang accompanied Su Shiweqing to the 17th floor, where the president's office awaited them. Inside, a woman in her 30s, clad in a black professional outfit and exuding an air of authority, had been waiting. "Mr. Su, you have returned." The moment Su Shiweqing stepped through the door, her demeanor transformed entirely. "Li Jie, please close the door." Li Jie promptly complied and secured the door. Subsequently, Su Shiweqing released Pai Yangyang and handed the roses she held to Li Jie. Curiosity piqued, Pai Yangyang surveyed the opulent surroundings of the office. Indeed, it was befitting of the president from one of the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang. The office spanned an impressive 300 square meters, adorned with grand and luxurious decor. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed abundant light and offered a sweeping view. The oversized executive desk and the spacious leather chair bespoke the extraordinary status of the president. "What is the situation?" Su Shiweqing inquired as she settled into the executive chair, exuding a commanding presence akin to that of a queen. "Very well. The forums across Xinjiang are ablaze with rumors of Mr. Su and a man appearing as a couple, allegedly visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau to formalize their marriage." Li Jie replied respectfully. "However, the online gossip is rather unflattering, suggesting he is a kept man cast aside by the Qin family, a charlatan preying on the elderly." Su Shiweqing turned her gaze towards the bewildered Pai Yangyang and nodded slightly. Do not concern yourself with this. His name is Pai Yangyang. Please present him with the agreement. Understood, Mr. Su. Shortly, Li Jie retrieved a document from the desk and handed it to Pai Yangyang. Ever since his entrance, he had felt a sense of bewilderment. He was now quite curious about what this Miss Su intended to orchestrate. Hesitantly, Pai Yangyang accepted the agreement. What? A marriage contract? He exclaimed, eyes wide. Mr. Pai, you do not genuinely believe that your union with Mr. Su is authentic, do you? Li Jie's tone was somewhat frigid, imbued with an air of superiority. I am aware it is not real. However, if it is a fabrication, why go through such elaborate measures? Providing you with a marriage certificate and then annulment should not pose a challenge for you. Pai Yangyang tossed the marriage certificate onto the table. Having spoken, he turned to leave. Wait. Just as he turned, the voice of Su Shiweqing called out from behind him. Miss Su, I play my part in this charade. What more do you desire? I wish for you to sign a marriage agreement with me. Su Shiweqing replied, biting her lip as she looked at him. Is this truly amusing? If it is a sham, why engage in such antics? Pai Yangyang questioned, utterly perplexed. I require you to be my husband for a year. Upon hearing Su Shiweqing's words, Pai Yangyang chuckled. Miss Su, do you perceive my recent divorce as a jest, prompting you to jest with me in such a manner? I am not jesting. I speak with utmost sincerity. Su Shiweqing rose to her feet, her gaze imbued with a hint of earnestness. I find myself in a predicament and require your assistance. Why should I assist you? Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, yet seemingly struck by a thought. He glanced down at himself and the two sets of clothing he was holding. I shall return these to you, he declared, setting the garments down. Su Shiweqing regarded him with amusement, remarking, the attire I am wearing was also procured by me. Do take it off. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. His old clothes had been discarded by Su Shiweqing into the trash. It was easy to remove his outerwear, and venturing out bare-chested posed no concern. But how was he to part with his shorts? Chapter 5. A master of performance, Pai Yangyang felt an overwhelming sense of knowing he was being manipulated, yet found himself powerless to resist. Furthermore, in assisting you to reclaim your dignity before your ex-wife and cornering your mother-in-law against a wall, could you not extend your aid in return, repaying a favor? Pai Yangyang was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a blatant expectation of reciprocity. However, her words bore a semblance of reason. At the very least, due to her, the burdens he had anticipated enduring today had diminished considerably, even granting him a semblance of vindication. Very well, I shall assist you, considering it a return of a favor, but we must delineate the specifics of the assistance required. Also, refrain from imposing excessive demands. Pai Yangyang acquiesced, unable to withstand the pitiful glimmer in her eyes. Su Shiweqing smiled faintly and slowly took a seat. Firstly, you must publicly acknowledge your marriage to President Su. Aside from the three of us, no fourth party should be privy to the terms of our agreement. At this juncture, Sisterly interjected. No issue, Pai Yangyang readily affirmed. Secondly, during the duration of this year-long agreement, you are to remain by President Su's side, never straying from her presence. Sisterly appeared quite satisfied with his response and continued. Pai Yangyang interjected. Do you have any objections? Sisterly's gaze sharpened, her eyes cold as she addressed him. Naturally, Ido. Am I expected to accompany President Su while she bathes or uses the restroom? Pai Yangyang retorted defiantly. That would invite trouble. Su Shiweqing's face flushed, and she replied exasperatedly, Dream on. Sisterly shot him a piercing look and proceeded. Thirdly, should anyone seek to harm President Su, you are obliged to fulfill the protective responsibilities of a husband. I protest. Pai Yangyang immediately countered. Protesting? Are you not a man? Sisterly's gaze remained icy upon him. She is not my legitimate wife. Why must I protect her? If I encounter someone reckless, do I not risk my own life? A hint of disdain crossed Sisterly's features. Countless men yearn to safeguard President Su, yet they lack the opportunity. Your fear of death is quite unfathomable. Of course, I am not a cat with 9 lives. Once my life is lost, it is irrevocable. Why should I not fear for my life? Pai Yangyang argued passionately. I shall not allow you to sign this agreement without compensation, Su Shiweqing declared. During the term of the agreement, I shall provide you with a monthly salary of 10,000. 10,000? Pai Yangyang rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe I would risk my life for such a sum? Sister Li remarked. Who said it must come to that? In Xinjiang. Who would dare to take action against General Su? It is hard to say. If one were to encounter a rabid dog, a single bite could be quite painful. Pai Yangyang stated with utmost seriousness. Well, 15,000. Su Xueqing gritted her teeth and declared. 20,000. Pai Yangyang unhesitatingly raised 2 fingers. As the president of the Su Corporation, you cannot be too stingy. Moreover, considering my good looks, 2,000 is hardly a loss, he urged, noticing her hesitation. Su Xueqing glared at him, her eyes fierce. Am I stingy? Who purchased the clothes you're wearing? Are you unaware of how much they cost? Pai Yangyang picked at his nose and insisted. I didn't ask you to buy them, and this face is not solely for my benefit. Su Xueqing's chest heaved with indignation. Mr. Pai, you ought to be more appreciative. Sister Li's gaze was frigid. Does this fellow think this is a marketplace? Bargaining? Su Xueqing waved her hand dismissively, exasperated. Fine, let be 20,000. Pai Yangyang beamed, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth, squinting with joy. I also need to sustain myself. I can't work for free. Furthermore, for this year, you must live with me. Recalling another matter, Su Xueqing asserted resolutely. I have something to clarify. Pai Yangyang, taken aback, exclaimed, Do you mean to share a bed? What are you thinking? Su Xueqing retorted, frustration evident on her face. There are plenty of rooms in my house. We can each occupy a floor. Very well, otherwise, that 20,000 would be a loss. Su Xueqing's expression darkened. Do you really think I'm keeping a little pet? I have bodyguards at home, and Sister Li will be living with us too. Pai Yangyang glanced at the imposing Sister Li and swallowed hard. This woman was clearly not to be trifled with. An image of the infamous Rong Mama pricking Ziwei flashed before him, sending a shiver down his spine. All right then, he reluctantly agreed, signing the contract. May I leave now? Where are you going? I need to go home and tidy up. Home? Haven't you been expelled from the Qin family? Even a dog has its den. Must I not have a home? Upon seeing his somewhat somber demeanor, Su Xueqing raised her brow and approached him, suddenly linking her arm through his. I'll walk you downstairs. Her voice was soft, like a lover-esque whisper. Pai Yangyang's heart skipped a beat. This woman must have come from Sichuan opera troupe, for such acting skills should not go unrewarded on the red carpet or in pursuit of golden statuettes. Su Xueqing, still entwined with Pai Yangyang, charmingly reappeared in the lobby. You could drive my car. Remember to pick me up after work, darling. Everyone in the lobby stood frozen, bewildered. Was the president being serious? How had she suddenly transformed from their preconceived image of CEO? Pai Yangyang nearly stumbled. Had he not witnessed her acting prowess? He might have been moved. Nonetheless, why not take the opportunity to drive? He hopped into the Ferrari and sped towards the old town in the west of the city. Arriving in front of an aged residence, Pai Yangyang paused momentarily, took a deep breath, pushed open the slightly ajar gate, and stepped inside. Master, I'm back. He called out to the empty courtyard. As he pushed open the door, a spirit tablet was reverently placed upon the altar. The room was sparsely adorned, yet impeccably organized. Not a speck of dust to be found. Before the spirit tablet lay offerings of fresh fruit, accompanied by 3 incense sticks that wafted fragrant smoke into the air. Clearly, this place was frequently tended to, with offerings made regularly. He approached, took 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and knelt in homage before the spirit tablet. Master, he intoned solemnly, you once said that should I become a son-in-law of the Qin family, I would be forever barred from opening the wooden chest. Now, having been cast out, I come before you to unveil it. His expression was grave as he bowed 3 times in respect, then placed the incense into the burner. His gaze then fell upon the offering table, where an antique key rested in front of the spirit tablet. Master, I shall now open this chest. Please bestow your protection upon your disciple, that I may succeed in my cultivation and not disappoint your profound expectations. He took the key and gently inserted it into the chest's brass lock, which clicked open with a decisive sound. Inside the chest lay a sheepskin pouch, intricately embroidered with patterns resembling a dragon in flight. Upon opening the pouch, he was astonished to find it contained 18 long needles of gold and silver. Though slender, the needles bore an exquisite relief of a soaring dragon, vividly lifelike. This collection of needles was precisely what he had long yearned for, the 9 mysterious 18 needles. After his master's passing, he had believed this set was buried with him, never expecting to behold it now. In a corner of the chest was a small, dark box. Alongside a blue-covered, thread-bound book that exuded an air of profound antiquity. The 9 Mysterious Jade Clarity Scripture. He eagerly picked up the book, recognizing the arcane characters inscribed upon it at first glance, and exclaimed in excitement. However, as he flipped through the pages, he found the text to be dense and obscure, leaving him momentarily perplexed. He carefully set it down and shifted his attention to the small box. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly lifted the box and slowly opened it. An ancient aura wafted forth. Inside rested a pitch-black ring, its material enigmatic and oddly shaped. When you wear this, you shall become the 9th master. Just as he scrutinized the ring, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind him. Chapter 6. The 9th master. Pai Yangyang was not startled, nor did he turn around. A man, around 50, with a short beard and graying hair, stout in stature, stood nearby, his gaze cold and penetrating. The 9th master? Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with incredulity. Uncle Fu, what does this mean? What is the 9th master? He inquired, holding the ring aloft in confusion. This man was known as Uncle Fu, a former attendant of his master. After his master's demise, Uncle Fu had remained, guarding the residence. The ring symbolized the identity of the leader of the 9 mysterious sect, who was revered in the martial world as the 9th master. Pai Yangyang was momentarily stunned and asked, the 9 mysterious sect? So, does this mean my master was the leader of the 9 mysterious sect? He was overwhelmed with astonishment. Ever since he had followed his master at a young age, he had only known him as the celestial young person and had never realized he possessed such a significant identity. Uncle Fu approached slowly, hands clasped together, bowing deeply as he spoke in a solemn tone. This is the master's final decree. Please, young Master Jiao, wear this ring. Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered momentarily. Though he was filled with many questions, he gently slid the ring onto his left hand's ring finger. The master's command was not to be disregarded. Curiously, the ring appeared bulky and cumbersome, yet it fit his finger perfectly, as if tailor-made. Furthermore, the dark ring shimmered with golden light, resembling a golden dragon entwined around it. Uncle Fu knelt down, respectfully proclaiming, "Congratulations, young Master Jiao. From this moment forth, you are the 17th leader of the Jiaoxian sect. Thereafter, Fu Rahai shall be your attendant. Feel free to issue any commands." Startled, Pai Yangyang quickly helped him up and inquired, "Uncle Fu, what exactly is the Jiaoxian sect?" Fu Rahai remained silent, his expression radiating respect and solemnity. After a moment, he replied gravely, "All the extraordinary sects of the world converge in Jiaoxian. Medicine, martial arts, metaphysics, and sorcery encompass all. Only the Jiaoxian sect reigns supreme." Pai Yangyang felt a jolt of astonishment, glancing at the dark ring on his finger in disbelief. "So my master is truly remarkable," he murmured. "But why has no one referred to him as young Master Jiao?" Uncle Fu stated with gravity, "Only significant figures within the Jiaoxian sect are aware of young Master Jiao's identity. After you assume the role of leader, you must not casually disclose your identity. This is a sect rule." Pai Yangyang frowned. Such mystery must stem from fear of enemies, right? No wonder such an impressive sect leader has never been mentioned by my master. It appears there are indeed regulations to adhere to. Yet, for all his years as the leader of the Jiaoxian sect, I have not witnessed him wielding much power, merely excelling in medical skills and combat. Ironically, he sacrificed his life to alter the fate of the Qin family. However, Uncle Fu refrained from answering his questions, standing solemnly by. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Uncle Fu, is this sect quite affluent?" Uncle Fu paused slightly before gesturing toward the wooden box. Inside, there lay a letter. On the envelope, it read, "To Pai Yangyang, personally opened." Feeling a surge of anticipation, Pai Yangyang took a deep breath before lifting the letter. "Pai Yangyang, your 3-year connection with the Qin family has come to an end. Today, you inherit my legacy and assume control of the Jiaoxian sect." The initial lines startled Pai Yangyang, who thought to himself, "So my master foresaw that I could only stay with the Qin family for 3 years before being cast out. I know you harbor many questions, and to uncover the answers, on the 15th of August this year, journey to Spirit Island, where everything shall be revealed. Oh, by the way, to support you, I have toiled throughout my life and incurred substantial expenses. Out of necessity, I borrowed a little money from the island lord of Spirit Island. When you go, be sure to repay the debt." He eagerly continued reading. But as he reached the latter part, a few lines of dark humor appeared on his forehead. Wait, not only am I broke, but I also owe money? Hastily, he examined the envelope and discovered several slips of paper within. 100 billion? He pulled out a slip to glance at the amount, nearly leaping in shock. This is merely a small loan? The crux of the matter lies in the several slips of paper in his possession, each detailing a loan amount that nearly drove him to despair. Master, you truly have a knack for ensnaring others. What kind of formula could possibly consume over 100 billion? Clutching the records of his debts, he bore an expression of utter desolation. With such a staggering sum, how could he ever repay it? Just as he wallowed in hopelessness, an anxious voice suddenly called from outside. Is Dr. Pai at home? Fu Ruhai's expression stiffened slightly as he glanced toward the door. Pai Yangyang secured the wooden box once more before stepping outside. At the entrance, a young girl in her early 20s peered inside, her demeanor exuding a blend of urgency and innocence. Dressed in a pristine white dress, she appeared youthful and vibrant, reminiscent of a student, though a sense of anxiety marred her features. Who are you, and what brings you here? Upon catching sight of Pai Yangyang, a spark of surprise flickered across her face. You're Dr. Pai? I am indeed surnamed Pai, came his calm reply. Oh, my name is Gu Tinshuang. My grandfather has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and my uncle sent me to ask Dr. Pai for assistance. Her words tumbled out rapidly, like a flurry of songbirds. Your uncle? Who is that? Pai Yangyang inquired. Gu Tinshuang offered a faint smile, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, and replied, My uncle is Gu Jiqing. You must know him, right? I do not. Pai Yangyang shook his head resolutely, for he had treated countless individuals and could hardly remember each one. Gu Tinshuang paused, contemplating before saying, He is a commander in the provincial defense camp and mentioned that you had once treated his injuries, which is why I was sent to find you. Pai Yangyang remained unmoved, but then recalled the IOUs left by his master, suddenly asking, Is there compensation for treating the illness? Gu Tinshuang nodded vigorously. Since you have come all this way, I shall accompany you. Pai Yangyang feigned contemplation. Gu Tinshuang, brimming with excitement, quickly turned and opened the door to a Maserati, inviting him inside. What was your surname again? Upon entering the vehicle, Pai Yangyang suddenly remembered something and inquired. Gu Tinshuang hesitated for a moment, yet patiently replied, My surname is Gu, from the Gu family in the eastern part of the city. You must know of us? I have not heard of it, he responded, and Gu Tinshuang's face fell, tinged with embarrassment. While it was one thing not to know her uncle's name, in Xinjiang City, who could be unaware of the Gu family in the east? They were one of the 5 prominent families in Xinjiang. Nevertheless, she maintained her cheerful demeanor, turning to say, Well, you know now, don't you? As the vehicle roared to life, Fu Ruhai stood in the courtyard, slowly retrieving his phone to dial a number. Sir, he has donned a ring, he announced respectfully once the call connected. Oh, so the Qin family has cast him out? An aged voice inquired from the other end. Indeed, precisely as you predicted. 3 years, not a day less. A look of admiration crossed Fu Ruhai's face. Very well, let him continue his earthly trials. Remember, he must never discover that I'm still alive. My affairs are not yet resolved. What the Qin family's matters? Shall they still be addressed? Fu Ruhai hesitated before asking. The reason I had that boy marry into the Qin family was to repay a prior favor. The young man had been reluctant from the very beginning. Now, since the Qin family does not cherish him, it seems they are unworthy of such fortune. Regardless of the outcome, let it be. A gentle sigh emanated from the elder on the other end, followed by a murmured acknowledgement from Fu Ruhai, indicating his understanding. He continued, By the way, over the years, he has almost returned daily to light incense and pay homage. Moreover, he often visits Luoan Mountain, seemingly in search of something. Do not concern yourself with him. Everything unfolds according to fate. When the time is right, he will naturally come to know. After a brief moment of silence, the elder concluded their conversation and hung up. Fu Ruhai gazed at the firmly shut courtyard gate, his eyes shimmering with determination as he muttered to himself. The 9th Master is making a comeback. It is time to announce it to the world. The vehicle soon arrived at the Gu family residence in the eastern part of the city. Dr. Pai, we have arrived, Gu Tinshuang called out, but received no response. Turning around, he noticed Pai Yangyang cradling a tattered wooden box, already deep in slumber. Droplets of drool glistened at the corner of his mouth, cascading onto the seat. Observing this scene, Gu Tinshuang chuckled softly and approached to give him a gentle nudge. What is the matter? Pai Yangyang blinked his sleepy eyes, looking around in confusion. We've arrived at my home. Please disembark, Gu Tianxuang instructed. Oh, have we arrived so soon? I didn't even finish my dream, Pai Yangyang replied, getting out of the car and stretching luxuriously. Who is ill? Take me to see. Gu Tianxuang closed the car door, urgency evident in his voice. It's my grandfather. You must save him. As Pai Yangyang followed him into the residence, a mocking voice greeted them. Oh, Gu Tianxuang, is this the so-called divine doctor you brought? Gu Tianxuang retorted with annoyance. Step aside. He is Dr. Pai, introduced by my third uncle. He assured me he could save my grandfather. A divine doctor? Have you ever seen one so young? The voice scoffed. To please your grandfather, you would resort to any means. Standing in their path was a somewhat frail young man, around 25 or 26 years old. He was Gu Tianxuang's older brother, Gu Tianchen, but he was introduced by my third uncle, who was treated by him after suffering an injury. Gu Tianxuang argued passionately, having faith in his uncle's judgment. However, Gu Tianchen sneered, that's not the same. My uncle's injury was trivial. Any doctor could have treated it. But grandfather is gravely ill. Do you truly believe a mere street doctor can cure him? Gu Tianxuang was taken aback. A street doctor? To call him a street doctor is already flattering him. Gu Tianxuang exclaimed, looking at Pai Yangyang in bewilderment. But Pai Yangyang remained unfazed, smiling calmly. Seeing Pai Yangyang's lack of defense, Gu Tianchen assumed he felt insecure and boasted. My father has already summoned a true divine doctor who is currently treating grandfather inside. He's south, likely already close to a cure. Gu Tianxuang's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly inquired, which divine doctor? The director of Qingjiang Central Hospital, known as the National Medical Sage, Li Fu, Gu Tianchen replied, his face beaming with pride. Gu Tianxuang was taken aback. You have truly invited Director Li? That divine doctor should return whence he came. My Gu family possesses wealth, but we do not allow just anyone to come and take advantage of us. Gu Tianxuang turned to Pai Yangyang, revealing a look of distress. Are you referring to Li Fu? Just him? It would be miraculous if he could rescue anyone. Pai Yangyang glanced at Gu Tianxuang and remarked, do not trouble yourself. I shall step outside for a moment. Soon enough, there will be individuals clamoring for my presence. Chapter 7. Do you still recognize me? Nonsense. Gu Tianchen bellowed in anger. If someone were to invite you in today, I shall henceforth refer to you as Big Brother. Do you think all members of the Gu family are as easily deceived as Gu Tianxuang? Pai Yangyang smirked playfully and turned to leave. However, he did not truly depart. He lingered just outside the courtyard. Were it anyone else, he would have long since abandoned the matter. Yet, Gu Tianxuang had shown unwavering sincerity throughout, and it was evident that she held deep concern for her grandfather. Ultimately, the most pressing reason for his decision to remain was the need to earn money to repay his master's debts. Upon witnessing Pai Yangyang storm off, Gu Tianxuang stamped her foot in frustration. Gu Tianchen, what are you doing? She contemplated pursuing Pai Yangyang, but hesitated, worried for her grandfather. After a moment's deliberation, she strode angrily into the courtyard. In the bedroom, the head of the Gu family, Gu Zhixing, was attending to a man in his 50s, administering acupuncture to an elderly gentleman lying on the bed. The old man's complexion was ashen, and his eyes were tightly shut, appearing to be on the brink of death. The acupuncturist, beads of sweat forming on his brow, held a long needle in his hand, yet hesitated to proceed. After a brief pause, he sighed deeply and retracted the needle, expressing a tinge of regret. Mr. Gu, I regret to inform you that I am powerless against your father's illness. It will be prudent to prepare for his final arrangements. Though Gu Zhixing felt disheartened, he resigned himself to this grim reality. Thank you for your efforts, Director Li. I shall ensure a token of gratitude is sent your way. Li Fu, filled with remorse, waved his hand to decline, just as Gu Tianxuang entered the room. Uncle, how is my grandfather faring? Little Shuang, do not be overly distressed. Your grandfather is of considerable age. Gu Zhixing sighed, shaking his head. No, grandfather will be fine. Did you not invite Director Li from the Central Hospital? Can he not save my grandfather? Gu Tianxuang's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. Miss Gu, I am truly sorry. I am powerless, Li Fu said, his expression laden with guilt. By the way, my third uncle mentioned to Dr. Pai, asserting that his intervention would certainly save my grandfather. I have already summoned him. Little Shuang, I understand your feelings for your grandfather, but Director Li has advised us to prepare for his final arrangements. Gu Zhixing said with a hint of melancholy. Suddenly, Li Fu's eyes brightened, and he inquired, Miss Gu, who did you just mention? Dr. Pai? Gu Tianchuang was momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. Yes. My third uncle refers to him in that manner. Is he the Dr. Pai from the old street corner? Li Fu asked, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. Gu Tianchuang, somewhat bewildered, nodded slowly. Yes, he is from the old street corner. Oh my, if we truly have managed to summon Dr. Pai, then your grandfather is indeed saved. Gu Zhixing was also taken aback, having just spoken of preparing for final arrangements. Now, there was hope. Do not dawdle. Dr. Pai seldom intervenes lightly. Even money may not suffice to engage him. Miss Gu, have you truly brought him here? Where is he? Li Fu's enthusiasm grew with each word. Gu Tianchuang gestured towards the door, indicating that he had invited the person in, only to be driven away by Gu Tianchen. Oh dear, we must hurry and bring him back, Li Fu exclaimed with urgency. At that moment, Gu Zhixing regained his composure and asked, Xiao Shuang, where is Physician Pai? Please take me to him. The three hurriedly exited the room, finding Gu Tianchen still standing in the courtyard, staring at the gate. Father, how is grandfather? Gu Tianchen quickly approached them as they emerged. Humph, we will settle accounts later. Gu Zhixing huffed angrily, shoving him aside. Outside the courtyard, Pai Yongyang leaned against a Maserati, a green bamboo leaf clutched between his lips, gazing vacantly at the birds flying in the sky. Physician Pai. Upon seeing him still present, Gu Tianchuang breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over, patting her chest as she exclaimed, You're still here. You scared me. Is it not healed? Bi Yongyang replied lazily. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, scrutinizing Pai Yongyang with skepticism, questioning whether this was truly the famed physician. Li Fu disregarded his doubts and swiftly approached Pai Yongyang, asking, Physician Pai, do you still remember me? His tone carried an element of flattery. Oh, oldly, I have a vague recollection, Pai Yongyang replied casually, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Li Fu was almost elated, exclaiming, Yes, it's me. He then turned to the still bewildered Gu Zhixing and carefully stated, Sir Gu, your father's condition is grave. Please, we implore Physician Pai to intervene. Gu Zhixing, now realizing the gravity of the situation, though still skeptical of the young man's qualifications, recognized that the respect shown by Li Fu could not be unfounded. Physician Pai, I beseech you to act and save my father. Whatever conditions or remuneration are required, the Gu family shall adhere without hesitation. He inclined his body slightly, his tone earnest. Is that so? Just moments ago, I was cast aside by someone. If I were to enter now, would that not humiliate me? Upon hearing about the remuneration, Pai Yongyang's eyes flickered, but he soon adopted a teasing expression. Gu Tianchen. Gu Zhixing immediately turned, glaring at Gu Tianchen, who stood at the doorway. Come here and apologize to Physician Pai at once. Gu Zhixing's tone was stern. What kind of physician could he possibly be? Father, do not be deceived. I know him. His name is Pai Yongyang. He has a master known as the Master of Fortune. He spends his days reading fortunes and consulting on trivial matters, nothing more than charlatan. He frequently sets up stalls under the overpass, swindling the elderly. He is merely a petty trickster. Gu Tianchen spoke with disdain, his expression scornful. Speak another word, and I shall break your legs. Gu Zhixing roared in anger, delivering a forceful kick towards Gu Tianchen, despite his reluctance. Gu Tianchen could only utter a reluctant apology. What did you say at the beginning? If someone invites me in, you would call me elder brother, correct? Gu Zhixing fixed a fierce gaze upon him. Gu Tianchen's face darkened considerably, and under the pressure of his father's authority, he reluctantly called out, Elder brother. With a smile, Pai Yongyang said, All right, take me to see the patient. Upon entering the bedroom, his brow furrowed. The elderly man on the bed had sunken eyes, dull skin, and a breath so faint it seemed to barely exist. If further delays occurred, it was likely he would be beyond saving. Old Li, did you use the Celestial Vitality 18 needles? Yes, but I hesitated to administer the last needle. It's fortunate you refrained, for otherwise you would not be saving a life, but rather endangering it. Pai Yongyang spoke nonchalantly, yet beads of sweat rolled down Li Fu's forehead. The Gu family, standing nearby, listened with astonishment, though none dared to speak. Pai Yongyang cast a calm glance at Li Fu and remarked, I recall advising you previously that while the celestial vitality needle technique is remarkably effective for many complex ailments, it is also quite domineering. The frail often cannot endure it. I urged you to use it with caution. Have you forgotten? Li Fu slightly bowed, appearing humbled, though internally he felt quite embarrassed. As the director of the Central Hospital, bearing the title of National Medical Sage, he naturally sought to try everything possible when faced with challenging cases. Yes, I shall not forget your teachings, Master Pai, he replied meekly, devoid of the usual confidence he carried as one revered by many. Gu Zhixing, initially concerned that Pai Yangyang might not live up to his reputation, found his doubts entirely dispelled upon witnessing Li Fu's humble demeanor. Pai Yangyang slowly opened a wooden box and retrieved a sheepskin pouch, revealing 18 long needles before everyone's eyes. Li Fu's gaze sharpened, his demeanor becoming even more respectful. Pai Yangyang picked up 3 golden needles, giving them a slight tremor that produced a faint sound. With his left hand, he lifted the blanket from the elderly man, while his right hand plunged the needles into the man's body. With a swift motion, he swept over the needle tips. Chapter 8. Dragon Breath Needle Technique. The entire process flowed seamlessly, like a gentle stream, observing the 3 golden needles still quivering with intensity. Li Fu's eyes sparkled with delight. The Dragon Breath Needle Technique. At last, I have the privilege of witnessing this extraordinary method once more, he murmured excitedly. Is this the long-lost technique you often speak of? Gu Zhixing's eyes brightened with hope. Please prepare a basin, Pai Yangyang instructed Gu Zhixing calmly. Gu Zhixing hurriedly turned and soon returned with a steel basin. 10 minutes later, with a swift motion, Pai Yangyang retracted the 3 golden needles. Simultaneously, his right hand began to knead the area corresponding to the man's liver and gallbladder 3 times. An invisible stream of vital energy gradually infused the elderly man's body. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and turned abruptly, retching violently. A foul and pungent substance filled the basin, causing Li Fu to grimace. Gu Tianshuang could not suppress her breath, while Gu Tianchun, overwhelmed, exited the room. It took a full 3 minutes for the old man to catch his breath. Half sitting upon the bed, Gu Tianshuang quickly offered him a cup of water, allowing him to rinse his mouth. Feeling at ease, Gu Tianshuang exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears, a mixture of joy and sorrow as she called out, "Grandfather." Gu Zhixing grasped Gu Tianchun by one ear, guiding him inside while exclaiming, "Father, fortunately, Xiao Shuang has invited this esteemed physician, or else." "I am aware. I overheard your conversation," the elder replied, nodding in acknowledgement as he turned to Pai Yangyang, expressing his gratitude. "I extend my thanks to you, esteemed physician. Were it not for your intervention, my life would have been forfeit." "Not all. Just exercise caution when dining out in the future," Pai Yangyang replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhixing's expression darkened. The physician's words hinted at the origin of the elder's ailment, foodborne illness that had accumulated in the liver, leading to his current state. "I have saved him. Just be mindful moving forward. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Esteemed physician, please hold on." Pai Yangyang feigned departure, prompting Gu Zhixing to hastily approach and respectfully present a black bank card. "This contains 20 million as compensation. Should you ever require anything, our family will not hesitate to assist." Pai Yangyang accepted the card without hesitation, responding coolly, "Thank you. Tianchun, please escort the esteemed physician," Gu Zhixing instructed. Gu Tianchun's lips twitched slightly, revealing his reluctance. "Allow me to go instead." Gu Tianshuang stepped forward. Gu Zhixing nodded. "Very well. Ensure the esteemed physician's safe passage." He then retreated into the house, delivering a forceful kick to Gu Tianchun's rear. "You wretched lad. If your negligence today had delayed treatment for your grandfather, I would have taken your life." Though Gu Tianchun was embarrassed, he dared not retort. "Director Li, what is the background of this esteemed physician?" Gu Jiuzhou, seated on the bed, suddenly inquired. "It's a long story," Li Fu pondered. "His master is the renowned Tianyang Shangren. 5 years ago, I encountered a peculiar patient whom I could not heal despite my best efforts. In desperation, I sought the master at the old street corner, but unfortunately, he was not home. Only his disciple was present. In a moment of urgency, I allowed his disciple to attempt a remedy. To my astonishment, this young man not only cured the patient with ease, but also identified flaws in my acupuncture techniques. Gu Jiuzhou grew increasingly excited as he listened, eagerly asking, "Do you know his name?" "He is called Pai Yang. Gu Tian," Chen interjected. "You know him?" Gu Jiuzhou looked at him, astonished. Gu Tian Chen scoffed. "Of course, he is the useless son-in-law of the Qin family, notorious in Xinjiang." "Fool!" Before he could finish, he received another kick from Gu Zhisheng. "It truly is him. I cannot fathom why your third uncle would think the same as directorly, calling him a miraculous physician." Gu Tian Chen grimaced in pain, rubbing his rear while muttering in defiance. "Speak another word, and I shall make you regret it." Gu Zhisheng shook his fist, prompting Gu Tian Chen to flee in a fluster. Gu Jiuzhou looked at Li Fu with a hint of disappointment, asking directorly, "Is he truly married?" Li Fu nodded. "Yes, he is married to the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yujia." "Alas, what a pity." Gu Jiuzhou sighed softly, his face etched with disappointment. At the old street corner, Gu Tianshuang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Esteemed physician, I am truly thankful for saving my grandfather. You are the benefactor of Gu Tianshuang. Whenever you require my assistance in the future, I shall offer my unwavering support." Gu Tianshuang expressed gratefully, halting her vehicle and turned to Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang opened the car door and stepped out, responding, "No need for formality. Your family has already compensated me, so you owe me nothing." Gu Tianshuang exited the car as well, smiling radiantly. "My grandfather's life is worth far more than 20 million. Just then a mocking voice interjected, "Oh, look at you, already courting another? Pai Yangyang, you are quite something." Both turned in astonishment to see two young women stepping out of a Maserati, Qin Yujia and her secretary, Huang Herong. Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and she immediately turned towards the Ferrari parked nearby. "Pai Yangyang, do you not wish to introduce me to this lady?" Qin Yujia coldly inquired, fixing her gaze on Pai Yangyang. "I am Gu Tianshuang, and you are?" Gu Tianshuang, sensing the shift in atmosphere, interjected hastily. "Gu Tianshuang?" Qin Yujia approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Earlier that morning, Pai Yangyang had been pulled by Su Xueqing to obtain a marriage certificate, and now, within mere hours, another Gu Tianshuang had appeared at her side. Moreover, both women were strikingly beautiful, even more imposing than she. A twinge of inexplicable jealousy stirred within her. "What brings you here?" Pai Yangyang turned, casually inquiring. "This is the only gift you bestowed upon me during our 3 years of marriage. You claimed it was a family heirloom, and now I return it to you," Qin Yujia stated coldly, pressing a jade pendant into Pai Yangyang's palm. "It seems you have adapted quite well to a life of reliance on others. Having just discarded one bowl, you swiftly picked up another. I presume you were well prepared?" Huang Herong looked at Pai Yangyang with disdain. "How can you speak so recklessly?" Pai Yangyang maintained her composure, yet Gu Tianshuang's anger flared. However, perhaps due to her youthful visage, even in fury, she appeared almost innocuous. "Am I speaking falsely?" He divorced Qin Yujia and immediately entangled himself with you. "Young lady, I advise you to keep your eyes wide open. Do not be deceived by his handsome exterior, lest you find yourself with no place to weep when the time comes. Clarify your words." Gu Tianshuang exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration, but Huang Herong had already entered the vehicle. As she watched the car speed away, the tension within Pai Yangyang began to dissipate. "Miss Gu, I apologize for the scene," Pai Yangyang said with a hint of regret. "Was that your ex-wife? Did you truly just divorce?" Gu Tianshuang queried, regarding Pai Yangyang with suspicion, her eyes blinking inquisitively. "Yes, we finalized the divorce this morning," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. Gu Tianshuang displayed a trace of surprise. "A man as remarkable as you, and she." "It's nothing, Miss Gu. Please, take your leave," Pai Yangyang said indifferently. "May I have your number? It would be convenient to reach out if any matters arise in the future," Gu Tianshuang suggested after a moment's reflection. Pai Yangyang retrieved her phone, asking, "What is your number?" "I shall call you." Upon noticing the worn, domestic phone in her hand, Gu Tianshuang paused momentarily in surprise. She announced her phone number, and only when the ringtone sounded did she smile charmingly. "All right, please don't ignore my calls in the future," she said, turning to get into the car and driving away. Pai Yangyang exhaled a sigh of relief as he drove his Ferrari towards the Su Group office building. Chapter 9. The African Gorilla Inside the Office of the President of Su Group. Secretary Zhang Li looked at Su Xueqing, who was meticulously reviewing company data, and could no longer suppress her concern. "Su, don't you think this is a bit reckless?" "What is the matter?" Su Xueqing inquired without lifting her gaze. Zheng Li hesitated before responding. If you were to casually marry any man, the repercussions on your image would be substantial. I fear Su Xueqing's eyes flickered momentarily. This man is not someone I chose at random. He saved me 5 years ago. Besides, our marriage is merely a facade. However, the Su Group is in dire need of investment and collaboration from the Yi family. Tomorrow is your engagement banquet with the young master of the Yi family, which is common knowledge throughout the city. If the Yi family were to learn of this, what would the consequences be? Zheng Li's tone was laced with apprehension. I cannot be concerned with such matters. Even if there were no men left in this world, I would never marry Yi Fenglu. Su Xueqing finally set down her documents and looked intently at Zheng Li, her expression resolute. Sister Li, you wouldn't choose to oppose me at this moment, would you? Zheng Li quickly assured her. Never. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always stand by you, President Su. Very well, let us focus on getting through tomorrow first. We can address future matters later. Su Xueqing smiled slightly and resumed her work. A flicker of worry crossed Zheng Li's face as she opened her mouth, only to swallow her words. She understood all too well that Su Xueqing was decisive and unwavering in her actions, a quality that had earned her the position of president of the Su Group. May tomorrow's storm not be too fierce, she silently prayed. As Pai Yangyang re-entered the company lobby, all the employees regarded him with peculiar expressions. Good day, sir. The lobby manager, Deng Jing, approached him respectfully. The others followed suit, offering their greetings. Regardless of the circumstances, this man's status was formidable, closely linked to their president. Flattering him could yield no harm. Pai Yangyang politely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at Su Xueqing's office, she immediately greeted him with a radiant smile. You're back. Perfect timing. Let us go have lunch together. It was indeed lunchtime. President, I'll go fetch the food for you both, Zheng Li offered. No need. We'll eat in the staff canteen, Su Xueqing replied. Huh? Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. All right, I'll arrange that. As president of Su Group, she rarely dined in the staff canteen, but she recognized the need for this appearance. No, I do prefer to grab something outside. Pai Yangyang declined, unwilling to be a mere puppet. Su Xueqing naturally linked her arm with his and whispered in his ear, Do not forget, we have signed an agreement. Just as Pai Yangyang was about to protest, a sudden pang of pain shot through his waist, causing him to involuntarily exclaim, Ouch. All right, I'll go, she replied with a smile, releasing her grip on the soft flesh at his waist. This woman is quite ruthless, Pai Yangyang thought, furrowing his brow. That unexpected pinch had taken him by surprise. As the two figures appeared at the entrance of the dining hall, all the employees stood in unison, greeting, Hello, President Su. Come closer. Pai Yangyang felt the familiar tug at his waist again and quickly wrapped his arm around her waist. However, he sensed her body tremble slightly at his touch. After all, this was the first time Su Xueqing had been so intimately held by a stranger. The employees watched in astonishment. Was this truly their formidable president? It seemed that love had the power to transform a person. Throughout the meal, Pai Yangyang felt like he was on pins and needles, acutely aware of countless eyes scrutinizing him, as if he were a gorilla just transported from Africa. Meanwhile, Su Xueqing savored her meal leisurely, and only after she finished did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. If you have no plans this afternoon, you may rest in my office, she said after wiping her lips. No, I have a few matters to attend to, he quickly declined, fearing the piercing gazes would overwhelm him. Very well, Li Jie. Please take him to the garage and let him choose a car, Su Xueqing instructed, relieved that she did not insist he stay. Yes, President Su Li replied. Turn to Pai Yangyang. Mr. Pai, please follow me. As they arrived at the garage and the rolling door slowly ascended, Pai Yangyang's eyes widened in awe. The garage was lined with an array of luxurious vehicles. Maybachs, Bentleys, BMWs, and Mercedes, a veritable showcase of opulence. Mr. Pai, please select one, Li Jie said, glancing back at the astonished Pai Yangyang, her brow slightly furrowed. Regaining his composure, Pai Yangyang awkwardly replied, Do you have anything more affordable? Although he had a fondness for luxury cars, he felt it inappropriate to be ostentatious while driving someone else's vehicle. A cheaper car? Even if there were one. I cannot allow you to take it, Li Jie responded without hesitation. Why not? Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Was it not permissible to choose a less expensive car? Because you are now President Su's husband. A cheaper car does not befit your status. Furthermore, you will be responsible for driving President Su to and from work. Do you think a cheaper car would be appropriate? Li Jie argued convincingly. Pai Yangyang was stunned. What? Are you saying I am to be your president's chauffeur? Are you unwilling? Many would gladly give anything to be President Su's driver, Li Jie declared proudly. However, Pai Yangyang was unfazed, thinking to himself that those individuals were quite foolish. Enough chatter. To select a car, Li Jie seemed a bit impatient, her gaze sharpening. What else is there for me to choose? Pai Yangyang curled his lip and casually pointed to a luxurious Mulsanne, exclaiming, "This one." Zhang Li promptly plucked a key from her set and handed it to him, remarking, "Your taste is impeccable. This is a brand new car, just acquired and scarcely driven." As Pai Yangyang entered the vehicle and drove out of the garage, he reminisced about the days at the Qin residence, where he could only manage a dilapidated Audi, while Qin Yujie's newly purchased Maserati was utterly off-limits to him. Yet now, with a contractual wife, he found himself behind the wheel of a Mulsanne. How absurd that seemed. In truth, he had no pressing engagements that afternoon. He merely wished to escape the confines of the Su group and avoid the peculiar stares of his colleagues. Additionally, having spent 3 years as a husband to Qin Yujie, the dissolution of their marriage weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to seek solace in a quiet place. He steered the car out of the Su group and into the outskirts, heading towards Luohan Mountain. According to his master, he had been taken in from this very mountain when he was not yet 5 years old. From a moment he could remember, he had relished the solitude of sitting atop the Luohan stone, pondering profound questions. Where do I come from? Who are my parents? These queries he had posed to his master, Tianyang Shanshi, countless times, yet never received a definitive answer. Upon receiving that letter earlier, he had hoped his master would finally reveal his origins, but once again, nothing was disclosed. He remained perplexed as to why his master withheld such vital information, insisting instead that he remain with the Qin family as a constrained son-in-law, asserting that had it not been for the Qin family's decision to abandon him, he should never forsake them. Now, the Qin family had indeed cast him out. Yet, all of this seemed to align with his master's grand design. Today marked exactly 3 years since his arrival at the Qin household. As he parked the car at the mountain's base, preparing to ascend, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at it, his brows knitting slightly, but answered nonetheless. "Mr. Pai, I have just received news and wish to confirm something," came a voice from the other end, tinged with a humble caution. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, "Speak. I heard you have just divorced. Is that true?" The voice belonged to an elderly man in his 50s. Trembling slightly as he inquired. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback, for this elderly gentleman was none other than Meng Qingfeng, the illustrious president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce in Xinjiang. "Your information is remarkably astute. Did you call me solely for this?" Pai Yangyang was not surprised, aware of the man's influence. He ended the call and proceeded along a narrow, overgrown path towards the mountain summit. On the other end, Meng Qingfeng did not harbor any resentment over the abrupt termination of the call. Instead, he wore a faint smile of relief. "Old Meng, why are you so pleased about the divorce?" inquired a woman in her 30s, gazing at him quizzically from the sofa. "What do you know?" Meng Qingfeng replied with a smile. "If Mr. Pai had not divorced, I would have felt compelled to invest 100 million in the Qin family's upcoming investment conference, out of respect for him. But now what does it matter? After all, it is an investment. What harm could there be in entrusting it to the Qin family?" The woman inquired, gently caressing her abdomen with a hint of perplexity. Meng Qingfeng displayed a trace of disdain, shaking his head softly as he replied, "I truly hold little regard for the Qin family. If not for Mr. Pai, they would have likely faced bankruptcy long ago." At this moment, amidst the bamboo grove on the mountainside, an elderly man with white hair was keenly observing the freshly sprouted bamboo shoots. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful young woman and a young man, whose resolute demeanor and stature resembled that of a spear. "Grandfather, the wind in the mountains is strong. We should return soon." The elderly man let out a couple of gentle coughs, prompting the young woman to rush over to support him, her voice laced with concern. "I am fine. I am not yet at the point of being frail," he chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively, though he appeared slightly breathless. "Do not fret, dear sister. I am a martial artist. Even with age, my physical constitution surpasses that of ordinary individuals." A hint of arrogance flickered in the old man's eyes as he spoke, seemingly vigilant of the surrounding commotion. The young woman, clad in a flowing red dress that danced in the breeze, radiated elegance. Her fair skin, accentuated by the fiery hue of her attire, was strikingly captivating. Upon hearing the young man's words, she furrowed her brows slightly, casting him an annoyed glance as she retorted, "You speak too much. Are you unaware that grandfather's old injuries have worsened during this time?" Before her words could fully linger in the air, the young man suddenly bellowed, "Who goes there?" With that exclamation, he propelled himself forward, charging out of the bamboo grove. Pai Yangyang was making his way up the mountain, the path leading him through the bamboo thicket. However, as he entered the grove, he heard the shout, followed by a figure lunging toward him. Instinctively, he sidestepped 2 paces to evade the oncoming attack, casting a glance at the assailant. Martial artist? A flash of sharpness crossed the young man's eyes as he spoke. He bent his waist, pushing forward with his right hand, sending a fierce gust of energy aimed directly at Pai Yangyang's right rib. "Lei Yuan, show some restraint," the elderly man shouted urgently, but it was too late. The young man's assault was relentless, his palm already bearing down upon Pai Yangyang's chest. Pai Yangyang narrowed his eyes, casually swiping his left hand as if shooing away a fly, countering with a strike of his own. "Do not clash head-on," the elder shouted once more. He was keenly aware of his grandson's prowess. Even a martial artist would find it difficult to withstand such a blow. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and both the elder and the young woman, standing 10 meters away, felt the atmosphere ripple with intensity. Their hearts sank in alarm. The individual struck by Lei Yuan would surely suffer grievous injuries. A figure was sent flying, and the sound of cracking bamboo resonated as it collided with several stalks. "It is over." Both the elder and the young woman felt a weight in their hearts. Lei Yuan warned you not to act impulsively, yet you refused to listen. What if an innocent is harmed? The elder's admonition was abruptly cut short, as if a hand had grasped his throat, and he stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The figure standing there was not his grandson, Lei Yuan, but a refined and handsome young man. The elder gazed in disbelief at the figure that had been hurled away, taking several moments to process the reality. This is impossible. The individual who was unexpectedly sent flying moments ago turned out to be his grandson, Lei Yuan. How could this be possible? Lei Yuan, a master of martial arts, should be impervious to an ordinary warrior's attack. The young man had merely waved his hand nonchalantly, and yet Lei Yuan was unable to withstand it. At that moment, Lei Yuan sat on the broken bamboo, cold sweat trickling down his face as he looked in disbelief at Pai Yangyang. Such terrifying power truly exists in this world? The previous gesture from Pai Yangyang made him feel as if his palm had struck an impenetrable wall. To liken it to an ant shaking a tree would be a compliment. "Grandfather, little sister, you must flee," Lei Yuan exclaimed anxiously. The elder shook his head and said to the girl, "Xianghong, go assist your brother." As the girl, Lei Xianghong, approached, Lei Yuan attempted to speak, but the elder gestured for silence, stating, "He is not an assassin. If he truly wished to kill me, even if I wanted to escape, I would have no chance." Lei Yuan's right arm ached profoundly, rendering him powerless, yet he could sense that his arm was not broken. This demonstrated the opponent's mastery over strength, an ability to wield it at will. He turned and stood, coldly gazing at Pai Yangyang, and in a solemn tone inquired, "Who exactly are you? And what brings you here?" Pai Yangyang looked at him with a hint of confusion and replied, "This is not a forbidden place. Why shouldn't I come?" Lei Yuan glared intently at Pai Yangyang, seemingly on guard against a sudden attack. The elder's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as he looked at Pai Yangyang. Nodding gently, he approached and spoke in a warm tone, "I am Lei Ting. May I ask how to address you, young friend?" Pai Yangyang came to reply. Despite the inexplicable assault, Pai Yangyang noted that the elder possessed an imposing presence and spoke with humility, gradually dissipating the anger within him. "I apologize on behalf of Lei Yuan for his earlier rudeness, Mr. Pai," the elder said, bowing sincerely. "Grandfather, you," Lei Yuan began, but was cut off by Lei Ting's stern interruption. Pai Yangyang calmly stated, "There's no need. He did not injure me." With that, he turned to leave. "Please wait." As Pai Yangyang took a couple of steps away, Lei Ting called out and swiftly moved to stand before him. "Is there something you need?" Lei Ting produced a golden card from his possession, presenting it with both hands and an expression of eager anticipation. "Might you be interested in becoming friends?" His tone was respectful, imbued with an unspoken hope. Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong stood in stunned silence. Their grandfather was actively seeking friendship with a stranger. It was the first time they had witnessed him so humbly wishing to befriend a young man. It should be noted that throughout the entire Chunan province, numerous prestigious families sought to associate with the Lei family, and they could easily be counted among the elite circles. Become friends? Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang slightly furrowed his brows and replied with indifference, not interested. The three of them were simultaneously frozen in shock. These were the most astonishing 3 words they had heard in many years. Not interested. In a city like Xinjiang, with a population nearing 20 million, only a handful could be regarded as friends by Lei Ting, each a titan at the pinnacle of power. As a result, Thunder actively sought to befriend, but was met with the cold retort from Pai Yangyang. Not interested. If this were to spread, it would surely drop jaws across the city. What did you say? Stop right there. Seeing Pai Yangyang striding away, Lei Xianghong stamped her foot and shouted in anger. Although she believed Lei Yuan should not have acted recklessly, she was equally infuriated by Pai Yangyang's indifference towards her grandfather. Pai Yangyang appeared not to have heard, turning on his heel to leave. Lei Xianggong, her face pale with fury, was about to pursue him when Pai Yangyang suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on Thunder. Old Master Lei, it would be wise to refrain from practicing that technique. Otherwise, it may ultimately endanger your life. Upon hearing this, Thunder's expression changed abruptly, followed by a soft sigh. Young friend, your ability to discern the dangers I harbor is indeed remarkable. To be candid, it is precisely for this reason that I have come to Xinjiang. Yet who could have foreseen? He shook his head with a long sigh. Is that the reason for your visit to Xinjiang? Pai Yangyang inquired, somewhat puzzled. I have come seeking the esteemed Tianyang master. A flicker of interest sparked in Pai Yangyang's eyes. But I have heard that he passed away 3 years ago. Thunder shook his head slightly, then sighed, stating, the master is profoundly inscrutable. How could a mere mortal like me ever comprehend him? He saved my life in my youth when I suffered grave injuries, and it was he who intervened to ensure my survival. Pai Yangyang's gaze flickered, a hint of skepticism passing through his eyes. He could see that Thunder bore an old wound, one that had lingered for decades. Yet, this injury was not beyond remedy. With Master Tianyang's medical expertise, it could have been completely healed at that time. So why was this hidden peril allowed to persist? Taking 2 steps forward, Pai Yangyang accepted the card from Thunder's hand and casually tucked it into his pocket. Your injury may not be something only Master Tianyang can heal. Thunder paused, then gave a rueful smile and shook his head. Mr. Pai, I have sought medical help from various sources without improvement. It seems only the master can provide salvation. He coughed lightly. Without further comment, Pai Yangyang turned and made his way up the mountain. Grandfather, how can there be such arrogant individuals in this world? Who dare disregard our Lei family? As she watched Pai Yangyang walk away, Lei Xianghong felt deeply insulted. Your brother could not withstand even a single strike from him, which attests to his prowess. Such a person, even if arrogant, possesses the merit to be so. Thunder sighed, retracting his gaze with a sense of melancholy. Regrettably, our Lei family is not destined to forge a connection with such a person. With a heavy heart, he waved his hand dismissively. Let's descend the mountain. Grandfather, since the Tianyang master is no longer among us, why don't we return to the provincial city? At the foot of the mountain, Lei Xianghong suggested. No, tomorrow is the engagement banquet of the Yi family. Now that I am in Xinjiang, I shall pay a visit. Lei Yuan scolded. Is the Yi family truly worthy of your personal attendance? You are the esteemed leader of the Wind and Thunder Hall. Not even the elite families of the provincial city have the honor. After all, the Yi family is the foremost clan in Xinjiang. Over the years, the head of the Yi family has sought my audience multiple times, hoping to align with the Lei family. Tomorrow presents the perfect opportunity to ascertain whether the Yi family possesses the requisite qualifications. With a piercing gaze, Lei Ting's thoughts soared beyond the confines of reality, murmuring, the prominent families of Xinjiang are indeed myopic. Who could have anticipated that a fortune teller from the back alleys, the enigmatic Master Tianyang, is in fact the formidable leader of the Jiushuan sect, known as Jui? Although the name of Jui has faded from public consciousness, one cannot help but wonder where Master Tianyang has wandered since feigning his demise, and to whom he has entrusted his legacy. Chapter 11. Truly terrifying atop the mountain. Pai Yangyang sat cross-legged upon a Luohan stone, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Though he appeared tranquil, his mind was tumultuous, swirling with thoughts. In his hand, he clutched a jade pendant, the only possession he had upon being found, according to his master, and presumably a family heirloom. If this were the case, This pendant might be the sole clue to his heritage. He fixated on the pendant, his mind echoing the words from a letter. On the 15th of August. Journey to Ling Island, and all shall be revealed. What manner of place is Ling Island? Why must his master venture there alone? Moreover, why did his master owe the island's lord an astronomical sum for milk powder? The experiences of the past 3 years with the Qin family flooded back to him. He recalled how his master had sacrificed his own lifespan to alter the family's fortune, delivering a divination of extraordinary significance, only to be met with his own demise due to the revelation of such celestial knowledge. A weight settled in his heart. Master, your sacrifice for the Qin family was truly unjust. Gradually, he cast aside distractions and retrieved the Jiuquan Yuqing Sutra from his belongings, opening to the first page. This sutra, left behind by his master, was indeed a remarkable treasure. After some contemplation, Pai Yangyang found himself captivated, instinctively beginning to channel the teachings within. As he practiced the technique, he gradually entered a state of tranquility. As the sun descended, Pai Yangyang rose, feeling invigorated and revitalized. Gazing at the distant Xinjiang city, a bitter smile escaped his lips. He felt a deep sense of injustice for his master and a tinge of self-mockery. For 3 years, he had dutifully complied with his master's wishes, marrying into the Qin family, despite his reluctance. He had wholeheartedly aimed to assist Qin Yujia in elevating the family to the ranks of the elite, yet ultimately found himself cast aside. Labels such as kept man, pretty boy, useless, and green-haired turtle were affixed to him. How absurd. Ah, women. He scoffed at the crimson sunset, turned, and descended the mountain. Upon returning to the Su group, Su Xueqing awaited him. Darling, let us go home, she exclaimed, effortlessly taking her place in the passenger seat of his luxurious vehicle, while instructing Zheng Li to drive their sports car back. This scene captured the attention of several employees and passers-by, with some snapping photos and sharing them on social media. Su Xueqing resided in an upscale villa within the prestigious Yunding Garden community, separate from her family. The expansive garden and European-style villa stood majestically against the twilight, illuminated in resplendent light. Yunding Villas was renowned as a gathering place for the affluent in Xinjiang, with rumors suggesting that even the most modest villas here commanded prices in the tens of millions. Upon entering the villa, Pai Yangyang was astounded by the exquisite decor and opulent furnishings that surrounded him. In comparison to Qin Yujia's home, this establishment was truly on another level. A few middle-aged women clad in maid uniforms and 2 tall, imposing young men respectfully welcomed them home. His name is Pai Yangyang, and from this day forth, he shall reside here. Once inside, Su Xueqing addressed everyone with a tone of authority, instructing, none of you are to speak of our affairs outside, including my parents and family. Yes, miss, came the respectful reply from all present. Now, take him to freshen up and prepare for dinner, Su Xueqing said, nodding with satisfaction as she directed a maid to assist Pai Yangyang. During the meal, the maid stood silently behind him, a circumstance to which Pai Yangyang found himself unaccustomed. However, recognizing that this was merely a performance, he resolved to play his part well. You will reside on the 2nd floor, while Sister Li and I occupy the 3rd. Remember, without my explicit permission, you are forbidden to set foot on the 3rd floor. After dinner, Su Xueqing assigned him his quarters. Pai Yangyang chuckled nonchalantly, rest assured. I have no interest in you. Su Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, her response a mix of surprise and irritation. It was the first time in her life that she encountered a man so indifferent to her presence. Since I am to live here, you must provide me with a key, Pai Yangyang inquired lazily. Su Xueqing called out, Su Ma, give him a set of keys. Receiving the keys, Pai Yangyang switched on the television and reclined lazily on the sofa. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li exchanged peculiar glances before ascending the staircase. Time slipped away as he absorbed the program, until he heard Su Xueqing's voice echoing from the stairs. Still watching? What time do you think it is? Shouldn't you be getting to bed? He turned to glance at the grandfather clock, mumbling, it's not even midnight yet. When he turned back, he found Su Xueqing standing on the staircase, arms crossed, gazing at him. Dressed in loose-fitting pajamas, her figure remained strikingly alluring. The silk fabric clung to her form, hinting at the contours beneath, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. After a year of sharing a bed with Qin Yujia, Pai Yangyang felt a surge of warmth rise within him. Care to join me? He blurted out impulsively. In your dreams. Su Xueqing retorted angrily, casting him an admonishing glare. Pai Yangyang was momentarily deflated. I thought you might be waiting for me to sleep with you. Enough chatter. Remember, tomorrow morning at 9? You must go to the Qingjiang International Hotel to stop the wedding, Su Shiweqing instructed, her slippers softly padding down the stairs. Her delicate, pearlescent feet came into view before him. Stop the wedding? The gravity of her words rendered Pai Yangyang momentarily speechless. You are my husband, and tomorrow someone else is to be engaged to me. Are you truly willing to let that happen? As she approached, she slowly extended her left hand, gently cradling his chin with her fingertips, her expression one of feigned grievance. The irritation that had just subsided within Pai Yangyang flared up again. He instinctively tightened his legs. His throat parched as he stammered. What on earth are you trying to achieve? Now thoroughly bewildered, he recalled how she had inexplicably dragged him to obtain a marriage certificate that morning, only to announce her impending engagement to another. Was this woman truly jesting with the sanctity of marriage? Alas, how could you not comprehend such a simple matter? Su Shiweqing released her grip, letting out a sorrowful sigh, her eyes fluttering like they might spill tears. Pai Yangyang suddenly had a moment of clarity, staring in astonishment at the breathtakingly beautiful Su family president, who, in her tranquility, was utterly enchanting, yet exuded a fiery, rebellious spirit. It dawned on him. You do not wish to marry that man. Hence you have orchestrated this charade with me. You want me to disrupt your engagement tomorrow. Am I correct? Indeed, my husband is quite astute, Pai Yangyang nearly retched. I refuse. He promptly uttered those 3 words. Su Shiweqing gazed at him in bewilderment, inquiring, why? It is far too perilous. Who knows what kind of person your fiancé might be? What if I attempt to seize the bride, and they end up harming me? Who would I turn to for justice? Pai Yangyang argued passionately. Very well. If you choose not to attend, I shall go alone. After all, I possess a marriage certificate. I shall brandish it before everyone. You claimed you divorced Qin Yujia for my sake, yet now you abandon me. Scoundrel! Zheng Li, who had appeared in the living room unbeknownst to them, punctuated the moment with a timely remark. Pai Yangyang was left dumbfounded, akin to a dog staring at stars, utterly perplexed. How have I become a scoundrel? Do you think you want to cause you trouble? Will my family not come after you? Su Shiweqing looked at him with sympathy. Pai Yangyang's complexion shifted, alternating between crimson and pallor. He was uncertain whether to be incensed or fearful. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, tomorrow's fiancé is the eldest son of the Yi family. Yi Fenglu. Pai Yangyang's expression grew even more grim. How could he be unaware of the Yi family? The foremost affluent family in Xinjiang, renowned as a martial arts dynasty. If they learned that he has stolen the fiancé of their eldest son, it would surely incite their wrath. I can clarify that our marriage is a sham. Pai Yangyang contemplated aloud. Su Shiweqing smiled triumphantly. Who would believe that? Many witness you staying at my place tonight. By tomorrow, this news will spread like wildfire. As she spoke, she took his hand and leaned against him slightly. Snap! Zheng Li decisively captured their intimate photograph, rife with ambiguity. Are you not afraid? You are a woman, Pai Yangyang exclaimed, eyes wide. Su Shiweqing released his hand, stating, Why should I be afraid? As long as I am not forced to marry Yi Fenglu, I would dare to do anything. You are insane, a madwoman. Pai Yangyang was utterly flabbergasted. You are a man. Surely, you would not fail to protect your own wife? Do not forget, Qin Yujia has already sown a field upon your head. Do you wish for me to cultivate another? Su Shiweqing blinked her glistening eyes at Pai Yangyang. Yet, at that time, you did not express a desire for such actions. Pai Yangyang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if trapped on a pirate ship. Alas, just this once, I shan't frequently compel you to seize brides. Pai Yangyang was instantly engulfed in a wave of despair. Do you take me for child-playing house? Alas, will you agree or not? Su Shiweqing grasped Pai Yangyang's hand, swaying it gently, her voice soft and delicate. As she spoke, whether intentional or not, she leaned slightly forward, revealing an alluring silhouette beneath her loose nightgown, which hinted at her deep neckline. All right, but let's agree this is a one-time occurrence. I want to entertain this again in the future, Pai Yangyang replied, instinctively tightening his legs, his teeth clenched. If he refused again, he felt he might explode. Now, that's what a real man is. Su Shiweqing responded with a radiant smile, releasing his hand and playfully adjusting her nightgown at her collarbone, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, I am a real man, but this falls outside our agreement. An additional fee of 10,000 is required. Pai Yangyang rolled his eyes and then extended his middle finger. Su Shiueching furrowed her brows. 5,000. You're quite stingy, Pai Yangyang scoffed. Just 5,000, she insisted. Fine, fine, 5,000 it is, he conceded with a reluctant nod, extending his hand. In light of the over 1 billion owed to his master, this sum was but a drop in the ocean, yet it was better than nothing. Sister Li, give it to him. Pai Yangyang received the 5,000 and hurriedly made his way upstairs, his legs awkwardly positioned. Sister Li, why does he walk so strangely? Such a shame for his handsome appearance, one remarked. What do women know of a man's struggles? Pai Yangyang retorted. Upon reaching the second floor, he encountered 2 bodyguards, like iron towers, blocking the staircase with vigilant glares. He had no doubt that if he dared ascend to the 3rd floor, they would unhesitatingly throw him downstairs. Entering the bedroom prepared for him, he quickly stripped off all his clothes and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water. He imagined seeing wisps of steam rising, accompanied by a hissing sound in his ears, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into cold water. So refreshing. I adore bathing. So many bubbles, oh my. While relishing the cool water's embrace, he hummed an off-key tune, his cacophonous singing echoing through the villa. Miss, is he reliable? After all, it's the Yi family. Will he flee in the middle of the night? 2 women observed from the 2nd floor, listening to the sounds emanating from within, with Zheng Li frowning. Su Shiueching glanced at the bodyguards, offering a slight smile. With Baron guarding him, he won't escape. Besides, he has no intention of running. Why is that? Could be he actually has his sights set on you? Zheng Li asked anxiously. Su Shiueching, exuding confidence, replied, What are you thinking? He's greedy. Can't you see that? Moreover, he was just ousted by the Qin family and has not a penny to his name. How could he possibly let go of my 2,000 a month? That is true. As long as there's money, he can be kept in line. Zheng Li nodded in agreement. These words, however, did not reach Pai Yangyang's ears. After his bath, he flopped onto the expansive 2.5-meter bed, reveling in the comfort. The next day, Pai Yangyang was lost in a colorful dream, his body writhing like an octopus, clinging to the blanket. What time is it? Why aren't you up? Suddenly, a thunderous voice jolted him awake. Startled, he opened his bleary eyes to find Zheng Li, hands on her hips, striding towards the bed. Why didn't you knock? He stammered, quickly clutching the blanket tightly. Unexpectedly, Zheng Li stepped forward and abruptly threw the quilt aside, simultaneously exclaiming, I'll knock on your forehead. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, it transformed into a piercing scream. Her hands recoiled sharply, and she stumbled back in alarm, exclaiming, Rogue, why are you sleeping without clothes? She could hardly fathom that Pai Yangyang would indeed be in such a state of undress. Turn around. Pai Yangyang, taken aback for a few seconds, finally regained his composure and hastily grabbed the quilt to cover himself, shouting so loudly and looking so intently. Are you playing? Zheng Li urged, hurry up. It's nearly 8. With that, she turned away, her heart racing uncontrollably. What she had just witnessed was utterly shocking. It's not even 8 yet. Didn't we agree on 9? Hearing this, Pai Yangyang felt a surge of irritation. His delightful dream had been abruptly disrupted. Shouldn't you have prepared earlier? We've all gone. You're just at home? Suddenly, Pai Yangyang realized that she was concerned he might not show up. Reluctantly, he began to dress. After freshening up, Pai Yangyang emerged from the bedroom, intending to stretch luxuriously. However, just as he raised his arms, he froze in astonishment. He was momentarily breathless, coughing violently. In the living room, Su Shiueching appeared in a pristine white wedding gown, resembling a blossoming lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. The gown clung tightly to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. Captivating from every angle, Pai Yangyang stood transfixed, arms still raised, gazing in a daze. What are you staring at? Hurry down. Su Shiueching noticed him and beckoned slightly with her delicate fingers. Pai Yangyang felt as though his very soul was lifting. He hurried downstairs, circling around her in admiration, exclaiming, Miss Su, you are truly stunning. Su Shiueching maintained a stern expression and commanded, You say that, now go drive. Drive? Pai Yangyang was taken aback by her directness. What? Is my salary of 20,000 just for show? This is work time. If you don't drive, should I? Su Shiueching replied curtly. Pai Yangyang's gaze made her feel uneasy. He felt defeated, reluctantly making his way out of the villa. You say you don't want to marry Yi Fenglu. I see you're rather eager, he muttered as he walked. What did you say? Su Suiqing guayir suspiciously. Nothing, I just said I'll go drive, he replied. Starting the vehicle, Su Xiuqing took the front passenger seat, while Zheng Li occupied the back. Throughout the journey, Zheng Li remained quiet, though her gaze towards Pyongyang was rather peculiar. At Xinjiang International Hotel, two enormous LCD screens displayed the news of the engagement between the Yi and Su families, announcing the union of Su Xiuqing, the Su family's heiress, and Yi Fenglu, the young master of the Yi family. The hotel's exterior was adorned with fluttering, colorful banners, and a brand-new red carpet stretched from the entrance to the street. 20 young women clad in red kipayos, holding bouquets, stood along the sides of the carpet to welcome the distinguished guests arriving for the celebration. Chapter 12. This is an affair of grandeur. The Yi family, the foremost among the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang, holds an unequivocal position of power. The Su family, though ranked 5th among these illustrious families, remains a formidable presence. The union of such 2 illustrious families is destined to create a sensation throughout the city. Thus, apart from the esteemed guests qualified to attend this engagement banquet, numerous uninvited citizens gathered to witness the grandeur of the celebration. The sole reason for their presence was the illustrious Su Xiuqing, renowned as the foremost beauty of Xinjiang and the head of the Su group, a paragon of both grace and intellect. Such a woman embodies the ideal of every man's heart. Consequently, many seized the opportunity to catch a glimpse of this celebrated socialite. The Su family has faced a decline in recent years, struggling to maintain their status. If this trend continues, they risk being ousted from the 5 prominent families. Within the crowd, someone sighed in contemplation. Now, however, a turning point has arisen. The alliance between the Su family and the Yi family promises substantial support, potentially restoring the Su family to its former glory. One is the eldest son of the Yi family, and the other is the 3rd princess of the Su family, a match made in heaven. With the union of the Yi and Su families, it seems that the fate of Xinjiang will largely rest in their hands. Yet, 2 significant events transpired in Xinjiang yesterday. Did you hear about them? Suddenly, someone lowered their voice, exuding an air of mystery. What happened? Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. When one feigns secrecy, others inevitably become intrigued. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yujia, has divorced her husband, who is perceived as a mere parasite. Wasn't this an anticipated outcome? Their marital discord has been common knowledge throughout the city. What is so remarkable about it? Indeed, we all knew that the man named Pyongyang would eventually be cast out by the Qin family. However, that is merely one event. There is another, which you may not be aware of. Just speak plainly. There's no need for theatrics. Yesterday, shortly after Pyongyang and Qin Yujia obtained their divorce certificate, he was dragged back to the Civil Affairs Bureau to secure a new marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, with one incredulous individual exclaiming, "Is that true? Who could it possibly be?" Needless to say, it must be Qin Yujia. Who doesn't know that the charming Hua Lubin has been pursuing her? It is rumored that this divorce was instigated by Hua Xiao. This is utterly shocking. Is Pyongyang not devastated? Listening to the astonished murmurs, the mysterious figure shook his head, declaring, "You have guessed incorrectly." All fell silent, their expressions one of disbelief. It was Pyongyang who was taken to obtain the marriage certificate. Who would be so blind as to choose this discarded individual? The revelation might be hard to believe, but the bride of the day is none other than Su Xiuqing. How could that possibly be? This narrative seems far-fetched. Indeed, who would believe that Su Xiuqing would choose Pyongyang? Even if she had an interest, it would surely not be in him. Such sentiments were met with skepticism. Yet, the individual produced a mobile phone, accessed a forum, and displayed a photograph. The evidence speaks for itself. Do you not frequent forums? My goodness, is this real? Surely, this image has been altered. How could this be? This revelation feels monumental, and I sense an ominous premonition that today's engagement banquet may erupt in chaos. Surrounding individuals hastily retrieve their phones to peruse the forum. Nonetheless, a considerable number still dismissed this as mere rumor, convinced that the photographs were fabricated. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a luxurious convoy approached the hotel entrance. Leading the procession was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed closely by several Bentleys and Maybachs, with the least extravagant being a Land Rover. The individuals emerging from the vehicles exuded an impressive aura, particularly a young man donned in formal attire, adorned with a small red flower on his lapel, who stood out strikingly. He was Yi Fenglu, the illustrious young heir of the Yi family, handsome and charismatic, radiating confidence. It was rumored that he was likely to become the third-generation heir of the Yi clan. The Yi family, resplendent in their finery, strode purposefully towards the hotel. Shortly thereafter, the Su family convoy arrived. Upon disembarking, the patriarch, Su Baohua, cast a stern glance at his eldest son, Su Jiwen, and inquired, "What is this? Isn't Xueqing accompanying you?" Su Jiwen replied respectfully, "She has always preferred her solitude at the Yunding Villa and is reluctant to return home with us. Moreover, she has always harbored an aversion towards this marriage arrangement. I feared aggravating her and provoking an unforeseen incident, so I allowed her to arrive from the villa this morning." "Humph, you indulge her too much," Su Baohua huffed lightly. Su Jiwen offered an awkward smile. "Father, are you not also indulgent toward her? Very well. Let us wait here a moment. We must not provide the Yi family any ammunition. Please urge her to arrive promptly." Su Baohua sighed, seemingly exasperated. Just as Su Jiwen reached for his phone, a luxurious car pulled up, and he heard Su Xueqing's voice calling, "Dad, Grandpa, I'm here." The vehicle came to a halt, and Su Jiwen cast a suspicious glance at the driver, Pai Yangyang, asking, "Who is he?" "Oh, he's my newly hired driver," Su Xueqing replied casually. Zheng Li opened the car door, allowing Su Xueqing to step out. As four young attendants moved forward to support her wedding gown as she walked down the red carpet. "Remember, enter promptly at 9. Zheng Li instructed Pai Yangyang sternly as she closed the car door. Pai Yangyang shot her a fleeting glance and replied, nonchalantly, "Understood." The appearance of Su Xueqing stirred a commotion among the onlookers outside the hotel. Among the youths, someone led the charge, shouting, "Su Xueqing." Almost immediately, the crowd erupted into waves of cheers, fervently chanting her name, as if welcoming a celebrity. Pai Yangyang parked at the roadside, astonished by the frenzy unfolding before him. Yet his brow furrowed in concern. Contemplating the events about to transpire, he felt a swell of apprehension. Just yesterday morning, he had divorced, only to be inexplicably dragged by Su Xueqing to obtain a marriage certificate. Today, he was here at her engagement banquet to claim her back. Everything felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Turning to gaze at Su Xueqing, gliding gracefully down the crimson carpet, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Had he not experienced those 3 years of marriage? And if Su Xueqing genuinely harbored feelings for him, perhaps he would willingly participate in the pursuit. But that was merely a hypothetical. He shook his head with a bitter smile, fully aware that after today, he would be renowned in Xinjiang, becoming a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Yet, he was disinclined to ponder such matters further. He would simply fulfill his role as a hired hand to mitigate others' misfortunes. Moreover, he was already a notable figure in Xinjiang, often labeled as a playboy, a pretty boy, and various other epithets. What fear did he have of acquiring yet another title of a mistress? Noticing that time was still on his side, he retrieved his old phone and became engrossed in a game of Snake. Chapter 13. We are already married in the opulent banquet hall of the hotel. The venue was teeming with guests. The only individuals privileged enough to attend the engagement celebration between the Yi and Su families, besides relatives, were prominent figures in Xinjiang. The entrance of Su Xueqing ignited the atmosphere instantly. This renowned beauty, likened to a resplendent gem, commanded the attention of all. Yi Fenglu, brimming with joy, had pursued the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang since high school, maintaining his affections until graduation. Yet, Su Xueqing had always regarded him with indifference. Now, his long-held aspirations were finally realized. He was to embrace the beauty and become the envy of every man in Xinjiang, emerging as a true victor in life. As he watched Su Xueqing approach, his heart soared. The parents of both families exchanged warm greetings, elated by their union and offering blessings. However, a conspicuous absence of joy was evident on Su Xueqing's face. On the contrary, she appeared calm, her gaze frequently drifting toward the entrance, as though anticipating something. Ascending the stage, Yi Fenglu extended his hand. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to draw her up. Amidst the cheerful melodies, the host began to exuberantly introduce the newlyweds. The vibrant atmosphere elicited murmurs of admiration and envy among the guests. "Brother Hua, have you heard? Old Master Lei from the provincial city has arrived in Xinjiang and may attend this engagement banquet." A middle-aged man remarked mysteriously and excitedly at a table adjacent to the main banquet. Seated at this table were titans of Xinjiang's business world, each wielding influence over at least one publicly listed company. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the arrival of the Lei family patriarch, astonishment washed over their faces. "Are you joking, you? How could old Master Lei possibly attend such a gathering?" Another inquired incredulously. "Indeed, I find it hard to believe. If old Master Lei were truly attending, the Yi family would have made grand announcements," responded someone bearing the surname Yu. "Perhaps the Yi family wishes to surprise everyone?" At this utterance, the crowd fell silent, and one individual, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "The Yi family has long aspired to penetrate the provincial market. If they have indeed secured old Master Lei's presence, the Yi family would soar to new heights. It is said that he is the elusive leader of the formidable faction known as the Wind and Thunder Hall. If this is true, today is a momentous occasion. Remember, Old Master Yi has sought an audience with Old Master Lei several times without success. If he truly appears today, we too shall have the opportunity to witness his grandeur." Another guest expressed his excitement. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding applause erupted as the ceremony officially commenced. On stage, Su Xueqing quietly withdrew her hand. Yi Fenglio's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned. He was indifferent. After this morning, Su Xueqing would indeed be his. According to the customs of Xinjiang, after the engagement, Su Xueqing was to move into the Yi family. The engagement ceremony swiftly approached its final segment. The host turned to Yi Fengliu and inquired, "Mr. Yi Fengliu, do you take this lady before you as your wife, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, to cherish and uphold her until your days are done?" "I do." Yi Fengliu's voice rang out with clarity and vigor. He had long awaited this moment with bated breath. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, cheers cascading like waves. "Ms. Su Xueqing, do you accept this gentleman as your husband, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, to stand steadfast and loyal until the end of your days?" The host then asked Su Xueqing. Under the spotlight, Su Xueqing's demeanor remained composed as she slowly turned, surveying the assembly. Her gaze gradually drifted towards the entrance of the banquet hall. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated upon her. Should she utter those three words, she would become Yi Fengliu's wife. Yet, she remained silent. Doubt began to flicker across some faces, and the smile faded from Yi Fengliu's father, Yi Yuanyang, who cast a cold glance at Su Jiwen, seated beside him. "Brother Su, what is happening? Your daughter wouldn't be having second thoughts, would she?" Sweat beaded on Su Jiwen's temples as he hastily replied, "No, how could she change her mind? She'd best not play any tricks here. You must understand. The Su family is in dire need of our Yi family's support," Yi Yuanyang said with a low grunt. "Indeed, Brother Yi, rest assured there will be no issues," Su Jiwen assured, though his words were interrupted as the doors of the banquet hall creaked open. A serene expression transformed into a radiant smile on Su Xueqing's face, resembling a vibrant lotus flower blooming slowly. "I do not wish to," she declared, her voice ringing out with clarity as she cast aside the rose in her hand. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. Everyone stood in shock, incredulous as they turned to gaze at Su Xueqing, then followed her line of sight toward the entrance. There stood a tall, handsome young man, smiling and exchanging glances with Su Xueqing. A murmur of awe rippled through the crowd. "What is happening? This is disastrous." The expressions of both the Yi and Su families darkened significantly. The Yi family seethed with anger, while the Su family was left in shock. "Su Xueqing, what did you just say?" Yi Fengliu, after regaining his composure, grasped Su Xueqing's arm and asked. Su Xueqing forcefully pulled away, stating clearly, "I have made myself abundantly clear. I do not wish to." She then pointed towards Pai Yangyang, who was striding towards the stage, and continued, "Because he is my man." This declaration landed like a bombshell, leaving the audience reeling. Chaos erupted. When had Su Xueqing acquired a boyfriend? This was set to plunge the Su family into a bottomless abyss. It was madness. The hall buzzed with speculation, yet none attempted to halt Pai Yangyang. With each step, he approached the stage, gazing up at Su Xueqing. "My dear, I have come to escort you home." Despite the whispers surrounding them, his words resonated clear and unambiguous. "Halt!" Yi Fengliu roared like a furious beast. Pai Yangyang regarded the twisted visage of the enraged heir of the Yi family, responding with an unruffled demeanor. "I am here to take my wife home. Do you even comprehend where you are and to whom you are speaking?" A middle-aged man from the Su family rose, his gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang, his voice steeped in anger. Pai Yangyang merely cast a fleeting glance at him. "What relevance does this hold for me? Who are you?" Yi Fenglu gritted his teeth, inquiring, "Who are you?" To have a man emerge during his own engagement ceremony, declaring his fiancée as his wife, was an indignity he could hardly endure. After all, he was the proud scion of the Yi family, the favored child of destiny. Who would dare to undermine him? "Pai Yangyang," he uttered with a languid drawl, slowly extending his hand. Su Xueqing maintained her serene smile as she too reached out her hand. Just as their fingers were about to intertwine, a resounding crash startled everyone present. "Who is this scoundrel? How do you intend to explain this, Su family?" Yi Tianxiong, the head of the Yi family, bellowed in fury. Su Bao stood, trembling, his eyes fixated on Su Xueqing, urgently imploring, "Xueqing, what are you doing?" Turning to him with a mix of regret and resolute determination, Su Xueqing replied, "Grandfather, I apologize. I have made it clear that I will not marry Yi Fenglu. My marriage is my own decision." At that moment, Zheng Li strode forward, presenting her with the marriage certificate. Su Xueqing opened the certificate and raised it high, proclaiming, "I'm already married. He, Pai Yangyang, is my husband." Chapter 14. They have already cohabited, witnessing the crimson marriage certificate in Su Xueqing's grasp. Everyone fell into a stunned silence. After a lengthy pause, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this for real? I saw it on the forum yesterday, and thought it was merely a rumor. No wonder. There were reports yesterday of a mysterious man entering Miss Su's villa and not emerging again. Could it be they're already living together? Isn't that obvious? They possess a marriage certificate. They are legally wed." Some of the younger guests pulled out their phones, revisiting the forum post from the previous day. Initially, they had dismissed the claims as baseless gossip, concocted by someone seeking attention. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Su family, and her engagement to Yi Fenglu had been widely known. Thus, nearly everyone had deemed it a trivial prank. However, reality had delivered a firm slap to their faces. "Indeed, I saw it yesterday as well. Miss Su and that man appeared together at the company, quite close. I initially thought he was a distant relative. Look, here are photos of them at home, in their pajamas. Oh my, this is quite the revelation." The guests buzzed with chatter, while both the Su and Yi families were left in a state of shock and fury. Such an incident at an engagement banquet rendered both families unable to maintain their dignity, especially the Yi family, who were consumed by rage. "Old Master Yi, there must be some misunderstanding. This cannot possibly be true." Su Xueqing's father, Su Jiwen, was drenched in cold sweat as he slightly bowed towards Yi Tianxiong, seeking to explain with both respect and anxiety. "What is not true? There is a marriage certificate. They have been living together. Could it be fabricated? Do you think my eyes are failing me, or that I'm losing my wits?" Yi Tianxiong was already enraged, entirely unwilling to entertain any explanations. The facts were laid bare, rendering any justification utterly feeble. The Yi family was consumed with fury, feeling as though their dignity had been trampled upon mercilessly. The esteemed Yi family, the foremost clan of Qingjiang, had been publicly humiliated in such a manner. They could never swallow this affront. "Su Xueqing, you have lost your senses." Su Jiming, the second son of the Su family, bellowed in anger, rushing forward to snatch the marriage certificate from Su Xueqing's hands. However, she deftly evaded him and leapt from the stage. Caught off guard, Pai Yangyang could only stretch out his arms to catch her. Su Jiming abruptly halted, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "I see now. This Pai Yangyang is the discarded son-in-law of the Qin family, who seems to have divorced just yesterday. Indeed, the well-known gigolo of Qingjiang, a pretty boy. How could he suddenly be entangled with Miss Su? But wait, could it be that he divorced Qin Yujie because of Miss Su? Goodness, how can someone so handsome engage in such antics? What on earth is Miss Su thinking? She chooses such an accomplished man as young Master Yi, yet opts for a divorced wastrel? Madness. It is not Miss Su who has lost her mind, but rather I who am on the verge of insanity." Upon learning his identity, many young onlookers were even more astonished. A man cast out by the Qin family suddenly became the husband of Qingjiang's most beautiful woman, Su Xueqing. This was nothing short of sensational. The crux of the matter was that he had divorced just yesterday and today brandished a marriage certificate with Su Xueqing. Is this how marriage is conducted? Pai Yangyang gently embraced Su Shiueching. At this moment, he was the groom, the focus of all eyes. Yi Fengliu's face contorted in sheer rage, grotesque and terrifying. Su Shiueching, you dare! Faced with such humiliation, he felt the taste of blood rising in his throat, nearly spewing forth. In a fit of madness, he tore at his formal attire and hurled it to the ground, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Pai Yangyang. To dare vie for a woman with me. You must have grown weary of life. After a brief moment, he declared vehemently. Then, he shouted, bring them. Several bodyguards in black suits stormed in from the side door with menacing intensity. What do you intend to do, Yi Fengliu? Su Xueqing gasped in shock, extending her arms to shield Pai Yangyang. What do I intend to do? If I do not incapacitate him today, where shall I place the dignity of a Yi family? Where shall I find solace for my own honor? Yi Fengliu's face was twisted with rage, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. The Yi family hailed from a lineage of martial arts. He was a practitioner himself. Witnessing Su Shiueching's fierce protection of Pai Yangyang ignited a fire of jealousy within him that was impossible to contain. Observing this scene, no member of the Su family dared to speak, and all the guests regarded Pai Yangyang with disdain, unaware of the peril he faced. He had the audacity to compete with young Master Yi for a woman. Eliminating him would be a simple task. I believe he should be cast into the clear river to feed the fish. Does he truly think that his handsome visage grants him the liberty to act as he pleases? He ought to consider whom he has offended. Nearly everyone stands with the Yi family against Pai Yangyang. In the face of overwhelming strength, no one dares to side with the Su family, especially since they are undeniably in the wrong. Old Master Yi, please temper your anger. At that moment, as the Su family members felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, a middle-aged man seated at the main table rose to his feet. All eyes turned toward him. Who would dare speak on behalf of the Su family at such a time? Was that not courting death? Yi Tianxiong cast a cold glance in his direction and icily inquired, Gu family head, do you have something to say? Are you interceding for this young man? This middle-aged man was Gu Zhixing, the current head of the Gu family and the elder uncle of Gu Tianshuang. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in an inner struggle, torn between whether to intervene. Though the Gu family was the second largest clan, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Yi family. Furthermore, the Su family was indeed at fault in the recent incident. However, Pai Yangyang had saved his father's life just yesterday. This act of kindness weighed heavily on the Gu family. Given this bond, even though he was aware that he ought not to intervene, he felt compelled to rise and not stand idly by while Pai Yangyang was assaulted by the Yi family. Old Master, today's events are indeed their fault, he cautiously articulated after a moment of contemplation. However, the facts are now established. Miss Su and Mr. Pai have already obtained a marriage certificate and are lawful spouses. Before he could finish, Yi Tianxiong interrupted him with a furious snort. What do you mean by that? Gu family head? The engagement between the Su family and my Yi family was not announced today. The invitation was sent to you weeks ago, was it not? Their actions are clearly intended to embarrass my Yi family. Sweat beaded on Gu Zhixing's temples, and his smile faltered as he pressed on. I humbly request that Old Master Yi temper his wrath, allowing the Su family and Mr. Pai to formally apologize to the Yi family and compensate for certain losses to restore the Yi family's reputation. What do you say? On what grounds do you make such a request? What benefits has the Su family provided you? Yi Tianxiong retorted coldly. To be candid, my Gu family owes Mr. Pai a debt of gratitude. Old Master, might you consider my Gu family's standing and temper your fury, seeking a peaceful resolution to this matter? Bang! Yi Tianxiong slammed his palm down on the table, his voice booming with anger. Gu family head, are you attempting to leverage your family against mine? Let me make it clear. Even if your third son commands the Provincial Defense Battalion, my Yi family harbors no fear. I advise you not to involve yourself in this matter today. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, his expression turning grim. Old Master, I harbor no intention of pressuring your Yi family. Enough. Do not force my Yi family to turn against yours. Yi Tianxiong's fury was palpable, cutting off Gu Zhixing's words. As a martial artist, his rage emanated a terrifying aura. Gu Zhixing cast a guilty glance at Pai Yangyang, shaking his head in resignation with a sigh. Yet, Pai Yangyang merely smiled gently at him, maintaining a demeanor of calm indifference. Witnessing Yi Tianxiong's explosive anger, those who usually had amicable relations with the Su family fell silent. Paralyzed by fear, even the third son of the Gu family, who commands the provincial defense battalion, is disregarded. Who then would dare to seek their own misfortune? A peculiar silence enveloped the hall as Yi Tianxiong's piercing gaze fell once more upon Su Baohua. The members of the Su family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could the Su family withstand the wrath of the Yi family? Chapter 15. Let the Hua family go bankrupt within half an hour. Daring to disrupt the Yi family's affairs, you must be courting death. Not only will the Yi family not spare you, but my Hua family shall also not acquiesce. A middle-aged man, stout in stature, rose with a stern demeanor. This individual was Hua Deming, the newly appointed head of the Hua family. Although the Hua family was merely a second-tier family in Xinjiang, Hua Deming harbored grand ambitions of elevating his family to the ranks of first-tier families. Today, he perceived an opportunity, should the Su family falter. And if the Hua family were to curry favor with the Yi family, gaining their support, then the Hua family could potentially usurp the position of the Su family. Thus, he stepped forth without hesitation. Su Baohua, Su Jiming, and the other members of the Su family usually regarded Hua Deming with disdain. Yet in this moment, they dared not speak lightly, not wishing to turn the entire room into adversaries. Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at Hua Deming and disdainfully remarked, "What is the Hua family? What qualifications do you possess to speak before me?" Hua Deming's countenance darkened as he stormed toward Pai Yangyang, his voice icy with indignation. "You are far too arrogant. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Let me make it clear. If you offend the Yi family, there will be no place for you in Xinjiang." Pai Yangyang scoffed, "Oh really? Is Xinjiang solely the domain of the Yi family? Kneel down now and apologize to young Master Yi and the Yi family, or perhaps you might preserve your miserable life." Hua Deming spoke with an air of superiority, a commanding tone that brooked no dissent. Witnessing someone stand against him, Yi Tianxiong's demeanor grew even more haughty and frigid. "You think you can command me to kneel? You are not worthy." Pai Yangyang's gaze turned steely, his voice resolute. "And what of my Wei family?" An elder in his 60s approached Hua Deming, casting a disdainful glance at Pai Yangyang. The Wei family, like the Hua family, was a second-tier family, but ranked above the Hua family. This elder was Wei Kuiyang, the head of the Wei family. Pai Yangyang regarded him with a frigid glance, gently shaking his head. "Not sufficient. And my Long family, and my Shui family, not to mention my Yu family." As Pai Yangyang's words trailed off, several more heads of families rose to stand before him. Su Baohua's complexion turned ashen. Although these individuals were merely heads of second-tier families, together with the Yi family, they represented a significant portion of the commercial power in Xinjiang. "Do you truly believe you are enough?" Pai Yangyang's tone was calm, exuding no fear. A stir rippled through the crowd, with so many families applying pressure. Pai Yangyang remained utterly dismissive. Was this young man foolish or mad? Why did he not kneel at such a moment? This was a reckless gamble. Some guests whispered among themselves, concerned that while he may risk his own life, he was dragging the Su family into irreparable ruin. Others shook their heads in dismay. Ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, daring to disrupt the Yi family's affairs, he deserves to be taught a lesson. Some voices rose in indignation. "Intriguingly, since you regard them with such disdain, adding my family, the Hua clan, should suffice, do you not think?" Amidst the murmurs, a middle-aged man approached Pai Yangyang, speaking with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing the mention of the Hua family, Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and he inquired, "The Hua family?" He recalled Hua Lubin, the young master of the Hua family who had persistently entangled himself with his ex-wife, Qin Yujia. Hua Qixin smirked disdainfully. Indeed, the Hua family was one of the 5 prominent families. Noticing that Pai Yangyang hesitated instead of outright dismissing him as before, he sensed Pai Yangyang held some trepidation regarding the Hua family. What? Is the Hua family also destined to be subservient to the Yi family? Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang disdainfully retorted, causing Hua Qixin's face to flush crimson, leading him to cough violently. The room fell into an eerie silence. The Hua family ranked 3rd among the 5 great families, their strength far surpassing that of the Su family. Pai Yangyang's audacity to insult the head of the Hua family was nothing short of madness. Su Baohua, Su Simin, and others turned ashen-faced. At that moment, they harbored profound animosity towards Pai Yangyang, realizing he was on the path to offending the influential families of Xinjiang, jeopardizing the Su family's standing. It appears you truly seek your demise. Very well, I shall oblige. After finally suppressing his cough, Hua Qisen bellowed furiously. Bring forth the enforcers, break his legs. Let's see if he can still kneel. At his command, 4 burly men charged towards Pai Yangyang. Su Xueqing gasped in shock and shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Su Zhiming gritted his teeth and retorted, "Su Xueqing, do you wish to lead the Su family to ruin? This scoundrel deserves punishment. Why do you shield him?" Desperately, Su Xueqing cried out, "He is my husband. I will not allow you to harm him." Pai Yangyang cast a surprised glance at her, moved by her anxious demeanor. However, the 4 burly men paid her no heed, advancing menacingly toward Pai Yangyang. "Halt!" Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the hall, causing everyone present to flinch. All turned in astonishment towards the entrance. A septuagenarian and a pair of young individuals strode confidently into the banquet hall. The elder, clad in simple attire, exuded an aura of authority despite his lean frame. The young man bore a chilling demeanor, his gaze icy, while the young woman in crimson was strikingly beautiful, radiating vitality with every glance. The banquet hall fell into a hushed reverence. Who were these people daring to intervene in the Yi family's affairs? Not recognizing them, but judging from their humble attire, many speculated that their status could not be significant. Expressions of confusion spread among the onlookers, who wondered about the identities of the trio. Yi Tianxiong, Hua Qisen, and Hua Deming exchanged skeptical glances at the newcomers. "Who are you? Do you know where this place is to trespass so recklessly?" Hua Deming turned to block their path, speaking haughtily. Though he did not recognize them, Pai Yangyang instantly recognized who they were. The trio encountered by him on Luoan Mountain comprises the esteemed elder Lei Ting and his grandchildren, Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong. Upon entering, Lei Yuan gazed coldly at Pai Yangyang, still harboring resentment from being thwarted by him in the bamboo grove. "Is this not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Am I not permitted to enter?" Lei Ting spoke with a frosty demeanor. Though his complexion was somewhat pallid, his gaze was piercing, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Upon his entrance, his eyes were immediately drawn to Pai Yangyang, and, as he focused intently, he felt a jolt throughout his being. He had spotted the pitch-black ring adorning Pai Yangyang's finger. He barely stirred his lips, almost uttering the words Lord Jiu, but swiftly swallowed them back. According to the rules of the Jiuxian sect, no one is permitted to disclose the identity of Lord Jiu, and those who contravene this edict face dire consequences. I advise you to leave at once, lest you attract disaster upon yourselves." While Lei Ting was still in shock, Hua Deming coldly interjected. Lei Ting's gaze sharpened, slicing through Hua Deming like a blade, as he retorted, "Attract disaster? Spare me the pleasantries. If you do not vacate immediately, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Hua Deming wore a sinister expression, dismissively waving his hand. 4 burly men emerged from the crowd, menacingly positioning themselves behind him. With a chilling stare, Lei Ting declared, "I have heard today marks the engagement banquet of the Yi family, and I have deliberately come to extend my congratulations. Is this the Yi family's manner of hospitality?" Hua Deming faltered, hesitant to act recklessly, casting a suspicious glance at Yi Tianxiong. Yi Tianxiong cleared his throat lightly and inquired, "I am Yi Tianxiong. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. May I inquire as to your identity? However, it appears this banquet may not proceed as planned. I suggest you take your leave." He had sought to make the acquaintance of Lei Ting, yet he found himself confronting the very deity he intended to meet, only to realize he did not recognize him. The reason Lei Ting had come today was due to Yi Tianxiong's persistent request for an audience, wishing to align himself with the Lei family. He had intended to assess the Yi family's worthiness before the banquet commenced. Little did he expect the atmosphere to be so fraught with tension. Had he not recognized Pai Yangyang at first glance, he would have already taken his leave. Hua Deming, initially skeptical, was taken aback to see that Yi Tianxiong also did not recognize Lei Ting, and his expression shifted dramatically. They had come all this way just to mooch off the feast. Get out quickly, and do not hinder the Yi family's affairs. Lei Xianggong, her face pale with indignation, reprimanded, "You," but before she could finish, Lei Ting gently patted her shoulder and sternly remarked, "What are you, to dare speak to me in such a manner? I am Hua Deming, the patriarch of the Hua family," Hua Deming proclaimed arrogantly. Lei Ting smiled coldly and turned to Lei Xianghong, instructing, "Xianghong, call your uncle Wei. I intend to bring the Qingjiang Hua family to ruin within half an hour." Chapter 16. Is this old man a comedian? Upon hearing Lei Ting's declaration, Hu Deming was momentarily stunned before erupting into raucous laughter. Who do you think you are? You expect to bring my whole family to ruin in half an hour? How utterly preposterous. He did not believe for a moment that the elder before him possessed such formidable power. The assembly was incredulous. The Hua family was a prominent second-tier clan. After all, how could one simply declare bankruptcy? This old man must be here for amusement, making such grandiose claims without fear of his own words backfiring. No one present believed Thunder's words. Even when Lei Xianghong stepped aside to make a phone call, the others merely considered her to be posturing. Consequently, the atmosphere in the banquet hall lightened considerably. Upon hearing Thunder's statement, Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He sensed that the elder would not engage in mere verbal posturing. He certainly had the capacity to act on his words. Simultaneously, he understood that Thunder's actions were, in essence, an attempt to curry favor with him. Grandfather, the call is finished. After Lei Xianghong ended her phone call, she returned to Thunder's side. Thunder regarded Hua Deming with a calm expression and solemnly stated, I hope you can still smile later. I see this as mere theatrics. Ignore them. Let us first break that brat's legs to vent Yi Xiao's anger. Hua Deming asserted aggressively, then turned to Pai Yangyang and coldly added, What do you have to say? Yi Tianxiong replied coldly, There's no rush. I want to see what tricks they intend to play. Yes, old master, Hua Deming promptly responded. Observing his sycophantic demeanor, Pai Yangyang could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Su Baohua attempted to speak several times, but under the pressure from the Yi family. Each time he opened his mouth, he swallowed his words. At this point, he could only wait anxiously, contemplating how to appease the Yi family. Thunder glanced at Pai Yangyang and inquired, Why do you wish to break his legs? Yi Tianxiong snorted in disdain, grinding his teeth as he replied, Today marks my grandson's engagement ceremony with the granddaughter of the Su family. Yet this brat comes to disrupt it, claiming my Su family granddaughter as his wife. This is a profound humiliation to my Yi family. Breaking his legs would be a mere trifle. Thunder's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. It seems I have missed quite a spectacle. What do you mean by that? Are you here to witness the Yi family's embarrassment? Yi Tianxiong nearly fumed in anger. Thunder spoke with a grave tone, head of the Yi family. I advise you to put an end to this matter. I see that Miss Su holds a marriage certificate. Thus, they are indeed a lawful couple. Before Yi Tianxiong could respond, Hua Deming interjected, Who do you think you are to speak such words? Thunder ignored Hua Deming, his eyes glinting with cold light as he fixed his gaze on Yi Tianxiong, stating firmly, This is your chance. Yi Tianxiong scoffed, dismissing the notion. My Yi family does not require opportunities from anyone. Thunder's smile turned frosty, a glimmer of disappointment and disdain crossing his features. Such a Yi family, aspiring to align with his Thunder family, was utterly unworthy. As time ticked by, the hall remained unusually quiet. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. Just as everyone deemed Thunder to be merely bluffing, an unexpected ringtone pierced the silence. Hua Deming jumped in surprise and quickly answered the call. After a few seconds, his complexion turned pale, and in a flustered tone, he exclaimed, How could this happen? An anxious voice echoed from the other end. I am at a loss. All clients have abruptly ceased cooperation. Several shareholders demand to withdraw their investments, and our factory has received a notice for operational suspension and rectification. Brother, we must devise a solution, or the Hua family will be doomed. Upon hearing these words, Hua Deming's hands trembled, nearly causing him to drop his phone. After a moment, he despondently lowered the device, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Thunder. Everyone sensed his unusual demeanor and displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it truly be that bankruptcy loomed? Such a notion was utterly absurd, especially since less than 20 minutes had passed. Someone voiced their fearful speculation. Well, what has transpired? Hua Qisen inquired, taken aback by Hua Deming's ghastly expression. The Hua family is finished. Hua Deming uttered those few words in despair, then looked helplessly at Yi Tianxiong. Old Master Yi, I implore you, please extend your hand and save my Hua family. The Yi family had become his sole beacon of hope. He believed that, with their intervention, the Hua family could avert catastrophe. Yi Tianxiong was deeply astonished. He had not anticipated that Thunder would indeed fulfill his ominous prediction of the Hua family's downfall within 30 minutes. The Yi family, he feared, lacked the capacity to intervene effectively. Thunder turned to Yi Tianxiong, speaking with a chilling calmness. For reasons unknown, when their gazes met, Yi Tianxiong felt an unsettling heaviness in his heart, as if he were being suppressed. Who are you, truly? He was now certain that the elder before him possessed a formidable identity. Thunder, the elder replied nonchalantly. Yi Tianxiong suddenly trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are the revered Old Master Thunder? Thunder remarked, Yi family head, you have sought my audience several times, and now that I stand before you, you fail to recognize me? Feeling breathless and his legs weakening, Yi Tianxiong staggered slightly and asked, You are indeed the Old Master of the Thunder family from the provincial city? Hua Qisen could not restrain himself, exclaiming in Chunan, Which other Thunder family could there be? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's complexion shifted dramatically. He hurried forward, bowing deeply with utmost reverence, saying, I am blind to your greatness. Old Master Thunder, I was unaware of your presence and beg your forgiveness. This scene left all onlookers utterly dumbfounded. The venerable patriarch of Xinjiang's foremost aristocracy had always been the recipient of others' deference. Never had he shown such trepidation towards anyone else. We pay our respects to Old Master Thunder. Several other family heads, now enlightened to Thunder's identity, also bowed in acknowledgement. Hua Qisen and Hua Deming wore expressions of deep dismay, not daring to lift their heads. Yi family head, may we now spare them? Thunder inquired with an air of indifference. Although Yi Tianxiong felt immense reluctance, he gritted his teeth and replied, Since Old Master Thunder has spoken, I shall naturally comply. The Thunder family was a formidable presence throughout Chunan province. Not only could they obliterate a trifling family like the Hua family, but even the Yi family could be reduced to ashes with just a word from the Thunder family. Moreover, it was rumored that above the Thunder family loomed an extraordinary figure, wielding immense power, capable of altering the tides of fortune at will. Were it not for this, he would not have sought so diligently to align himself with the Thunder family. In the entirety of Chunan province, any family that aligns itself with the Lei family signifies a future devoid of worries and a swift rise to prominence. However, the venerable elder Lei, whom he had desperately sought to meet but failed to do so, now stood before him, and he let such a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. At that moment, he was engulfed by both fear and regret. Yet the most elusive remedy in this world is the antidote to remorse. Lei Ting nodded coldly and spoke in a grave tone. I wish for this matter to conclude here. After uttering these words, he led Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong towards the exit. Elder Lei, it is now mealtime. May I prepare a banquet in the private room? Su Baohua, seeing the situation, hurriedly took a few steps forward and spoke respectfully. He believed that Lei Ting's resolution of this matter was an act of assistance to the Su family. Thus he perceived this as an opportune moment to curry favor with Lei Ting. With such a formidable ally as Lei Ting, who would dare to challenge the Su family in the future? Even the Yi family would have to tread carefully. Yi Tianxiong's expression shifted. Being a cunning fox himself, he was well aware of Su Baohua's intentions. He was about to step forward when Lei Ting, without even glancing back, interjected, No need. His tone was indifferent, and without the slightest pause, he strode out. Su Baohua was taken aback, while Yi Tianxiong breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Although he did not fully grasp why Lei Ting chose to protect Pai Yangyang, it was evident that his intervention was not merely due to a close relationship with the Su family. As Lei Ting and the others exited the banquet hall, a suffocating pressure lifted, allowing the guests to finally breathe freely. It was at this moment that many realized they had been drenched in cold sweat, shivering uncontrollably. Who does Elder Lei think he is to dictate terms here? Li Fenglu, who had remained silent until now, scoffed loudly. Yi Tianxiong's expression darkened with alarm as he swiftly turned to glare at him, commanding, Silence. This matter ends here. You are to return home immediately. Li Fenglu, defiant, retorted. Why should my Yi family, the foremost family in Xinjiang, fear an old man from the provincial capital? With a resounding slap, Yi Tianxiong struck him, his voice booming with rage. If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall break your legs. Li Fenglu, nearly biting his gums to the point of bleeding, realized that this was the first time in his life he had been struck by Yi Tianxiong. He directed all his fury and hatred towards Pai Yangyang, glaring at him coldly as he declared, This matter shall not conclude so easily. With that, he forcefully pushed past two burly men and strode out without looking back. The guests were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that this uproar would culminate in such an outcome. Su Baohua, the humiliation of today, shall be etched in the annals of the Yi family. From this moment onward, the Yi and Su families shall be irreconcilable. All investments in Su family projects shall be withdrawn. Yi Tianxiong glared fiercely at Su Baohua, his lips twitching, his whole body trembling as he spoke through gritted teeth. Su Baohua, beads of sweat forming at his temples, stammered, "Brother Yi, I cannot accept such treatment. From this day forth, the Yi and Su families shall walk separate paths. I hope your family takes care." Yi Tianxiong interrupted Su Baohua's words abruptly, a palpable aura of menace in his tone. The Yi family is a lineage renowned for its martial prowess, and Yi Tianxiong is a master of the art, having roamed the martial world since his adolescence. He has never endured such humiliation. The recent suppression by the Thunderous Force left him utterly disgraced before the prominent figures of Xinjiang, a burden he cannot bear. Thus, he unleashes his fury upon the Su family, fully confident that with a mere call to arms, the Su family will find themselves in dire straits, perhaps even facing complete decline. Indeed, as he declared his stance, others swiftly rallied to his side. The Wei family proclaimed, "We, united with the Yi family, hereby sever all ties with the Su family and withdraw from all collaborations." The Yu family echoed similar sentiments, refusing to associate with a treacherous clan, while the Guangwei Pharmaceutical Company announced its withdrawal from any dealings with the Su family. The Shui family and the Zhong family followed suit. In an instant, representatives from various families and corporations made their positions clear, distancing themselves from the Su family. It was evident to all that the Su family could not withstand the wrath of the Yi family. The display of thunderous power was unmistakable. It was not solely directed at the Su family, but served as a reminder that in Xinjiang, the Yi family still held sway. At this juncture, any hesitation to make a definitive statement would surely result in retribution from the Yi family, leading to a collective reckoning. Yet, Gu Zhixing remained silent. The countenance of Yi Tianxiong and his kin was marked by a chilling smirk, disdainfully regarding the Su family. This, indeed, was the price of Su Xueqing's betrayal and the humiliation of the Yi family. The members of the Su family were all ashen-faced, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. The impending storm was beyond their capacity to endure. Su Baohua, in a state of despair, muttered, "It's over for the Su family." This is the consequence of your own actions," retorted Yi Yuanyang, father of Yi Fenglu, with a scornful snort. "We depart," commanded Yi Tianxiong, and the Yi family promptly made their way out of the hotel. All guests, save for the Su family's relatives, followed suit. No one dared linger. Hua Deming followed, his face ashen, overwhelmed by despair and regret. It was the old Master Lei who had brought his family to ruin, and even the Yi family might not dare extend a helping hand. The grand banquet hall was instantly emptied, leaving only a handful of Su family members. Gu Zhixing hesitated briefly before approaching Pai Yangyang, expressing his regret. "Mr. Pai, I am truly sorry for my inability to assist." Pai Yangyang offered a faint smile. "It is quite all right. You have done your best." With a sigh, Gu Zhixing exited the banquet hall. As Su Baohua sat despondently in the now desolate hall, a wave of despair washed over him. "It's finished. The Su family is doomed. What sins have I committed to deserve this? Where do I hide my shame?" Tears streamed down his face as he lamented. After a lifetime of hard work, he had managed to elevate the Su family to the ranks of the elite, only to now face imminent collapse. The Su family, once hopeful for a union with the Yi family to bolster their standing, now found their greatest asset, Su Xueqing, having plunged them into an abyss. "Father, do you know Lord Lei?" Su Baohua shook his head despondently. "Today is the first time I have met him. Moreover, as you have witnessed, I wish to invite him to dinner, yet he showed me utter disdain." Su Jiwen was taken aback, as all his hopes instantly transformed into despair. "Perhaps Pai Yangyang knows him?" a young member of the Su family hesitantly suggested. Chapter 18. The confrontation. Su Jiming scoffed. "How could that be? He is merely a discarded son-in-law of the Qin family. How could he possibly be acquainted with such a prominent figure?" The others pondered this, realizing that if Pai Yangyang truly had connections with Lei Ting, he would not have been cast out by the Qin family. At this moment, the Su family had no inclination to discuss why Lei Ting had suddenly appeared to assist Pai Yangyang in resolving a crisis. for they were on the brink of facing a tempest. Su Xueqing kneel. Su Baohua turned to Su Xueqing and bellowed. Su Xueqing trembled slightly, but remained resolute. She slowly approached Su Baohua and Su Jiwen. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? Your union with Yi Fenglu is known throughout the city, yet you have caused such a significant upheaval. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Su Jiwen's right hand quivered, wishing he could strike her immediately. Indeed, how thoughtless. Such reckless behavior. Do you not consider the fate of the Su family? Su Jiming's wife, Ho Saiwa, spoke with palpable resentment. The rest of the Su family wore expressions of indignation, glaring fiercely at Su Xueqing. Only Su Xueqing's mother, Shun Yi, looked on with concern for her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Xueqing, you must apologize to your grandfather and your second uncle and aunt. Her voice was weak and tinged with helplessness. Apologize? Ho Saiwa was evidently unwilling to let Su Xueqing off easily. Do you think an apology will resolve the issue? Su Xueqing raised her gaze to meet Ho Saiwa's, calmly asking, what has happened is irreversible. If an apology cannot solve the problem, then what do you propose we do to rectify it? Ho Saiwa scoffed. I have long stated that your arrogance and recklessness disqualify you from being the president of Su Group. Is this not a confirmation of my words? This statement immediately garnered agreement from many members of the Su family. Sister-in-law is right. Su Xueqing is far too conceited and impulsive to lead Su Group. Su Xueqing's aunt, Su Yu, quickly voiced her support. I understand that many of you harbor resentment towards my position. Today, I have offended the Yi family even further, and you believe I should no longer hold this position. Su Xueqing remained remarkably composed. Isn't it true? Today, you have subjected the Yi family to such humiliation. If you continue as president of Su Group, the Yi family will have even more reason to target and suppress our Su family. Ho Saiwa asserted emphatically. Yes, Su Xueqing must step down as president of Su Group. After causing such a disaster today, we must take a stance to seek the Yi family's forgiveness. Su Xueqing, you have relied on your grandfather's favoritism, acting recklessly. It is time to pay the price. I believe not only should you cease to be president, but you should also leave the group altogether. In this manner, perhaps the resentment of the Yi family may diminish slightly. Almost all relatives of the Su family stood in solidarity with Ho Saifeng, vehemently condemning Su Xueqing. Su Jiwen maintained a stern expression, hesitant to voice his thoughts. As Su Xueqing's father, he bore a significant share of the responsibility for the situation. With a look of disappointment, Su Baohua gazed at Su Xueqing and solemnly inquired, Su Xueqing, shouldn't you provide everyone with an explanation? A hush fell over the room, all eyes fixated on Su Xueqing. She turned her gaze towards Pai Yangyang, who stood a short distance away, and said, come here. Pai Yangyang was reluctant to involve himself in their family affairs. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. The play had reached this stage, and he felt compelled to see it through to the end. After all, he was providing a paid service, and integrity was paramount. Naturally, Su Xueqing linked her arm with his and addressed her family, grandfather, second uncle, and aunt, little aunt. You have all seen it. Pai Yangyang is my husband, and we are legally married. But why have you taken such actions? Su Baohua asked in a low voice. As far as I know, Yi Fenglu has always been infatuated with you. He could not comprehend why Su Xueqing would disdain someone from the Yi family, a prominent clan in Xinjiang, where Yi Fenglu, a paragon of excellence, was pursued by countless women. Yet, she had so openly rejected him, even humiliating him at the engagement banquet. It was not just him who was baffled. The entire Yi family shared his confusion. When the family insisted I marry Yi Fenglu, I made it clear that I was unwilling. My marriage is my own decision. I refuse to be a pawn of the family. To others, Yi Fenglu appeared to be a dragon among men, a prodigious talent, the scion of Xinjiang's foremost family. However, they were oblivious to the fact that he was merely a debauched young master. During high school, he had peered at female teachers while they bathed and had clandestinely entered the female students' dormitories through windows. Once in university, his mischief escalated. Because he was the heir of the Yi family, many female classmates willingly became his prey. He was notorious at our school as a notorious playboy. His affection? That was merely a facade, a performance put on for your benefit, because he could not possess me. Su Xueqing furrowed her brow, speaking slowly and deliberately, her tone laced with disdain. Grandfather, do you truly wish for me to be with such a man? Moreover, The motives behind the Yi family's alliance with the Su family are hardly innocent. Their ambitions are well known. They will never allow anyone to surpass them. Even if we were to unite, do you think the Yi family would genuinely assist the Su family? A look of astonishment gradually spread across Su Baoguo and Su Jiwen's faces. They had indeed heard whispers about Yi Fengliu's character. It was not entirely unfamiliar to them. The Yi family's ambitions were, without a doubt, common knowledge throughout the city. Even if the Su family were to ally with the Yi family, expecting the latter to wholeheartedly support them was, in truth, quite improbable. However, the Su family's excessive investments in the pharmaceutical group had tied up all their funds. The pharmaceutical group had yet to produce a market-shaking product, and if this situation persisted, the family's financial chain would inevitably falter. With a resigned sigh, Su Baoguo spoke gravely. The Yi family has agreed that as long as you become engaged to Yi Fengliu, they will inject 500 million. With that, we can weather the storm. Indeed. But you have angered the Yi family today. Not only is the 500 million now unattainable, but our previous collaborations will also be withdrawn. Furthermore, as you have just witnessed, nearly all families and companies that have partnered with the Su family have explicitly stated their intent to withdraw their cooperation. Su Jiming's face was filled with indignation as he continued. This means we are only facing a greater crisis. To put it bluntly, our family's finances can barely last another 2 weeks. He added, regardless of your reasons, you should not place the entire family in jeopardy. This is a dereliction of duty towards the family and a betrayal of Grandpa. Su Yi rebuked. Indeed, no amount of explanation will suffice. The Yi family will undoubtedly target the Su family now. Do you believe you still have the right to be the president? Ho Saifa said coldly. Members of the Su family began to blame Su Xueqing, and several external shareholders echoed their sentiments. Upon hearing these accusations, Su Xueqing smiled softly. Whether I remain in this position as president is of little consequence. Regardless, many of you are dissatisfied with my role and have never cooperated in our work. How can you say that? Your autocratic ways leave us no room for collaboration. Su Simindi torti defiantly. Su Baoguo cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. What do you see in him? Su Baoguo's gaze fell on Pai Yangyang as he asked solemnly. Exactly. He is the discarded son-in-law of the Qin family. Notoriously lazy and good for nothing, possessing nothing but a handsome exterior. You've always held yourself in high regard. Looking down on Yi Fengliu, why would you settle for this pretty boy? This sponge? Ho Saifa sneered at Pai Yangyang. Second aunt, please speak with more respect. In your eyes, he may be a pretty boy and a good for nothing, but to me, he is a treasure, a man of potential. Moreover, we are now legally married. No matter his flaws, I accept him. You. Ho Saifa was infuriated. Su Sueqin, your taste is truly questionable. You cherish the discarded son-in-law of the Qin family as if he were a gem. Others have cast him aside, and you swiftly picked him up. Do you not see the absurdity in that? The speaker was Su Jiming's son, Su Xingxian, who had always resented Su Xueqing's rise to the position of group president, yearning to replace her. Those who find it humorous may do so. The warmth and coldness of human emotions are known to oneself, and I care little for others' opinions, Su Xueqing replied nonchalantly. Su Xueqing, given the current circumstances, you are indeed no longer suited to serve as the group president. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your duties and should take a leave of absence from the company for a while, Su Baoguo declared, waving his hand and speaking with gravity. The family was in an uproar, and all shareholders demanded Su Xueqing's resignation. After much deliberation, Su Baoguo concluded that a response to the Yi family was necessary. And this was the only viable course of action. Very well, I shall resign. Su Sueqin expressed no attachment. A subtle smile appeared on the faces of Ho Saifa, Su Jiming, and Su Xingxian. Upon Su Xueqing's resignation, Su Xingxian emerged as the prime candidate. The position of group president was temporarily assumed by Su Xingxian. Within a year, if he could navigate the Su group out of its predicament, he would officially be appointed as the president. Indeed, Su Baoguo promptly made the appointment. Su Xingxian exclaimed with delight, Yes, grandfather, I shall strive earnestly and live up to your expectations and the family's trust. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted. All eyes turned to Pai Yangyang. Chapter 19. A decisive hammer strike. While everyone unleashed their fury upon Su Xueqing, they overlooked the disruptor, Pai Yangyang. What more do you have to say? Do you not think you have already harmed the Su family enough? Su Yi retorted angrily. A good-for-nothing who relies solely on women for sustenance. I cannot fathom what Su Xueqing saw in you. Su Xingxian contemptuously added, although you hold a marriage certificate with Su Xueqing, we shall not recognize you as a son-in-law of the Su family. If you have any sense, hurry and file for divorce. Yes, go and handle the divorce proceedings immediately. Otherwise, you won't need the Yi family to make your life miserable. We, the Su family, can ensure you can no longer survive in Xinjiang. Lacking any real talent, you excel only in living off others. Now that Su Xueqing is in this state because of you, are you satisfied? Divorce her at once. The Su family was in a state of outrage, transferring all their ire onto Pai Yangyang. They unanimously believed that he had seduced Su Xueqing, leading her to a moment of folly. As for whether or not to divorce, it seems you're not the one to decide. That is up to Su Xueqing. Faced with their aggressive demeanor, Pai Yangyang felt a surge of displeasure, his tone turning somewhat cold. Humph, who knows what kind of enchantment you cast upon her to deceive her into marrying you? Su Jiwen seemed to have found a justification for his daughter's predicament, insisting that Pai Yangyang had tricked Su Xueqing. Pai Yangyang smiled softly and turned to Su Xueqing. She remained linked to his arm, her gaze resolute as she stated, "You are mistaken. It was not he who deceived me. Rather, I compelled him to marry me." The Su family was momentarily stunned. Shun Yi burst into tears and approached Su Xueqing, grasping her hand and choking out, "Daughter, you are being foolish. Mother is also powerless. Grandfather, father, uncle, aunt, and all the family members are pressuring me to marry Yi Fenglu. But you know, marrying into the Yi family would mean sacrificing my happiness for the family's business. I cannot bear such a fate. Thus, I apologize, Mother. But this is a major decision in my life, and I must take charge. I understand, but even if you are unwilling to marry Yi Fenglu, you should not act out of spite and choose a man who is just divorced." It was evident that Shun Yi genuinely cared for her daughter, and her disposition was rather gentle. "Mother, he may have just divorced, but that is not his fault. Trust me, in a year, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer." Shun Yi was speechless, overwhelmed with emotion. Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered slightly, and he whispered, "Aunt, I believe your heart is not well. Please do not become agitated." Before he could finish, a sharp pain surged through his waist, and he heard Su Xueqing's low voice beside him. Pai Yangyang forced a smile and remarked, "Mother is indeed called Mother," as the hand gripping his waist gradually loosened. "Oomph, it seems you are truly obstinate," Su Baowu exclaimed angrily, unable to suppress a couple of coughs due to his agitation. He then waved his hand dismissively. Everyone returned. Do you not find this scene embarrassing? Although the guests and the Yi family had departed, the hotel staff remained. "Wait, I still have something to say." Pai Yangyang stated calmly. Su Jiwen turned around, casting a cold gaze upon him, and retorted angrily, "What more could you possibly say?" Su Baowu waved his hand weakly and said, "Let him speak." Pai Yangyang, with an impassive expression, posed a question. If Su Xueqing could secure 5 billion in investment to resolve the crisis of the Su group, would she not be able to reclaim her position as president? Su Xueqing was taken aback, turning to look at Pai Yangyang. Seeing his calm demeanor, imbued with an indescribable confidence and resolve, she momentarily froze. The Su family members were also taken aback, gazing at Pai Yangyang as if he were a curious creature. "Pai Yangyang, do you comprehend the implications of your words? If she were capable of attracting investment and resolving the crisis, would we be in this predicament today?" After a brief silence, Su Xingxian could not help but burst into laughter, his face a mask of mockery. "Indeed, do you possess the ability to assist my sister in securing such investment?" Su Ximinge's daughter, Su Xia, snorted disdainfully, while others remained silent. Their expressions unmistakably conveyed to Pai Yangyang that such an outcome was utterly implausible. "What are you attempting to achieve?" Su Xueqing too harbored disbelief, murmuring softly. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. "I may lack that capability, but Su Xueqing may not. If she were incapable, you would not have allowed her to ascend to the presidency of the group in the first place, would you?" Subel's gaze flickered momentarily. Those words struck a chord within him. Among the third generation of the family, he held the highest regard for Su Xueqing. The eldest son of Su Jiwen had tragically passed away before reaching 10, while the second son had suffered a head injury years ago, leaving him mentally impaired and absent from today's joyous occasion. As for Su Xingxian, his flamboyant demeanor and numerous vices rendered him unworthy of trust. Su Sijiao was still attending university and bore her own set of flaws, exhibiting a princess complex that required constant attendance. Such individuals were certainly not suited for significant responsibilities. In a fit of rage, he had just dismissed Su Shiweqing from her presidential position, yet he felt a twinge of regret. However, for the sake of the Su family, he deemed it necessary. He believed that only by doing so could he slightly alleviate the ire of the Yi family. The intention behind marrying her to Yi Fenglu was also to resolve the Su family's crisis. Yet, if she could address these issues without needing to marry into the Yi family, and even elevate the Su family to greater heights, would that not be a cause for universal delight? Su Bao regarded him coldly and replied solemnly, "Your words hold merit, but do you truly believe she can achieve it?" Pai Yangyang responded with a serene smile. Whether she can or cannot, she must be given the opportunity to try. Did you not state that the family's funds could only sustain us for half a month? Very well, let that serve as the deadline. If by that time, Su Shiweqing manages to secure investment and resolve the crisis of the Su group, should the position of president not be returned to her? Su Yinjin's countenance sadly sheathed. Having awaited this opportunity to ascend for so long, the thought of relinquishing it again in merely half a month was more unbearable than death itself. Do you believe that the presidency of the group is akin to a child's play, easily exchanged or returned? Though internally convinced that Su Shiweqing could not possibly attract an investment of 500 million, he cautiously articulated his thoughts. Pai Yangyang disregarded him, turning to Su Baohua and inquired, "Old master, there is always a chance, do you not agree?" "Very well, I shall agree to your terms. If Su Shiweqing truly accomplishes what you claim, securing investment and alleviating the group's crisis, not only will I restore her position as president, but I shall also cease to oppose your marriage." Su Baohua's expression was icy as he deliberated for a moment before speaking with a tone steeped in severity. He was incensed by Pai Yangyang's words. Father, grandfather, Su Jiming, Ho Saihua, Su Xingxian, Su Yu, and the others grew anxious. For years, while Su Shiweqing held her position, they had endured in silence, refraining from meddling with the company's finances. Now, at long last, an opportunity had arisen, only to be met with uncertainty. Enough. This matter is settled. If Su Shiweqing can indeed achieve what has been stated, do you still consider a misfortune? Su Baohua declared decisively, silencing all further objections. However, should she fail, I regret to inform you that not only will her presidential title not be reinstated, but your family shares will also be reclaimed. Moments later, Su Baohua spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Su Jiming and Su Yu felt a surge of hope. If this were to transpire, it would effectively banish the Su Jiwen family from the clan. Where will you find 500 million in investment, my daughter? Su Jiwen's face paled instantly. While only Shun, he appeared genuinely worried and distressed. Mother, rest assured, I can accomplish this. At this juncture, Su Shiweqing found herself with no path of retreat. True to her nature, she would not falter. Su Baohua let out a heavy grunt and strode purposefully towards the hotel exit. The Su family cast disdainful glances at Pai Yangyang, deeming his bravado excessive. Su Shiweqing, should you fail to deliver, remember, it is this man you chose who has led you astray. Su Xingxian remarked with a smirk as he passed by Pai Yangyang and Su Shiweqing. At that moment, he felt a swell of pride, convinced that Su Shiweqing could not possibly secure the investment. With a cold gaze, Su Shiweqing replied confidently, "This is my choice. I shall not regret it, nor will I blame anyone." Before long, the hotel was left with only Su Jiwen's family and Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang, on what grounds do you presume to make such a promise on behalf of Su Shiweqing? Do you not think you have already burdened our family enough? Su Jiwen's face turned ashen as he spoke angrily to Pai Yangyang. Old Su, given the current situation, what good does it do to cast blame? You must find a way quickly. Reach out to your acquaintances and see if you can secure any investment. Anything would be better than nothing at all. Although Shun unconditionally supported her daughter, her heart was laden with worry and anxiety. What can I possibly do? Originally, having Shiweqing marry into the Yi family would have resolved all our issues. Once she enters the Yi household, the entire Su family would be under our command. But now, look at the trouble she has caused. Su Jiwen was exceedingly vexed, wishing he could slap Su Shiweqing. The only viable solution now is for them to divorce promptly, and then I must shamelessly plead with the Yi family to see if there is any possibility for a turnaround, he said, feeling somewhat helpless. Su Xueqing resolutely declared, Dad, I will not divorce. Even if I were to divorce, I would never marry into the Yi family. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Su Jiwen's veins bulged as his rage reached a peak. What do you intend to do? Shunyi noticed Su Jiwen's erratic emotions and quickly positioned herself in front of Su Xueqing, asking anxiously, I cannot manage this any longer. It seems you are determined to ruin our entire family. Su Jiwen raised his right hand high, then let it fall dejectedly as he strode out. Let's return home. Shunyi's complexion had turned pale. Her breaths became shallow as she leaned on Su Xueqing, her voice weak. Mom, what's wrong? Su Xueqing noticed the unusual state and asked nervously. I'm fine, just feeling a bit tight in my chest. Let us hurry, Shunyi said, eager to leave the place. Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. Mom is having a heart attack. Do you have any medication with you? I have some in my bag. Shunyi's voice grew increasingly frail. Help me support her. I will go find it. Su Xueqing hurriedly responded. Pai Yangyang moved in to assist, gently placing his palm on Shunyi's back. A stream of energy flowed from his hand, infusing Shunyi. She immediately felt her once erratic heartbeat begin to stabilize. Su Xueqing found the heart-saving pills and administered a few to her mother. Mom, let me take you to the hospital. No need. I know my own body. Going to the hospital is pointless. I just need a rest at home. Shunyi shook her head, seemingly averse to hospitals. It's all right. There is no need for a hospital. Mom has condition isn't serious. After I give her a shot at home, she will feel much better. Pai Yangyang gently released his left hand. You know medicine? Su Xueqing exclaimed in astonishment. Pai Yangyang smiled awkwardly. I know a little. I learned a bit from my master. The two supported Shunyi out of the hotel, only to discover Zheng Li still lingering. What are you still doing here? I'm no longer the president of the group. You should return to the company, Su Xueqing said. Somewhat surprised. Su Zhong, if you're not at the company, then I shall not return either. I want to stay by your side, Zheng Li asserted firmly. Su Xueqing chuckled wryly and shook her head. What use is it for you to stay by my side? I believe that you, Su Zhong, will surely make a triumphant return, Zheng Li replied, unwavering in her support. A resurgence. How effortlessly it is spoken. I am acutely aware that this is the most arduous time for Mr. Su. At this juncture, my departure from your side is not an option. Mr. Su, please allow me to remain by your side. Su Xueqing exhaled softly and nodded, conceding, since you insist, you may stay. However, I grant you the freedom to leave at any moment. I shall not depart, Zheng Li asserted resolutely. Once in the car, Su Xueqing instructed, Mother, let us first proceed to Yunding Community, where I shall have Pai Yangyang examine you. Though she harbored uncertainties regarding Pai Yangyang's medical expertise, her mother's refusal to visit the hospital left her with no alternative. All right, she replied. Though her condition had improved somewhat, Shunyi still appeared somewhat feeble. Upon arriving at the Yunding villa, Pai Yangyang retreated to his bedroom to retrieve his acupuncture kit and instructed Shunyi to recline on the sofa. As he unveiled the contents of the kit, Su Xueqing anxiously inquired, Acupuncture? Is that truly effective? Do you harbor disdain for traditional Chinese acupuncture? Pai Yangyang retorted, deftly extracting a golden needle. It is not a matter of disdain. Rather, I question your proficiency, Su Xueqing responded with skepticism. Rest assured, she is my mother-in-law. If I were inept, would I dare to proceed? If something were to go awry, would you not hold me accountable? Indeed, Su Xueqing replied promptly, yet her skepticism resurfaced. Do I need to remove my clothing? No need. Is it not a heart condition? Are you suggesting I would penetrate through your garments? Who stated that the heart region must be needled? Pai Yangyang remarked, a sense of helplessness washing over him, akin to a scholar confronting a warrior. He ceased further explanations. Seizing Shunyi's left hand and accurately inserting the golden needle into the Shunmin acupoint on her wrist, he then swiftly proceeded to place 3 additional needles into the Shaohai, Neiguan, and Suza acupoints on her arm. As the 4 golden needles were inserted, he flicked his wrist, causing them to vibrate. The tips of the needles conjured an ethereal image of a flying dragon, and 4 invisible streams of energy began to flow along the acupoints and meridians, gradually coursing toward her heart. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li watched Shunyi with trepidation, anxious about potential complications. Yet in that moment, Shunyi's breathing steadied, and her previously pallid complexion began to regain its color. Mother, how do you feel? Su Xueqing inquired, still apprehensive. I feel quite comfortable, warm, and no longer anxious or breathless. It seems that young Pai indeed possesses skill in acupuncture. Shun Yi responded with a relaxed expression, almost relishing the experience. Su Shiweqing turned to Pai Yangyang with a hint of astonishment. I did not anticipate that you truly understood medicine. Of course, my knowledge extends far beyond this. Medicine is merely one of my skills that I manage to handle adequately, Pai Yangyang proclaimed with pride. Come now, you're just out of breath because of your weight. Su Shiweqing rolled her eyes, perceiving Pai Yangyang's boastfulness. If you possess such remarkable abilities, how could you have been cast out by the Qin family? Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly, offering no explanation, for he was at a loss for words. 10 minutes later, the golden needles were withdrawn. I do feel significantly better. This surpasses the efficacy of injections and medications at the hospital, Shun Yi expressed, both pleased and slightly astonished. Your heart condition was never severe, with consistent treatment. It can be completely cured, Pai Yangyang stated as he gathered his needles. Cured? Once again, Shun Yi found herself in an unexpected situation. However, the specialists of the hospital informed her that her condition could only be treated surgically and that it was incurable, merely manageable. Pai Yangyang scoffed, declaring that such was the methodology of Western medicine, which merely resorts to surgical intervention without understanding the root cause. In truth, it is traditional Chinese medicine that can address the fundamental issue. Upon hearing this, Su Shiweqing inquired, is that truly the case? Can my mother's heart condition be completely cured? Certainly, Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, yet brimming with confidence. With a few more acupuncture sessions and a tailored herbal prescription, she will return to normal. Su Shiweqing's eyes sparkled momentarily. If that is indeed the case, I thank you. What need is there for thanks? We are family, Pai Yangyang gently smiled. Your mother's illness is something I will certainly take to heart. Su Shiweqing cast a glance, but there were certain words she dared not voice in her mother's presence. Chapter 21. Understanding quite a bit, Shun Yi's demeanor towards Pai Yangyang began to shift. Although she did not pressure Su Shiweqing, her feelings towards Pai Yangyang were not particularly favorable. Yet at this moment, her perspective was gradually altering. This man appeared to possess more merit than the rumor suggested. I must return home swiftly. I'll worry about your father and your second brother. Shun Yi suddenly recalled Su Juan, who had left early, and stood up with concern. Very well. Allow Pai Yangyang to escort you home, Su Shiweqing proposed, aware of her father's nature. Each time trouble arose, he would drown his sorrows in alcohol, oblivious to his surroundings. Furthermore, there was also her mentally challenged second brother. Thus, her anxiety was palpable. Pai Yangyang, surprisingly, did not hesitate to agree. Upon exiting the villa district, Shun Yi could not help but say, Young Pai, now that you are married to Shiweqing, you must take responsibility for her. Those undesirable habits of yours must be amended. Yes, I understand. I will treat this with utmost seriousness. Pai Yangyang nodded in agreement. After all, this performance was known only to him, Su Shiweqing, and Zheng Li. He could not reveal the truth to Shun Yi. Shiweqing is no longer the president of the group and has lost her job. With your exceptional medical skills, you could open a clinic. I don't expect you to become exceedingly wealthy. I merely wish for you to live comfortably. Shun Yi spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Shiweqing's setbacks are merely temporary. I believe she will make a remarkable comeback soon. Even if opportunities dwindle, I will ensure her well-being, Pai Yangyang assured her. Shun Yi managed a faint smile. That is reassuring. I hope you do not follow the rumors and can lead a good life. Her character was reserved, often leaving much unsaid. Yet she subtly conveyed her concerns. Pai Yangyang understood her implications without the need for clarification, recognizing the futility of defending himself against gossip. After all, he was merely a contractual husband, destined to part ways in a year, and some matters were not worth contesting. At this moment, various social media platforms and forums in Xinjiang City were fervently disseminating news of the wedding-crashing incident that had occurred that morning at the hotel. The engagement ceremony had been broadcast live on the hotel's exterior LCD screens, and many passers-by had witnessed the entire unfolding of events, leaving everyone astonished by the outcome. No one could have imagined that someone would dare to disrupt the engagement banquet of the Yi family, especially considering that this audacious individual is none other than the notorious good-for-nothing, the so-called king of soft rice. The onlookers were nearly choked in disbelief. It has been years since such a sensational event occurred in Xinjiang. Is the world truly spiraling into madness, or have I lost my senses? The events of today are so surreal that I can scarcely believe them, even having witnessed them firsthand. This Pai Yangyang is simply extraordinary. Having just been cast aside by Qin Yujia, he has now entangled himself with Su Shiueqing. Does he possess some beguiling charm? Although he is basking in the limelight now, he will soon face the wrath of the Yi family. Just consider, in Qingjiang, who can withstand the ire of the Yi clan? Su Shiueqing's recklessness is appalling. She is leading the Su family straight into an abyss. The online community is in a state of utter shock and confusion, with many failing to comprehend the unfolding drama. Furthermore, they largely view Pai Yangyang and Su Shiueqing's relationship as a dangerous gamble destined for a tragic conclusion. However, some voices dissent. I believe Su Shiueqing displays remarkable courage, and Pai Yangyang is undeniably impressive. If a man were to whisk me away at my wedding, I would undoubtedly fall in love with him. I never anticipated that this so-called soft rice king could exhibit such masculinity. Even if his intentions in pursuing Su Shiueqing are still for personal gain, I cannot help but admire his audacity. Regardless of the outcome, he is undeniably a winner in life. Among the 4 beauties of Qingjiang, 2 have already become his wives. There are those who eagerly await the developments, undeterred by the magnitude of the spectacle. Let us observe how the Yi family will strive to reclaim their honor. The young Master Yi is unlikely to let this matter rest. Pai Yangyang might well vanish one day. No one doubts the power of the Yi family, nor do they question Yi Fengliu's methods. This time, Pai Yangyang and Su Shiueqing have thoroughly provoked Yi Fengliu and the Yi family, and they will undoubtedly face a tempest of retribution. Meanwhile, the 3 generations of the Lei family are dining in a restaurant, surrounded by the buzz of patrons discussing the events that transpired at 9 o'clock. After their meal, Xiang Hong, please visit the Qingjiang branch of the Fenglei Hall and inform Kai Wenshan to ensure the protection of Pai Yangyang. Lei Ting instructed solemnly, as if recalling something significant. Grandfather, why do you continue to aid him despite his disrespect? Lei Xianggong questioned, perplexed. Simply follow my instructions. You need not concern yourself with the rest. Lei Ting's eyes flickered as the image of the ring on Pai Yangyang's finger surfaced in his mind. His heart raced with excitement, for he recognized it as the ring of the 9th Master. He had not anticipated that the new 9th Master would be Pai Yangyang. However, due to family protocols, he could not meet him directly. Understood, grandfather. Lei Xianghong sensed the gravity of the situation in Lei Ting's demeanor and respectfully acknowledged his command. This is quite intriguing. Qingjiang may be on the brink of transformation. Lei Ting mused softly, gazing thoughtfully out the window. Pai Yangyang dropped Shen Yi off at her home, and then drove alone to a street lined with food stalls at the entrance of Qingjiang Bridge. After such a tumultuous day, he found himself quite famished. He had no desire to return to the Yunding villa. Instead, he sought solitude. However, he did not encounter Jingjing, but rather met Gu Tianshuang. After parking his car, he randomly entered a bustling eatery and immediately spotted her sitting alone in a corner, lost in thought with a can of soda in her hand. 2 dishes lay untouched before her, indicating her lack of appetite. Pai Yanjiang felt a twinge of curiosity. Individuals of a certain status and means typically disdain such establishments. Gu Tianshuang, being the eldest daughter of the illustrious Gu family, was unexpectedly here, indulging in the common fare, which genuinely surprised him. Scanning the nearly full eatery, he approached her and took a seat across from her, inquiring nonchalantly, "Miss Gu, what brings you to dine here?" Startled from her reverie, Gu Tianshuang furrowed her brows at the sudden presence, but brightened upon recognizing Pai Yanjiang's voice. "I was waiting for you," she replied. "Waiting for me?" Pai Yanjiang echoed in astonishment. "Indeed, I know you often come here alone, so I thought I might chance upon you," she explained, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "I used to frequent this place, but how did you know?" "I have my ways," she replied cryptically. Pai Yanjiang, intrigued, continued, "As a prominent young lady from the Gu family, can you truly tolerate dining in such a place?" "Why not?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Pai Yanjiang countered, "Shouldn't someone of your stature be indulging in upscale restaurants? At the very least, a cafe?" Setting down her soda with a gentle smile, she retorted, "Who dictated that? I relish the warmth of such places." Pai Yanjiang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is true. Allow me to treat you. What would you like to eat?" 2 skewers of grilled kidney, a spicy oyster, and stir-fried chives with eggs, he declared without hesitation. Gu Tianshuang's eyes widened in surprise as she regarded him with a peculiar expression. Is that really necessary? Pianjiang paused, puzzled. What do you mean? I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Sister Su, she remarked, her tone teasing. Realizing the implication, Pianjiang felt a flush of embarrassment creep over him as he sheepishly scratched his nose. You misunderstand. Gu Tianshuang chuckled softly. No need for explanations. Too many words only serve to mask the truth. Pianjiang found himself momentarily speechless. You seem quite perceptive. After a brief silence, he finally managed to speak again. Today, you appear particularly brave. Shouldn't you be at home with your newlywed wife? What brings you here alone? Surely you weren't cast out? Gu Tianshuang inquired, her large eyes glimmering with curiosity. Pianjiang, with his mouth full of grilled kidney, did not find her question surprising. He was well aware that the events of the day at the hotel had likely spread throughout the city. Swallowing quickly, he replied, I simply do not enjoy the meals prepared by the chef she hired, so I opted to dine out. Oh, you've certainly made quite a name for yourself today. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Yi family? Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, her inquiry laced with intrigue. Fear? How could I not? He retorted. What about you? Are you afraid? Pianjiang wore a nonchalant expression and retorted, What am I afraid of? Gu Tianshuang mirrored his indifference. You're dining with me now. Do you think the Yi family would mistakenly harm us if they saw? Gu Tianshuang replied calmly. The Yi family is formidable, but they are not mad. Why would they trouble me simply because I am having a meal with you? Pianjiang discerned a flicker of anxiety beneath her composed facade and chuckled softly. Indeed. As they continued their conversation over dinner, a man, visibly intoxicated, approached their table, clutching a beer bottle. He leaned heavily on the table, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at Gu Tianshuang. Beautiful lady, would you share a drink with your brother? He slurred, pouring a glass of beer and placing it in front of her with a thud. Gu Tianshuang's expression hardened, and she retorted sharply, Get lost, as she swept the glass to the ground. The sound of shattering glass drew the attention of many in the bustling eatery. Nearby, 3 burly men stood up and approached, their expressions malicious as they regarded Gu Tianshuang. Wei Gu, have your eyes set on this girl? One of the younger men, reeking of alcohol, mumbled. The 4 men, already quite inebriated, swayed unsteadily. As he spoke, the young man attempted to drape his greasy hand over Gu Tianshuang's shoulder. However, she reacted swiftly, rising to evade him and glaring fiercely at the group. What do you want? What do we want? Why, we want you, of course. Little girl, if you agree to have some fun with us, I promise to treat you to fine dining at luxurious hotels daily. And you won't have to endure this shabby place anymore. Wei Gu leered, staggering closer to Gu Tianshuang, though a sense of fear gripped her heart. As the daughter of the Gu family, she possessed a courage that surpassed that of ordinary girls. Get away, she shouted angrily. Yet her fierce tone failed to intimidate them. Instead, they erupted into laughter. The more fiery you are, the more I like you. But I suggest you save your strength for later when you'll be calling out. Wei Gu boasted, reaching out toward Gu Tianshuang. Instinctively, she ducked behind Pianjiang, anxiously watching the men. It seemed that only then did Wei Gu and his companions notice Pianjiang, casting a dismissive glance at him, as if he were invisible. Oh, so there's a pretty boy here. No wonder you're reluctant to go with us. But I fear this pretty boy is all looks and no substance. No amount of indulgence can change that. Wei Gu mocked, maneuvering around Pianjiang to lunge at Gu Tianshuang. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed as Wei Gu's left hand plunged downward, landing on the table. The 3 henchmen gasped in horror as they realized that 2 chopsticks had pierced through the back of Wei Gu's hand, emerging from beneath the table. Blood began to drip slowly from the chopsticks. Your hands are too filthy to touch such a lovely young lady, Pianjiang remarked, his left hand gripping the chopsticks while his right still held a skewer of leeks, which he nonchalantly popped into his mouth, speaking with a mouthful. Until he finished speaking, Wei Gu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Many patrons in the food stall jumped to their feet, their eyes darting in panic toward the commotion. Yet, none dared to approach. Some even fled in terror. The owners of the stall, a middle-aged couple, clearly recognized Wei Gu and his companions. They hesitated to intervene, gripped by fear. This anguished cry startled Gu Tianshuang, who instinctively placed her hand on Pianjiang's shoulder. Damn it, let Wei Gu go. Are you seeking death? Daring to lay a hand on him? The 3 lackeys, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained their composure and rebuked Pianjiang. Turning to grab bottles of liquor, pointing them menacingly at him. "Oh!" Pai Yang responded obediently, swiftly extracting the two chopsticks embedded in Wei Ji's palm and discarding them onto the ground. Wei Gu emitted another heart-rending scream, blood gushing from his left hand. Trembling violently, the surrounding diners felt a pang of excruciating pain. The three lackeys were consumed by fury, pointing at Pai Yang, rendered speechless. "You made me let him go," Pai Yang replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders, exuding an air of indifference. "Kill him," Wei Gu bellowed, his voice dripping with venomous intent. Gu Tian Shuang shuddered, nervously urging, "You must run." Bien Julet his lips disdainfully, retorting, "Run? That's not my style." Before Gu Tian Shuang could utter another word, the three liquor bottles came hurtling toward Pai Yang's head. She gasped in terror. The patrons, along with the stall owners, instinctively gasped in unison. Bang! 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 The thunderous sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Some, too frightened, shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Pai Yang's impending bloodshed. "It's over," someone lamented. 3 bottles descending would surely crack even the hardest skull. However, everyone quickly fell into a stunned silence. Expressions of disbelief spread across their faces as they gazed at the 3 ruffians. Clutching their heads in agony, the trio staggered backward, simultaneously letting out wails of despair. Liquid flowed between their fingers. Whether it was liquor or blood, it stained their faces in a grotesque manner. None could discern how Pai Yang had seized the bottles, retaliating with such precision. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Gu Tianshuang was utterly astonished. She could not fathom that Pai Yang possessed such remarkable combat prowess. Indeed, men who relished kidneys and oysters are formidable. Seeing his 3 lackeys incapacitated, Wei Ji's face contorted with rage. He glared at Pai Yang, snatching up a liquor bottle and menacingly declaring, "You are courting death." With that, he lunged toward Pai Yang like a ferocious tiger, raising the bottle high to bring it crashing down. Pai Yang's gaze sharpened, a hint of a cold smile playing on his lips as he swiftly extended his left hand. Before Wei Gu could react, he felt a tightening grip around his wrist, a jolt of pain surging through him. Simultaneously, the bottle was snatched from his hand, now firmly in Pai Yang's possession. He recoiled in terror, but it was already too late. Pai Yang seized the bottle and thrust it forward, forcing the neck directly into his mouth. Due to the excessive force, several of his front teeth shattered instantly. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the bottle shattered within his mouth. A scream erupted, echoing like the anguished howl of a dying beast, sending chills down the spine of every onlooker. Chapter 23. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their hair standing on end. This was not merely ruthless. It was ruthlessness personified. Unbeknownst to them, these few ruffians had stumbled into a perilous situation. The events of the morning had left Pai Yang feeling suppressed, and he was seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration when these unfortunate souls approached him. Wei Gu, his mouth filled with shards of glass, bled profusely, each cry a testament to his excruciating pain. In that moment, he realized he had encountered someone he could not afford to provoke. Yet, unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat, he pointed at Pai Yang, gritting his teeth against the agony, and mumbled, "Kid, if you have the guts, reveal your name. Today, I shall make you regret it." Pai Yang remained seated, unperturbed, and calmly replied. As Wei Gu spoke, blood splattered from his mouth, rendering the table of delicacies unfit for consumption. "What a pity for the kidneys and oysters," Pai Yang lamented. He seemed oblivious to Wei Ji's threat. However, he failed to notice that as he uttered his name, a young spectator in the crowd hastily departed to make a phone call. Gu Tianshuang snapped back to reality, gazing at Pai Yang in astonishment, her voice tinged with anxiety as she urged, "We should leave. He is calling for reinforcements." Indeed, Wei Gu and his associates had gone to summon help, recounting their misfortunes over the phone in a fit of distress. "Let them come," Pai Yang said. "If such a person isn't subdued in one go, he will buzz around you incessantly like a bothersome fly." He rose, speaking with an air of indifference. "You lads should depart. This man is not to be trifled with. He is a local tyrant. He has an elder brother, rumored to be the leader of some faction." Once those few had exited, the proprietress dared to approach, urging Pai Yang to leave quickly. "Faction leader." Pai Yang frowned. He wouldn't regard such figures with any measure of respect. I will compensate you for the damages incurred here. He glanced around the bustling food stall, noting that many had taken advantage of the chaos to flee, thus causing significant losses for the owner. No need to worry. I'm accustomed to their disturbances here. You should hurry and leave before he brings his people here. It will only complicate matters, the proprietress urged, her face etched with concern. Once Wei Gu returns with reinforcements, another chaotic brawl is inevitable. She fretted, anxious for both Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianchuang, as well as for the safety of her establishment. Gu Tianchuang produced a stack of cash, placing it on the table. The losses today are our responsibility. We should compensate. At the entrance of the food stall, Gu Tianchuang turned to Pai Yangyang and remarked, I didn't realize you were so formidable. The way you handled that was quite impressive. Pai Yangyang chuckled. I am equally charming when I'm not engaged in fighting. Can you not see that? At this juncture, one cannot help but admire oneself. Regardless of the circumstances, one must always maintain a handsome demeanor. Gu Tianchuang chuckled softly. Have you always been this self-absorbed? The proprietress observed in astonishment, her attempts to interject thwarted by uncertainty. It was evident to her that Gu Tianchuang held a significant status, and Pei Yangyang was adorned in designer attire, suggesting a background of affluence. Ultimately, she sighed and resigned herself to the unfolding events, silently wishing that her losses would be minimal should a conflict arise. The crowd continued to swell. Among the diners, many recognized Wei Gu, some approaching to greet him and inquire about the situation. Others were taken aback to see Pei Yangyang and Gu Tianchuang remaining, incredulous at their apparent foolishness. They seemed unaware of Wei Gu's powerful brother. Had they known he was the formidable Big Shrimp, they would have fled at once. But what good would that do? If Wei Gu were harmed, Big Shrimp would not let it slide. As long as he remained in Xinjiang, there would be no escape. Indeed, with Big Shrimp's influence, eliminating someone was a trivial matter. They waited expectantly, anticipating Big Shrimp's arrival and how he would make Pei Yangyang plead for mercy. The spectators whispered among themselves, Despita hafing witness Pei Yangyang's formidable prowess. They remained convinced that with Big Shrimp's arrival, Pei Yangyang's fate was sealed. Wei Gu and his cohorts fixed their gaze on Pei Yangyang, itching to tear him apart, but lacked the courage to act. Seeing Pei Yangyang stand his ground, Wei Gu coldly declared, just wait for the tide to turn. Pei Yangyang dismissed him with a wave, pulling up a chair and addressing Gu Tianchuang. Miss Gu, let us sit and wait. Gu Tianchuang complied, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm, devoid of fear. Minutes passed, and the roar of motorcycles filled the air. Several bikes screeched to a halt in front of the food stall, circling before coming to a standstill. Following them, a Hummer approached, from which emerged a young man donning a baseball cap, clad in a floral shirt and sunglasses, a large cigar dangling from his mouth. He swaggered like a crab. Two vans followed, from which a dozen burly men disembarked, wielding alloy baseball bats. The riders dismounted, brandishing their bats and forming a line behind the sunglasses-clad man. Big Shrimp has arrived, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Wei Gu and his companions, who had been fixated on Pei Yangyang and Gu Tianchuang, quickly turned around. As Wei Gu spoke, blood flowed forth, a gruesome sight. Big Shrimp furrowed his brow. Who dares to lay a hand on my brother? He bellowed, discarding his cigar and raising his voice with an air of disdain. In that moment, he appeared utterly unyielding, disregarding familial ties. One of the fallen minions, pointing at Pei Yangyang, exclaimed, It's that kid. Big Shrimp swaggered over to Pei Yangyang, regarding him with contempt. You dare strike my brother? Do you believe I have you lying lifeless in the streets? Pei Yangyang met his gaze with indifference, inquiring, Which faction do you belong to? I am from the White Tiger Hall. What is this? Are you afraid now? Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. Which of your eyes saw me in fear? The large shrimp immediately fumed, his voice menacing as he retorted, You brat, how audacious. Dare to speak to me like that. His gaze shifted to Gu Tianchuang beside him, a fervent glimmer flashing in his eyes as he smugly declared, Listen, I offer you a choice. This girl comes with me, and I shall merely break your legs, sparing your life. Pai Yangyang turned to glance at Gu Tianchuang, replying nonchalantly, She is unlikely to accompany you. As for my legs, they are not so easily shattered. Since you are so oblivious to reason, do not blame me. The large shrimp's face contorted as he stepped back 3 paces, then raised his arms, bellowing, Charge. Take the girl to my home. This brat is finished. The henchman, eager for action, brandished their baseball bats, and lunged at Pianjiang. At that moment, a series of bright headlights illuminated the scene, accompanied by the urgent sounds of screeching brakes. The clamor of car doors opening and closing echoed like popping beans. "Stop!" A commanding voice followed closely. Chapter 24. A tragic turn. An elderly man clad in a white tang suit strode forward, flanked by 50 burly figures in black attire, all wearing sunglasses. The elder exuded an air of authority, his brows furrowing in a manner that radiated a lethal aura. Leaning on a cultural staff, his gaze icy, he approached the large shrimp and halted before him. The ruffians were taken aback at the sight of the elder and his entourage. The large shrimp even stumbled back a couple of steps, recognizing the elder's formidable presence and the luxury vehicles that accompanied him, a clear indication of his significant status. Yet, Wei Gu, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, foolishly remarked to the elder, "Hey, old man, quite a crowd you have here. Trying to show off in front of Shrimp Brother?" The elder's eyes narrowed, and upon seeing Wei Ji's pitiful visage, he paused momentarily. A young man behind him leaned towards Pianjiang and murmured, "Master Kai, this is the Mr. Pai you instructed us to keep an eye on. What is happening?" The elder nodded slightly, then turned to Pianjiang and Gu Tianshuang, inquiring, "What transpired here?" "We were dining when those individuals sought trouble, unable to overpower Brother Pai. They called for reinforcements, claiming they would take me to their home, and that Brother Pai would meet a grim fate in the streets," Gu Tianshuang explained, pointing at Wei Gu and the large shrimp. The elder's expression grew colder. After hearing her words, he fixed his gaze on Wei Gu and his companions. Speaking in a frigid tone, "Is that so? Who granted you the audacity to act in such a manner? Be wise and take your people away at once, or else." The large shrimp's lips twitched, remaining silent, but Wei Gu sneered, "Or else what? What do you intend to do?" The elder's voice turned icy, and a palpable aura of intimidation emanated from him. Although Wei Gu sensed the lethal energy radiating from the elder, he, emboldened by the presence of the large shrimp, defiantly proclaimed, "Or else we will toss you into the river." The elder struck the ground heavily with his cultural staff, declaring, "It seems I have not made my presence felt in Xinjiang for quite some time. Who dares to drown someone in these waters? Humph, old fool. Do not feign superiority here. If you know what's good for you, quickly vacate the premises and do not hinder my lesson for that brat." Wei Gu declared fiercely, spitting blood in his fervor. "Along, Ahu, go and knock out his teeth. I am eager to see how he continues to speak with bravado without them." The elder glared at Wei Gu, his voice grave and commanding. "Understood, Master Kai." The two burly men behind him immediately bowed in compliance and advanced towards Wei Gu. "What do you intend to do?" Wei Gu suddenly felt a twinge of fear, his eyes darting anxiously at the two menacing figures clad in black. "Dare to touch me? Wei Gu, you seek death," a small thug bellowed, charging forward with a baseball bat raised high. Soon after, several other lackeys followed suit, brandishing their bats menacingly towards Along and Ahu. Along and Ahu remained impassive, wholly disregarding the onslaught. With a casual flick of their fists and feet, cries of anguish erupted as several figures were sent hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, both men acquired a baseball bat of their own. Initially reveling in his confidence, Wei Ji's expression faltered, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. The two men appeared before him like phantoms, despite their sunglasses obscuring their eyes. He could still feel the intensity of their gaze. "See ye!" he exclaimed in horror, his instinct screaming. Yet, before he could utter another word, two baseball bats struck him simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, delivering a brutal blow to his cheeks. The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed as his face contorted grotesquely. As the bats fell away, Along swiftly struck the back of his head. With a sickening spurt of blood, shattered teeth erupted from his mouth. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Witnessing Wei Ji's tragic fate, his incoherent wails echoed in their ears, causing Xia to tremble uncontrollably. Having roamed the streets for many years, he had encountered numerous ruthless individuals. Though he considered himself formidable, the methods of Along and Ahu nearly frightened him into submission. "Who granted you the audacity to sprawl in the streets? Was it Xiaoyang?" Master Kai's piercing, cold gaze locked on his Xia, suffused with lethal intent. Xia's body quaked, his legs buckling involuntarily as he stumbled back 2 steps. "Why, you are Master Kai?" Fear gripped his heart as he recalled a terrifying figure known in the underworld as Master Kai. Indeed, I am Kai Wen-shan, Master Kai responded icily, laced with disdain. Thud! Xia could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to his knees upon the ground. The throng of lackeys behind him stood in bewilderment. Weren't we told that only crabs have weak legs? How did a shrimp end up so spineless? My goodness, it's Master Kai. No wonder we kicked a steel plate this time. To have provoked Master Kai is a tragedy indeed. Bystanders erupted in astonished chatter. Kai Wen-sang, a titan of the underground world in Xinjiang, commanded respect even from the heads of the 5 major clans. In Xinjiang, he was undoubtedly a figure capable of orchestrating storms with a mere gesture. To have incurred the wrath of Master Kai was akin to lighting a match in a latrine, an invitation to doom. Overwhelmed by the murmurs around him, Xia felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Although he claims to be the master of the White Tiger Hall, in reality, he is merely a thug leading a gang of about 100 miscreants, operating an underground casino. With such meager strength, he is nothing more than a triviality before Master Kai. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Who are you? Master Kai took a deliberate step forward, looking down at him with disdain. I am Xia Deli. They call me Big Shrimp. The man trembled all over, unable to meet his gaze, and spoke in a quivering voice. Master Kai frowned slightly. It was evident that he was unfamiliar with the name. Very well, considering you possess some sense. I shall not make things too difficult for you today. However, your insolence towards Mr. Pai and your threats against him warrant a minor punishment. Master Kai straightened up, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Immediately, 2 men in black approached Big Shrimp. 50 slaps, a broken leg, that should serve as a small lesson. Master Kai stated indifferently. Just as Big Shrimp sighed in relief, a cold sweat broke out on his brow as he pleaded pitifully. Master Kai, I was wrong. I beg for mercy. Yet, his subsequent words were met with a flurry of sharp slaps. The 2 men in black struck with precision, the resounding sound of slaps echoing throughout the bustling eatery. In less than 20 slaps, Big Shrimp's face was shattered, bloodied and swollen like a pig's head. The 50 slaps were quickly dealt, and the 2 men in black seized the baseball bats from along and Ahu, mercilessly bringing them down on Big Shrimp's shins. His cries were heart-wrenching, causing all present to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 25. Indeed, quite excruciating. Big Shrimp's subordinates watched in terror, frozen in place, not daring to move an inch or utter a single word. As their leader lay on the ground like a dead dog, none dared to assist him. Is this what they call a minor punishment? A few of the younger gang members lost control and caused a flooding disaster. Out! Master Kai's expression was icy as he cast a cold glance, commanding in a deep voice. Only then did the gang members snap back to reality, hastily lifting their leader and supporting Wei Gu as they retreated. They had arrived in such a grand manner, yet departed in utter disarray and despair. Mr. Pai, here's my card. In the future, should you encounter any issues in Xinjiang, 1 call, and I shall be at your service without hesitation. Once Big Shrimp and his gang had departed, Kai Wen-shan produced a business card from his pocket, presenting it respectfully to Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang glanced at it without taking it, responding calmly, I do not know you. Kai Wen-shan smiled awkwardly. I am Kai Wen-shan. You may call me Old Kai from now on. Noticing his persistent, respectful demeanor, Gu Qianchuang reached out to take the card, saying, Thank you, Master Kai. You are too kind. Kai Wen-shan sighed in relief. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he said respectfully, stepping back 3 paces before straightening up. As Kai Wen-shan departed with his men, Gu Qianchuang curiously asked Pai Yangyang, You actually know Master Kai? Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, I do not know him. Who is he? The master of Xinjiang. Kai. How can you not know him? Why then would he assist you? Pai Yangyang shrugged his shoulders and remarked, I suppose I am quite handsome. Gu Qianchuang chuckled softly, handing him a card. Handsome, does that please the old man? Pai Yangyang coughed lightly, his face flushing crimson. We didn't eat well earlier. Should we order something else to continue our meal? As the convoy departed, Gu Qianchuang turned to Pai Yangyang and inquired. Pai Yangyang smiled faintly, ready to respond, when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and frowned slightly. Although it displayed a series of numbers, he instantly recognized it as a call from Su Shiweching. Pai Yangyang, you did just snatch me away from an engagement banquet today. Is it appropriate for you to be out at this hour? The moment the call connected, Su Shiweching's voice came through, laced with reproach. Pai Yangyang felt a headache approaching. Is there something you need? He asked. Shouldn't you be heading home? Did you just take me back only to go out with another woman? The awkwardness washed over him. His old phone, despite its poor quality, was loud enough for those nearby to hear. Not to mention, Gu Tianchuang had her ear nearly pressed against the device. All right, I'll come back, he hastily replied, fearing what peculiar remarks she might utter if he delayed further. After ending the call, he sighed and said, Miss Gu, I must take my leave. I can only treat you another time. Gu Tianchuang grinned, revealing her small canine teeth. I understand. It is your honeymoon phase after all. Would you like the proprietress to grill you 10 more skewers of kidney to take home? Pai Jiang replied nonchalantly, Do you think I truly need that? I ordered the kidneys purely for the taste. Gu Tianchuang laughed. No need to explain. Over-explaining is akin to concealing the truth. Sister Su is so beautiful. It indeed requires a lot of stamina. Pai Jiang realized he could not clarify further and could only smile wryly, saying, I must take my leave now. He couldn't fathom what whimsical thoughts occupied the mind of this young girl. Waving goodbye, he drove away. Even after his car had vanished into the bustling traffic, Gu Tianchuang continued to gaze in the direction he had departed, appearing somewhat entranced. For reasons unknown, at the moment his figure disappeared, she experienced an unexpected sense of loss, as if something significant had been misplaced. In the Yunding villa, after hanging up, Su Xueqing looked at Zheng Li, who had hesitated several times to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I can see you're struggling, she prompted. Zheng Li replied, Su, I can't shake the feeling that this young man is unreliable. How could he boast so boldly in front of everyone? Su Xueqing asked in astonishment. What did he boast about? You can't possibly have forgotten? He claimed you could secure a 500 million investment and revive the Su family, Zheng Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Su Xueqing pressed her phone against her forehead, frowning. I am indeed troubled by that. In a moment of impulsiveness, I foolishly agreed. Don't you blame him? Zheng Li asked, taken aback. Why would I blame him? He only made that statement when he saw me cornered by my uncle and aunt. With no way out, Su Xueqing replied calmly. But how are we to resolve this 500 million issue? Half a month remains, Zheng Li said with a hint of frustration. How to resolve this matter is something I must figure out on my own, Su Xueqing thought, feeling quite unsettled. Although she spoke of finding a solution, she was devoid of any clear direction. Not only was it impossible for her to raise 500 million at present, but even if someone were willing to assist her, they would likely hesitate to collaborate due to concerns about the Yi family. Su, you can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? You initially claimed that he was merely a shield to dissolve the engagement with the Yi family, Zheng Li asked, observing the distress etched on Su Xueqing's face. Su Xueqing paused momentarily before responding. I've told you before, he once saved my life. My seeking his help is not solely about using him as a shield. Are you serious? Even if he saved you back then, you need not offer yourself in return. In this day and age, there are countless ways to express gratitude. Zheng Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, fixating on Su Xueqing. I have entered into a 1-year agreement with him, during which we shall come to understand one another. If, after a year, I genuinely fall for him, then I shall let things unfold naturally. This is a chance for him, but also for myself, Su Xueqing explained earnestly. Recognizing her determination, Zheng Li let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. I hope he isn't truly, as the rumors suggest. Upon returning to the villa, Pai Yangyang opened the door to find Su Xueqing reclining on the sofa, a blanket draped over her, seemingly asleep. He quietly closed the door and was about to ascend the stairs when Su Xueqing suddenly stirred. You're back. The food is in the kitchen. Have a maid heat it up for you, she said, rubbing her eyes. A wave of nostalgia washed over Pai Yangyang. Her tone and demeanor felt vaguely familiar, yet oddly distant. 3 years prior, when he had just married Qin Yujia, he had also returned home late to hear similar words from her. However, those moments had since faded into mere memories. He initially wanted to say that he had already eaten, but the words caught in his throat. I can heat it up myself, he finally replied. No need. You're the man of this house now, so you should embody that role, Su Xueqing stated, rising and scrutinizing him with a smile. Pai Yangyang felt a slight shiver under her gaze. Sister, my role as the man of the house is merely contractual. We are acting, remember? Yet, Su Xueqing had already instructed the maid to warm a meal. Young master, please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang momentarily felt as though he had truly become the master of the house, the husband of Su Shiweqing. Soon, the meal was prepared and brought to the table. Today, eat whatever you like. In the future, if there's anything you desire, just let the maid know, and I'll make sure she prepares it for you. Su Shiweqing said, taking a seat at the dining table and looking at him. Pai Yangyang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. I have no dietary restrictions. I eat everything, so there's no need to prepare anything special for me, he said, his words somewhat muffled as he devoured his food. At that moment, Zhengli approached with a hint of aloofness and remarked, "You possess a modicum of self-awareness." As soon as the words left her lips, Su Shiweqing turned to glare at her, swallowing the retort that was about to follow. Pai Yangyang chose to ignore the exchange, quickly finishing his bowl of rice and letting out a contented burp. "I'm done," he declared, placing his chopsticks down and rising to his feet. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you," Su Shiweqing said, nodding as she returned to the living room and seated herself on the sofa. "What is it?" Pai Yangyang inquired, taking a seat across from her. "Come over here. A one-tea bite," she teased, patting the space beside her. Reluctantly, Pai Yangyang moved closer and sat beside her, inhaling the faint scent of her body, which stirred a warmth within him. The events of today must have left the Yi family in a state of fury. "You should remain at home for a few days and avoid wandering outside," Pai Yangyang suggested, taken aback by her sudden seriousness. "Why?" he asked. "The Yi family is a lineage of martial arts, and Yi Fenglu is a man who harbors a grudge. If you venture out, be wary of him seeking retribution," Su Shiweqing warned, her brow furrowing slightly with concern. Pai Yangyang turned to her, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Are you worried about me? You can interpret it that way. I do not wish for you to suffer because of my troubles," she replied earnestly. "I can stay in, but what about you? Yi Fenglu's target is you, after all. And let us not forget, you publicly vowed before the elder to secure a 500 million investment," Pai Yangyang countered. Su Shiweqing shot him a sidelong glance, silently chiding him for his boastfulness. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for he was indeed correct. Their alliance had caused Yi Fenglu considerable embarrassment, and he would certainly not let her off easily. How can you even say that? If it weren't for your boasting, how could President Su have made such a promise? Zhengli interjected with a huff. Pai Yangyang spread his hands innocently. In that moment, what was I to do? Should I have allowed her to be reprimanded? Besides, if she can ascend to the presidency of the Su Corporation and secure a 500 million investment, it should not be beyond her capabilities, right? What do you know? Don't forget that President Su is no longer in her position, and even if she were, who would dare partner with the Su family given the Yi family standing? Zheng Li's anger escalated with each word. Pai Yangyang remained unfazed, asserting, regardless, "I have faith in my wife. This minor obstacle is certainly within her means to overcome. I'm feeling weary. I shall take a nap." With that, he yawned and made his way upstairs. "Rascal," Zheng Li seethed, her teeth clenched as she glared at his retreating figure. "Li Jia, I've told you. This is not his fault. I, too, am feeling tired," Su Shiweqing remarked, standing up to address Zheng Li. "Fine. You both go rest. I shall ponder a solution." "What solution can I even devise?" Zheng Li lamented, a look of frustration and helplessness etched on her face. Having already ascended the stairs, Pai Yangyang turned back to glance at Su Shiweqing, a look of hopeful anticipation on his face. Was Zheng Li's comment subtly hinting at something? Chapter 26. A glimmer of hope, yet his hopes were quickly dashed as Su Shiweqing ascended to the third floor without another word. Pai Yangyang, faced with the imposing figures of Xiongda and Xiong'er at the door, resignedly retreated to his own bedroom. Reclining on the bed, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Merely 500 million managed to stump his contractual wife. If she were aware of the over 1 trillion he owed in milk powder expenses, how would she react? However, 500 million was trivial for him, akin to his previous support of the Qin family, well within the realm of his capabilities. After the rushed wedding, Pai Yangyang contemplated that if he could bolster the Su group, he might leverage the Su family as corporate platform to achieve the target of over 1 trillion in milk powder costs. Thus, this was the impetus behind his decision to encourage Su Shiweqing to accept the funding initiative. The following morning, Pai Yangyang was abruptly awakened. It seemed he couldn't indulge in too much cold water. After a refreshing shower, he mused aloud. Exiting the bedroom, he made his way to the living room, where Su Xueqing was seated on the sofa, her phone resting in her hands, a serene smile adorning her face. It appeared that the recent phone call had delivered good news. "What is the matter? What brings you such joy?" Pai Yangyang inquired, descending the stairs. His expression one of surprise. "Let us have breakfast first," Su Xueqing replied, clearly in high spirits. Zheng Li, observing Su Xueqing with a hint of suspicion, asked Su, "Is there hope for the funding?" Su Xueqing responded with excitement. "Yes, that call was from Tong Yu, the chairman of Sihai Investment. He expressed interest in investing in the Su Group and has invited me for a discussion this evening at Suwei Mountain Villa." Zheng Li, upon hearing this, exclaimed in delight. "Really? This is truly tremendous news. Su, it seems that there is always a way out." The two women were nearly on the verge of dancing with joy. "Yes, you must accompany me tonight. Let us aim to finalize the cooperation intentions this very evening." Su Xueqing instinctively clenched her fist, exuding an air of certainty about their success. "Of course, I will go with you," Zheng Li eagerly agreed. Just yesterday, they had been troubled by this matter, and now, with the dawn, hope had emerged. "Why are you not pleased?" Noticing Pai Yangyang seated at the dining table, munching on a youtiao with an air of indifference, Zheng Li furrowed her brow in inquiry. Pai Yangyang, taking a hearty bite of the youtiao, replied, "Pleased? Certainly I am." As he spoke, he stretched his neck and swallowed a large mouthful. Unable to suppress a burp, Zheng Li's expression tightened further. What glutton! He has managed to make a simple youtiao seem like a gourmet delicacy. By the way, what kind of company is Sihai Investment? I've never heard of it. After gulping down a generous sip of soy milk to quell his burp, Pai Yangyang turned to ask, "You truly are oblivious to the world outside, focused solely on living off others." Zheng Li rolled her eyes, a hint of disdain in her tone. Pai Yangyang retorted defiantly, "Is it really that famous? Must I know about it?" Su Xueqing, casting a resigned glance at him, explained, "Sihai Investment is one of the 4 major investment firms in Xinjiang, a titan in the investment realm." Pai Yangyang responded with an "oh," and then recalled, "Didn't you say yesterday that with the Yi family around, no one dares to invest in the Su family? Why isn't this Sihai Investment afraid of the Yi family?" Zheng Li paused momentarily before responding sharply, "What do you mean? Do you still doubt the authenticity of this matter?" "That is not the case. I was merely curious." Pai Yangyang peeled a chicken egg and stuffed it into his mouth. "I have met with President Tong on 2 occasions. He is quite sincere and unconventional in his approach to business. He must certainly be aware of the crisis facing the Su family. Yet it also presents an opportunity, which is why he is interested in this investment." Su Xueqing patiently explained. Pai Yangyang's earlier remarks did indeed spark a flicker of doubt within her, but she quickly dismissed it. Moreover, she found herself with no alternatives. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she had to seize it. "Very well then, I wish you success in your negotiations tonight," Pai Yangyang said, rising after another hearty belch. "Are you going out again?" Su Xueqing inquired, frowning as she noticed Pai Yangyang clutching the car keys. "I have a friend who asked me to visit his home to check the feng shui." Pai Yangyang quickly fabricated an excuse. "Check the feng shui? You truly consider yourself a master? Do you have any idea of what others say about you? They claim you are a quack, a fraud." Zheng Li scoffed dismissively. With an air of pride, Pai Yangyang retorted, "Allow me to correct you. I do not merely perceive myself as a master. I am indeed one. The mundane cannot comprehend my prowess, which is why they resort to slander. I think you are the one spouting nonsense. You a master? Do you even know what constitutes a true master? Even the Taoist priest from Tianlong Mountain wouldn't dare to call himself one." Zheng Li sneered, regarding him as if he were deranged. Pai Yangyang cast her a glance, weary of further explanation. He waved dismissively, saying, "You wouldn't understand. Farewell," and strode towards the exit. Before Zheng Li could interject, Su Xueqing furrowed her brows and remarked, "If you must go, remember to return early this afternoon to take us to Kuei Villa." She, too, found it hard to believe Pai Yangyang's claims of mastery. In her understanding, such figures were merely the stuff of movies or legends. Nevertheless, she did not press him to stay, as they were not meeting Tong Yu until the evening, and keeping him at home would only hinder her preparations. Without looking back, Pai Yangyang raised a hand in acknowledgement. Little did they realize, Pai Yangyang was not boasting. In fact, he had underestimated himself. At the age of 5, he had been taken in by the revered Tianyang master, becoming his sole disciple. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Pai Yangyang advanced rapidly in his training. and by the age of 20, the Tianyang master lamented that he had imparted all he could. The master revealed to him that he was a rare prodigy in the art of cultivation, a phenomenon not seen in centuries. Currently, Pai Yangyang had already 1 foot in the realm of the celestial master, though he remained oblivious to this fact. Otherwise, he would not regard his master's abilities as particularly remarkable. A celestial master is not merely a reclusive hermit in the mountains. They are an extraordinary talent in the art of cultivation, the pinnacle of Taoist achievement. True celestial masters command reverence and wield great influence. They possess knowledge of yin and yang, understand the 8 trigrams, excel in medical arts, are proficient in martial skills, and grasp the heavens and the earth. They can discern life and death through pulse reading, assess fortunes through observation, locate dragon veins, and exorcise spirits with ease. As the cultivation of the celestial master reached a certain level, one could transcend the mortal realm, traversing the heavens and the earth, reshaping the world itself. Wealth and nobility were but a mere flick of the fingers away, and even through tribulations, one could attain immortality. However, it is said that not only do half of the world's populace remain oblivious to the prowess of a celestial master, but even Pai Yangyang himself was unaware that he had already set foot into this revered realm. He was also ignorant that by forsaking worldly desires and dedicating himself to arduous training, he would eventually ascend to the heavens. Yet at this moment, he was indeed still entangled in the mundane world. The mysteries of his origins, the exorbitant debt owed by his master for infant formula, and the inexplicable marriage agreement bound him to this tumultuous existence. Upon exiting the villa, Pai Yangyang exhaled a sigh of relief. As he drove out of the community, he aimlessly turned into a street, continuing onward without a specific destination. There were no friends beckoning him to consult on matters of feng shui. He merely wished to escape the confines of the villa. With a contractual wife and the displeasure of enduring Zheng Li's unpleasant visage, he felt utterly vexed. He would rather meditate and cultivate atop Luohan Mountain than squander his time. However, after driving a few hundred meters, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He had discerned that a vehicle had followed him from the villa community. He did not stop or slow down, maintaining a leisurely pace as he drove forward. To ascertain whether he was indeed being trailed, he deliberately turned down several streets. Ultimately, he confirmed that he was indeed being pursued, regardless of his maneuvers, turning, accelerating, or decelerating. The vehicle remained steadfastly close behind him, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters. A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that Yi Fenglu was eagerly seeking retribution. After some contemplation, he directed his vehicle towards the outskirts. Since these individuals were intent on causing him trouble, he would lead them to a more secluded locale to resolve the conflict. In recent days, Pai Yangyang had felt an intense oppression in his heart. His divorce from Qin Yujia and being used as a shield by Su Shiweqing had weighed heavily on him. Now that these ignorant souls had sought him out, he would gladly use them as a punching bag to vent his frustrations. The vehicle soon exited the urban area. After crossing the Qingjiang 7 bridges, the flow of traffic significantly diminished. Ahead lay a stretch of undeveloped wasteland. The road connecting the 7 bridges was not fully completed, resulting in scant traffic in this direction. Nevertheless, the pursuing vehicle did not hesitate to follow. Just after crossing the bridge, 3 more vehicles joined the chase. Pai Yangyang suddenly accelerated, racing towards an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts. The 4 vehicles behind him relentlessly pursued, speeding along the route. After several minutes, they veered onto a desolate highway. The chemical factory had been derelict for many years, its equipment in ruins, and several structures had collapsed. Within the factory grounds, wild grass thrived, creating a scene of desolation. Pai Yangyang halted his vehicle in the playground area, exited the car, and coldly regarded the 4 vehicles that had pursued him. Chapter 27. The Loach Society. The doors swung open, and a dozen individuals emerged from the vehicles. The leader, standing at less than 165 centimeters, sported a brilliantly bald head reminiscent of a peeled salted duck egg, with a thick, short neck adorned by a gold chain thicker than a dog's leash, glimmering in the sunlight. On a finger adorned with an immense sapphire ring, a vibrant red peony-patterned shirt clung to a rotund belly that stood proudly, resembling a nouveau riche individual who had struck it rich overnight. His slanted eyes betrayed a hint of malice and ferocity. As he nonchalantly clenched a large cigar between his teeth, striding forward with an air of arrogance, casting a cold gaze upon Pai Yangyang. Surrounding him were over a dozen individuals, all clad in matching black top hats and sunglasses, wielding alloy baseball bats, exuding an intimidating presence. The bald man took a deep drag from his cigar and slowly exhaled towards Pai Yangyang, a gesture laden with provocation. "Kid, you seem to understand the situation well. Bringing yourself to this place. It appears you have chosen your auspicious ground," he remarked, glancing around. Pai Yangyang remained unmoved, observing him with amusement, and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "Tell him, Gongzi," the bald man commanded, removing the cigar from his mouth with an imposing demeanor. A figure in black stepped forward, extending his arm with an air of arrogance. "Kid, you must have heard of the Qinglong Society. This esteemed individual is one of our 4 kings, Feng Qi." Pai Yangyang then noticed a blue dragon tattooed on the man's arm, its claws poised menacingly. After a closer examination, he shook his head lightly and solemnly replied, "I haven't heard of it, but that tattoo looks rather unremarkable, resembling a small loach. Perhaps you should consider renaming it the Loach Society?" Feng Qi's face quivered with rage as he glared at him. "You dare insult the Qinglong Society? You're as good as dead." With a sigh, Pai Yangyang glanced at the hulking figure surrounding him and said with a hint of resignation, "With so many loaches here, it might be a bit challenging to stew them all. I originally intended to cripple your legs, but now it seems you're truly courting death." Gongzi roared, raising his baseball bat menacingly. "Boss, stop wasting time with him. Let us finish him off and bury him." Another lackey echoed, brandishing his bat and shouting loudly. Feng Qi shrugged dismissively. "Kid, you've brought this upon yourself. Once my brothers get angry, I can't rein them in." As he spoke, he took several steps back, gesturing with his arms. The group of burly men closed in, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Wait!" Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Pai Yangyang suddenly called out. Everyone paused, looking at him with suspicion. "Kid, it's too late to beg for mercy now. You've bitten off more than you can chew by provoking the wrong people." Gongzi sneered, twirling the steel pipe in his hands, ready to strike. "Did I say I was begging for mercy? I merely wished to inquire who sent you." Pai Yangyang replied disdainfully. "But I believe I've grasped the situation now." With that last remark, Pai Yangyang sprang into action. His fists flew like the wind, and his legs moved with the might of a mountain. A series of muffled groans erupted as Gongzi bore the brunt of Pai Yangyang's punch, which connected with his nose, instantly collapsing it. Blood flew as he fell backward, his groans laced with crimson. Several figures simultaneously launched into the air, crashing heavily into the overgrown grass. This area had long been abandoned, littered with remnants of bricks and decayed wood. The weight of their bodies struck the ground with a resounding crack of breaking bones, eliciting anguished cries that startled a few birds resting within the factory. Feng Qi and his remaining subordinates stood in utter astonishment, some trembling in fear. They had not even glimpsed how Pai Yangyang had struck. Their comrade had inexplicably been sent flying. In Pai Yangyang's hand rested a baseball bat, his gaze icy as he looked at Feng Qi and inquired, "Did Yi Fenglu summon you? Is it not enough to live well? Do you dare to covet Yi Shao's woman?" Although Feng Qi was shocked, he remained undaunted. In Xinjiang, no one dared to provoke the Qinglong Society, nor did anyone challenge the Yi family. Pai Yangyang shook his head gently, stating, "You are mistaken. It is he who wishes to seize my woman. I merely brought my wife home. How could he twist the truth? Is he relying on his family's mining fortune? You, boy, have offended the Yi family, and you and the Su family shall not remain in Xinjiang. If you wish to survive, sever your own legs now and leave Xinjiang. Perhaps Yi Shao will grant you a chance at life." Feng Qi hissed venomously. Pai Yangyang, taken aback, replied, "It appears you have yet to comprehend the situation. Do you truly believe that your so-called Mud Eel Society can do anything to me?" Feng Qi's face turned an ashen hue, and he tossed his cigar to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin," he retorted coldly, slowly extending his right hand. A subordinate promptly presented him with a baseball bat. "I have not fought in years. Today, let this brat witness the might of Xinjiang's Qi Yi." He swung the bat, declaring with pride. Pai Yangyang smiled indifferently, discarding the bat and scoffing. "Even if you were to become a spirit, you would still be a mud eel. Disable him." Feng Qi roared in a fit of rage, charging at Pai Yangyang with the bat raised. The few remaining subordinates, though somewhat apprehensive, dared not remain idle with their leader personally in the fray. After all, Qingjiang Shi had earned his renowned status through sheer skill. Pai Yangyang smirked coldly, his feet suddenly shifting, his form gliding forward like a specter. All present sensed an unsettling shift, an instinctive chill creeping down their spines, prompting a desire to retreat. But it was too late. As several figures flew through the air, silence enveloped the scene. Fang Qi's bat had vanished, his muscular arm drooping like a limp noodle. He fell to his knees, trembling violently, beads of sweat cascading down his plump visage. His entire arm had been shattered, bones fracturing with each movement, while his legs lay broken, rendering him unable to rise. Before him stood Pai Yangyang, regarding him with disdain, inexplicably brandishing another baseball bat, slowly withdrawing it from Fang Qi's shins. You claimed this place was a land of fortune. I should have known you had your eyes set on it long ago. Pai Yangyang discarded the bat and seized Fang Qi by the collar and gold chain, dragging him towards the factory's side. Fang Qi gasped for breath as the chain constricted, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang soon halted before a reservoir, casting Fang Qi down beside it. He pointed at the foul-smelling water and remarked, "A ready-made pit, is it not?" Fang Qi gazed in horror at the pool, where the lifeless bodies of rats, cats, snakes, and dogs floated upon a surface marred by a layer of dark refuse. Just a glance sent his stomach churning violently. No, he trembled, instinctively pleading. He was a ruthless individual, yet he had not yet reached the point of being willing to end his own life. To perish in this fetid pool would surely leave a stench that lingered for eternity. Even a loach deserves dignity, after all. It was rumored that several heinous crimes had occurred here, resulting in the deaths of multiple individuals. Thus, one would not feel lonely in such a place. Perhaps there was even a chance to gather for a game of mahjong. Piang Yang spoke nonchalantly, slowly lifting his foot to press down on Fang Qi's back. "Spare my life." Fang Qi cried out in terror, his body shaking violently, a chill racing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. "Do you wish to live?" Very well. Piang Yang had no genuine intention of ending his life, yet his cold gaze pierced through Fang Qi as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Return to your master and convey my message. It is best not to provoke me, and certainly not to disturb my wife. I may be barefoot, but I fear not those who wear shoes. All right, I will certainly relay your words." Fang Qi nodded vigorously, willing to comply with whatever Piang Yang demanded at that moment. "Remember, do not attempt any tricks with me in the future. Otherwise, even if you hide in the mud, I will unearth you and transform you into a dead loach." Piang Yang kicked him over and reiterated coldly, "I won't dare. From now on, I will steer clear of you." Fang Qi nearly wept. Finally, Piang Yang turned and strode towards his vehicle. Chapter 28. The phone call as they departed the abandoned factory and prepared to return to the city. Gu Tianshuang suddenly called. "Mr. Pai, is this a convenient time?" Her soft voice, barely above a whisper, made Piang Yang instinctively glance around. "Convenient? How could it not be?" he replied, also in a hushed tone. However, he quickly felt a pang of embarrassment for his earlier behavior. What wrongdoing had he committed to warrant such furtiveness? "Could you possibly come to Qingjiang Business College?" Gu Tianshuang's voice regained its normalcy, brimming with anticipation. "Qingjiang Business College? What for?" Piang Yang was taken aback. "Oh, I'm studying here. I can't be away from school for too long. Yesterday, my meal was disrupted, and I couldn't eat. Today, I invite you. If you're afraid of Sister Sue twisting your ear, we can postpone it," she teased, her tone lighthearted. Hearing her playful voice, Piang Yang chuckled softly and boldly retorted, "What nonsense! Why would I fear her?" "Umph, you say that. Yet you seem to harbor a different sentiment. If you're unafraid, then come. I shall be waiting for you at the cafe across from the south gate of the school." Gu Tianshuang's voice was laced with temptation. "All right, wait for me. I shall be there shortly." Piang Yang's masculine hormones surged, and he readily agreed. After hanging up, he paused momentarily. This girl was still a student? What did she want by summoning him? Moreover, they had only met yesterday. Was she truly so eager? He adjusted the rearview mirror, gazing at his reflection with a sigh. Being too handsome is exhausting. Driving to the southern entrance of the business school, he swiftly located a nearby cafe. Upon entering the cafe, he glanced around and spotted Gu Tianshuang seated in a booth near the window. He approached confidently and plopped down across from her. "Well, what brings you here so urgently?" Pai Yangyang harbored doubts that Gu Tianshuang was merely inviting him for a meal. With a smile, Gu Tianshuang replied, "Did you not say that at the very least, I should treat you to a meal at a cafe? What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Pai Yang was taken aback, realizing that her words had been taken seriously. "You really called me just to treat me to a meal?" he asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Gu Tianshuang chuckled softly, turning to retrieve a beautifully adorned black box from the sofa, placing it on the table. "A phone?" Pai Yang was stunned. It was an unopened phone, a high-end domestic model priced over 10,000 yuan. "Your phone is too outdated. It's time for an upgrade," she remarked, her youthful fingers lightly tapping the box. "My phone works just fine. There is no need to waste money," he retorted, glancing at his tattered device with reluctance. "Still functional? You can hear it ringing clearly from several meters away. If I were to call you in the middle of the night, wouldn't sister Sue overhear everything?" Gu Tianshuang blinked innocently, a hint of mischief in her voice. All right, I'll change it." Pai Yang felt a twinge of unease. This girl might genuinely make a late-night call. Although he was not afraid of sister Sue overhearing, he was bound by an agreement that forbade interactions with other women during the contract period. He certainly didn't want to give sister Sue any excuses to dock his pay over a few inexplicable calls. Gu Tianshuang's face brightened with joy as she expertly unboxed the phone, taking Pai Yang's old device to switch the SIM card and power it on. Once activated, she saved her phone number and happily handed it back to him. "What do you think? Satisfied? If not, I can get you a different one." "Isn't this good enough? How much was it?" "I'll transfer the money to you." Pai Yang swiftly declined. He had no particular preference for phone brands and was not fond of imported devices. "Do you not consider me a friend? Or are you afraid sister Sue might ask about it? It would be hard to explain." Gu Tianshuang tilted her head teasingly. Pai Yang felt a rush of discomfort, forcing a smile. "All right, thank you then." Gu Tianshuang waved her hand, calling out, "Waiter, bring him a cappuccino." Since it was still early for lunch, she decided to order coffee first. "How do you have time to lounge in cafes while studying?" Pai Yang, engrossed in examining the phone, casually inquired. "I have no interest in morning classes. Besides, I need to treat you to a meal. If it weren't for you last night, I would have been bullied." Noticing the bewildered expression on his face, she suddenly whispered, "You haven't been to university, have you?" Pai Yang candidly admitted, "No, I never completed high school. It wasn't that my master was unwilling to send me to school. Rather, I was eager to acquire skills, and my studies were utterly chaotic. I nearly drove my teachers to the brink of despair on several occasions. Eventually, Tianyang simply forbade me from attending school altogether." "Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to look down on you. Your abilities are so impressive that many who have attended university may not compare to you." Gu Tianshuang seemed to realize her misstep and spoke with a hint of nervousness. Pai Yang chuckled softly. "It's quite all right. You consider me a friend. How could I harbor such thoughts?" Yet memories stirred within him. Qin Yuji and Qin Yuyu had often derided him, pointing out that he hadn't even finished high school, equating him to an illiterate, their disdain palpable. However, he had long since come to terms with such matters. At that moment, Gu Tianshuang's phone rang. It lay upon the table, and Pai Yang instinctively glanced at it, noting a string of numbers with no accompanying name. Upon seeing the number, Gu Tianshuang's crescent-shaped brows knitted together, and she hesitated to answer. "Why not pick up? What if it's something important?" Pai Yang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at her reluctance. "It's just someone I can't stand," she replied, her annoyance evident. Yet she ultimately allowed the call to end without answering. Almost immediately, the phone rang again, with a sigh of exasperation. Gu Tianshuang muttered her disdain and prepared to hang up. "If you don't answer, keep calling. Doesn't that bother you?" Pai Yang remarked. Gu Tianshuang turned to him, revealing her small canine teeth in a playful grin. "You make a valid point." Seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Pai Yang felt a sudden unease, a foreboding sensation creeping in. "I'm at the cafe across from the South Gate. You should come," she stated decisively once the call was connected before abruptly hanging up. Pai Yang, intrigued, asked, "Who was that? A friend of yours?" Gu Tianshuang smiled enigmatically. "You'll find out soon enough." She then lowered her gaze, sipping her coffee with a hint of guilt. Half an hour later, a BMW 5 Series pulled up in front of the cafe. A dashing young man emerged, cradling a bouquet of vibrant red roses. After stepping out, he bent slightly to adjust his hair in the reflection of the mirror, meticulously straightening his suit. He then produced a handkerchief, polishing his already gleaming shoes before striding confidently toward the cafe. Inside, A handful of young individuals, predominantly business school students, occupied the space. The arrival of this man immediately captured the attention of several young women, their eager gazes fixed upon him. As he entered, his eyes swiftly found Gu Tianshuang, and he approached her with a warm smile. However, his expression abruptly shifted as he noticed another man seated directly across from her. Chapter 29. Once again, a human shield. Have you arrived? Gu Tianshuang naturally raised her hand and waved, prompting immediate sighs from the other girls. Pai Yongyang turned a glance over, and lo and behold, a handsome man? The young man was also fixated on him, his handsome face slightly contorted, filled with suspicion and envy. Clutching a bouquet of flowers, he stole it beside Pi Yangyang. Who is he? Moments later, the young man, his expression darkening, inquired. Allow me to introduce, this is my friend, Pai Yangyang. This gentleman is named Li Denggao, the attending physician from the comprehensive department of the central hospital. Gu Tianshuang effortlessly introduced the two. Afterward, she turned to Pai Yangyang with a playful tone. Yangyang, why are you just sitting there? Don't you see we have a guest? Come sit over here. A shiver ran down Pai Yangyang's spine. Her sweet tone was almost cloying. The moment he laid eyes on Li Denggao, he understood that he had once again become a shield. For reasons unknown, he felt an instant aversion to Li Denggao at first sight. Despite his striking appearance and undeniable charm, he emanated an air of aloofness. He naturally rose and seated himself beside Gu Tianshuang. Li Denggao vaguely recognized the name Pai Yangyang, but could not recall where he had heard it before. Please, since you are here, I'll treat you to lunch, Gu Tianshuang urged, noticing his momentary daze. Li Denggao's face slightly twisted, his envy gradually morphing into anger. Gu Tianshuang, you must be doing this on purpose, right? Gu Tianshuang looked astonished. Why would you say that? What a coincidence. Infitet Yangyang du lunch. And just so happens you're coming too, so I included you as well. Since you arranged to meet me, why invite an outsider? Li Denggao did not attempt to conceal his jealousy. Gu Tianshuang smiled slightly. Let me correct you, I invited him first, and then received your call. Li Denggao's expression darkened further. The familiar intimacy in her tone towards Pai Yangyang unsettled him, making him feel like a third wheel. His rising envy was palpable. Unwilling to accept his relegation, he sat down, acutely aware of the attention from all the patrons in the establishment. Remaining standing would only deepen his embarrassment. Shall I get you a cup of coffee? What do you like to drink? Gu Tianshuang asked, her face aglow with enthusiasm. Anything is fine. Li Denggao rapli yakurli. I don't know your preference, so how about a glass of plain water? Gu Tianshuang instructed the waiter without hesitation. The waiter paused, casting a dubious glance at Li Denggao. Just plain water. Li Denggao dismissed, somewhat sullenly, waving his hand. At that moment, he found everything he consumed to be utterly flavorless. Meanwhile, murmurs began to circulate among some customers in the cafe. Is this going to turn into a scenario of two men vying for one woman? What if these two end up fighting? Both men are quite handsome. However, the one who arrived later is even more striking. The first one gives off a bit of rogue vibe, but I prefer the one in front. He's more attractive. Can looks fill one's stomach? Fortunately, the cafe was filled with music, and the trio remained blissfully unaware of the gossip surrounding them. The flowers are a gift for you, the beloved Corolla. Li Dengkong forced himself to remain composed. After taking a seat, he gentlemanly presented the bouquet to Gu Tianshuang, who said that Corolla is my favorite. Gu Tianshuang frowned, hastily covering her nose with her hand. I have been allergic to pollen these past few days. Please take them away. Li Dengkong was taken aback, quickly retracting the flowers. He inquired with genuine concern. When did you become allergic to pollen? Should we go to the hospital? I can have someone assist you with an examination. With the medical skills at your hospital, I think I will pass. If I need a checkup, I would rather have Yang do it for me. Gu Tianshuang turned to Pai Yang, her eyes filled with admiration and loyalty. Li Dengkong's expression darkened significantly as he glared at Pai Yang, disdainfully asking, "He is a doctor? Which hospital does he practice at? And what is his position?" Pai Yang smiled calmly. I cannot claim to be a doctor, but I possess some medical knowledge. Li Dengkong was taken aback, then let out a series of laughs. He isn't just a quack, is he? Pai Yang nonchalantly replied, if you wish to put that way, so be it. Li Dengkong skufa. Turning to Gu Tianshuang, what on earth is going on? How do you know such a person? What is wrong with him? Numerous experts at your hospital could not cure my grandfather's illness. Yet he did. By what right do you look down upon him? Gu Tianshuang responded sharply. Li Dengkong was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with indignation. He looked incredulously at Pai Yongyang. Are you saying that he cured your grandfather's illness? How is that possible? Are you implying that I am lying? Gu Tianshuang's expression darkened with displeasure. No, that's not what I meant, Li Dengkong stammered. Then a glimmer of realization crossed his face. Even if he did cure him, it must have been mere coincidence. What? Are you suggesting that my grandfather is a mere coincidence? Gu Tianshuang nearly leaped to her feet, glaring at Li Dengkong with fury. I, Li Dengkong, am utterly bewildered. He said in a flustered manner, that was not my intention. I was merely making an analogy. An analogy? It doesn't work that way. That is my grandfather. How dare you joke about him? Leave now. I do not wish to see you. Gu Tianshuang appeared genuinely angry. However, Pai Yongyang merely smiled subtly, fully aware that she was using this as a pretext to dismiss Li Dengkong. Little Shuang, do not be upset. Dr. Li must have encountered many coincidences in his career, he remarked nonchalantly. Gu Tianshuang was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, choosing not to say anything further. Li Dengkong, sensing the change in atmosphere, realized that Gu Tianshuang intended to rid herself of him. Determined, he resolved to stay. Tianshuang, about these flowers, he cautiously inquired. Keep that flower away from me. Better yet, toss it in the trash. Gu Tianshuang grimaced, still covering her nose. Li Dengkong, begrudgingly, turned and handed the bouquet to a passing waiter. Here, take this. The waiter was momentarily stunned, then expressed excitement. Thank you. Gu Tianshuang, what exactly makes him superior to me? I have returned from a prestigious university in the U.S. He is merely a local quack. Why do you disdain me? Li Dengkong seethed internally, casting a haughty glance at Pai Yongyang. My regard for you has nothing to do with academic credentials, Pai Yongyang replied. The fit of a shoe can only be discerned by the foot. Gu Tianshuang stated earnestly. You are the esteemed eldest daughter of the Gu family, although my Li family may not measure up to yours. We are a renowned lineage in the field of medicine, quite distinguished in Xinjiang. And what is he? Merely a freeloader, a pretty boy, a swindler who preys on the elderly, Li Denggao remarked, gradually recalling who Pai Yongyang was. As his agitation grew, he felt compelled to disparage Pai Yongyang further. I will not permit you to speak of him in such a manner. I must inform you that he is my grandfather's savior. Gu Tianshuang interjected, her expression one of displeasure. Do not entertain any illusions. If you wish to avoid becoming strangers forever, you must understand that we cannot share the same table. Before Li Denggao could respond, Gu Tianshuang spoke sternly once more. Li Denggao's frustration mounted. His lips twitched slightly, revealing a contemptuous glimmer in his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. You must be aware of yesterday's events, correct? What events? Gu Tianshuang responded coolly. Li Denggao continued. He just divorced and immediately obtained a marriage certificate with Su Xueqing. He caused quite the uproar at the engagement banquet of the Yi and Su families, stirring up a storm throughout the city. I am indeed aware of that. Gu Tianshuang interrupted him again, displaying indifference. This is precisely the conduct expected of a man. What do you mean by that? Li Denggao asked, incredulous. Knowing that he has married Su Xueqing, you still choose to associate with him? Isn't marriage merely a prelude to divorce? He has done it before. Who knows, they might part ways soon enough. Gu Tianshuang replied nonchalantly. Pai Yongyang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This girl so ruthless? Already contemplating divorce after just marrying me? How can I be so easily dismissed? Thank goodness it is a sham marriage. Otherwise, that would be truly unlucky. Have you lost your mind, Gu Tianshuang? If your family were to learn of your reckless behavior, they would surely be infuriated. Li Denggao nearly erupted. That is a matter for my family. It is of no concern to you, Dr. Li, Gu Tianshuang retorted dismissively. Now, let us order. I do not wish to debate these issues with you. With that, she signaled the waiter. Yang, how was the kidney dish from last night? Should I order another serving of stir-fried kidney and perhaps some broccoli as well? I hear it is beneficial for the kidneys, she said, leaning closer to Pai Yongyang, her softness brushing against his arm as her delicate fingers pointed at the menu, tilting her head in inquiry. Pai Yongyang instinctively touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Lidango, Andraja, Stutavrupli. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. With that, he stormed out. Gu Tianshuang's words and actions were hurtful, yet lacked true malice. Why so petty? She remarked disdainfully. If you do not wish to eat, we shall. Farewell. Chapter 30. Tired of hands. Weary of hearts, do you truly dislike him that much? The dishes arrived swiftly, and as Pai Yangyang gazed at the plate of stir-fried kidney, he inquired curiously. Gu Tianchuang's earlier statements would have been intolerable to any man. Indeed, I find him quite detestable, she replied. Gu Tianchuang spoke without a hint of hesitation. I met him at a party. He is exceedingly arrogant, constantly flaunting his education in the United States, as if it elevates him above others. Is that why you dislike him? Pai Yangyang inquired. If he weren't so persistent, I wouldn't mind his boasting. However, after that event, he acquired my phone number from a friend and has since frequently harassed me with calls. I have made it abundantly clear that we are incompatible and that I am currently focused on my studies, not on such matters, Gu Tianchuang expressed with evident disdain. Even after you stated that, he continues to pursue you? Pai Yangyang asked, astonished. As a man, one should possess dignity. If it were him, he would certainly not persist after such a blatant rejection. You underestimate him. He is like an adhesive plaster that one cannot easily discard. To make matters worse, he often comes to my school to deliver flowers and engages in idle chatter with my classmates, leading them to believe I am his girlfriend, Gu Tianchuang fumed. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. This was indeed excessive. Excessive? This type of individual is merely a facade of sophistication. I suspect he purchased his qualifications. From Gu Tianchuang's words, it was clear she harbored no affection for Li Denggao. Enough of this. Discussing him is nauseating, she added dismissively. Pai Yangyang refrained from probing further, as he had no particular interest in Li Denggao. He merely asked out of curiosity, "Are you so concerned about him that you might be feeling jealous?" Suddenly, Gu Tianchuang looked at him in shock. Pai Yangyang nearly bit his own tongue, innocently replying, "Why would I care about him? I just find him somewhat intriguing." Oh, Gu Tianchuang seemed slightly disheartened, softly responding. Yet she quickly brightened, saying, "The stir-fried kidney dish is delightful. Make sure to finish it, and do not waste any." Listening to her peculiar tone, Pai Yangyang found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to eat or refrain. After their meal, Gu Tianchuang remarked, "Remember to come visit me when you have time, but do not let Sister Su find out. If she were to strike you, you cannot blame me." Pai Yangyang chuckled awkwardly, "But we have nothing between us. Why would she hit me? Besides, I am a man. Should I be afraid of her?" "Ha, I hope you won't back down when the time comes," Gu Tianchuang laughed, and after settling the bill, they exited the restaurant. "I'm heading back to school now. We shall reconnect later." "Goodbye," Gu Tianchuang said lightly, turning and waving as she walked away. Pai Yangyang watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Having known her for less than 3 days, he found this quirky girl rather intriguing. As he saw her enter the school gate, he turned toward his car. Yet, as he approached it, he sensed something amiss. A group of ruffians with brightly dyed hair swayed toward him. He cast a glance at them, his gaze landing on one individual, Li Denggao. To his surprise, Li had not departed. Instead, he had gathered a group and was waiting there. Li Denggao approached with a pallid complexion, his disdainful gaze fixed intently upon Pai Yangyang. "What do you intend to do?" Pai Yangyang, sensing the hostility, adopted a considerably colder tone. "What do you mean? Li Denggao uspat kuntam tuosli. Who do you think you are to compete with me for a woman?" With a derisive laugh, Pai Yangyang retorted, "Li Denggao, I believe you are mistaken. Gu Tianchuang does not harbor any affection for you. She may even detest you. How dare you claim her as your own?" "Bah!" Li Denggao spat vehemently, his voice laced with anger. "Before you came into the picture, she never treated me this way. Go ask around at school. Who doesn't he know that I am her boyfriend?" Pai Yangyang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. It appears Miss Gu was indeed correct. "You are utterly shameless." "Shameless? Who exactly is lacking in dignity here?" Li Denggao advanced a few steps, his glare piercing. 3 years ago, you latched on a Qin Yujia, living off her for 3 years, a fact known throughout the city. Just days ago, after your divorce from her, you somehow managed to ensnare Su Xueqing. You two just registered your marriage, and now you're attempting to seduce Gu Tianchuang. You are nothing but a scoundrel, a cad. Unfazed, Pai Yangyang shrugged, his disdain evident. "Unfortunately for you, your words hold no weight. Moreover, I can assure you that without me, Gu Tianchuang would still regard you with indifference." "Nonsense." Li Denggao's eyes reddened, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Pai Yangyang's gaze grew icy as he spoke solemnly. "Do not presume that returning from the U.S. has elevated your status. The Li family and the Gu family are not even on the same echelon. Take my advice. Cease your pursuit of Gu Tianshuang. She is not interested in you. Oomph. Do I need your advice? Just keep your distance from Gu Tianshuang. Li Denggao dismissed the counsel, his face contorted with disdain and fury. Well, that cannot be helped. Even if I wished to distance myself, she would still seek me out, Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, feigning helplessness. Very well, you have some nerve. Today, there must be a resolution between us, Li Denggao declared through clenched teeth. Pai Yangyang cast a glance at the group of thugs nearby and inquired, how do you propose we resolve this? As men, we shall settle this between ourselves. Regardless of who triumphs or falters, Gu Tianshuang must remain oblivious. Do you dare? Li Denggao resumed his haughty demeanor, challenging Pai Yangyang. Casting a scornful glance at the ragtag bunch, Pai Yangyang replied, you wish to engage in a fight with this motley crew? You may summon others. The question is, do you dare? Li Denggao exclaimed with arrogance. No need. Pai Yangyang sighed. Just don't go crying to Gu Tianshuang later, claiming I had the advantage of numbers. He sighed again, lamenting the prospect of another brawl after having fought earlier that morning. Fighting over a woman was hardly a noble endeavor. Here at school, Pai Yangyang glanced at the school gates. Do you dare to go somewhere else with me? Li Denggao clearly hesitated to fight in public, fearing it would only serve to further alienate Gu Tianshuang. Let us go. Lead the way, Pai Yangyang said, opening the car door without a hint of trepidation. Both of you get into the car, Li Denggao commanded the two young men with blonde hair. Without hesitation, they complied and entered the vehicle, while Pai Yangyang made no attempt to stop them. The engine roared to life. Oh, a man living off others. Your car is quite impressive. Mushang, worth several million. Isn't it? The blonde in the passenger's seat, upon entering the car, began to inspect it with envy. Had he not known that Pai Yangyang was a man of leisure, he would have thought twice before acting against him, given the luxury of the vehicle. Pai Yangyang remained composed, choosing silence in response. You dare to covet Li Xiao's woman? Bold of you. The blonde, sensing Pai Yangyang's reticence, smugly remarked. Just a heads up, drive fast. I fear I might lose control, Pai Yangyang said casually as he steered the car. Huh, you think you're Bruce Lee, unable to control yourself? My advice is to kneel and beg for mercy sooner rather than later. Perhaps that will lessen your punishment, the blonde scoffed. Pai Yangyang merely smiled, choosing not to engage further, as he followed Li Denggao's South BMW down the road. Chapter 31. I am someone you cannot afford to offend. The vehicle soon arrived at a desolate construction site, where work had long ceased. The area was barren, overgrown with weeds and littered with debris. You have guts, really daring to come here. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Denggao fixed a scornful gaze on Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang surveyed the surroundings and replied, this place has potential. Humph. Even if I were to end your life here, no one would know. Li Denggao sneered menacingly. Pai Yangyang chuckled derisively. Your hands are likely too shaky to wield a scalpel, let alone take my life. Pai Yangyang, I'll offer you one more chance. If you promise to stay away from Gu Tianshuang from now on, I shall not make things difficult for you. Li Denggao ignored the mockery. Pai Yangyang shrugged. I've already stated, it's not me seeking her out. She seeks me. What can I do? Humph. Do you truly believe being a pretty boy is easy? Since you are so obstinate, I shall teach you a lesson today. Li Denggao's temper flared as he spoke. With a wave of his hand, several thugs surrounded them. Boss, enough of this chit-chat. With a man like him, breaking his legs is the only way he'll understand that living off others' isn't as sweet as it seems. The blonde who had initially sat in Pai Yangyang's car swaggered up to him, looking down his nose disdainfully. Slap! Before he could finish his taunt, a resounding slap landed on his face. The blonde spun around twice, his head buzzing, as he touched his face in disbelief. He hadn't even seen how Pai Yangyang had moved. One side of his face had already swollen. Pai Yangyang shook his hand, a playful glint in his eye soft. Isn't it? The blonde stood frozen for several seconds before regaining his composure, furiously pointing at Pai Yangyang, shouting, Get him! The thugs lunged at Pai Yangyang, fists and feet flying. Li Denggao wore a smug smile. Today, you'll learn that many in this world are beyond your reckoning. His voice trailed off, eventually fading into silence, his mouth agape in disbelief. In the brief span of a single sentence, the group of ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. By contrast, the unfortunate Huang Mao, who had merely received a slap, was the fortunate one. Yet, Pai Yangyang remained unfazed, as if untouched by the chaos around him. A faint, charming smile still gracing his lips. You are indeed correct. There are many in this world whom you cannot provoke. Pai Yangyang echoed Li Denggao's earlier words. Slowly advancing toward him, Li Denggao felt as if a colossal mountain was bearing down upon him, an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe, closing in ever tighter. Instinctively, he wished to flee, but his legs refused to obey, trembling uncontrollably. And I am precisely the person you cannot provoke. With a sharp crack, Li Denggao clearly witnessed Pai Yangyang's left hand strike his face. He stumbled, nearly toppling over, as a fiery pain coursed through his features, distorting his visage. Do you dare strike me? He gazed incredulously at Pai Yangyang's innocent smile, unable to fathom that he had been struck. You declared your intent to kill me. Why should I not retaliate? Pai Yangyang remarked playfully, and besides, I am quite fearful of death. Given your threats, I cannot afford to leave any potential risks. As he spoke, he gradually raised his right hand, fingers clenched, his gaze shimmering with a cold light, fixed intently on Li Denggao. The moment their eyes met, a chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Did you not say this place was ideal? Even if I were to kill you, no one would know. Pai Yangyang's tone was nonchalant, yet to Li Denggao's ears, it sounded like the voice of hell itself, sending shivers down his spine. Do not act recklessly. If you do, my father and Li family will not spare you. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on Li Denggao's solar plexus, silencing his words. The other side of his face instantly shifted in hue, first turning a deep crimson, then paling to a ghostly white. He felt as though his innards were being violently torn asunder, a sweetness rising in his throat. You think threatening me will instill fear? Pai Yangyang coldly regarded Li Denggao, who had curled into a shrimp-like posture, his disdain palpable. Huang Mao stood nearby, terror-stricken, his legs quaking, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, 1,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. Li Denggao had provoked a formidable demon, and he had unwittingly summoned them to their doom. He recalled Pai Yangyang's earlier words in the car, yet now, even if he wished to escape, his legs had lost all strength. He sensed the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Pai Yangyang, fully convinced that he was capable of taking a life. If Pai Yangyang truly intended to kill, they would become pitiful targets for silencing. Huang Mao, help me. I have paid you. In a state of fear, Li Denggao shouted to the only one still standing. Huang Mao. At this moment, Huang Mao was his sole lifeline. You bastard. Huang Mao snapped back to reality, rushing forward and delivering a brutal kick to Li Denggao's abdomen. Li Dengkong let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground. Pai Yangyang stood in shock, turning to Huang Mao with a look of utter disbelief. Brother, I was deceived by this little rascal. He feigned his own misfortune, not realizing he was attempting to undermine you. Huang Mao, bending over in a sycophantic manner, addressed Pai Yangyang with exaggerated deference. Meanwhile, Li Dengkong writhed in agony on the ground, barely able to emit a sound. Witnessing this scene, he spat out a mouthful of blood, despairingly shouting, Huang Mao, you. But before he could finish, Huang Mao approached him menacingly, rendering him speechless. A warm sensation surged between his legs as a wave of humiliation overwhelmed him. Observing this, Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow slightly. Forget it. He disdainfully waved a hand in front of his nose, coolly uttering 2 words. Only then did Huang Mao lower his raised foot, turning back to Pai Yangyang to inquire. Does the brother intend to let this shameless brat off the hook? Pai Yangyang replied, this self-important waste is merely deserving of a lesson. Huang Mao turned back, looking down on Li Dengkong with contempt, spitting a thick wad of blood-tinged phlegm at him. With such a character, you dare to undermine my brother? Keep your distance from that female student, or, I swear, every time I see you, I will make you regret it. Huang Mao, brimming with bravado, instantly reminded Pai Yangyang of the translator from a wartime drama, effortlessly fitting the role without the need for makeup. Li Dengkong, with a mournful expression, dared not utter another word. These ruffians were merely small-time thugs loitering near the business school. Recently, he had often visited the school to meet Gu Tianshuang, which led to these thugs targeting him and compelling him to treat them several times. Gradually, he became familiar with them. Today, after enduring humiliation in the cafeteria, he sought out Huang Mao, offering them 2,000 yuan to teach Pai Yangyang a lesson. Little did he expect the situation to escalate to this point. Now, with no outlet for his grievances, and having soiled himself, he felt utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to vanish. Brother, rest assured with us around, he will never dare approach your girlfriend again. Huang Mao continued to assure Pai Yangyang with a sycophantic tone. Pai Yangyang awkwardly smiled. She is not my girlfriend, and you all would do well to keep your distance. Consider this a warning. He recalled that Gu Tianchuang was the daughter of the Gu family, and if these thugs were foolish enough to linger around her, they might provoke her into taking action. I understand, brother, don't worry. Huang Mao squinted playfully, feigning understanding. Pai Yangyang, weary of the conversation, turned and walked towards his car. Look at the car she drives. If you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. Just as he opened the car door, Huang Mao's angry shouts and Li Dongkong's lamentations echoed behind him. Chapter 32. Can you not be so confident? As Pai Yangyang drove away, he knew Huang Mao would not dare to truly harm Li Dongkong. After such a commotion, he felt disinterested and steered his vehicle towards the Yunding villa. Upon entering the villa, Su Xueqing cast him a curious glance, questioning his early return. I thought you wouldn't be able to stay here, remarked Pai Yangyang as he reclined on the sofa, his gaze captivated by Su Xueqing, who had donned her professional attire. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary outfit appeared remarkably appealing on her, accentuating her flawless figure with alluring curves. The pronounced contours of her chest strained against the fabric of her shirt, subtly revealing glimpses of her form, evoking a sense of awe. In a moment of impulsiveness, Pai Yangyang inquired, "Are your buttons secure?" Su Xueqing, taken aback, responded with a hint of suspicion. "What do you mean by secure?" As she examined her buttons. Finding nothing amiss, she was about to ask further when she noticed Pai Yangyang's unwavering gaze fixated on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, she realized the implication and felt a flush of embarrassment. "You scoundrel," she retorted. With a mischievous grin, Pai Yangyang replied, "I was merely trying to offer a friendly reminder." Feeling a mix of anxiety and urgency, Su Xueqing quickly ascended the stairs. After a considerable half-hour, she reappeared, having changed into a different shirt that seemed more secure. Zheng Li followed her down, and upon witnessing Pai Yangyang's greedy stare, she couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "Men," she scoffed. Pai Yangyang, with a mock seriousness, stated, "A beautiful woman is meant to be admired. Otherwise, why would I focus solely on her and not on you?" Zheng Li's face flushed with indignation. Although she couldn't rival Su Xueqing in allure, she considered herself a beauty in her own right. A few years older, she possessed a more mature charm and had always been confident in her physique. Yet in Pai Yangyang's eyes, she seemed utterly worthless, unworthy of even a glance. Just divorced 2 days ago, and now you're fixated on another woman. Such is the nature of men, the brutes. Zheng Li exclaimed in frustration. Pai Yangyang chuckled, justifying himself. So what? Should I wail and lament endlessly just because a woman left me? Let me tell you, her departure is her loss. I refuse to squander an entire forest for a crooked tree. Just you? A crooked tree hardly merits a forest, Zheng Li retorted disdainfully, pouting in disbelief. Why haven't you found a boyfriend yet? Look at your face. You've got age spots. Teased Pai Yangyang, grinning. Zheng Li's face turned crimson with anger as she glared at him, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Su Xueqing, amused, interjected, "Sister Li, who would have thought your sharp tongue would meet its match? I can't be bothered to engage with him. He is just a rogue, a scoundrel." Zheng Li replied defiantly. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? My wife is your boss, and you speak of her husband in such a manner? Where are your manners?" Pai Yangyang questioned. Zheng Li, stifling her exasperation, stomped her foot in frustration and retorted, "I'm going to get the materials." Su Xueqing, curiously glancing at Pai Yangyang, remarked, "I never imagined you were so articulate. It seems you possess a merit after all. Rest assured, my attributes are not limited to this," Pai Yangyang declared with confidence. "Must you be so self-absorbed? If you truly possess such charm, why would Qin Yuji leave you?" Susuikim di torti di zanfedi. Pai Yangyang's expression shifted instantly. He withdrew his phone and murmured, "That's merely her lack of discernment." He then attempted to access a familiar game, Snake, but after swiping back and forth twice, he found nothing. "Did you purchase a new phone? I haven't even paid you yet. You didn't buy it on an installment plan, did you?" Su Xueqing inquired curiously upon noticing Pai Yangyang's new device. "Is it such a big deal? It's just a phone. Miss Gu gifted it to me." Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly while continuing to search for a game. "Miss Gu? Which Miss Gu?" Su Shiweqing's expression shifted slightly as she leaned in, asking. Noting the peculiar tone in her voice, Pai Yangyang raised his head, questioning with suspicion, "You don't know Gu Tianxuang?" "She certainly knows you." "Gu Tianxuang?" Su Shiweqing's demeanor altered again. She was indeed familiar with Gu Tianxuang, though their interactions were minimal, limited to a few encounters at social gatherings. "Why would she buy you a phone? Didn't she just start university? You aren't deceiving her, are you?" Su Shiweqing scrutinized Pai Yangyang with doubt. "Who is deceiving whom?" "She willingly gifted it to me. I didn't even want it. It's a useless phone with no games," Pai Yangyang frowned, reluctantly shutting off the device and tossing it onto the sofa. However, Su Shiweqing was evidently intrigued by the phone. She picked it up, examined it closely, and remarked, "Useless? This phone costs over 10,000. You might not even find one available. It appears Miss Gu holds you in high regard." A subtle tone of jealousy lingered in her words. "No wonder you dashed out early this morning. You must have been on a date with her, right?" Startled, Pai Yangyang glanced at her, and upon meeting her gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine. This woman exudes an aura of danger. Don't overthink it. I treated her grandfather's illness. This was her token of gratitude. We merely shared a quick lunch, he explained. A quick lunch? Was it at a hotel or an inn? Su Shiweqing pressed on relentlessly. Pai Yangyang felt overwhelmed. Do women really think in such peculiar ways? What hotel or inn? Our friendship is entirely platonic. We only dined at a cafe near her school, he stated, exuding frustration. Su Shiweqing scoffed. Platonic friendship? In today's world, what man and woman share? Such a pure bond. Do you take me for a fool? Believe it or not. Pai Yangyang rolled his eyes, feeling fatigued. He snatched back the phone and shoved it into his pocket. Am I not allowed to express my thoughts? Do not forget, you are my husband now, as stipulated in our agreement. For this year, you are prohibited from being involved with other women, Su Shiweqing asserted, adopting a commanding tone. All right, I understand. I do possess some sense of contractual obligation, Pai Yangyang conceded, feeling as though he had encountered an insurmountable challenge, utterly at a loss for words. Ah, dear woman, do not let me catch you in any indiscretions. Otherwise, I shall deduct from your salary, and I shall relish the sight of you struggling to woo women. Upon witnessing the submissive demeanor of Pai Yangyang, Su Shiweqing's expression softened somewhat, and she coldly remarked. Pai Yangyang could only sigh internally. Fortunately, it was merely a one-year agreement. If she were truly my wife, I would be akin to the Monkey King encountering Tang Sung, condemned to a lifetime of servitude. Chapter 33. Do you think they're faster, or am I? At 6 in the evening, Pai Yangyang drove Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li to Tsuwei Mountain Villa. This private club, an amalgamation of hotel, dining, and entertainment services, could only be described as a paradise for the affluent. The clientele here are either wealthy or noble, for it is beyond the means of the average person. Notably, this villa is the private property of Zhao Jinggang, the CEO of the Qingjiang Wentai Group, a staunch supporter of the Yi family. Within the villa, outside vehicles are strictly prohibited. Instead, 2 large parking lots are situated outside. All patrons must take the villa's shuttle to their designated locations. As it was Pai Yangyang's first visit, he was struck by the sprawling grounds, covering several hundred acres, enclosed by towering walls. Through the grand entrance, one could behold pavilions, flowing streams, and ancient-style architecture, rendering the villa's scenery exquisitely beautiful. The parking lot was already filled with an array of luxury cars. Not far from the villa, Pai Yangyang suddenly came to a halt. Why are we not moving? Su Shiweqing inquired in surprise. Li Jie, once you enter, if you notice anything unusual, call me. Remember to keep your phone on silent and say nothing, Pai Yangyang said, his demeanor suddenly grave as he addressed Zheng Li. Zheng Li, perplexed, retorted, Are you unwell? What could possibly be unusual? If something were to happen, calling you would be futile. It would be better to alert the authorities. Pai Yangyang replied, Alert the authorities? Do you think they would respond faster than I? Zheng Li shot him a skeptical glance. You are being overly paranoid. We are going to discuss a partnership, not attending a banquet of treachery. Pai Yangyang asserted, Better safe than sorry. Did you not claim your beauty? Are you not concerned about being ensnared? What do you mean by ensnared? Do you know how to articulate your thoughts? Zheng Li retorted, annoyed, but then she smiled, adding, Yet you have a point. Li, heed his advice. Su Shiweqing interjected thoughtfully after listening to their exchange, her resolve firming. Pai Yangyang's words did evoke a sense of unease within her. With Su Shiweqing's endorsement, Zheng Li ceased her objections and nodded. Very well, I shall comply. Only then did Pai Yangyang breathe a quiet sigh of relief and drove toward the parking lot. Although he was unfamiliar with Tong Yu or the intricacies of Sihai investments, he had an inkling that this sudden collaboration would not be straightforward. Moreover, he had observed Su Xueqing's wan complexion since morning, leading him to deduce that today's partnership was unlikely to succeed and might even pose a danger. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns openly, for doing so would only lead these two women to dismiss him as a charlatan spouting nonsense. As soon as she entered the parking lot, a sharply dressed gentleman approached with brisk strides. "Are you Mr. Su?" he inquired, pulling open the car door with a respectful demeanor. Su Xueqing paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. "I am Su Xueqing." "Good day, Ms. Su. I am Su Damao, assistant to Mr. Tong. He asked me to welcome you here." He introduced himself. This man, in his 30s, wore glasses and exuded an air of refinement, speaking with utmost courtesy. Throughout the journey, Su Xueqing felt a twinge of anxiety, apprehensive that the day's discussions might bear no fruit. However, upon witnessing Mr. Tong dispatch his assistant for a personal greeting, her unease considerably eased. "All right, please lead the way, Mr. Su," she replied politely. Su Damao glanced at Pai Yangyang, his eyes flickering momentarily as he coldly remarked, "Miss Su, your driver need not accompany us inside." Su Xueqing responded, "He will wait here for us." Su Damao once again donned a smile. "Very well, Miss Su, please." Leaning against the car door, Pai Yangyang observed Su Damao's retreating figure, a hint of a cynical smile gracing his lips. Although Su Damao's fleeting gaze had been subtle, it had not escaped his notice. That brief flicker confirmed his suspicions. Tonight's gathering could very well be a treacherous banquet. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. Driving away from the venue, he casually stopped at a roadside eatery, ordering a rice bowl and devouring it ravenously. Regardless of the circumstances, one must first satiate their hunger. After his meal, Pai Yangyang returned to the parking lot of Sui Villa, pulled out his phone, and mindlessly began playing a casual game, all the while awaiting news from Zheng Li. If complications arose, he had complete faith that Zheng Li would act as instructed, although she had a rather challenging temperament. Their prolonged acquaintance had proven her to be reliable in her endeavors. This marked the first visit for Su Xueqing and Zheng Li to Tsuiwei Villa. Upon entering the estate, they were awestruck by its splendor. The garden-style design adorned the place exquisitely, and the ancient architectural replicas transported them to another era. The sightseeing vehicle halted before a 3-story pavilion, and Su Damao pointed to it, saying, "Mr. Tong is awaiting you on the 3rd floor. Please proceed." "Yashin Pavilion," Zheng Li murmured, glancing up at the sign above the loft. Under Su Damao's guidance, they ascended to the 3rd floor. After knocking, they entered to find the space arranged as a tea room, where a middle-aged man sat leisurely brewing tea. Beside him lay a substantial stack of documents. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li immediately spotted the title on top: Feasibility Analysis Report on Investing in Su Group. "Mr. Tong, Miss Su has arrived," Su Damao announced with deference. The middle-aged man calmly flipped the documents over, rising with a smile. "Miss Su, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I hope you won't take offense at my audacious invitation today." This gentleman was the president of Sihai Investment, a man in his 40s, radiating elegance and grace. "Mr. Tong, you are too kind. It is we who have intruded," Su Xueqing replied, her heart lightening significantly upon seeing the report. It appeared that Tong Yu was genuinely interested in collaborating with the Su Group. "Mr. Tong, what prompted your sudden decision to invest in the Su Group?" Although Su Xueqing had managed to quell her concerns, a lingering question remained in her mind. It was not an impulsive decision. "In fact, I have been monitoring the Su Group for quite some time," Tong Yu replied. "You are well aware, Mr. Su, that the current investment climate is far from ideal. Every investment we consider must be approached with utmost caution. After conducting thorough investigations and analyses, we must present our findings to the board for deliberation before arriving at a final decision, a process that invariably takes a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing smiled, recognizing the diligence of Mr. Tong. "All right, Mr. Tong, let's not linger in conversation. I have prepared a dinner for us. Shall we dine and discuss?" Tong Yu gestured toward the dining table. "Of course, Mr. Tong," Su Xueqing replied politely. As the three took their seats, Su Xueqing introduced Zheng Li. Tong Yu remarked, "I have long heard of Mr. Su's capable assistant. Today, I can see the truth of it." "You flatter me, Mr. Tong," Zheng Li responded with a calm demeanor. though her mind was preoccupied with the words of Pai Yangyang. For some reason, upon seeing Tong Yu, she felt that he was not as simple as he appeared. Moreover, as the secretary of the board, she was acutely aware that the investigation report should not have been present, let alone visible to them. As the general manager of Sihai Investment, Tong Yu surely possessed this basic knowledge. Thus, the only explanation for such an anomaly was intentionality. Consequently, as she sat down, she held her bag tightly against her chest. "Xiao Su, please serve the dishes. Open a bottle of my treasured condi. Mr. Su is our esteemed guest." "We must not be remiss," Tong Yu instructed Su Damao, who stood nearby. Su Xueqing interjected, "Mr. Tong, you are too kind, but neither of us drinks." "Oh, how can we not toast? Today marks our first meal together. Mr. Su must show us some grace," Tong Yu insisted with a smile. "How about this? Secretary Zhang may abstain, but you, Mr. Su, should partake a little for the sake of courtesy." Reluctantly, given her position, Su Xueqing did not dare to refuse too vehemently. With Tong Yu's assurance that Zhang Li need not drink, her vigilance relaxed considerably. "That is the spirit. Since we are discussing collaboration, how can we forego a toast?" He then signaled Su Damao to make preparations. However, neither Su Xueqing nor Zhang Li perceived the flicker of malevolence that glimmered in the depths of his gaze. Chapter 34, she will certainly find it quite enjoyable. Seizing the opportunity while Su Damao prepared the food and drinks, Zhang Li rose and said, "Mr. Tong, pardon me, I must visit the restroom." Tong Yu cast a fleeting glance at her shapely figure and nodded. "The restroom is just over there." His eyes sparkled with a fervent desire. "Very well. Excuse me for a moment." Zhang Li caught his gaze and felt a slight pang in her heart. As a woman seasoned in the workplace, she understood precisely what such a look implied. Upon entering the restroom, she locked the door and quickly sent a message to Pai Yangyang, informing him of her and Su Xueqing's location. Simultaneously, she silenced her phone and dialed Pai Yangyang, placing the device within her bag. Having completed these actions, she felt her heart racing and her breath quickening. After splashing her face with cool water and calming herself for a few moments, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Zhang Li said as she returned to the table. The food and drinks had already been served, and Su Damao poured a glass of red wine for Tong Yu and Su Xueqing. "Mr. Tong, has the assessment from Sihai Investment regarding our Su Group yielded any results?" Su Xueqing inquired, glancing at the glass before her. Tong Yu chuckled, raising his glass. "If there were no results, I would hardly have the audacity to invite you, Ms. Su. To be candid, our board has already approved the proposal for investing in the Su Group. We are merely awaiting your confirmation on a few details." At this, Su Xueqing lifted her glass and clinked it gently against Tong Yu's. "Thank you, Mr. Tong. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." "Cheers to that." Their glasses collided. Tong Yu downed his drink in one go and then inverted his glass towards Su Xueqing as a sign. With a determined expression, she followed suit and finished her drink. "Splendid. Ms. Su is indeed generous, a true heroine among women. Allow me to toast you again, wishing the Su Group, under your leadership, even greater achievements," Su Damao said, pouring more wine. "While I cannot promise greater achievements, it would suffice to lead the Su Group out of its current predicament," Su Xueqing replied, her mood turning somber. "Isn't it merely 500 million? I was remiss in not mentioning this sooner. Our board has approved an injection of 500 million into the Su Group," Tong Yu said with an air of confidence. "Really? That is wonderful," Su Xueqing exclaimed, raising her glass to toast with Tong Yu once more. Throughout the drinking, Tong Yu's gaze remained coldly fixed upon Su Xueqing. However, due to the positioning of their glasses, she was oblivious to the subtle smirk that crept upon his lips as she downed her second drink. Outside Tsuwei Villa, Pai Yangyang listened intently to the sounds emanating from his phone. Zhang Li's bag was unzipped, allowing all the conversations to reach his ears clearly. Noting that Su Xueqing had consumed 2 glasses, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Foolish woman." Nevertheless, he had yet to hear any alarming signals, prompting him to remain in the car. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Su Xueqing had downed her 3rd glass. With her limited tolerance for alcohol, she felt her face flush, a feverish heat spreading within her, and a tumult of warmth rising in her abdomen. As Tong Yu raised his glass once more, Su Xueqing felt the world spinning around her and murmured, "I can't drink anymore." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the table. Zhang Li gasped in shock and hurried over to support her, calling out anxiously, "Ms. Su?" At this moment, Tong Yu slowly stood, casting a cold gaze upon the two women, a sinister smile emerging on his face. It seems Ms. Su cannot handle her liquor. I shall have someone escort her to a guest room to rest, and once she awakens, we can resume our discussions regarding the collaboration, he said, loosening his tie with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Zheng Li stared at him intently, suspicion etched across her features. What did you put in her drink? Ah, such accusations cannot be thrown about lightly, he replied. I drank the wine too, didn't I? And nothing happened to me, Tong Yu said, his face instantly contorted with feigned innocence. Then, turning to Su Damao, he ordered, go call someone in. Take Miss Su to the guest room in the Red Mansion. Su Damao flashed a sinister grin and walked to the door, shouting an order. Immediately, four burly men entered, reaching out to grab Su Xueqing. What do you think you're doing? Zheng Li panicked, desperately shielding Su Xueqing as she shouted furiously. But one of the thugs snarled, grabbed her shoulder, yanked her aside, and shoved her hard. Zheng Li cried out in shock as she fell to the floor. Damn it, be gentler. Don't you know how to treat a woman with care? Tong Yu scolded, then extended his hand toward Zheng Li. Meanwhile, two men seized Su Xueqing and dragged her away. Where are you taking her? Zheng Li screamed, trying to rush after them, but Tong Yu held her hand tightly, rendering her completely immobile. None of your business where she's going. Don't worry, she'll definitely be having a great time soon, Tong Yu sneered, staring viciously at Zheng Li. Mr. Tong, you can't do this. She's from a Su family. Zheng Li was now utterly terrified, hoping that mentioning the Su family might make Tong Yu hesitate and change his mind. So what? The Su family has already fallen. Do you still think they're the powerful clan they used to be? After tonight, the Su family will be utterly ruined. Tong Yu scoffed disdainfully. Zheng Li's mind spun into chaos. She screamed, Pai Yangyang, Pai Yangyang, hurry, they've taken President Su away. Tong Yu burst into loud laughter, pulled her tightly into his arms, and tried to press his thick lips against her face. Fuck it. If I can't have the boss lady, you're not bad either. Save your strength now. Later, you'll be screaming plenty. The men in the room erupted into raucous laughter like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. As he spoke, there was a sharp, tearing sound. The fabric of her clothes ripped apart under Tong Yu's force. Zheng Li gritted her teeth and struggled desperately. But what chance did she have against a grown man? Come on, beauty, enjoy yourself. If I alone can't satisfy you, there are several brothers here ready to help. Ha ha. Tong Yu tightened his grip around her and pushed her deeper into the room. Up in a loft, there was another hidden room with a bed inside. Zheng Li was thrown onto the bed. Tong Yu impatiently stripped off his own clothes. His face twisted with a lewd grin. You guessed right. I drugged the wine. Perfect timing. Now you can help me burn off this drug's effect. As he spoke, he kicked off his pants, then lunged forward like a bear, pinning Zheng Li, who was struggling to get up. More fabric tore and shredded as Tong Yu ripped her clothes to pieces. She let out desperate cries, trying with all her might to push the man off. But Tong Yu, high on the drug, was unnaturally strong. How could she possibly move him? With her bra torn away, her last line of defense was crumbling. Tong Yu grinned wickedly, breathing heavily, as one filthy hand reached for the final piece of cloth covering her body. Zheng Li had given up all hope. Tears streamed down her face. Just then, a sudden series of loud crashes echoed from outside, and in an instant, the man on top of her flew backward, slamming violently into the wall before sliding down like a dead dog. Before me, a familiar silhouette emerged. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zheng Li finally broke down in tears. Chapter 35. You seek death. Pai Yangyang casually grabbed a bedsheet and draped it over Zheng Li, inquiring in a grave tone, where is Su Xueqing? President Su has been taken away. I don't know where she is. Zheng Li clutched the sheet in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Pai Yangyang immediately turned his gaze towards Tong Yu, who was slumped against the wall. He stepped forcefully onto his thigh, coldly demanding, Speak, where is Su Xueqing? Tong Yu, disoriented and reeling, felt his insides churn as blood continuously spilled from his mouth. Glaring at Pai Yangyang with a twisted expression, he sneered, Su Xueqing ha. She is probably enjoying herself right now. Before he could finish his sentence, Pai Yangyang suddenly exerted pressure, and with a sickening crack, Tong Yu's thigh bone shattered, eliciting a piercing scream. Su Xueqing, where is she? Pai Yangyang's voice grew colder, his brows furrowed with an ominous aura. He slightly lifted his foot, now aimed at Tong Yu's other thigh. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your grasp. I tell you, That person is not someone you can provoke. Tong Yu trembled in pain, his words stuttering. Though fear filled his eyes, he stubbornly refused to divulge Su Xueqing's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang struck again, producing another sharp crack as the bone broke. Tong Yu let out a wretched cry. I will ask you one last time, where is she? The question remained unchanged. But this time Pai Yangyang targeted Tong Yu's groin. Tong Yu was utterly terrified. A wave of dread surged from deep within him. He now fully believed that if he did not reveal Su Xueqing's location, the man before him would indeed kill him. Behind that red building, before he could complete his sentence, Pai Yangyang delivered a kick to his jaw. Tong Yu, unable to utter a sound, immediately lost consciousness. Can you leave? Pai Yangyang turned to Zheng Li and asked. Zheng Li nodded in panic. Don't worry about me. Quickly go save President Su. Pai Yangyang wasted no time and departed. Inside a room of the red building, Su Xueqing, feeling feverish and disoriented, was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed by two burly men. A camera had already been set up beside the bed. Yi Fengliu's face contorted with rage, his eyes radiating malevolence as he fixed his gaze on Su Xueqing, who lay helplessly on the bed. He lifted a bottle of liquor and downed nearly half in one gulp. Su Xueqing, you have the audacity to ignore me. I have liked you for so many years, yet you never even spared me a glance. How dare you humiliate me at my own engagement banquet with that worthless Pai Yangyang? As he spoke vehemently, he set the bottle down and approached the bed, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. Tonight, I shall make you my woman. You will understand that anything I, Yi Fengliu, desire cannot be taken from my grasp. Reaching the bedside, he locked his icy gaze on Su Xueqing's exquisitely enchanting face, taking his time before making his move. Do you see? I have prepared a special show for you today. I will record your appearance on the bed, leaving you to savor it at your leisure. With this, a few triumphant chuckles escaped as I pointed towards the camera, my face contorting into a sinister expression. Cold glints flashing in my eyes as I leaned closer to the bed. Suddenly, in a haze of consciousness, Su Xueqing stirred, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. Yet, a wave of terror washed over her as she realized she longed to move, but found herself utterly immobilized. Even the slightest movement of her fingers proving to be an insurmountable challenge. In that moment, her awareness sharpened, and memories of her initial indulgence in alcohol surged back, replacing her confusion with profound dread and anxiety. She comprehended her predicament. As a woman seasoned in the professional realm, she had not been oblivious to the treacheries that could befall her. With great effort, she twisted her head and was met with the sight of Yi Fengliu, a grotesque visage standing menacingly by the bed, his gaze icy upon her. Simultaneously, she caught sight of the camera poised at the bedside. Yi Fengliu, what are you doing here? What do you want? She stammered, her voice trembling with fright. Yi Fengliu let out a wicked laugh, tearing off his tie and casting it to the ground with force, then ripping open his shirt, leering at Su Xueqing as he declared, Su Xueqing, what do you think I want? Of course, I intend to have you. You scoundrel. She cursed, attempting to rise, but found herself devoid of any strength. Her struggles proving futile. You filthy wretch. Yi Fengliu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. What makes you think you're above me? You'd rather choose that divorced loser, Pai Yangyang, than marry me? I see you for what you are, a shameless creature. Today, I shall possess you, and you will learn that anything I, Yi Fengliu, desire must be mine. As he spoke, his confidence swelled, excitement coursing through him as he reveled in the notion of controlling Su Xueqing, postponing his actions for a moment. Did you have someone draw my drink? Su Xueqing suddenly grasped the truth, bitterness lacing her question. Now you understand? Indeed, it was I who arranged for the drug to be slipped into your drink. It's quite a potent concoction. Soon, you will experience its effects, though it is a pity that you will become a fool. Yi Fengliu's face twisted into a cruel smile as he spread his arms, ready to pounce on Su Xueqing. Realizing the grim reality of her situation, Su Xueqing felt a surge of rage and despair, her breath catching in her throat as she fainted, succumbing to the overwhelming emotions. A loud crash reverberated through the room as the door burst open. Yi Fengliu jumped back in fright, his gaze darting toward the entrance. There stood Pai Yangyang, his face flushed with fury, his eyes glinting with cold steel as they settled upon the scene before him. Upon seeing Su Xueqing disheveled on the bed, a wave of despair washed over him, and his expression darkened with rage, his gaze turning sharp as daggers directed at Yi Fenglu. Yi Fenglu felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, but quickly regained his haughty demeanor, fixing a fierce glare upon Pai Yangyang. You've arrived just in time. Today, I shall take this shameless woman before your very eyes. After all, you're a cuckold. What does it matter if you wear another green hat? If you desire more, I have several bodyguards outside who would be eager to oblige. The humiliation he had endured at the hotel ignited within Yi Fenglu a desire for vengeance against Pai Yangyang, wishing to rend him to pieces. However, if I could take Su Xueqing right in front of Pai Yangyang, it would be even more satisfying. You are courting death. The three words were enunciated with a deliberate pause, each word laced with a palpable aura of menace. Although he and Su Xueqing were merely contractual spouses, witnessing a woman endure such humiliation, regardless of their acquaintance, was intolerable for him. Yi Fenglu, undaunted, retorted with a fierce voice, "It is you who is seeking death." He then turned his gaze towards the door, bellowing, "Bring me this worthless fool, for I wish for him to witness this woman being toyed with." Yet, his words were met with an unsettling silence from outside. A sense of foreboding gripped Yi Fenglu's heart. Where had these useless brutes vanished? He shouted again. Pai Yangyang cast a disdainful glance at him, coldly asserting, "There is no need for such futile efforts. They cannot hear you." Yi Fenglu comprehended the situation fully. Yet he struggled to believe that the man whom the entire city mocked, Pai Yangyang, could possess the capability to incapacitate the 4 burly bodyguards he had brought along. Humph. Worthless fool. Even without them, killing you would be child's play. Yi Fenglu felt no trace of fear as he slowly clenched his fists, glaring malevolently at Pai Yangyang. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Pai Yangyang's face. Chapter 36. A sharp prick? The Yi family was a lineage of martial arts, with Yi Fenglu being no exception. The Yi family's martial arts were renowned across the 6 southern provinces. Each year, they consistently secured a top 3 finish in the arena competitions. Though Yi Fenglu was known for his debauchery, the pressures exerted by his grandfather and father compelled him to practice some martial arts. This punch was executed with precision, even accompanied by the sound of slicing air. For an average person, such a blow could result in severe injury. He regarded the somewhat frail Pai Yangyang with utter disdain. With fury, the punch thundered forth. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Pai Yangyang's mouth, and just as the fist neared his face, he swiftly moved his left hand, striking after the first. Yi Fenglu had no time to react as Pai Yangyang seized his fist, rendering its force as inconsequential as a drop in the ocean. As he registered this astonishment, a chilling sound of bones cracking reached his ears. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his fist, quickly radiating throughout his body. Yi Fenglu's face paled as beads of sweat, akin to yellow soybeans, cascaded down. In horror, he gazed at his ensnared fist, now bizarrely contorted, his 5 fingers twisted like a pretzel, cruelly crushed together. "Is this all the strength you possess? How dare you act recklessly?" Pai Yangyang gradually released his grip. Yi Fenglu hastily withdrew his hand, trembling all over, and glared at Pai Yangyang, gritting his teeth as he said, "You dare strike me?" Slap. Without warning, a resounding slap landed across his face, causing stars to dance before his eyes as he spun around thrice before regaining his balance. "I strike at beasts," Pai Yangyang declared. "Do not presume that just because that old man lay spoke a few words for you in the hotel, you can disregard the Yi family. Let me inform you, with the might of the Yi family, crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." Yi Fenglu gritted his teeth, a torrent of hatred surging within him as he spoke. Bang! No sooner had he finished his sentence than Pai Yangyang delivered a sudden kick to his abdomen. With a muffled groan, Yi Fenglu was propelled backwards, crashing against a chair, agony etched across his face. "I detest being threatened. I advise you to contemplate your own survival before plotting against me." Pai Yangyang regarded him with disdain, slowly approaching and leaning down to scrutinize him. What do you intend to do?" Yi Fenglu finally felt fear creeping in, his voice trembling. His right hand throbbed with pain, his insides roiling, and his face burned with intense discomfort. The earlier bravado had completely dissipated. "What shall I do? A vile creature like you is nothing but a blight upon this world. Rather than allowing you to seek revenge on me later, I might as well eliminate you now." As he spoke, Pianjiang's right foot began to rise slowly. "Don't kill me." A terrified scream erupted as a stream of yellow liquid seeped from Yi Fengliu's groin, filling the room with an overwhelming stench. Pianjiang pinched his nose, casting a scornful glance at him, just as he was about to bring his foot down when a pained groan from Su Xueqing caught his attention. He immediately turned to look at Su Xueqing, who lay on the bed. Upon seeing her, Pianjiang's brow furrowed. He realized that the poison coursing through her veins was exceedingly severe. If not addressed promptly, it could infiltrate her brain, leaving permanent damage. Although he yearned to incapacitate Yi Fengliu right then, he recognized the urgency of Su Xueqing's condition and disregarded Yi Fengliu entirely. Without a backward glance, Pianjiang prepared to lift Su Xueqing and depart. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he reached for the camera, extracting the memory card before cradling the still unconscious Su Xueqing in his arms and striding away. In the moment their bodies connected, Pianjiang felt a stirring in his heart, a long-forgotten sensation momentarily distracting him. However, he quickly regained control over his tumultuous emotions and continued his determined pace. Behind him, Yi Fengliu's face twisted in rage, the hatred in his gaze deeper than the ocean. "Pianjiang, one day, I will end you," he vowed through clenched teeth as he pounded his right hand against the ground instinctively. A piercing scream echoed, reverberating throughout the entire building. "CEO Su, is everything all right?" As Pianjiang descended the stairs with Su Xueqing in his arms, Zheng Li, wrapped in a bedsheet, rushed over in alarm, her concern palpable. "She's fine, just unconscious. We need to return. I will help her regain consciousness," Pianjiang replied solemnly. "All right, let's hurry back," Zheng Li said, her fears still lingering, wishing to escape the place as quickly as possible. Once outside the villa, Pianjiang carefully placed Su Xueqing in the back seat, with Zheng Li supporting her. Throughout the ride, Su Xueqing remained unconscious, while neither Zheng Li nor Pianjiang spoke a word. However, Zheng Li's gaze turned peculiar as she observed Pianjiang driving. Previously, she held a disdainful view of Pai Yangyang, believing that if Su Xueqing were to seek a shield, she ought to choose someone more respectable. Like the majority, she regarded Pai Yangyang as a mere freeloader, a useless individual, a petty charlatan. However, her perspective underwent a profound transformation following recent events. Were it not for this so-called freeloader, what dire consequences might she and Su Xueqing have faced today? The thought sent shivers down her spine. "Thank you." She fixed her gaze intently on the back of Pai Yangyang's head and finally uttered 3 words. Pai Yangyang responded nonchalantly, "There's no need. I am being compensated by Miss Su. Hence I must ensure your safety." Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, then offered a silent, bitter smile. Upon returning to the villa, Xiongda and Xiong'er looked on in terror at the sight of Su Xueqing cradled in Pai Yangyang's arms, alongside Zheng Li, whose eyes were still glistening with tears. Rendered speechless, several servants dared not speak, merely staring wide-eyed at the trio. "Let us take President Su to the 3rd floor," Zheng Li suggested after a moment's contemplation. Pai Yangyang glanced at the staircase and remarked, "Didn't you say I wasn't allowed on the 3rd floor? What time is it? Are you suggesting that President Su should change in the living room?" Zheng Li shot him a glare. Pai Yangyang retorted, "All right, you said it. If she wakes up and comes looking for me, you'll have to bear the consequences." Zheng Li, her mind still in turmoil, was disinclined to engage further and replied curtly, "I'll take the responsibility." Carrying Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang ascended to the 3rd floor. This marked his first entry into Su Xueqing's bedroom. Upon entering, he noticed a few articles of clothing carelessly strewn across the bed, including several lace-trimmed undergarments. This woman, who usually appeared so tidy and refined, had such a side to her. Zheng Li, likely taken aback by the scene, gasped and hurriedly began to tidy up. However, she forgot that she was wrapped in a sheet. As she released it, she inadvertently revealed herself entirely to Pai Yangyang. "Ah, don't look," she exclaimed, quickly pulling the sheet back and frantically grabbing the scattered garments from the bed. Pai Yangyang felt a sudden warmth in his lower abdomen, an itch in his nose as if something was about to escape. Who would have thought that this maid possessed such depth? "You fool. Stop staring and put President Su down." Zheng Li, noticing him dazed, with his gaze firmly fixated on her, scolded in embarrassment and anger. Pai Yangyang snapped out of his reverie and hastily laid Su Xueqing on the bed. I'll go change. I'll have the aunt prepare a bowl of hangover soup shortly, Zhengli said, clutching the sheet tightly. The hangover soup, 1 tea suffice. She is not merely intoxicated. She has been drugged. I will retrieve a needle from the car and administer a shot, and she'll be fine, Pai Yangyang stated casually. Zhengli looked at him oddly and stammered, a shot? I warn you, do not take advantage of her. Pai Yangyang was taken aback, a frown adorning his forehead. Do I really appear to be someone who would take advantage? Yes, Zhengli replied without hesitation. Pai Yangyang was left speechless. Chapter 37. Finding the right spot for the injection, Pai Yangyang fetched the needle kit from the car, while Zhengli quickly changed her clothes and rushed back. Upon witnessing Pai Yangyang extract a silver needle, Zhengli, filled with suspicion, inquired, will she truly awaken with just 1 prick? Certainly. Fetch a bowl, Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, not lifting his gaze from the bed. What do we need a bowl for? Zhengli asked, her curiosity piqued. We need it for the bloodletting. You wouldn't expect me to let her blood spill onto the floor, would you? Bloodletting? Zhengli gasped in shock. It's just a few drops. Hardly more than what you experienced the first time, Pai Yangyang replied casually. Oh, that's a relief. Zhengli exhaled, turning to head downstairs for the bowl. Yet, as she reached the doorway, a sudden unease washed over her, prompting her to turn back and scrutinize Pai Yangyang. What did you just say about the first time? She asked coldly. Pai Yangyang turned to her, a strange smile gracing his lips as a woman. Surely you understand? You rogue. Zhengli's face flushed as the realization struck, and she scolded him in indignation. Pai Yangyang shrugged. Are you fetching the bowl or not? If not, I shall proceed without it. And then you can explain the bloodshed to her when she awakens. Fuming, Zhengli clenched her teeth and angrily retrieved a bowl from downstairs. Pai Yangyang's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he gently grasped Su Xueqing's hand, shifting it closer to the edge of the bed. Though Su Xueqing had previously taken his hand willingly on multiple occasions, each time had sent a jolt of apprehension through him, leaving him devoid of any true sensation. Now, as he held her hand, he felt its warm, jade-like softness, stirring an unsettling tranquility within him. The foremost beauty of Xinjiang possessed not only flawless features and an exquisite figure, but also skin that was smooth and supple, evoking a sense of serene delight upon contact. Zhengli, observing Pai Yangyang lost in thought while holding the bowl, snapped, What are you doing? Why haven't you pricked her yet? Are you harboring some ulterior motive? Pai Yangyang, pulled from his reverie, boldly responded, Do you think it's so simple to perform this procedure? I must cultivate the right moment and position. Zhengli found his words oddly unsettling, but could not pinpoint why. She suppressed her irritation and asked tersely, Have you prepared yourself then? With a silent smile, Pai Yangyang gently pinched Su Xueqing's wrist, and in a flash, the silver needle pierced her skin at an astonishing speed. The needle measured 9/10 of an inch, yet the portion embedded in her flesh was less than 2/10. Zhengli, filled with dread, observed as Pai Yangyang deftly twisted the needle, witnessing it turn black from the bottom up. Is she poisoned? Although Zhengli was no expert in medicine, she had seen similar scenes on television, and the sight of the needle darkening triggered an immediate realization. It is indeed poison. Though not lethal, it induces hallucinations, unconsciousness, and a loss of strength throughout the body. Pai Yangyang explained calmly. He then withdrew the needle, revealing a droplet of dark blood at its tip, placing his left hand gently upon Su Xueqing's arm. A surge of vital energy flowed from his palm into her body. As the energy coursed within, the blood droplet at her tiger's mouth swelled until it finally dripped into the bowl. Soon after, another bead of blood emerged. At this moment, Zhengli fell silent, fully convinced that Pai Yangyang truly possessed the ability to detoxify Su Xueqing, for she had indeed witnessed similar depictions of detoxification on television. Blood droplets fell one by one, accumulating to a total of 10 or so before gradually transforming into a vivid crimson hue. Once the blood droplets regained their normal red color, Pai Yangyang finally released his grip and remarked, It's all right now. Zhengli looked at Su Xueqing with suspicion and inquired, But she is still unconscious. Isn't she? Pai Yangyang carefully put away the silver needles and gently brushed Su Xueqing's forehead. A soft murmur escaped Su Xueqing, who was lost in slumber. As she slowly opened her eyes, Zhengli, filled with delight, was about to call out to her when, unexpectedly, Su Xueqing suddenly sat up, exclaiming in terror, Don't come any closer. Simultaneously, She began to retreat. "Miss Su, it's us. We're at home. You're safe now," Zhengli exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly added. Su Xueqing paused momentarily, scanning the room before her gaze landed on Pai Yangyang, and she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you not to come to the third floor?" Pai Yangyang smiled wryly and shrugged at Zhengli. "Miss Su, it's not his fault this time. I invited him up." Zhengli hurriedly clarified as she fetched a pillow and propped it against Su Xueqing's back. "You invited him up? Why?" Su Xueqing asked in confusion. Zhengli explained, "Miss Su, we owe him our gratitude. Otherwise, we might not know what would have happened to us." "Owe him gratitude?" Su Xueqing cradled her head in her hands, as if struggling to recall something. "Yes, you drank the wine that Tong Yu gave you, which was laced with a drug. You were abducted, and Tong Yu also had intentions towards me. If it weren't for Pai Yangyang, we would have been doomed," Zhengli patiently elucidated. "I remember now. It was Yi Fenglu. Where is Yi Fenglu? I must kill him." Su Xueqing suddenly recalled fragments of her experience while being taken to Yi Fenglu's room, her excitement palpable. "Yi Fenglu?" Zhengli was momentarily taken aback. She was unaware of the events that transpired after Su Xueqing's abduction. She had naively assumed it was merely Tong Yu's trap, not realizing Yi Fenglu was involved as well. It was Yi Fenglu. He orchestrated all of this. Pai Yangyang interjected from his side. Zhengli instantly grasped the situation, her body trembling with rage at Yi Fenglu's despicable actions. Pai Yangyang turned to Su Xueqing and advised, "Calm down. I have dealt with Yi Fenglu. He won't dare to harm you again. You're still weak. Please rest." With that, he turned to leave. "Thank you," Su Xueqing, now understanding the gravity of the situation, expressed her gratitude as she gazed at his retreating figure. Although she had yet to fully comprehend what had transpired, she felt secure at home, and with Zhengli affirming that Pai Yangyang had saved her, her gratitude towards him was genuine. "No need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my duties as your employee," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly as he exited. In the moment he turned, the darkness on the silver needle gradually dissipated, transforming into a faint black mist that gently vanished. Su Xueqing pulled Zhengli close, embracing her tightly, trembling and still shaken as she said, "Sisterly, you scare me to death." Zhengli held her close, contemplative, and remarked, "We must truly express our gratitude to him today. Had it not been for his early reminder to switch my phone to call mode, and his timely arrival, both of us would have faced an unfortunate fate today." Su Xueqing responded with a hum, expressing her surprise at his meticulous nature, as he seemed to have considered everything. "Mr. Su, you did not witness his violent demeanor. He was truly fierce. I had always regarded him as nothing more than a pampered pretty boy, a wastrel. It seems I may have misjudged him," Zhengli murmured, her expression tinged with a hint of a smile. Su Xueqing looked at her with curiosity. "Sisterly, is this your first time offering such high praise for a man?" Zhengli was taken aback, then exclaimed, flustered, "He did save us today, but his rogue demeanor is still quite unpleasant. So Swiking remarked, some may appear brash, yet possess a pure heart, while others may seem virtuous but harbor a filthy soul. If given the choice, which would you prefer?" Zhengli turned to her, her expression skeptical. "Mr. Su, could it be that you are truly developing feelings for him?" Chapter 38. Granny Li. Su Xueqing refrained from answering, instead saying, "Stay with me tonight. I still feel fearful." Pai Yangyang returned to his room, took a cold shower, and sat cross-legged on the bed. After meditating on Mount Luohan and attempting to cultivate the 9 Xian Yuqing technique, he felt a refreshing clarity and an enlightening sensation. Upon completing the reading of the text, he was profoundly shaken. Though merely a manual, its contents were vast and boundless. Once he began practicing this technique, visions of a starry sea and an infinite cosmos unfolded before him, as if he were elevated to the clouds, surveying the world below and directing the course of destiny. After meditating, he experienced an overwhelming sense of fullness and ease, his blood vessels and muscles akin to mountains and rivers, lakes and oceans. He wondered why such an excellent technique was withheld by his master until after he was expelled from the Qin family before allowing him to cultivate it. Soon, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, with a faint mist swirling above his head. Meanwhile, the situation in the Yi family was starkly different. "Are you saying that the one who attacked you was Pai Yangyang?" After hearing Yi Fengliu's lament, Yi Yuanyang responded with surprise and astonishment. "Yes, it was him. I was resting at the Tawei Villa when he suddenly barged in and assaulted me without explanation, even threatening to kill me." Yi Fenglio's face was severely swollen, his right hand encased in plaster and suspended at his chest, giving him a woeful appearance. His mother, Xia Feng, wept by his side, saying, Yuan Yang, our son has never been bullied before. We would never even dare to hit him. Now he has been beaten to this state, and we don't know if his hand will fully recover. You must avenge him. That brat is too audacious. Does he truly believe the Yi family is easy to bully? Yi Yuanyang slammed his palm on the table, speaking with fury. Elder brother, Xiao Lu was attacked at the Zuwei villa. Zhao Jinggang is also responsible for this matter. Spoke Yi Yuanxing, the fifth brother of the Yi family. The Yi family comprised 7 brothers, known as the 7 heroes of the Yi family, renowned in Xinjiang. Yi Yuanxing shared a close bond with Yi Yuanyang. So upon hearing of Yi Fenglio's troubles, he rushed over immediately. Father, Uncle Wu is correct. I was indeed beaten in Zhao Jinggang's territory, and he bears some responsibility for this matter. Yi Fengliu quickly interjected, recalling the events. Very well, tomorrow I shall summon Zhao Jinggang to accompany me to the Su family. I shall see how they account for this. On the following morning, Pai Yangyang awoke from his meditation, brimming with vitality. Descending the stairs, he was taken aback to discover Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li already seated in the living room. Su Shiweqing appeared somewhat haggard, her hair in disarray, as she perused a notebook, seemingly searching for something. Why aren't you resting a little longer? What are you so engrossed in at this early hour? Pai Yangyang approached, casting a glance at her. Su Shiweqing replied, How can I rest? 3 days have already passed, and there is still no progress regarding the funds. I must devise a solution promptly to secure the financing. Pai Yangyang's gaze flickered with curiosity as he inquired, Is this position of president truly that significant to you? Lifting her gaze to meet his, Su Shiweqing answered earnestly, It is not the title of president that matters to me. Rather, it is the survival of the Su group. Furthermore, I've always been regarded as the most exceptional in my grandfather's eyes. He has afforded me this opportunity, and I do not wish to disappoint him. A stirring sensation enveloped Pai Yangyang as he gazed at her, momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that when this woman was earnest, her beauty soared to celestial heights. Why do you stare at me so? Is it because I have not applied makeup today, and I appear unattractive? Su Shiweqing queried, feeling somewhat self-conscious under his gaze. Not at all. Whether you wear makeup or not, you remain enchanting. Pai Yangyang responded hastily, snapping back to reality. Zheng Li shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, Is that all? Have you ever encountered a woman more beautiful than President Su? Pai Yangyang touched his nose and chuckled, choosing not to respond. There are still 12 days left. Do not fret. Where there is a will, there is a way. Su Shiweqing breathed a sigh, her expression tinged with resignation. It is easy to say, but that is a sum of 500 million. The Su family is already in dire straits, and no one wishes to take the risk of investing in us. Turning towards the dining room, Pai Yangyang declared, I'm hungry. I must fill my stomach first. Such a glutton, Zheng Li muttered under her breath. Su Shiweqing glanced at her and gently remarked, He saved you yesterday. It may not be appropriate to say such things. Zheng Li chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on Su Shiweqing as she teased. Are you defending him now? Let us go have breakfast, Su Shiweqing said, her eyes shimmering with determination. Yet, just as she prepared to head to the dining room, her phone rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically within mere seconds. What happened? Is something wrong? Zheng Li asked, noticing the change in her demeanor. My grandfather has summoned me back to the old Su residence immediately. The Yi family has come to confront us, even bringing reporters along. I must take Pai Yangyang to clarify matters. Zheng Li's ire ignited. Does the Yi family truly have the audacity to come here and demand accountability? They are utterly shameless. With a resigned smile, Su Shiweqing replied, Who can blame them? The Yi family is powerful. In Xinjiang, they hold the reins. Are you planning to return? Zheng Li asked, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Su Shiweqing asserted confidently, Of course, I must return my grandfather's call. Besides, I still need to settle yesterday's matter with Yi Fengliu. Yes, I intend to hold him accountable. How could he be so despicable as to commit such a base act? He must provide an explanation. As they conversed, they made their way to the dining hall. Pai Yangyang was busy pecking at a boiled egg, and upon seeing their furious expressions, he glanced at the egg in his hand and sheepishly remarked, I didn't wait for you both to have breakfast together. There's no need for such anger, is there? Su Shiueching was taken aback and replied, "It has nothing to do with you." Zheng Li interjected, "How can it not be related? He was a witness to yesterday's events. Moreover, the Yi family is here to demand accountability, which certainly connects back to the incident involving Yi Fenglu." Su Shiueching shot a few meaningful glances at Zheng Li, but she had already blurted everything out. The Yi family is here to demand accountability? Whose accountability? Pai Yangyang looked utterly bewildered. Su Shiueching responded, "It's still unclear. My grandfather just called and asked me to return immediately." Pai Yangyang took a sip of milk and said, "Lily isn't mistaken. This matter indeed pertains to me, as I was the one who struck him. I will accompany you back." Su Shiueching acknowledged with a nod. "All right, but you must remember not to provoke the Yi family again." Zheng Li widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. "What did you just call me?" Before Pai Yangyang could respond, Su Shiueching asked in astonishment, "What did he call you?" "Let him say it himself," Zheng Li retorted irritably. Pai Yangyang, feeling guilty, chuckled sheepishly and made his way to the door. "I'll go prepare the car and wait for you outside." Zheng Li rolled her eyes in frustration, and Su Shiueching curiously inquired, "What did he call you to make you so upset?" "He called me Lily Nanny. Do I look that old or unattractive?" Zheng Li ufa angrily. Su Shiueching paused, then burst into laughter. "He didn't mean it that way. He was comparing you to the character Rong Nanny from the television series." "Ha ha, that is hilarious, Lily Nanny." For a moment, they forgot that the Yi family was at the Su family's old residence, waiting to confront her. Zheng Li's expression soured further. Her teeth clenched as she glared at the open door. She took a fierce bite of her bread, as if biting into Pai Yangyang. Once outside the villa, Pai Yangyang promptly dialed Gu Tianshuang's number. "Miss Gu, do you know any journalists?" "Yes, my cousin is one." "Why do you need a journalist?" Gu Tianshuang asked curiously. "That is splendid. Please have your cousin head to the Su family's old residence immediately. There is some news to be uncovered. But I'll explain the details later," Pai Yangyang replied, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Oh, all right, I'll contact her right away," Gu Tianshuang responded without further inquiry. After hanging up, a cold smirk crept across Pai Yangyang's lips. Today, a grand spectacle is bound to unfold. Chapter 39. Seeking accountability at the Su family's old residence. The Yi family members and Zhao Jinggang stood angrily in the courtyard. In just one night, Su Baowu appeared significantly aged. Leaning on his cane, he stood at the steps, anxiously observing the aggressive demeanor of the Yi family and Zhao Jinggang. Yi Fenglu reclined in a chair, one hand draped limply over his chest, half of his face swollen while the other remained pale, his entire being exuding an air of lethargy. In addition to the members of the Yi family and Zhao Jinggang, several journalists stood in the courtyard, cameras in hand, capturing the unfolding scene. The incident at the hotel had left the Yi family with a profound sense of humiliation. Fortunately, the final stance taken by Lei Ting assured the Yi family that he was not closely acquainted with the Su family. His assistance, it seemed, was merely a fleeting whim. As for Pai Yangyang, they could never fathom that Lei Ting would become entangled with him. In their eyes, Pai Yangyang was merely a scrounger, a worthless charlatan. If he truly knew Lei Ting, how could he have been cast out by the Qin family? Now that Yi Fenglu had been assaulted, the Yi family seized the opportunity for retribution and promptly summoned Zhao Jinggang, along with reporters, to confront the Su family. Yi Yuanyang was intent on making this incident known throughout the city, so that all might understand that the Yi family would not suffer indignities, thus restoring the dignity lost at the hotel. "Old Master Su, your family has caused a ruckus at my resort, injuring young Master Yi and General Tong of Sihai Investment, who is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Shouldn't the Su family provide an explanation for this matter?" Zhao Jinggang stated, his expression grim and his tone icy. In Xinjiang, Zhao Jinggang was a figure of renown, once a man of the underworld. He had served under Kai Wenshan and was known in the streets as the Furious Diamond. Over the years, he had left that life behind, establishing the Wentai Group and opening this very Suwei resort. With the Yi family's young master assaulted on his territory, he could not remain indifferent. This was not solely due to the Yi family's immense power, but also because his establishment's reputation was at stake. If someone were to be harmed within Suwei Resort and he turned a blind eye, who would ever dare to patronize his establishment again? Could there perhaps be some misunderstanding? How could my family possibly go to Suwei Resort to cause trouble? Su Bao was said cautiously. Misunderstanding? The man has been left in such a state. General Tong's legs are broken and he remains in critical condition at the hospital. Do you truly believe this is a misunderstanding? Zhao Jinggang retorted, pointing at Yi Fenglu. His teeth clenched. Ouch! It hurts so much, I'm dying. Yi Fenglu immediately joined in, howling in apparent agony, his face contorted in pain. The expressions of the Su family turned grim. Had it merely been a few strikes, it could have been dismissed, but now the situation was dire. One Hand's future remained uncertain. Old Master Su, just look at what has happened to my son. Shouldn't your family provide an explanation? Yi Yuanyang said with a cold expression. Xia Feng, wiping her tears, added, Xiao Lu has never endured such suffering. How could Su Shiweqing be so cruel as to not marry my son and yet resort to having him beaten to this extent? How could Su Shiweqing possibly have someone attack young Master Yi? Is there some mistake here? Su Jiming exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. As he knew his daughter well, though headstrong, she would never act so outrageously. I see you intend to deny everything. The assailant is none other than Su Shiweqing's paramour. Pai Yangyang, if you do not hand him over today, the Yi family will not let this matter rest. With a furious voice, Yi Yuanqing bellowed, Are you looking for me? However, as soon as his words fell, a calm voice resonated. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Su Shiweqing, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li entered together. Grandfather, uncle, dad, aunt, Su Shiweqing's complexion remained somewhat pale as she approached Su Baohua and the others, greeting them one by one. Su Jiming and Su Yu snorted softly, their expressions tinged with irritation, while Su Baohua let out a light sigh and shook his head. Su Jiwen, suppressing his anger, remarked, Look at the havoc you've caused. Will you not relent until the Su family is utterly ruined? Su Shiweqing gently bit her lip, turning her gaze towards Yi Fenglu. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon seeing Pai Yangyang, the Yi family members regarded him as if he were a sworn enemy, seething with rage. Pai Yangyang. Yi Fengliu's eyes turned crimson, gritting his teeth in anger. You are the one who caused a ruckus at my Tsuiwei Mountain Villa, injuring young Master Yi and General Tong. Zhao Jinggang immediately understood that the one who had harmed Yi Fenglu and Tong Yu was this young man named Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang cast a nonchalant glance at him and inquired, Tsuiwei Mountain Villa? Indeed, I am Zhao Jinggang, the proprietor of Tsuiwei Mountain Villa. You injured someone on my premises. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Zhao Jinggang replied coldly. Just as well, you did not come seeking me, for I was about to seek you out. Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang showed no fear, his voice lowering as he addressed Zhao Jinggang. Zhao Jinggang, taken aback, then retorted angrily. You cause a disturbance on my premises, and yet you seek me out? How convenient. For today, numerous reporters are present. Let us inform them of your violent actions. I am eager to see what gives you the right to harm others. Upon seeing the reporters, Su Shiweqing felt an urgent anxiety. The Su family was already in a precarious situation. If negative news emerged, attracting investments would become even more challenging. At the same time, she wished to keep her experiences at Tsuiwei Mountain Villa private. Although she had not been harmed, some truths are better left unsaid, as they could easily lead to scandalous rumors. Yet, what use was her anxiety? Given the Yi family's current momentum, they seemed intent on leaving the Su family utterly humiliated. I have my reasons for my actions. But you, as the owner of Tsuiwei Mountain Villa, how do you ensure the safety of your guests? Pai Yangyang retorted coolly. Zhao Jingang's gaze turned icy. Are you questioning me? Zhao Jinggang, is it? Miss Su and Secretary Zheng were at your Tsuiwei Mountain Villa for business. When they entered your establishment, were you not responsible for their safety? Yet, last night, they were drugged and nearly assaulted. As the proprietor, do you not bear some responsibility? Pai Yangyang's inquiries left Zhao Jinggang speechless, but he soon erupted in indignation. Nonsense. How could such a thing occur? Besides, what does this have to do with young Master Yi? Pai Yangyang let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fenglu, and said, Because he is the principal culprit. Utter nonsense. As soon as Pai Yangyang finished speaking, Yi Yuanqing was instantly enraged, shouting at Pai Yangyang, You truly do not know the meaning of danger. You have struck young Master Yi and still dare to slander him. Today, if you do not receive a lesson, you shall remain ignorant of the true nature of the formidable Ma Wang Yi, Zhao Jinggang declared, gritting his teeth. Esteemed reporters, it is imperative that you report with fairness and impartiality. The perpetrator of this assault is not only exceedingly brutal, but also adept at evasion. Such scum must not be tolerated, Yi Yuanyang proclaimed loudly to the journalists. These reporters were hired by him, naturally inclined to support the Yi family. And upon hearing his words, they nodded in agreement. A cold smile crept across Yi Yuanyang's face. He was entirely confident that the news disseminated from this event would undoubtedly cast the Su family in a negative light. Make way. I've heard there's a major scoop here. How could I possibly miss it? Just as Yi Yuanyang finished speaking, an urgent voice pierced through the air, and a girl clad in vintage attire stumbled in, microphone in hand. Trailing behind her was a young man carrying a camera. Upon seeing the two, Yi Yuanyang's expression darkened as he inquired in a low voice, "Who permitted your presence here?" The girl pointed to her credentials, asserting, "I am Ouyang Yin, a reporter from Xinjiang TV. This is my colleague, photographer Lu Kai. We have a duty to report the truth when news breaks." Yi Yuanyang responded with impatience. "You are not welcome here. Please leave at once." Their uninvited presence irked him and instilled a sense of unease. Ouyang Yin was about to argue when Pai Yangyang scoffed. "Have you forgotten? This is the Su family's domain. Unless the master has spoken, what gives you the authority to dismiss guests?" Ouyang Yin quickly retorted, "Indeed. The Su family has not expelled us. On what grounds do you attempt to do so? Is there something you wish to conceal from us?" Yi Yuanyang's countenance darkened further, and he begrudgingly conceded, "Very well, you may stay. However, you must report accurately." A slight smile played on Pai Yangyang's lips as he cast a nonchalant glance at Ouyang Yin. He recognized her as Gu Tianchuan's cousin. He had overheard the conversation between Su Xueqing and Zheng Li earlier in the villa, and sensed that the involvement of the Yi family would complicate matters. The reporters were undoubtedly in the employ of the Yi family. Thus, he had enlisted Gu Tianchuan's assistance to find another journalist to report from the Su family's ancestral home. This way, regardless of how the Yi family might tarnish the narrative, there would always be an accurate account. Zhao Jinggang, growing increasingly impatient, bristled at Pai Yangyang's earlier condemnation of him. "Mr. Yi, why waste words on this? This brat assaulted young Master Yi and General Tong, and the security at Suiwei Mountain Villa can attest to it. It is now a matter of how we proceed. Yes, severe punishment is warranted. Justice must be served for my son," Xiao Fong said, gazing intently at Pai Yangyang, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Yuanxing glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang, grinding his teeth as he declared, "This matter involves the Su family as well. They too must kneel in apology." Su Baogua and his son trembled, casting anxious glances at Pai Yangyang. "I'm the one who struck him. Why must the Su family kneel?" Pai Yangyang replied coldly, "At last, you admit that you were the one who struck him." Yi Yuanxing's facial muscles twitched as he spoke harshly. "Indeed, it was I who did it," Pai Yangyang replied with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the Su family members were momentarily speechless, with Su Xueqing paling in fear as she exclaimed, "Pai Yangyang, do not speak recklessly." Pai Yangyang cast a sidelong glance at her, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I am not speaking recklessly. I conveniently recorded the moment when I dealt with that scoundrel." As he uttered the words, "that scoundrel," a playful smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, his gaze settling on Yi Fengliu. Yi Fengliu's face contorted with rage, and he shouted angrily. Zhao Jinggang paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. He had assumed this young man to be formidable, only to discover he was a fool. In all his years, he had never heard of someone admitting to assault while simultaneously providing evidence to the victim. "Very well, it appears you have indeed confessed to the act of violence." After finally suppressing his laughter, he regarded Pai Yangyang with disdain. "I have confessed," Pai Yangyang said without hesitation. "I merely struck two scoundrels. What is there to deny?" Pai Yangyang, "You," Su Xueqing, now agitated, felt compelled to interject, although she too believed the individuals he struck deserved it. Openly admitting it in front of the Yi family and numerous reporters was nothing short of courting trouble. Zheng Li wore a frown, pondering whether this fellow was indeed simple-minded. Yet, Pai Yangyang appeared oblivious to their anxious expressions, calmly asserting, "There is nothing to worry about. One must be accountable for their actions." "Ha ha ha ha!" Zhao Jinggang could not contain himself again, erupting in laughter. "Congratulations to the Su family for acquiring such a splendid son-in-law. It seems the future of the Su family is promising." He taunted the Su family, his expression rife with mockery. "Flattery. Clearly, Ba Xiao has recognized my exceptional qualities," he retorted. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. In the realm of confusion, we find ourselves entangled. Should we meet again in another life? Let's transform together. Was this not a classic case of folly? Moreover, it was a severe one. Su Xueqing stood frozen, caught in a blend of embarrassment and discomfort, her face burning as though she had been slapped. Today, the Su family would undoubtedly become the talk of Xinjiang once more. The reporters were equally flabbergasted, momentarily forgetting their duties. Ouyang Yin gazed at Pai Yangyang in astonishment, internally questioning. Xiao Shuang sent me to assist a fool? Very well, as long as you admit it. Yi Yuanyang wore a cold smirk as he turned his attention to Su Baohua and the others, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Xueqing. The members of the Su family felt a chill run down their spines, unsure of Yi Yuanyang's true intentions. You Su family sought to humiliate our Yi family by employing this imbecile at the engagement banquet, and yesterday, you incited him to injure my son. All of this turmoil stems from Su Xueqing. Yi Yuanyang spoke in a frigid tone. Su Jiwen felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, slightly bending his body as he nervously stated, "This matter arose because of my daughter, and I apologize on her behalf." Although he despised Pai Yangyang for his confession, he merely wished to quell the situation. An apology? Yi Yuanjing Sikofut. Is an apology all it takes to resolve this? Su Siben Fastidi remarked. We can cover all of young Master Ye's medical expenses and provide compensation. Do you think the Yi family is lacking in funds? Do you suspect that we seek to extort you? Before Su Jiwen could finish, Yi Yuanqing coldly interrupted him with a dismissive snort. That is not my intention. Su Jiwen stammered, flustered and at a loss for words. You members of the Su family must kneel and bow 3 times to my son, offering him your apologies. Yi Yuanyang stated coldly. The expressions of the Su family members suddenly shifted. Among those present, apart from Su Xueqing, all were elders of Yi Fenglu. Particularly, the presence of the venerable Su Baohua cast a heavy shadow. If they were to bow to Yi Fenglu, where would they find the dignity to hold their heads high? Yi Yuanyang, are you being excessive? Su Baohua, who had remained silent until now, ground his teeth together in anger. Excessive? Yi Yuanyang laughed coldly. This is just the beginning. After you apologize, Su Xueqing must come to the Yi family to serve my son until he makes a full recovery. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengliu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Su Xueqing, his gaze filled with eagerness. Su Wenge's complexion paled instantly. The Yi family's demands represented the utmost humiliation for the Su family. How could she, a dignified third miss of the Su family, be reduced to a maid in the Yi household? If this were to leak, how could she ever show her face again? The Su family would never be able to lift their heads in Xinjiang again. Even Zhao Jing'an's eyes flickered with surprise. Indeed, the Yi family was ruthless. This was a clear-cut attempt to utterly destroy the Su family. However, he quickly agreed, what President Yi says is reasonable. Su Xueqing will go to the Yi family to serve young Master Yi, which is entirely justifiable. Su Jiming turned to Su Xueqing and said, Xueqing, it seems we can only impose upon you. But do not worry, once young Master Yi recovers, you will be free to return. Su Xueqing nearly ground her teeth to dust, resolutely declaring, it was Yi Fenglu who sought to harm me first, and Pai Yangyang acted to save me. There is no way I will apologize or serve him. Her voice rang out with unyielding strength and determination. Chapter 41. This is a fool. Su Jiming's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, are you willing to jeopardize the Su family without a care? Pai Yangyang glanced at Su Xueqing, noting her unwavering resolve, and felt a stirring within. Enough of your nonsense. You members of the Su family must kneel and apologize to young Master Yi. Zhao Jing'an stated coldly. The Su family members were filled with despair, each one daring only to seethe in silence. On what grounds do you demand that the Su family kneel? Pai Yangyang replied calmly. The ones who should kneel are the Yi family members, including you, Boss Zhao. Yi Yuanqing's anger flared as he pointed at Pai Yangyang, exclaiming, you truly do not know your place. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy as he spoke in a deep voice. Let us reason together. Su Xueqing has been wronged, yet she is to kneel before her oppressor. Is there such logic in this world? Su Xueqing trembled slightly, a glimmer of surprise shining in her eyes as a wave of gratitude surged within her. This husband of hers was steadfastly defending her. Utter nonsense. Where is the evidence that Yi Fenglu bullied Su Xueqing? Yi Yuanqing bellowed, his fury palpable. Yi Yuanyang addressed the assembled journalists, declaring, "Esteemed reporters, take heed. This individual is Pai Yangyang, the son-in-law of the Su family. He has just confessed to the assault, yet he refuses to apologize, spewing vile accusations against us. If we do not impose a severe punishment, where lies justice? Where lies morality?" His words were impassioned and fervent. "Indeed, this man has caused chaos and inflicted harm at my estate. You must accurately report this. The Su family is equally culpable, revealing the depths of their depravity. Such a family is a malignant tumor in Xinjiang. I urge my fellow journalists to call upon society to resolutely resist them." Zhao Jinggang proclaimed with great indignation, portraying the Su family as an irredeemable evil that must be eradicated to quell public outrage. The journalists quickly engaged, thrusting their microphones towards Yi Fenglu. "Mr. Yi, might you be the victim in this incident? How did you sustain your injuries? What transpired at that moment?" They queried. "Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Please share your experience of the assault. Surely, you will receive fair treatment," they encouraged. These reporters, well compensated by the Yi family, were adept at shifting blame onto Pai Yangyang. Yi Fenglu, overwhelmed with emotion, recounted his ordeal of being attacked, shedding tears and snot as he painted himself as the hapless victim. Naturally, he omitted any mention of how he had thrown Su Shiweqing onto the bed or his intentions towards her. "Everyone knows that Pai Yangyang disrupted my engagement banquet and absconded with my fiancée, Su Shiweqing. Even then, he was unwilling to relent. He intruded upon me at the Tsui villa and assaulted me violently," he lamented, casting all blame upon Pai Yangyang. "This is a lie. It was not like that," Su Shiweqing exclaimed, her urgency sparked by his omission of the crucial facts. However, the journalists ignored her, continuing to focus their inquiries on Yi Fenglu. The Yi family members exchanged glances, secretly reveling in their triumph, while a cold smile crept upon Yi Yuanyang's lips. These journalists were in his employ. How could they possibly assist the Su family? Yet, his expression soon darkened. Ouyang Yin, having observed the proceedings, approached Su Shiweqing with a microphone in hand and inquired, "Miss Su, it appears you have a differing account from Mr. Yes. Could you clarify what transpired at that time?" At that moment, Su Shiweqing recalled the humiliation of being drugged and delivered to Yi Fenglu's bed, leaving her momentarily speechless. "The truth is Mr. Su and I were invited by Tong Yu, the president of Sihai Investment, to discuss investment matters at Suiwei Villa. Unexpectedly, Tong Yu drugged our drinks, and after Mr. Su fell unconscious, he had his bodyguard take him away. I too was nearly victimized by Tong Yu," she disclosed. Zheng Li stepped forward, recounting the events of that night in vivid detail, including the words Tong Yu had uttered and how he had torn at her clothing without reservation. Yi Yuanyang's countenance darkened, and he thundered, "Oh Yang, it is evident that the Su family is distorting the truth. As a journalist, you must discern right from wrong." "Oh Yang," Yin remarked, "since this is a dispute, we cannot simply take your word for it, can we? You claim that the Su family has distorted the truth. But how can you substantiate that what Yi Xiao said is entirely accurate?" Yi Yuanyang was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Ouyang Yan's incisive inquiry. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as he coldly stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to violence is unequivocally wrong." A journalist immediately approached Pai Yangyang, microphone in hand, and inquired, "Sir, may I ask why you initially assaulted the victim? Do you now harbor any regrets?" Pai Yangyang glanced dismissively and retorted, "That individual deserved the blow. He crossed my path. If I had refrained from striking him, it would have been a disservice to justice. As for regret, I do feel a twinge, merely that I did not hit harder." Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing's expressions darkened considerably, glaring intensely at Pai Yangyang. "Journalists, did you hear that? He is the perpetrator of the assault, and yet remains audacious, even claiming he should have struck harder." Yi Yuanyang seized upon this opportunity, addressing the reporters loudly. "Sir, you initially mentioned having recorded the assault. May I inquire as to the whereabouts of that footage?" One of the journalists, seemingly struck by a thought, turned to Pai Yangyang and asked. They sensed that they had stumbled upon a significant story today. Eager to impress the Yi family, they hoped for a reward should they succeed in their endeavor. Pai Yangyang's eyes glinted as he suddenly seemed to realize something. "Thank you for the reminder, dear journalist. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten." As he spoke, he produced the storage card he had removed from the Red Building. The assembly fell silent, taken aback. Was there truly such a fool who would present the video of his own assault to the reporters? Was he inviting his own downfall? Yi Yuanyang chuckled inwardly. This indeed was a fool, a quintessential example of someone whose intellect had yet to evolve. If the video of the assault were authentic, it would unequivocally confirm Pai Yangyang's culpability. As the son-in-law of the Su family, he could not evade responsibility. Who has a computer and a card reader? Pai Yangyang called out, raising the storage card high. The Su family wore expressions of disbelief, while Su Shiweqing trembled slightly. She understood all too well what the video contained. Though she was reluctant to allow Pai Yangyang to disclose the footage from that day, it was now the only means to demonstrate what Yi Fenglu had done, and why Pai Yangyang had struck him. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Su Shiweqing, with a complex mix of emotions, subtly nodded, tacitly approving Pai Yangyang's course of action. No need for a computer. My camera can play it. Oh Yang, Yin interjected. Inserting the storage card into the camera, the footage materialized. Tonight, I shall make you my woman. I want you to understand that anything I, Yi Fenglu, desire cannot be taken from me. Do you see? I have prepared a special show for you. I will record your form in bed, so you may relish it at your leisure. Su Suiqing, do you understand what I intend to do? Naturally, I wish to have you. Do you comprehend now? Indeed, it was I who had the drug placed in your drink. Such a fine concoction. You shall soon experience its effects. Alas, the only unfortunate consequence is that you shall become a fool. The scene was vividly depicted, with Yi Fenglu's lascivious and vulgar taunts echoing in triumph. Su Shiweqing stood in despair, helpless, her plight laid bare before all. Chapter 42. To kneel or not to kneel? That is the question. Listening to Yi Fenglu's repugnant and salacious voice in the video, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Particularly shocking was his confession that he had orchestrated the entire affair and had personally procured the vile drug, sending a chill through the hearts of the spectators. Many turned their gaze upon Yi Fenglu, their expressions a mix of disbelief and disdain. The faces of Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing grew increasingly peculiar. Should this video leak, the Yi family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Witnessing Yi Fenglu's despicable demeanor in the footage incited a desire to deliver him a few kicks. Yi Fenglu's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. His flickering gaze betrayed his profound fear. The Su family quivered with rage, particularly Su Baohua, whose face darkened as he gripped his cane, his hand shaking violently. Consequently, when the scene of Pai Yangyang delivering a beating to Yi Fenglu unfolded, they could not help but silently cheer, feeling it was a mere light reprimand. Su Shiweqing was the greatest hope of the Su family, the most cherished of the third generation by Su Baohua. The thought that she might have been subjected to Yi Fenglu's humiliation, even reduced to a fool, was unbearable. Were it not for Pai Yangyang, the outcome would have been unthinkable. So, were you surprised, astonished? Once the video concluded, Pai Yangyang surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Yi Yuanyang as he spoke with a hint of amusement. The expressions on the faces of the Yi family and Zhao Jinggang were bizarre and fluctuating. Even the hot-tempered Yuanxing appeared to have swallowed a fly, feeling nauseated yet unable to expel it, a most uncomfortable sensation. All the journalists were equally stunned, as though caught in a spell, mouths agape and eyes wide, rendered speechless. No one had anticipated such explosive evidence of Pai Yangyang's altercation. Though Su Shiweqing felt humiliated and enraged, she found a degree of satisfaction in exposing Yi Fenglu's depravity and revealing the Yi family's tyrannical arrogance. Observing Pai Yangyang's triumphant demeanor only deepened Yi Yuanyang's vexation. At that moment, he would have gladly pushed Pai Yangyang into a chasm had one opened beneath him. It appeared this matter was indeed intricate. Mr. Pai's actions were indefensible, yet in a moment of crisis for Ms. Su, his intervention was entirely justifiable. I contend that Mr. Pai not only acted correctly, but deserves recognition as a paragon of chivalry in today's society, which is sorely lacking in righteous and passionate youths like him, remarked Ouyang Yin with a mocking tone after witnessing the events. The faces of Yi Yuanyang, Yi Yuanxing, and Zhao Jinggang turned pale, nearly causing them to spew blood. Just moments ago, they had ridiculed Pai Yangyang as a simpleton. Now, it seemed the true fool was none other than themselves. It was manageable to deal with the journalists they had summoned, but this Ouyang Yin posed a formidable challenge. However, Yi Yuanyang was not overly concerned. He firmly believed that as long as he provided sufficient funds, Ouyang Yin would undoubtedly align herself with him. For now, he could only endure, casting a fierce glare at Yi Fenglu while bellowing. What a disgraceful spectacle. Look at the chaos you've caused. Upon returning home today, reflect deeply on your actions. You are not to step outside until you comprehend the situation. The Yi family was the foremost aristocracy of Xinjiang, and Yi Fenglu was the prime candidate as the third-generation heir. Any negative reports concerning him could potentially serve as ammunition for competitors, jeopardizing the entire economic advancement of the Yi family. Yi Fenglu trembled in fear, while Xiaofeng clung tightly to him, weeping incessantly. With tear-filled eyes, Xiaofeng lamented, "It is our son who has been harmed. His hand is ruined. Does the assailant bear no responsibility? Be silent." Yi Yuanyang roared, his frustration boiling over. At that moment, he felt profoundly agitated. Xiaofeng dared not utter another word, and Yi Fenglu remained utterly mute. Esteemed reporters, this incident has not yet been thoroughly investigated and should not be disseminated, Yi Yuanyang stated, lowering his tone towards the journalists. This remark was primarily directed at Ouyang. However, before the reporters could respond, Pai Yangyang scoffed. "What is this? Do you intend to silence them?" Yi Yuanyang stifled his inner fury and replied solemnly, "There must be numerous misunderstandings surrounding this incident. I am willing to negotiate privately with the Su family." Negotiate privately? Having learned the truth, Su Baohua straightened his posture and fixed his gaze on Yi Yuanyang, declaring, "My granddaughter was nearly ruined by your son, and you propose a private settlement? Have you forgotten how aggressive you were upon your arrival?" Initially, he believed Pai Yangyang had acted without cause and felt a sense of guilt. However, the situation had changed. Pai Yangyang's actions stemmed from Yi Fenglu's attempts to bully Su Xueqing, thus positioning him as the one in the right. He felt a sense of vindication. Yi Yuanyang's complexion fluctuated between red and white, turmoil brewing within him, yet he dared not lash out, merely stating, "As long as the Su family is willing to settle privately, the grievances between our families may be forgiven. Very well, a private settlement is possible. But your son must kneel and apologize to my granddaughter," Su Baohua proclaimed, restoring the commanding presence of a patriarch from one of the 5 great families. "You're pushing it too far." Yi Yuanqing's face darkened immediately. "You expect a member of the Yi family to kneel before your granddaughter? Elder Su. Do not forget that it was your Su family who first called off the engagement." Yi Yuanyang's expression grew exceedingly grim. The eldest son of the Yi family kneeling before others, especially in front of so many reporters, would bring shame upon the Yi family. If he refuses to kneel, then our discussion is over. Although the Yi family is the foremost clan in Xinjiang, my Su family is not to be trifled with. Su Baohua's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, he felt a pent-up frustration that he longed to release. The expressions of Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanqing darkened considerably as they glared at Su Baohua. Yet Su Baohua stood firm, unyielding. He had come to realize that the rift between the Su and Yi families had become irreparable. As matters stand, it is wiser to adopt a stance of firmness rather than weakness, for it may preserve the dignity of the Su family. Only through this approach might the Yi family perceive that the Su family is not as easily intimidated as they might have presumed. Very well. It appears your Su family is determined to engage in a relentless confrontation with my Yi family. Let us see how this unfolds. Yi Yuanyang, filled with indignation, vehemently opposed any notion of Yi Fenglu kneeling before Su Xueqing. Such a thing was utterly out of the question. He could not fathom that the Su family could wield any real power over Yi Fenglu merely through this video. If kneeling is not an option, then, Ouyang journalist, will today's interview be broadcasted this evening? Pai Yangyang remarked nonchalantly as he received the storage card from Ouyang. News, after all, thrives on timely reporting. The recording is complete. It will surely air on the legal affairs segment tonight. There is no doubt about that, Ouyang affirmed confidently. Yi Yuanyang was nearly foaming at the mouth with rage. Should this incident make it to television, the repercussions for the Yi family's reputation would be immense, potentially causing significant upheaval within their ranks, a burden Yi Yuanyang could scarcely endure. I am aware that your Yi family wields substantial influence, cloaked in power, yet I have greater faith that justice prevails in this world. I wonder what the outcome would be if I were to provide the video to the authorities? Pai Yangyang inquired with feigned curiosity. Yi Yuanyang ground his teeth in frustration, veins bulging. Zhao Jinggang interjected, "Young man, do not push your luck. Remember, you are dealing with the Yi family. Pai Yongyang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "If you had remained silent, I might have almost forgotten about you." Zhao, boss, do you not think that your resort would gain tremendous popularity if it were to be featured on television? Zhao Jingyang's expression soured dramatically, as if he had just consumed something exceedingly unpleasant. If this matter were to leak, his Tsuwei Mountain Resort would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. To kneel or not to kneel? The storage card twirled between Pai Yongyang's fingers, presenting a genuine dilemma. The members of the Su family, observing the discomfort etched on Yi Yuanyang and his companions' faces, exhaled a sigh of relief. If he were to kneel, would this incident finally reach a conclusion? Yi Yuanyang gritted his teeth and turned to Yi Fenglu, his face twitching with evident agitation and fury. Pai Yongyang nodded unperturbed. Of course, this is contingent upon your decision to refrain from further provocations. Dad, I refuse to kneel. Yi Fenglu exclaimed in a panic. It was she who secretly sought out this waste to humiliate our Yi family. Why should I be the one to kneel? Foolish child, you are reaping the consequences of your own actions. Yi Yuanyang bellowed, as he forcefully pulled her towards Su Shiweqing. Kneel. Chapter 43. He is my husband. With immense reluctance and a clenched jaw, Yi Fenglu succumbed to her fate and knelt. The reporters stood agape, yearning to capture this moment, yet hesitating in fear. Even if the Yi family were to kneel, they remained fierce as tigers, unwilling to face the risk of being dragged up from the depths of the Qijiang River one day without warning. However, Ouyang Yin was oblivious to these concerns, her excitement palpable as she urged Lu Kai, "Record this. The Yi family is kneeling in apology. The scion of Qingjiang's foremost family, kneeling before the Su family." If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire city of Qingjiang. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing cast a fierce glare at Ouyang Yin, their hearts ablaze with indignation. Yet they found themselves unable to unleash their wrath in that moment. They were acutely aware that in this society, there exist two classes of individuals one should never provoke: lawyers and journalists. Pai Yongyang retrieved his new mobile phone, activated the camera mode, and stepped back a few paces, directing with an air of professionalism. "Young Master Yi, stand up straight. Do not appear so burdened by grievances. An apology must be presented with sincerity." The countenance of the Yi family darkened, shrouded as if by a tempest. Was this truly a film set? Moreover, merely kneeling was insufficient. An apology must be heartfelt. Pai Yongyang continuously adjusted his angle for filming while earnestly advising. "How dare you?" Yi Fenglu erupted in fury, cursing vehemently as he attempted to rise. However, Yi Yuanyang firmly pressed his shoulder down. "Apologize." The words were nearly forced through Yi Yuanyang's clenched teeth. All the humiliation coalesced into an overwhelming rage that he was compelled to suppress. After all, should the events captured in the video be disseminated, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Yi family, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Yi Fenglu's prospects could be irreparably tarnished. Veins bulged on Yi Fenglu's temples as he choked back his fury, his throat moving with agitation, his eyes seeming to brim with blood. "I'm sorry." He quivered, wrestling with the vast humiliation, forcing out those three words through gritted teeth. Precisely. This indicates that young Master Yi still harbors a sense of remorse. Pai Yongyang proclaimed with satisfaction as he retracted his phone, smiling. "May we now take our leave?" Yi Yuanyang longed to vacate the premises immediately. Pai Yongyang turned his gaze calmly towards the astonished Zhao Jingyang, waving his phone and stating, "Mr. Zhao, do you not feel any responsibility for the events that transpired on your premises?" Zhao Jingyang's facial muscles twitched violently as he turned to face Su Shiweqing, solemnly declaring, "Miss Su, y apologos." Pai Yongyang approached Su Shiweqing and inquired, "Are you satisfied with their demeanor?" At that moment, Su Shiweqing's heart was tumultuous. She could scarcely conceive that Yi Fenglu would kneel before her, offering an apology. Her lips trembled as she uttered, "Let them go." Pai Yongyang glanced at Yi Yuanyang, who replied, "Everyone leave." Yi Yuanxing snorted heavily, helping Yi Fenglu to his feet, and together with the journalists, they departed the Su family's residence, their faces smeared with disgrace. Ouyang journalists, thank you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. In the courtyard, only the Su family and Ouyang Yin with Lu Kai remained. Ouyang Yin smiled faintly, nodding, "Very well, I shall look forward to it." After casting a lingering glance at Su Shiweqing, she and Lu Kai exited the old Su residence. At that very instant, just as Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai stepped beyond the gate, Su Xueqing could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. The grievances she had endured at Sui Mountain Villa, compounded by the relentless threats from the Yi family upon returning to the Su residence, had pushed her emotions to the brink. In that moment, she could no longer suppress her anguish, sobbing uncontrollably. Zheng Li hurriedly embraced her, weeping alongside her. Xueqing, you have suffered. It was your grandfather who misjudged you. At that moment, Su Baohua exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Tears glistened in Su Xueqing's eyes as she choked out, "Grandfather, this is not your fault." Su Baohua turned his gaze towards Pai Yangyang and said, "Thank you, young Pai." Pai Yangyang offered a serene smile, responding, "It's nothing. Since I am now Su Xueqing's husband, it is my duty to protect her. Father, the Yi family will not let this matter rest easily. I fear we will face continual troubles ahead." Su Jiwen expressed his concerns. Su Baohua shot him a fierce glare and retorted angrily, "Xueqing is your daughter. She nearly fell victim to Yi Fengliu's hands. And yet you worry more about the Yi family's retaliation than your own daughter's safety?" Su Jiwen's face flushed crimson, and he hesitated, unable to utter another word. "How can you call yourself Xueqing's father? You are worse than a stranger." Su Baohua huffed in frustration, disheartened by his son's response. "Grandfather, he is not a stranger. He is my husband," Su Xueqing interjected, her voice spontaneous and resolute. In that moment, a warm current flowed through her heart, causing her to forget entirely about the one-year agreement with Pai Yangyang, viewing him instead as a man she could truly rely upon. With a gentle sigh, Su Baohua solemnly stated, "Xueqing, despite the trials we have faced, as a member of the Su family, one must stand by their word." Tears still lingered on Su Xueqing's cheeks, yet her expression was unwavering. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will fulfill my mission. Within the stipulated time, I will secure 500 million in funding. Indeed, you are truly my granddaughter," Su Baohua declared. "The matter is settled. You may leave now. I am weary and wish to rest." He turned and made his way into the house. "Come, I will escort you back," Pai Yangyang suggested, exhaling a breath of relief as he addressed Su Xueqing and Zheng Li. "Yes, I'm tired too," Su Xueqing replied, wiping her tears and speaking wearily. The three departed from his Su family's ancestral home, with Pai Yangyang driving them back to the Yunding villa. Perhaps the initial pressure had been overwhelming. Though they now felt a release, tranquility remained elusive. Throughout the journey, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li remained silent. As they drove ahead, they suddenly noticed a group of over a dozen individuals surrounding a Volkswagen Beetle, as if an altercation had erupted. Pai Yangyang, wishing to avoid unnecessary involvement, intended to pass by, but then he spotted Ouyang Yin ensnared in the midst of the commotion. Ouyang Yin was grappling with a burly man, while Lu Kai lay crumpled on the ground, desperately shielding his head from blows. Pai Yangyang parked the car by the roadside, and Zheng Li, perplexed, inquired, "Why are we stopping here?" "Ouyang is in trouble. I must see what is happening," Pai Yangyang replied as he exited the vehicle and advanced towards the scene. It was then that Su Xueqing and Zheng Li noticed Ouyang Yin being pressured into retreat by one assailant, while several others ruthlessly kicked Lu Kai, who lay prostrate. Startled, they recognized that these two had been their allies at the Su family home. Thus, witnessing their peril ignited a sense of urgency within them. However, Pai Yangyang had already rushed forward, prompting Su Xueqing to voice her worries. Can he handle this alone? Chapter 44. Trash belongs in the binhof. Do you think being a reporter makes you exceptional, allowing you to snap photos and spout nonsense at will? A dozen burly men surrounded Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai, exuding menace. One man, his face marred with pockmarks, lewdly reached out to push Ouyang Yin, deliberately choosing inappropriate places to touch. With each advance, his cohorts erupted into raucous laughter behind him. "Hand over the camera, and perhaps I might spare you," he threatened. "Otherwise, you'll come with me. You enjoy taking pictures, don't you? I'll let you document everything, even in your birthday suit." The man lewdly extended his hand towards Ouyang Yin, his demeanor repulsive. Ouyang Yin let out a terrified scream, swatting away the lecherous hand, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at the man. "What do you want from us? Is there no law left?" "Law? Here, I am the law," he retorted disdainfully. "Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? If I don't deal with you today, that would be the real absence of law." He made another attempt to grab Ouyang Yin, a smirk spreading across his face at the sight of her terror. Brother Leopard, we've had our fair share of women, but we've yet to play with a reporter. This one seems quite enticing. How about we give it a try? One of his underlings leered from behind. Brother Leopard paused, then burst into laughter, pride swelling within him. You have a point. Let us see how this plays out today. He lunged toward Ouyang Yin with renewed fervor. Dressed in vintage suspenders and denim, Ouyang Yin recoiled in fright, but with a vehicle at her back, there was no escape. With a resounding rip, one of her straps snapped. Brother Leopard's laughter echoed as he lunged again towards her. Just as Ouyang Yin appeared trapped in Brother Leopard's grasp, suddenly, he felt a tight grip around his neck, and in an instant he was airborne, soaring nearly 5 meters before crashing headfirst into a nearby trash bin, leaving only his legs flailing in the air. The gang of underlings stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld the sudden arrival of Pai Yangyang. Ouyang, you two get in the car, he commanded, having hurled Brother Leopard aside, then swiftly lifting Lu Kai from the ground. Still shaken, Ouyang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her at the sight of Pai Yangyang. Quick, call the police. They are from the Yi family, she exclaimed in a panic. It was then that Pai Yangyang noticed both her and Lu Kai's phones lay shattered on the ground. No worries, you two get in the car. I'll handle things here, he replied calmly, casting a dismissive glance at the gang. Ouyang Yin hurriedly assisted Lu Kai into the vehicle, her eyes remaining fixed on Pai Yangyang. Four underlings rushed to the trash bin, fumbling as they pulled Brother Leopard from the depths. However, his face and hair were now smeared with feathers and entrails, a grotesque sight that was almost unbearable. The four underlings nearly retched at the sight, but dared not abandon their leader, forcing themselves to support Brother Leopard as they approached Pai Yangyang. Who the hell are you to lay a hand on our Brother Leopard? They demanded, fury etched across their faces. A young thug, regaining his composure, furiously pointed at Pai Yangyang and reprimanded him. I did not appreciate being pointed at, Pai Yangyang replied coldly, raising his left hand with lightning speed to seize the offending finger, forcefully bending it backward. A sharp crack echoed in the air, the unmistakable sound of a bone fracturing. A cry of agony erupted from the thug's lips, his face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. His finger grotesquely bent back, eliciting a sympathetic wince from anyone who beheld it. You lot, come at me. Kill him, Leopard Brother roared, practically itching to tear Pai Yangyang apart. The other thugs, snapping out of their daze, charged at Pai Yangyang with malicious intent. Despite the intimidating aura Pai Yangyang exuded upon his arrival, they convinced themselves that their numbers would overpower him, believing that no matter how formidable he was, he could not possibly defeat them all. Yet, they were swiftly enlightened to the folly of their assumptions. Pai Yangyang stood firm, unwavering, and with each calculated movement, another thug fell to the ground, wailing in despair. Some were struck in the face, others in the chest, or kicked in the abdomen. None could withstand the force of his blows. In less than half a minute, over a dozen thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Leopard Brother stood frozen, his expression darkening as he glared at Pai Yangyang. Who sent you here? He demanded. Pai Yangyang fixed Leopard Brother with a chilling gaze and coldly inquired, Who dispatched you? No one sent us, Leopard Brother stammered, unnerved under Pai Yangyang's piercing stare. Taking a menacing step closer, Pai Yangyang disdainfully waved a hand under his nose and repeated, Who sent you? What do you want? Don't come any closer. Leopard Brother instinctively retreated, fear evident in his voice. A cold smirk crept across Pai Yangyang's lips as he suddenly launched a kick that landed forcefully on Leopard Brother's abdomen. Leopard Brother emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps, his face flushed, his body hunched over as he coughed painfully. Who sent you? The same question, still as frigid as before. Leopard Brother, fear etched across his features, clenched his teeth, unwilling to divulge the answer. With a chilling expression, Pai Yangyang delivered another swift kick, his toes striking Leopard Brother's left arm. A sickening crack resonated as Leopard Brother's arm grotesquely contorted, the bone visibly piercing through the skin. A mournful scream erupted, his body convulsing violently, a palpable aura of dread emanating from him. Pai Yangyang's ruthless actions instilled a profound terror within Leopard Brother. He now fully comprehended that should he refuse to answer, Pai Yangyang might truly end his life. His face twisted in pain, he trembled visibly, casting a terrified glance at Pai Yangyang, pleading, please stop. I'll tell you. Speak. Pai Yangyang commanded coldly. It's Zhao. Zhao Zong. Zhao Jinchong. Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke in a low tone. Yes, that's him. Leopard brother gasped, drenched in cold sweat, his body succumbing to weakness as he nearly collapsed to the ground. What did Zhao Jinchong say? Pai Yangyang's icy gaze remained fixed upon him as he pressed on with his inquiry. Since Zhao Jingang's name had been uttered, Brother Leopard resolved to go all out. He understood well that if he remained silent, he would be subjected to untold torment. Initially, General Zhao had intended to offer 500,000 to persuade the two journalists to delete a certain video and cease their chatter. However, they refused. Consequently, Zhao Jinggang instructed us to vandalize their equipment as a lesson. At that moment, Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy, and he launched a swift kick. A scream echoed as Brother Leopard once again tumbled headfirst into the trash can, leaving only his legs flailing outside. You belong in the trash. Pai Yangyang scoffed before turning towards Ouyang Yan's vehicle. The earlier scene left Ouyang Yan utterly astonished. This seemingly frail man possessed such formidable strength and ruthlessness. Chapter 45. You have fallen a bit. Quickly take him to the hospital. Although it's not a grave matter, 3 of his ribs are broken and need to be set, Pai Yangyang instructed, glancing down at Ouyang Yan in the driver's seat. Ouyang Yan snapped back to reality and nodded. Thank you, she expressed sincerely. Pai Yangyang smiled lightly. We ought to be the ones thanking you. Your injuries arose from our actions. It is my duty to assist. Even if you were not a friend of my cousin, my professional ethics would compel me to intervene. Ouyang Yan replied earnestly. Pai Yangyang straightened and waved his hand dismissively. As Ouyang Yan drove away, he returned to the vehicle, where Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The previous scene had completely transformed their perception of Pai Yangyang. Su Shiweqing had been unconscious during the events at Suwei Villa, thus unaware of the specifics. Zheng Li had only witnessed Pai Yangyang pummeling Tongyu, but at that time, Tongyu was alone. Now, there had been over a dozen individuals rendered powerless before him like straw dolls. How could you be so formidable? Su Suiqining Guayith, still incredulous as the car started moving. Pai Yangyang shrugged with a smile. It's not that I am skilled. They were simply inadequate. Zheng Li shot him a glance. Could you stop pretending? Even if they were lacking, they were still a dozen strong. Pai Yangyang sighed, exasperated. What sort of comprehension do you possess? Am I pretending? Why do they obstruct journalists, Ouyang? Su Shiweqing pressed on, refusing to dwell on the previous topic. With a cold glint in his eyes, Pai Yangyang replied. They were sent by Zhao Jinggang. Initially, they intended to offer a bribe of 500,000 to ensure Ouyang Yan kept today's events under wraps. When she refused, Zhao Jinggang ordered them to smash their equipment as a warning. How malevolent! What on earth does Zhao Jinggang intend to accomplish? Su Shiweqing exclaimed, both shocked and furious. Zheng Li remarked, Zhao Jinggang has a history of being involved in underworld activities. Only in recent years has he managed to clean up his act. Such behavior is understandable given his ingrained habits. Pai Yangyang added, the true mastermind behind this is the Yi family. Zhao Jinggang is merely their pawn. Su Shiweqing's complexion was somewhat unappealing as she gritted her teeth and uttered the name Yi family. Though it consisted of merely 2 characters, one could discern her deep-seated resentment towards them, as well as the resolve that resided within her heart. Upon returning to the villa, Su Shiweqing wearily settled onto the sofa, casting her gaze towards Pai Yangyang, who was about to ascend the stairs, and suddenly called out, Come here. Her voice was gentle, devoid of the previous air of superiority. Taken aback, Pai Yangyang approached her cautiously. Su Shiweqing patted the space beside her on the sofa and said, Sit down. I wish to have a word with you. Observing her disheveled hair and pallid complexion, Pai Yangyang felt an unexpected softness in her presence, leading her to silently take a seat. Thank you for today. Su Shiweqing earnestly expressed, her gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang. You needn't mention it. After all, I did sign a contract with you. It is my duty to protect you. Pai Yangyang replied, Can we refrain from discussing the contract? I speak from the heart. It was evident that Su Shiweqing's inner turmoil persisted, even hinting at a sense of agitation. Pai Yangyang paused momentarily, casting a skeptical glance her way before responding calmly. I am indeed serious. If you feel the need to express your gratitude, perhaps you could do so in a more straightforward manner. Su Shiweqing regarded him with caution, inquiring hesitantly. What do you mean by a straightforward manner? Pai Yangyang scrutinized her intently, his eyes glimmering with a fervent curiosity. A sudden jolt of realization struck Su Shiweqing. This was the first time he had gazed at her in such a manner. A wave of unease washed over her, and she stammered, What are you implying? Pai Yongyang shook his head gently, a look of regret crossing his features as he remarked, You are so stunning, possessing all the qualities one could desire, and yet, there are certain aspects that seem lacking. You simply cannot be serious. Startled, Su Shiweqing sprang to her feet, her expression a mix of alarm and indignation as a faint blush crept onto her pale face. Her eyes flickered with a hint of anger. What do you mean by that? Pai Yongyang, bewildered, responded, What do you mean, not serious? I meant to say that a woman as beautiful as you should have it all. Why does your intellect seem slightly deficient? Su Shiweqing was momentarily speechless, her fury quickly surfacing as she clenched her fists and glared at him intently. Her voice laced with venom. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am foolish? Pai Yongyang shrugged nonchalantly, rising to his feet as he replied, If you don't want to offer anything, then why get angry? What is the point? As he spoke, he began to ascend the staircase. Confused, Su Shiweqing stared at his retreating figure and shouted, Hey, what exactly do you want? Of course it's money, miss. A bonus would suffice, or a raise. What do you think I wanted? Pai Yongyang turned around, appearing quite exasperated. Simultaneously, his gaze brazenly roamed over Su Shiweqing once more, and he gently shook his head. Do you truly believe I desire you? Such a thing is far too easy. Fuming, Su Shiweqing's face turned pale with anger. This scoundrel dares to look down on me. Am I truly so inferior that I fail to meet your standards? Fine, I'll give you a bonus of 10,000. She nearly ground her teeth as she spoke vehemently. In an instant, Pai Yongyang's face broke into a radiant smile as he approached her, slowly extending his right hand. Smack! Su Shiweqing, filled with resentment, struck his palm and retorted, I've already let you drive my car, and you still have the audacity to ask me for money? Initially taken aback, Pai Yongyang remarked with a hint of disappointment, owing a sum of 10,000 yuan. You seem to have descended into a state of decline. With a mournful shake of his head, he ascended the stairs. Su Shiweqing, fuming, took a seat, while Zheng Li, who had remained silent, cast a contemplative glance at Pai Yongyang's retreating figure and mused, This fellow is indeed reliable when he is, but when he becomes bothersome, he is truly irksome. Never mind. Let us not dwell on him. Massaging her temples, Su Shiweqing expressed her exasperation. With nothing pressing that day after lunch, Pai Yongyang unexpectedly chose to remain at home, locking his door and not venturing outside for the entire day. The following morning, Su Shiweqing appeared significantly more spirited, yet she still found herself troubled by the quest for investors. Another day passed, but the issue of funding remained unresolved. As Pai Yongyang ambled down the stairs, he noticed Su Shiweqing's furrowed brow and could not resist inquiring, Are you still preoccupied with the funding matter? Yes, another day has gone by, yet I have not conceived any viable solutions. Do you think I am utterly useless? Su Shiweqing lamented. Pai Yongyang chuckled softly. This does not resemble the decisive and self-assured Su Zong I know. Such a minor issue has rendered you so defeated. A minor issue? We are discussing 500 million. Who would dare invest 500 million in the Su family now? Su Shiweqing shot a glare, finding his nonchalance irritating. There's still 10 days left, so why the haste? Pai Yongyang replied with an air of indifference, understanding the futility of further debate. Su Shiweqing fell silent. I heard that in a week, the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will hold an investment conference in Xinjiang, selecting a company for investment. If you do not devise a plan within a week, you might as well give it a try, he added casually. Su Shiweqing was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, How did you know about this? It was merely by chance that I overheard it. You are aware of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Correct. Of course I am aware, but their investment criteria are exceedingly stringent. I have not even received an invitation. How could I possibly compete for investment? Su Shiweqing replied, a hint of frustration in her tone. In Xinjiang, it was impossible for anyone to be unaware of the Su family, nor could they overlook the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. She understood well that the chamber held an annual investment fair in Xinjiang. Yet for years, the Su family had not secured a single investment. This year, it was even worse. She had not received an invitation at all. It was evident that the chamber was aware of the Su family's predicament and the discord with the Yi family. Hence, they had not even sent an invitation. Just as she finished speaking, a servant approached, cradling a large red invitation in her hands. Miss, someone came by earlier and asked me to deliver this to you. the servant said respectfully, handing the invitation to Su Xueqing. Impatient, she accepted it and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa. At that moment, she had little desire to attend any banquet. Suddenly, Zheng Li's eyes fixed on the invitation, her excitement rendering her speechless. It's just an invitation. Why are you so fervently excited? Su Xueqing inquired, puzzled, instinctively turning her gaze toward the invitation. Suddenly, she stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. She eagerly seized the invitation card, swiftly opened it, and perused its contents with great care. Her face a tapestry of excitement and disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. They have invited me to the investment conference." Observing her elation, Pai Yangyang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to stride towards the dining area. The fact that the Tunglong Chamber had dispatched someone to deliver the invitation here underscored their regard for the Su group and for Mr. Su himself. Zheng Li shared her exuberance. This was, indeed, a rare piece of good news for them. We must prepare diligently. If I cannot secure funding before the conference begins, we must strive to persuade the Tunglong Chamber to invest in us, Su Xueqing declared, her confidence restored and her resolve unwavering. Simultaneously, the Qin family was enveloped in a wave of joy. Before them lay a crimson invitation adorned with the emblem of the Tunglong Chamber. Hua Lubin sat on the sofa, exuding self-satisfaction as he sipped tea, his demeanor that of a triumphant hero, reclining with one leg crossed over the other. However, a bandage was wrapped around his head, a vivid drop of blood seeping from circular wound on his forehead, a striking contrast to his otherwise proud posture. Yet, Yin Jinfeng did not perceive this as a breach of decorum. Rather, she gazed at him with fervor and asked excitedly, "Young Master Hua, is this truly an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber?" With a smug expression, Hua Lubin replied, "My father secured this from President Meng of the Tunglong Chamber. Does this mean that our Qin family is indeed qualified to attend this investment conference?" Qin Yuyu asked, trembling with excitement as he opened the invitation with quaking hands. "Certainly. My father has spoken with President Meng, who has highly recommended your Qin family. President Meng personally assured my father that the Qin group will secure at least 100 million in projects at this conference. Oh, I've been restless these past few days, fearing that unforeseen issues might arise with the investment. Now that I have young Master Hua by our side, I am assured that our Qin family will soar to great heights." Yin Jinfeng exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy, wishing to embrace Hua Lubin and shower him with affection. Indeed, young Master Hua is formidable, unlike that useless Pai Yangyang, who is good for nothing but idling away at home. Qin Yuyu remarked disdainfully, recalling Pai Yangyang. Yin Jinfeng immediately spat 3 times in disdain and retorted, "Why bring up that good for nothing? It's bad luck. He has long since been expelled from our Qin family. From now on, Yujia, you should cultivate a relationship with young Master Hua. He is the most ideal son-in-law for our Qin family." She gestured meaningfully at Qin Yujia as she spoke. However, Qin Yujia appeared oblivious, taking the invitation from Qin Yuyu's hands, her gaze flickering as a tempest brewed within her heart. Just days prior, Hua Lubin had confidently assured her that he had implored his father to seek President Meng of the Tunglong Chamber, securing a 100 million investment for her. It was precisely for this reason that she had resolutely decided to finalize her divorce on the anniversary of her marriage to Pai Yangyang. Yet, she had not received an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber in the past few days, leaving her feeling unsettled. Now, finally seeing the invitation, a weight lifted from her heart. As she gazed at the card, she thought to herself, "Pai Yangyang, do not blame me. We are not of the same world. My aspirations will soon surpass your imagination. As for Su Xueqing, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. I aim to stand atop Qingjiang's peak, proclaiming to the world that I, Qin Yujia, am the true favored daughter of heaven." Gradually calming her emotions, she turned to Hua Lubin and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Hua." Hua Lubin immediately replied, "Yujia, must we be so formal? I will fulfill my promise to you." "What happened to your head?" Qin Yujia inquired, her gaze fixed on the bandage adorning Hua Liubin's head. His expression shifted, and with a tone of resentment, he recounted, "It's all due to Pai Yangyang and his ill-fated words. He predicted my misfortune after I went out drinking last night. On my way home, I stumbled and collided with the steps, resulting in this." A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yujia's face as she recalled Pai Yangyang's ominous words on the day of their divorce. claiming that Hua Lubin would encounter calamity within 3 days. Initially, she dismissed it as mere frustration, a ploy to vex Hua Lubin. Yet, it seemed that he truly had sustained an injury within that time frame. Could it be that Pai Yangyang possessed genuine foresight? Nevertheless, she swiftly dismissed the notion. In her heart, Pai Yangyang was nothing but a worthless individual, incapable of divination or interpretation of fate. Hua Yobin's injury was merely coincidental. Uncle, Aunt, today is a rare occasion of joy. I would like to treat everyone to a meal, a pre-celebration for Yu Jie's successful acquisition of investment, heralding the rise of the Qin Group, Hua Lubin declared with enthusiasm. Indeed, it is time for a proper celebration. Yu Jie and Hua should spend more time together, Yan Jinfeng readily agreed. Qin Yue also expressed excitement, remarking that Hua was far more considerate than Pai Yangyang, who had never treated them during his 3 years in their home. Qin Yujie furrowed her brow and replied, I won't be joining you. There are numerous matters at the company that require my attention. You all go ahead. Seated quietly in the corner, Qin Sihai grumbled, I have a slight headache today, so I won't be attending either. Hua Lubin felt a twinge of awkwardness, his eagerness to treat overshadowed by the absence of 2 guests. No worries. If Yujie has matters to attend to, let her go to the company. You all will have plenty of opportunities to dine together in the future. As for that old man, he is no concern of ours. He is just as useless as Pai Yangyang. Previously, it was Pai Yangyang who cooked for the Qin family. Now that he had departed, the meals prepared by the servants did not suit her palate, and she was too lazy to cook for herself, hence her desire to dine out. Very well, let us go out to eat. Yujie, would you like me to drive you to the company first? Hua Lubin inquired thoughtfully. No need, I will drive myself. You accompany my mother and Xiaoyu. Qin Yujie firmly declined. Despite her divorce from Pai Yangyang and her awareness of Hua Yobin's persistent pursuit, she felt little affection for him. Hua Lubin, though disappointed, maintained his smile and said, All right, be careful on the road. As Yan Jinfeng needed to freshen up, Qin Yujie left first. Meanwhile, in the Yunding villa, Pai Yangyang let out a satisfied belch and, under Su Xueqing's suspicious gaze, staggered upstairs. Can you believe it? He isn't out gallivanting? Zemli murmurat. Su Xueqing remarked, This is for the best. It's prudent to step out now. Perhaps the Yi family is already seeking trouble. Zhang Li cast her a peculiar glance at her. Su Xueqing chose not to respond, turning instead to ascend the staircase, leaving Zhang Li in the living room, momentarily bewildered. As noon approached, Su Xueqing's phone rang. The moment she answered, Shun Yi's anxious voice broke through, laced with distress. Xueqing, your brother is missing. Your father and I have searched numerous places without success. Please help us find him. Chapter 47. Disposing of him in the trash bin, Su Xueqing was taken aback, rapidly inquiring, Mother, what has transpired? How did Xiaozhi manage to wander off? Her brother, Su Mingjie, had once been an exceptionally bright and ambitious individual, the apple of the old man's eye. A few years prior, during a family meeting, the old gentleman had even hinted at designating Su Mingjie as the third-generation heir. However, not long after, Su Mingjie had a confrontation that resulted in a head injury, nearly costing him his life. Though he was ultimately saved, he subsequently became somewhat mentally impaired and occasionally suffered from seizures. For his safety, Su Jiwen and Shun Yi had no choice but to confine Su Mingjie at home, hiring someone to watch over him. Today, however, he had managed to slip out, which posed a grave danger for someone with his condition. Aunt Lan took a call in the living room, and your brother sneaked out. Xueqing, you must think of a way. Xiaozhi is out there alone, and it's perilous, Shun Yi sobbed, her voice trembling. Mother, please remain calm. I will find Xiaozhi. He will be all right. Su Xueqing reassured her, though her heart was in turmoil. Very well, you must find him, Shun Yi said in a flurry before ending the call. Hastily, Su Xueqing rushed downstairs, calling out to Zhang Li, who was seated in the living room. Sisterly, my brother has run off. Will you accompany me to search for him? Zhang Li was taken aback. Quickly rising, Su Mingjie has gone out? Without hesitation, she followed Su Xueqing outside the villa. At that moment, Pai Yangyang emerged from the restroom. Upon seeing their frantic demeanor, he curiously inquired, What is the matter? Why the urgency? My brother has run off. I need to find him immediately. Su Xueqing replied distractedly, her mind in disarray. Oh, then I shall accompany you, Pai Yangyang responded, surprised, as he hurriedly grabbed the car keys from the table and followed them out. He had heard Su Xueqing mention her brother and was aware of his condition. Indeed, It was dangerous for someone in such a state to be wandering alone. Su Xueqing welcomed the assistance. She desperately wished for more help. Once in the car, Pai Yangyang asked, "Where shall we search?" "Let us head to my parents' neighborhood first." He couldn't have gone far. Su Xueqing contemplated before responding. Pai Yangyang promptly accelerated, driving towards Su Jiwen's residence. He had been there once before when he dropped Shinny off, so he was familiar with the area. The car sped along, swiftly reaching the vicinity of Su Jiwen's apartment complex. "What places did your brother use to frequent?" Upon arrival, they found themselves at a loss for clues, prompting Pai Yangyang to ask. Su Xueqing remarked that he rarely went out to play, spending most of his time either at school or at home, with a fondness for lingering in bookstores. "School? Which school?" Pai Yangyang inquired, a flicker of interest igniting within him. "Xinjiang No. 2 Middle School. Not far south of this neighborhood," she replied. "All right, let's first investigate there," Pai Yangyang decisively concluded, following Su Xueqing's guidance towards Xinjiang No. 2. Su Ziming had been rendered foolish after sustaining a head injury. Such conditions often lead to a strong inclination towards certain memories and individuals. Thus, Pai Yangyang surmised that the likelihood of Su Mingzhi being at school was quite high. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Xinjiang No. 2. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li hastily exited the vehicle, rushing into the school in search of him. Pai Yangyang, unfamiliar with Su Mingzhi, followed them inside. However, after a thorough search, they found no trace of Su Mingzhi. Inquiries made to students and teachers engaged in physical education, as well as to the security personnel at the entrance, yielded no sightings of anyone entering the school. Panic gripped Su Xueqing, and she could not suppress her tears, exclaiming, "Little Zhe, where have you gone?" Observing her distress and anxiety, Pai Yangyang gently urged, "Do not fret. We have yet to check the bookstore. Perhaps he has gone there." Wiping away her tears, Su Xueqing suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, the bookstore. That is his favorite place. He must be there." The three of them swiftly returned to the car, heading towards the nearby bookstore. Although a glimmer of hope flickered within Su Xueqing, she felt a profound sense of trepidation, fearing another fruitless search. As they drove forward, Pai Yangyang suddenly slowed down, tilting his head in suspicion towards the left. "Why have you stopped? Hurry up," Zheng Li called out, anxious as the car came to a halt. Furrowing his brows, Pai Yangyang remarked, "What are they doing here?" Su Xueqing, intrigued, leaned over to look, and saw a commotion unfolding in front of the Haitian Shengyan restaurant across the street, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a conflict. One individual, sporting a bandage on his head, stood out conspicuously, while two others were pushing and shoving, with one appearing particularly frightened, retreating repeatedly. "It's little Zhe," Su Xueqing suddenly exclaimed. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, she recognized him at once. The person being shoved back was indeed her brother, Su Mingzhi. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the car door and dashed across the street, disregarding the oncoming traffic. Zheng Li and Pai Yangyang quickly followed suit, as several vehicles screeched to a halt, creating chaos in the street. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" some drivers shouted in anger. Yet, the trio paid no heed, sprinting ahead. Su Xueqing's eyes did not deceive her. The individual being pushed back was unequivocally her brother, Su Mingzhi. The assailant, on the other hand, was Qin Yuyu. Meanwhile, the person with the bandage was Hua Lubin. At that moment, Qin Yuyu was cursing vehemently. "Damn it, are you blind? You bumped into me. Can you afford to pay for my clothes?" It turned out that Hua Lubin had invited Yin Jinfeng and Qin Yuyu to dine at Haitian Shengyan, and upon their arrival, Qin Yuyu had collided with someone, causing an ice cream cone to splatter across his attire, igniting his fury. The individual who collided with him was Su Mingzhi. After running out of his home, he wandered aimlessly until he spotted an ice cream shop by the roadside, where he stood at the entrance, gazing dreamily. Noticing the longing expression on his face, the shopkeeper curiously inquired, "Would you like some ice cream?" Su Mingzhi nodded eagerly, then quickly shook his head, expressing his discomfort. "I have no money." The owner paused, recognizing a hint of intellectual disability in him. Observing that Su Mingzhi had been standing there for quite some time, his heart softened, and he offered him an ice cream cone. With joy, Su Mingzhi took the ice cream and began to walk away, but unexpectedly collided with the approaching Qin Yuyu. The ice cream was lost, and he received a slap across the face. "Compensate me for the ice cream," he cried out, tears welling in his eyes as he tugged at Qin Yuyu, demanding restitution. Qin Yuyu, infuriated, retorted, How dare you bump into me and then expect me to pay for your ice cream? With a swift kick, he shoved Su Mingzhi aside and followed up with another slap. After receiving 2 blows, Su Mingzhi felt intimidated and attempted to flee, but Qin Yuyu relentlessly grabbed his collar, insisting on compensation for his clothing. Terrified, Su Mingzhi quickly replied, I have no money. My mother can pay for it. Do you think I'm a fool who accepts money from anyone, old or young? If your mother has money, let her bring it. Qin Yuyu, believing Su Mingzhi was mocking him, grew even more enraged. Bro, he's a simpleton, remarked Hua Lubin, who stood nearby and had discerned the truth. A simpleton? Qin Yuyu hesitated for a moment, then spat in Su Mingzhi's face, coldly declaring, even a simpleton must pay for my clothes. Otherwise, I'll toss you into the trash bin. As he spoke, he dragged Su Mingzhi to a nearby trash bin, forcefully pressing his head down. A crowd of onlookers gathered, but none intervened. 2 security guards from the hotel rushed out, intending to inquire about the situation, but upon spotting Hua Lubin, they quickly greeted him with deference. Knowing that Qin Yuyu and Hua Lubin were together, they refrained from asking further. Yan Jinfeng, rather than stopping the incident, watched with excitement. Xiao Yu, throw him in the trash, she encouraged, seemingly proud and delighted by Qin Yuyu's actions. Emboldened by her words, Qin Yuyu pressed harder on Su Mingzhi's head, nearly shoving him into the bin. When a panicked voice rang out, Xiao Zhe. Startled, Qin Yuyu turned to see Su Xueqing rushing toward them, her face tear-streaked and filled with urgency. One of his hands still held Su Mingzhi's head down, and he momentarily forgot to release his grip. Big sister. Though Su Mingzhi was simple-minded, he still recognized his family. Hearing her voice, he strained to lift his head and cried out, seeing the red, swollen marks on his face. Su Xueqing was overwhelmed with anxiety and shouted, let go of my brother. Miss Su Su. Qin Yu suddenly snapped back to reality and hastily loosened his grip. Su Mingzhi hastily rushed to Su Xueqing's side, who, despite the dirt on him, grasped his hand and anxiously surveyed him, asking, are you all right? Sister, he hit me and ruined my ice cream. Su Mingzhi cried, pointing accusingly at Qin Yuyu. Su Xueqing immediately glared at him, gritting her teeth as she demanded, why did you strike him? At that moment, Qin Yuyu's countenance darkened, his lips quivering as he stammered, Miss Su, I was unaware that he is your brother. After all, the Su family is one of the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. What was there to fear? Her brother is merely a fool. He was the one who bumped into you first. Yan Jinfeng, upon seeing Su Xueqing, felt a slight jolt in her heart and instinctively touched her face. However, she promptly recalled that Hua Lubin was by her side, and her demeanor shifted to one of aggression. Qin Yuyu, startled, nervously remarked, Mom, she is Miss Su. What Miss Su? With young Master Hua Lu present, are you still afraid of her? Yan Jinfeng retorted arrogantly, embodying the essence of a bully empowered by another's influence. At that instant, Qin Yuyu regained his composure, his fear dissipating, and he straightened his posture. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang had arrived beside Su Xueqing and, upon glancing at Su Mingzhi, furrowed his brow. Qin Yuyu's earlier remark indicated that they were fully aware of Su Mingzhi's condition, yet still chose to torment him, igniting a surge of indignation within Pai Yangyang. It was he who collided with me and stained my clothing with ice cream. This is a brand new outfit. I just put it on. Demanding compensation seemed reasonable, did it not? With Hua Lubin as his ally, his confidence swelled. Recollecting the humiliation he faced days prior, when Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang visited his doorstep, he yearned to trample them both underfoot. Su Xueqing's face turned pale with fury as she fixed an intense glare on Qin Yuyu, exclaiming, if you want him to pay for the clothes, you cannot resort to violence. If he refuses to pay and continues to harass me, should I wait for him to strike me first? Qin Yuyu replied, adopting a brazen demeanor, shaking his leg nonchalantly. Leave this to me, Pai Yangyang quietly asserted, stepping closer to Su Xueqing as he noticed her trembling with rage. It was not merely a desire to be the hero. It was the sight of Qin Yuyu and Yan Jinfeng's arrogant displays of power that ignited his ire. Xiaozhi must not suffer in vain. Su Xueqing choked on her words, tears welling in her eyes. Pai Yangyang, unable to restrain himself, gently patted her shoulder and said solemnly, do not worry. He then took 2 steps forward, fixing a cold stare on Qin Yuyu. Oh, you worthless fool. Seeking to be a hero? Qin Yu had long noticed Pai Yangyang, but he had never regarded him as a threat. While at the Qin family, he had treated Pai Yangyang with disdain, bullying him at will. Now, witnessing Pai Yangyang stepping up, he scoffed contemptuously, apologized to him. Apologize? Pai Yangyang coldly retorted. You expect me to apologize to a fool? Is that how you repay kindness, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Qin Yu laughed in disdain, completely disregarding Pai Yangyang. I will say it once more, apologize to him. Pai Yangyang's tone grew colder still. Have you developed a sense of superiority from living off others? Have you forgotten your own identity and your worth? Qin Yu spat, stepping forward boldly to glare at Pai Yangyang, poking him in the chest. With a sharp crack, Pai Yangyang raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap across Qin Yu's face. Staggering backward, Qin Yu collided with a trash bin, covering his face in disbelief as he looked at Pai Yangyang. This was someone who, in the past, had always been submissive, never retaliating against insults or blows. How could he dare to strike him now? Pai Yangyang, are you mad? How dare you hit Xiaoyu? Yan Jinfeng exploded in fury, her voice a shrill roar as she advanced, claws bared. Pai Yangyang, who had always feared her like a tiger, had audaciously struck Qin Yu before her eyes. Igniting her rage, Pai Yangyang turned to her, his gaze icy, and coldly uttered, he deserved it. Yan Jinfeng, now standing before him, suddenly halted in shock. Her hand raised in anger as she glared at him, grinding her teeth. Who do you think you are to hit Xiaoyu? Have you forgotten you lived in my home for 3 years, eating and drinking for free? Ungrateful wretch. With a frigid tone, Pai Yangyang retorted, this is not your home. Moreover, I did not live off the Qin family for nothing. If it weren't for him, would the Qin group have achieved its current success? What a farce. Previously, he had endured the injustices in the Qin household due to his obligations, but now that he had been cast out, there was no need to endure any longer. The grievances accumulated over 3 years erupted at that moment. Didn't he live off them for free? Oh, right, you did do quite a bit of housework around the house. But what else did you contribute? Useless. Yan Jinfeng scoffed. Pai Yangyang's eyes turned cold as he replied, if it weren't for me, do you think Qin Yujia would have secured that 100 million investment? Yan Jinfeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if she had just heard the most absurd joke. Pai Yangyang, your penchant for boasting remains unchanged. Indeed, Yujia secured 100 million. But what does that have to do with you? It was only through Xiao Hua's appeal to his father that the chairman of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce intervened. How dare you claim that investment was your doing, you shameless fool? Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang turned to the side, glancing at Hua Lubin with a bemused smile. Xiao Hua, was that 100 million investment truly yours? Hua Yobin's eyes flickered momentarily, but he straightened up and declared, indeed. It was Chairman Meng who granted it to the Qin family out of respect for my father. Isn't it painful when your lies are exposed? A waste like you dares to boast so boldly. You truly have no sense of your own limitations. Yan Jinfeng said triumphantly. Fortunately, my beloved Yujia has divorced you. Otherwise, my entire life would have been ruined in your hands. Now, with Hua Xiao by my side, the Qin family is destined to flourish. Pai Anjiang coldly smirked, casting a disdainful glance at Hua Lubin, and remarked, the Hua family is plagued by misfortune. Do you still aspire to rise through their ranks? Very well. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Cursed be your tongue. Last time you foretold my calamity, and I truly suffered a grievous injury. Hua Lubin erupted in fury, his voice booming. Pai Anjiang smiled faintly, responding calmly, do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. He then turned his gaze back to Qin Yu. Can I apologize now? Curse you. With that, a sharp slap landed on the other side of Qin Yu's face. How dare you strike me? Qin Yu roared in anger, swinging his fists toward Pai Anjiang. Yet, Pai Anjiang was quicker, seizing his collar and lifting him with ease. A pitiful scream echoed as Qin Yu tumbled headfirst into a garbage bin, with only his flailing legs visible. This scene left Yan Jinfeng and Hua Lubin utterly astounded. Bystanders looked on in shock, some regarding Pai Anjiang with trepidation. Xiaoyu. Moments later, Yan Jinfeng let out a heart-wrenching cry as she rushed over with Hua Lubin, frantically pulling Qin Yu from the refuse. However, he was now covered in trash, a decaying cabbage leaf perched atop his head, emanating a foul stench. Pai Anjiang, you have lost your mind. How dare you toss Xiaoyu into the garbage? I will take you down. Yan Jinfeng, in a fit of rage, twisted her face in fury, gnashing her teeth as she clawed at Jiang. Jiang fixed her with a cold gaze and warned, "Do not compel me to take action." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, pressing down upon Yan Jinfeng. Suddenly, she felt a jolt of fear, her confidence wavering as she stood frozen, hesitantly regarding Jiang. The figure before her, once submissive and compliant within the Qin family, now appeared as a fearsome deity. She was acutely aware that should she persist, Jiang would indeed strike her. "This is insufferable. How dare you lay a hand on me? I refuse to live," she suddenly cried out, collapsing onto the ground and wailing uncontrollably. In that moment, she portrayed a masterclass of theatrics. Bystanders watched in astonishment at this spectacle. "Hua Xiao, this worthless individual is bullying me. You cannot turn a blind eye. If Yujie discovers I have been struck by this scoundrel, she will surely be heartbroken," she lamented, her cries echoing. Yet not a single tear fell from her eyes. Hua Lubin's lips twitched as he glared fiercely at Jiang. For years, he had longed to pursue Qin Yujie, only to find Jiang inexplicably positioned as her husband. Yet he never relinquished his pursuit, unwavering in his determination to capture the heart of Qin Yujie, a flower renowned as one of the four beauties of Xinjiang. Now, with hope glimmering on the horizon, he was even more reluctant to let any opportunity slip away. Pai Yangyang had brazenly struck Qin Yuyu and had driven Yan Jinfeng to the brink of despair. If he were to retaliate against Pai Yangyang, avenging them both, how could Qin Yujie possibly resist becoming his? Moreover, he believed that the injury to his head was a consequence of Pai Yangyang's curses, and he was resolute in seeking retribution. With this thought, he steeled himself, glancing around. He seized a plastic barrier cone from the roadside and swung it fiercely at Pai Yangyang's head. A gasp erupted from a bystander. Though it was merely a plastic cone, a blow to the head would surely result in injury. "Be careful," Su Shiweqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Yet, Pai Yangyang stood undaunted, his left hand gently massaging, a wisp of dark energy swirling in his palm. Hua Lubin, witnessing Pai Yangyang's apparent paralysis, contorted his face into a more menacing grimace, pouring every ounce of his strength into the impending strike. As the plastic cone descended, Su Shiweqing's expression shifted and she instinctively covered her mouth, turning away in trepidation. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang flashed a peculiar smile, stepping aside just in time to avoid the descending cone and surged forward. In that fleeting moment, their bodies intersected, and he deftly tapped Hua Liubin's waist with his left hand. The dark energy silently infiltrated Hua Liubin's body. With a miscalculated strike, Hua Lubin stumbled forward, tripping over Yan Jinfeng and crashing into her with a yelp. Yan Jinfeng, flustered and anxious, hastily attempted to push him away. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. As if enchanted, Hua Lubin abruptly discarded the plastic cone and embraced Yan Jinfeng, his expression one of bewildered ecstasy. Simultaneously, he began to writhe, mimicking a teddy bear-esque classic movements. Humming a tune, "Come on, let's enjoy." Onlookers were left in stunned silence, jaws dropped. Young women blushed, covering their eyes, torn between curiosity and embarrassment. Meanwhile, older men erupted into boisterous laughter, and a few brazen souls even pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle. A woman's teddy bear leapt from her arms, racing to Hua Lubin's side, imitating his antics, which only incited further uproarious laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Shiweqing turned, her face flushing crimson as she beheld the absurdity. Yan Jinfeng struggled desperately to extricate herself from Hua Liubin's grasp, but for reasons unknown. This flamboyant young man possessed an extraordinary strength that rendered her efforts futile. "Hua Xiao, what on earth are you doing?" Qin Yuyu exclaimed, astonished, finally regaining his senses after a prolonged moment of disbelief. Yet, Hua Lubin paid him no heed, his movements growing increasingly fervent. A look of sheer delight etched across his face. Qin Yuyu, feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, rushed forward, intent on pulling Hua Lubin away. However, at that moment, Hua Lubin shivered with satisfaction, standing up and making a gesture as if to adjust his trousers. "Ah, I can no longer endure this existence. I wish to cease being." Yan Jinfeng covered her face, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. She had ardently desired for Hua Lubin to become her son-in-law. Yet now he had the audacity to engage in such disgraceful behavior in public. If word of this were spread, It would surely leave the entire city in fits of laughter. Bystanders remained momentarily stunned, for the scene was indeed overwhelmingly shocking. Alas, it was all too brief. "What have you done to them, Jiang?" Qin Yu inquired suspiciously, his voice rising. Hua Lubin stood there, eyes glazed over, utterly dazed. Yang shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. "I am but a useless individual. What could I possibly do? However, it seems your future brother-in-law possesses questionable character. Should you marry, do take care of your wife." Qin Yu's face contorted with anger. Deep down, he was convinced that Jiang was behind this mischief, yet he could present no evidence. "Let us depart," Jiang said casually to the still-dazed Su Xueqing. "Ah, yes, yes," Su Xueqing responded, regaining her composure in a fluster. Together with Zheng Li, they assisted Su Mingjie across the street. Qin Yu, fuming, stamped his feet in frustration. He was engulfed in a foul stench, while Yin Jinfeng seethed with humiliation. And Hua Bin remained in his stupor. How could they possibly enjoy their meal now? He glared fiercely at Jiang's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Jiang, you will pay for this. I shall make you regret your existence." "Yes, let us eliminate him." Hua Bin, who had been lost in thought, suddenly echoed. Qin Yu jumped in surprise and queried suspiciously, "Hua, what is wrong with you?" "W, what do you mean?" "Oh, I was just inviting you all to dine at this establishment." Hua Bin replied, somewhat bewildered, glancing at the restaurant. Qin Yu's gaze shifted downward, his expression shifting to one of discomfort as nausea surged within him. "It's nothing. Let's leave. I no longer wish to eat." A crowd had gathered, pointing and stifling laughter at them. He longed to escape this place immediately, with no appetite remaining. In the car, Su Xueqing gently embraced Su Mingjie, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. "Jiang, what was going on with Hua Bin just now? Was that truly your doing?" Jiang instinctively touched the side of his nose and chuckled. "Do you believe I possess magical powers? Hua Bin is notoriously frivolous. Surely you are aware of that?" Zheng Li nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Hua Bin is repulsive. I hardly know what to say." Disgust was evident on her face as she spoke. Su Xueqing gazed in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the earlier spectacle. However, she certainly did not believe in any sorcery. If Jiang possessed such capabilities, would he have been driven from the Qin family and forced to endure this unfair one-year agreement with her? Chapter 50. Are you truly capable? Jiang drove the car to the entrance of the community. "Please take us inside," Su Xueqing suggested after a moment's contemplation. Jiang did not refuse. After all, he was her driver, and naturally, he would follow her instructions on how to navigate the vehicle. Before a villa, Shun Yi, having received a call from Su Xueqing, had long been waiting at the doorstep. Upon seeing Su Mingjie return unscathed, she immediately rushed forward and enveloped him in her embrace. "Xiaozhe, you terrified your mother. Please do not run off again," she uttered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing this poignant scene, Pai Yangyang felt a momentary pang in his heart, a touch of melancholy washing over him. He reflected on his own childhood abandonment, were it not for his mentor's benevolence. He could hardly fathom what his life would have become. To have parents is truly a blessing. What happened to Xiaozhe's face? Who struck him? After regaining her composure from the emotional outburst, Shunyi meticulously examined her son and was taken aback by the slap mark on his cheek. "Mom." It was the younger brother of Pai Yangyang's ex-wife. Thankfully, Pai Yangyang was there. Had it not been for him, Xiaozhe would have suffered far worse, Su Xueqing explained. Shunyi paused, casting a suspicious glance at Pai Yangyang. "The younger brother of your ex-wife? Why would he strike Xiaozhe?" Su Xueqing responded, "Mom, let us go inside. I'll explain everything to you." Only then did Shun Yi realize they had been lingering at the entrance. Once inside, Aunt Lan, the housekeeper of the Su family, hurried over, visibly shaken. "Thank heavens, the young master has returned. What would have happened if something had befallen him? Aunt Lan, you must be more vigilant in the future. We cannot allow him to wander off again," Shun Yi instructed, entrusting Su Mingjie to Aunt Lan to change his clothes. As they settled down, Shun Yi could hardly contain her curiosity. "What transpired? Where did you find Xiaozhe? Please tell me everything." Su Xueqing recounted the events of finding Su Mingjie, emphasizing that had it not been for Pai Yangyang's timely glance back, they might have missed him entirely. She noted that if they had not discovered him then, Su Mingjie could have faced untold hardships or even ended up lost beyond their reach. Initially, Shen Yi harbored some resentment, suspecting that Pai Yangyang's ex-brother-in-law had deliberately struck Su Mingzhi in retaliation against Su Xueqing for being with Pai Yangyang. However, as she grasped the full story, her heart softened, and she expressed her gratitude. Xiao Pai, thank you. Your presence in our Su family has been invaluable. You healed my ailments, rescued Xiao Qing, and today, you saved Xiaozhe. Mom, it is my duty. Once I entered this family, I bore the responsibility to protect you all, Pai Yangyang stated earnestly. Su Xueqing regarded him with curiosity, thinking to herself, this fellow has quite the acting skills. He has settled into his role remarkably well. Yet, for reasons unknown, she harbored a subtle hope that what Pai Yangyang had just expressed was a genuine sentiment rather than mere theatrics. Mom, has Xiaozhe received any treatment for his condition? Pai Yangyang suddenly inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Sighing softly, Shen Yi replied, how can we not treat him? Having consulted numerous experts both domestically and internationally, we sought the assistance of the finest neurosurgeons in our country, who performed a minimally invasive surgery on him. However, the results were rather unimpressive. Previously, his condition was somewhat manageable, but now he frequently awakens in the middle of the night, shouting and crying out as if he has been startled by some unseen terror. Moreover, he often finds himself staring blankly at flowers and trees, engaging in solitary conversations, though the words elude him. Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang's expression shifted, and he remarked, his affliction stems from a severe trauma to the brain. When he was struck, it impacted the neural pathways. If we can find a way to alleviate the blockage, he might return to his former self. The experts concurred, yet modern medicine has proven inadequate. There was, however, one specialist who suggested that if we could procure the services of a renowned healer from the Xi'an Medical School, there might still be hope for Xiaozhe. Shen Yi gently shook her head. Have you sought out the practitioners from the Xi'an Medical School? Pai Yangyang inquired. Shen Yi smiled wryly. Those practitioners are not easily summoned. It is said that they seldom intervene without compelling reason. Even the esteemed figures in the capital find it challenging to enlist their aid. Zheng Li, intrigued, asked, could you not offer a substantial fee? Shen Yi shook her head once more. If money could resolve this, it would have been remedied long ago. The individuals from the Xi'an Medical School are peculiar. Should they choose not to assist, even a mountain of gold would fail to sway them. Conversely, if they do decide to act, they might not demand a single coin. Zheng Li was taken aback. What sort of people are these? Pai Yangyang shared her astonishment, but quickly said, I could attempt to reach out, albeit. Shen Yi's eyes brightened, and she eagerly pressed, but what? Su Xueqing shot him a skeptical glance. Given that numerous experts have failed, what makes you believe you can succeed? Do you think a few needles will transform you into a miracle worker? Unperturbed, Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps I truly am a miracle worker. You claim to be a miracle worker, yet continue to endure such humiliation in the Qin household? Su Xueqing clearly doubted him, feeling justified in her skepticism. Pai Yangyang fell silent, but Shen Yi appeared intrigued and asked, Little Pai, can you truly heal him? Indeed. However, to completely restore Xiaozhe, a remarkably rare herb is required, Pai Yangyang asserted with certainty. What herb? Shen Yi inquired. If it exists in this world, I would go to any lengths to procure it. Pai Yangyang gently shook his head. This particular herb cannot be purchased. It grows solely within a volcano. Once removed, its efficacy diminishes within a day, rendering it nothing more than a common weed. Therefore, to obtain this herb, one must venture to collect it personally. Shen Yi's expression fell. Collect it personally? Inside a volcano? Indeed, Pai Yangyang confirmed. This herb can only be found within the volcano, and it is exceedingly rare. Su Xueqing clenched her teeth, asking, what is the name of this herb? I will find a way to acquire it. It is called Hell's Purifying Spirit Herb, Pai Yangyang replied. Su Xueqing repeated the name twice to ensure she remembered it, then resolutely declared, Mother, rest assured, I will find it. Shen Yi, though aware that hope was slim, nodded in agreement. Pai Yangyang concluded, I shall administer acupuncture to Xiaozhe today. It may help stabilize his emotions. Although his assistance may not be substantial, at least it won't be, as you described, waking up in fright every night. Really? Shen Yi exclaimed with surprise, her heart brimming with hope as she gazed at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang chuckled lightly, saying, if you believe in me, allow me to give it a try. I believe. Of course I believe. Ever since you treated me with acupuncture last time, My heart has felt significantly better, Shun said with a hint of excitement. The reason she was so moved was that after that acupuncture treatment, her heart discomfort had alleviated considerably, and the frequent pains had subsided. Su Xueqing looked at Pai Yangyang with skepticism and inquired, "Are you truly capable of this?" Pai Yangyang cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "Do you still doubt my abilities?" Su Xueqing was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. She was unaware that Pai Yangyang referred to the detoxification he had performed for her that night. Can it work? There is no harm in trying. What if it actually does? Shun Yi asserted with unwavering conviction. Seeing her mother had made a decision, Su Xueqing felt it unnecessary to voice further objections and simply nodded. Then let us give it a try. Pai Yangyang retrieved a needle kit from the car, while Su Xueqing called for Su Mingzhi. "I don't want acupuncture." Upon realizing what was about to happen, Su Mingzhi turned to flee. Su Xueqing was unable to catch him, and just when she felt helpless, Pai Yangyang suddenly stepped forward and pressed firmly on the area beneath his ear. Su Mingzhi's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep slumber. "What have you done to him?" Su Xueqing asked in astonishment. "Hypnosis. He fears needles, doesn't he? Now he wants even know to be afraid." Pai Yangyang replied coolly, laying Su Mingzhi down on the sofa before extracting a golden needle and piercing it into his Yuzhen acupoint. In no time, 5 golden needles were inserted into Su Mingzhi's head. Pai Yangyang deftly swept his hand over the needle tails, causing the needles to vibrate, allowing invisible currents of energy to flow through the needles and into Su Mingzhi's mind. Shun Yi and Su Xueqing watched anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. They were well aware that the issues within Su Mingzhi's mind were far from easy to remedy, yet they dared to hope for a miracle. As time trickled by, Pai Yangyang would sweep the needle every 3 minutes. After 5 repetitions, he exhaled deeply, withdrew the needles, and gently pressed on his Lingxiao acupoint. The previously unconscious Su Mingzhi slowly opened his eyes. If someone familiar with him were to look into his eyes at that moment, they would notice that the once dull and vacant gaze had become considerably clearer. "Xiaozhi, how do you feel?" Shen Yi asked, her heart filled with hope. For years, she had been exhausted by Su Mingzhi's condition, always yearning for a miracle, with Pai Yangyang claiming he could heal him. Shen Yi was eager to witness her son's recovery. "Mom, I'm hungry," Su Mingzhi said in a dazed manner, his gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang with a look of suspicion. "Xiaozhi, this is Pai Yangyang. He saved you on the street, remember?" Su Xueqing bastantly introduced. Noticing his confused expression, "Yes, I remember he helped me defeat the bad guys." Shun Yi let out a soft sigh, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Observing Su Mingzhi's current state, it appears that there has been no improvement. "Thank you." Suddenly, Su Mingzhi stood up and bowed deeply to Pai Yangyang. His expression one of sincerity. Shun Yi, who was lost in sorrow, was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Mingzhi with tears in her eyes. "Xiaozhi, what did you just say?" Her heart raced with excitement, causing her voice to tremble. "He saved me, and I am grateful to him," Su Mingzhi replied, slightly puzzled. Glancing at Shun Yi burst into laughter, tears still lingering on her cheeks. She stood up, grasping Su Mingzhi's hands, and exclaimed, "Xiaozhi, are you feeling better?" Su Xueqing also stood in astonishment, looking at Su Mingzhi with an excited expression. She noticed that his eyes were no longer so clouded, appearing much clearer, stirring a flicker of hope within her. Could it be that Pai Yangyang's acupuncture is effective? My brother is truly doing better? If you continue treating him, will he fully recover? She said, her excitement evident as she grasped Pai Yangyang's forearms, brimming with anticipation. Pai Yangyang lowered his gaze slightly at her grasp and smiled gently. Su Xueqing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hands. "My acupuncture can only manage the condition. For complete recovery, we must find the hell's pure spirit herb." Pai Yangyang replied calmly. Su Xueqing, filled with newfound determination, declared, "I will definitely find the hell's pure spirit herb. Stay for lunch. I will prepare a meal for you." Shun Yi said, her previously suppressed spirits lifted with joy. Su Xueqing nodded. "All right, we shall dine here." After Shun Yi left, Su Mingzhi was taken back to his room by Aunt Lan. Only then did Su Xueqing express her gratitude to Pai Yangyang, saying, "Thank you. You have given Xiaozhi hope." Pai Yangyang smiled lightly. "What is there to thank? He is my brother-in-law. It is only natural for me to assist him." Su Xueqing's eyes flickered with suspicion as she looked at Pai Yangyang, whispering, "What? Aren't you going to ask me for a reward this time?" Pai Yangyang instinctively smiled awkwardly. If there were one, that would certainly be preferable. After all, I am in dire need of funds. Su Xueqing's expression darkened immediately as she retorted, "I was just about to commend you, and yet you reveal your true nature again. You money grubber." Pai Yangyang chuckled bitterly, expressing his helplessness. "I truly am in need of money. Joking aside, with over 100 billion in milk powder expenses, I haven't even managed to gather a fraction of it. It's nearly driving me to despair." "Fine, I will give you what I owe at the end of the month when I receive my salary," Su Xueqing replied, exasperated. Pai Yangyang frowned, muttering, "Debts are acceptable, but I will not default. Rest assured, I am not in need of your meager sum. If I were to default, you could take my car. It will be no loss to you." Just then, Pai Yangyang's phone rang. He glanced at the display, furrowing his brow slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. "Pai Yangyang, have you lost your mind? Whatever you have, bring it to me. Why target Xiaoyu and my mother? Are you still a man? To please that woman named Su, you resort to such unscrupulous means?" Upon answering, Qin Yujie immediately unleashed a torrent of furious accusations. After listening, Pai Yangyang coldly remarked, "Are you unaware of what they have done?" Without waiting for Qin Yujie's response, he abruptly ended the call. Su Xueqing regarded him with suspicion and inquired, "Has your ex-wife come to confront you?" Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with her." A flicker of tenderness crossed Su Xueqing's eyes. How strikingly handsome Pai Yangyang appeared at that moment. At the Yi residence, Yi Tianxiong gazed at Yi Yuanyang and Yi Fenglu. His expression darkened. "You took such significant actions without my consent? Do you not think the Yi family has embarrassed itself enough already?" The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and Yi Tianxiong's authoritative yet irate voice shattered the silence. "Father, rest assured, I have already spoken to the heads of all news outlets in Xinjiang. They will not report on the news concerning Ouyang Yin. Xinjiang TV will soon remove her from their broadcasts," Yi Yuanyang declared with a fierce expression. "Yi Tianxiong sonortet lightly." His voice grave, "In the future, do not act so impulsively. The position the Yi family holds today has not come easily. Many eyes are watching us, and a moment's carelessness could allow others to take advantage." With his head bowed, Yi Yuanyang replied, "Yes, I understand. Grandfather, you must help me avenge this grievance. I want Pai Yangyang dead." Yi Fenglu ground his teeth, looking up at Yi Tianxiong with hatred. The engagement banquet had seen his fiancée snatched away, followed by his own brutal beating, culminating in his humiliation before the Su family, where he was forced to kneel. He had become the greatest laughingstock in Xinjiang. Having been pampered all his life, he had never endured such indignities. This resentment had lodged firmly in his heart, with no outlet for release. His hatred for Pai Yangyang was profound, wishing nothing more than to break his limbs and torment him to death slowly. Rest assured, the Yi family will settle this score with Pai Yangyang, but not at this moment. Yi Tianxiong's expression remained stormy, his tone icy. Yi Fenglu, his most cherished grandson, now in such a pitiful state, incited a deep fury within him. "If not now, then when? I can bear it no longer," Yi Fenglu hissed, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Even if you cannot endure it, you must." Yi Tianxiong replied coldly. "Until we ascertain the relationship between Pai Yangyang and Lei Ting, no one is allowed to act rashly. Mark my words, during this time, you must remain quiet and refrain from causing any further troubles." Yi Fenglu sonortet dismissively. "Grandfather, why are you afraid of that old man? He is in the provincial city. Can he truly control matters in Xinjiang?" Yi Tianxiong's eyes glimmered as he paused in contemplation before responding gravely. "He himself is not so fearsome. However, it is said that above him resides a formidable figure. This individual, not only the Yi family, but even the Su family, the foremost clan in the southern 6 provinces, would likely not dare to provoke." The members of the Yi family gasped in shock, their faces displaying disbelief. Yi Yuanyang asked incredulously, "Who is this terrifying figure?" Yi Tianxiong gently shook his head, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he replied softly, "I do not know who he is." Yi Fenglio's eyes glinted coldly, his face contorted in rage. In his heart, he deemed his grandfather excessively timid, fearing a person whose identity he did not even know. "One day, I shall take my revenge on you, Pai Yangyang. And as for that little reporter, Ouyang Yin, if I cannot deal with Pai Yangyang, how can I not handle you?" He silently vowed, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 52. A Practical Approach After Lunch. Pai Yangyang escorted Su Shiueching and Zheng Li back to the Cloud Peak Villa. Subsequently, he fabricated an excuse to attend to some matters and drove away from the villa, heading towards Luohan Mountain. He had discovered that meditating atop Luohan Mountain significantly enhanced his cultivation. Upon arriving at the mountain, he noticed a black Mercedes parked by the roadside, causing him to furrow his brow and contemplate turning back. However, a sudden thought compelled him to stop the car. He recognized the vehicle. It had been parked at the foot of the mountain during his previous visit. Clearly, Lei Ting was still in Xinjiang and had returned here. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he desired to speak with Lei Ting. After exiting the vehicle and taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully up the mountain. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back, retrieved a needle pouch from the car, and continued his ascent. Indeed, before reaching the halfway point, he spotted Lei Ting, Lei Yuan, and Lei Xianghong standing in the middle of the mountain path, as if awaiting his arrival. "Mr. Pai, what a coincidence! We meet again," Lei Ting exclaimed, bowing slightly from a distance, his smile warm and inviting. Pai Yangyang smirked inwardly, thinking, "You old fox, clearly waiting for me." Upon reaching the trio, he offered a slight smile. "It is indeed a coincidence. I happen to have some matters to discuss with you, Mr. Lei. I wonder if you are currently available?" Lei Ting maintained a humble demeanor, yet Lei Yuan regarded Pai Yangyang with cold vigilance, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lei Xianghong was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why her grandfather showed such deference to Pai Yangyang. Even if he possessed strength, it hardly warranted her grandfather's subservience. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang remained composed, which inexplicably irritated her. "Very well, I also have some inquiries to make," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. Lei Ting turned to Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong, instructing, "You two should wait for me at the foot of the mountain. I shall converse with Mr. Pai for a while." Lei Yuan eyed Pai Yangyang warily, hesitating. "Go ahead, if he truly intends to harm me. Do you believe you can stop him?" Lei Ting waved his hand dismissively. Although Lei Yuan's lips twitched in discontent, he refrained from voicing his objections and turned to descend the mountain. Lei Xianghong hesitated briefly before following suit. "Mr. Pai, let us proceed to the bamboo grove," Lei Ting respectfully suggested once the two had walked a distance of several meters. Pai Yangyang nodded, and the two made their way into the grove. Subordinate Lei Ting of the Wind and Thunder Hall pays his respects to the ninth master. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Lei Ting abruptly stepped in front of Pai Yangyang, clasping his hands in a bow, deeply revering him. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. According to Uncle Fu, his true identity was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few key figures within the Zhoushuan sect. The fact that Thunder could address the ninth master by title indicates that his standing within the Nine Profound sect is quite esteemed. Pai Yangyang felt a sense of relief. No wonder Thunder had unwaveringly supported him and the Su family during the banquet. It turns out Thunder was already aware of Pai Yangyang's true identity. No need for formalities. Pai Yangyang said nonchalantly, "Are you the leader of the Wind and Thunder Hall? Does that mean you hold a high position within the Nine Profound sect?" He inquired with curiosity. Thunder hesitated for a moment, then offered a somewhat awkward smile. "It's not particularly high within the Nine Profound sect. There are many who rank above me." Pai Yangyang expressed his surprise with a simple "oh," though his face betrayed no change, and he promptly asked, "What is the function of the Wind and Thunder Hall?" Thunder paused briefly before responding. The Wind and Thunder Hall is a faction of the Nine Profound sect established in Chu South, primarily tasked with balancing the various influential forces in the region. Pai Yangyang felt somewhat overwhelmed. It appeared the divisions within the Nine Profound sect were quite intricate, and he could not grasp them all at once. Suddenly, he recalled someone and asked suspiciously, "Do you know a person named Kai Wen-shan? He is the leader of the Wind and Thunder Hall's branch in Xinjiang. However, he is unaware of the Ninth Master's identity and merely acts under my orders," Thunder replied respectfully. Pai Yangyang experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Kai Wen-shan had appeared unexpectedly that day, and why the large shrimp had been so fearful. It turned out he was affiliated with the Wind and Thunder Hall. "Are there other forces of the Nine Profound sect in Xinjiang?" Pai Yangyang inquired again, feeling the weight of his responsibilities as the master of the sect. He could not afford to be ignorant of the forces under his command. However, Thunder wore a troubled expression and replied with a wry smile, "I am indeed not very clear on that. The rules of the Nine Profound sect are stringent, and each branch is only responsible for its own territory. Once again, the mention of rules nearly drove Pai Yangyang to despair. He felt like the most bewildered sect master in history, and moreover, the poorest, owing over 100 billion in debts. How could he not even know the extent of his own power? Who would believe such a tale? Nevertheless, the influence of the Nine Profound sect permeated every industry, its roots running deep. With just a word from the Ninth Master, all branches would surely comply. Noticing Pai Yangyang's frustration, Thunder spoke cautiously as the master of the sect. It is, of course, your duty to uphold the rules. Pai Yangyang waved his hand dismissively, accepting the situation. Well, since it is the sect's rule, I, as the master, shall lead by example. Thunder discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and stood respectfully to the side. By the way, since we have coincidentally met, I will treat your old injuries shortly. Pai Yangyang opened his needle pouch, revealing 18 long needles made of 9 gold and 9 silver. Thunder suddenly became agitated, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, "The 18 heavenly needles! The Ninth Master has truly received the authentic teachings." Pai Yangyang selected a golden needle, giving it a gentle shake. "Remove your shirt and stand still." Thunder hastily took off his shirt, standing with his legs slightly apart in a natural posture. Pai Yangyang's wrist sank as he inserted a golden needle into Thunder's tinshu point. As the needle pierced his body, Thunder immediately felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, flowing from the needle into his meridians. Following closely, the second needle was inserted at the Tai point, the third at the Chimen point, and the fourth at the Zhongmen point. The last 3 needles were administered with remarkable speed. With each insertion, a wave of warmth surged forth, intertwining with the energy from the previous needle and flowing towards the Dantian. Pai Yangyang deftly produced a golden needle, gazing intently for a moment before suddenly applying pressure to his wrist, driving the 9-inch needle directly into the 4-inch mark, piercing the Qi Si point. Upon this insertion, the 4 streams of energy were immediately activated, rushing into the Dantian. The convergence of 5 energy flows caused a tempest within Thunder's Dantian, overwhelming his entire being with a searing and piercing sensation. He gritted his teeth, enduring for a full 5 minutes before he could no longer bear it, releasing a thunderous roar that startled the birds in the forest. Pai Yangyang swiftly aligned his index and middle fingers together, tapping several acupoints on Thunder's back. Thunder's muscles quivered, the frequency of the tremors hastening. After several minutes, he gradually calmed down. By this time, he was drenched in sweat. "All done," Pai Yangyang remarked nonchalantly, sweeping his hand to withdraw the 5 golden needles into his needle pouch. "Moreover, there is a step in your training method that involves circulating energy in the Dantian. Simply alter it to flow through the Guanyuan point, and you shall encounter no further issues," he added as he collected the needles. Thunder, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a look of astonishment, bending his legs as if to kneel. Pai Yangyang quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "No need for that. Thank you, Lord Jiu, for your life-saving grace. This ailment has tormented me for years, and not a day has passed without its affliction. I am profoundly grateful for your intervention today." Thunder expressed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. He could genuinely feel the unblocking of his meridians, and a lingering pain had vanished entirely. Especially with the slight modification Pai Yangyang made to his cultivation method, he sensed that this would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his prowess. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched slightly, inwardly pondering, "Gratitude? Shouldn't you offer something more tangible?" Yet, as the esteemed leader, how could he shamelessly ask his subordinate for financial support? "Lord Jiu, how about I have Xianghong stay by your side as your guard?" Thunder cautiously inquired. Pai Yangyang immediately felt a tightness in his scalp and quickly replied, "No need. I do not require a guard. Having a young girl by my side would only provide Su Xueqing with an excuse to dock my wages." Thunder appeared somewhat disappointed, his expression dimming as he said, "Very well, I shall not press the matter." Pai Yangyang waved his hand, saying, "You may leave. Should I require assistance in the future, I will contact you." "Understood, Lord Jiu." Thunder felt a newfound lightness throughout his body, responded affirmatively, and turned to descend the mountain. Pai Yangyang let out a sigh of relief and, lifting his gaze towards the mountain peak, hastily exited the bamboo grove. Chapter 53. Ouyang Yin captured Pai Yangyang meditated atop the Luohan stone until dusk before descending the mountain to return to the Yunding villa. The following morning, Shun Yi joyfully called Su Shiweqing. Your brother finally slept through the night without waking up at midnight. He slept soundly until dawn. Shiweqing, you must extend your heartfelt thanks to Xiao Pai. Shun Yi's excited voice echoed through the phone. Su Shiweqing, filled with joy, asked, so, does this mean Xiao Zhe is truly much better? It has improved significantly. She no longer appears so bewildered, nor does she wander into the garden to talk to the flowers and trees. Shun Yi spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. The burdens that had weighed heavily on her heart over the years finally seemed to be lifting. Su Shiweqing's eyes were also slightly reddened as she instinctively glanced at the second floor. Mom, I understand now. I'll be grateful to him. After hanging up the phone, Su Shiweqing let out a deep sigh of relief. Although her efforts to attract investment had yielded no progress, there was at least a glimmer of good news. If Su Mingzhi could truly regain his normalcy, it would matter little if she ultimately failed to secure the investment. For 2 consecutive days, Pai Yangyang remained indoors, dutifully residing in the villa. He had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, embodying the essence of a genuine master of the house. Moreover, during these days, Su Shiweqing had been particularly gentle with him, inquiring several times about his culinary preferences. Pai Yangyang nearly blurted out the desire for stir-fried kidneys. But upon recalling the discomfort of waking abruptly each morning, he swallowed the words back down. One evening, after finishing dinner, Pai Yangyang set down his utensils, yearning for a stroll. Just as Su Shiweqing was about to ask him where he intended to go, his phone rang. A brief glance revealed the name Xiao Shuang on the screen. A pang of inexplicable emotion surged within her, and she retorted, your Miss Gu is looking for you again. You must have made prior arrangements, perhaps to watch a movie or play poker. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. Poker? He echoed, then swiftly grabbed his phone to answer the call. Such pretense. I can't count how many times we've done this, Su Shiweqing remarked, arching an eyebrow. Her expression one of certainty. However, before she could finish her thought, Pai Yangyang's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with icy determination. Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li felt an overwhelming chill envelop them, involuntarily shivering at the sudden shift in atmosphere. All right, I understand. I'll be there immediately. Pai Yangyang's tone was somber as he uttered those words before abruptly terminating the call. Realizing something was amiss, Su Shiweqing stared at him in shock, questioning, what has happened? Ouyang Yin has been captured. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. I must leave at once to assist in the search. Pai Yangyang hastily replied, seizing the car keys and making his way outside. Su Shiweqing was taken aback and quickly rose, exclaiming, is this the doing of Zhao Jinggang? Pai Yangyang did not respond but continued out the door. Su Shiweqing, now trembling with fear, sank back in her seat, her expression one of dazed concern. Ouyang Yin has jeopardized herself for our sake, antagonizing Zhao Jinggang and the Yi family. They must be behind this. The Yi family is capable of anything. Zheng Li, equally anxious, grasped Su Shiweqing's arm and urged, don't panic. Ouyang Yin is Miss Gu's cousin, with the Gu family backing her. The Yi family wouldn't dare go too far. Su Shiweqing nodded frantically, affirming, yes, Ouyang Yin is connected to the Gu family. They wouldn't risk harming her. As Pai Yangyang sped away from the villa, he hastened towards the business school. Simultaneously, he retrieved the note left by Kai Wenshan and dialed the number inscribed upon it. This is Pai Yangyang. I urgently require your assistance in locating someone. She is a reporter for Xinjiang TV, named Ouyang Yin. I will send you the photo shortly. On the other end of the line, Pai Yangyang spoke directly. Upon hearing Pai Yangyang's name, Kai Wenshan immediately replied without hesitation. Rest assured, Mr. Pai. As long as it is on the ground of Xinjiang, I will search even 3 feet underground to help you find her. Pai Yangyang wasted no time, accelerating the vehicle swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the business school. Gu Tianchuang stood anxiously at the door, waiting. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, she rushed forward, leaning down with urgency, saying, Brother Pai, you must find a way to help me locate my cousin. Get in the car first. Pai Yangyang decisively instructed. Oh. Gu Tianchuang hurriedly opened the car door and got in. Before she could say a word, Pai Yangyang straightforwardly asked, send me a photo of your cousin. Gu Tianchuang quickly opened her phone, selected a picture, and sent it to Pai Yangyang. He immediately forwarded the photo to Kai Wen-shan. What happened? After completing this, Pai Yangyang turned to inquire. I'm not entirely sure. I was studying in the library when my cousin suddenly called me, but she didn't say much. It was just chaotic sounds in the background, Gu Tianchuang said, her voice trembling with tears. I heard a man shouting that my cousin was meddling, and that they would teach her a lesson today, followed by her screams. She must have been attacked. Pai Yangyang's expression gradually darkened, turning ashen. It was he who had sought Gu Tianchuang's help to find a journalist, thus indirectly causing Ouyang Yan's predicament. Have you contacted the police or informed your family? I dare not. If my aunt finds out, she would surely go mad. If my parents knew, they would kill me. I truly cannot. Gu Tianchuang trembled in fear, shaking her head while crying. After all, she was still a girl just over 20, having only entered university a little over a year ago. She had never encountered such a situation. At that moment, her mind was in complete disarray, utterly lost. Upon realizing her cousin was in trouble, she nearly broke down. The first person she thought of was Pai Yangyang. Do not worry. We will definitely find your cousin, Pai Yangyang said in a calm, yet firm tone. His heart was also filled with anxiety. After all, Ouyang Yan was a girl, and with the methods of Ye's family and Zhao Jingyang, one could only imagine the potential consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he turned the vehicle towards Sui Villa, driving at full speed. Since this matter was related to Zhao Jingyang, it was highly likely that Ouyang Yan had been taken there. Gu Tianchuang, in a state of bewilderment, could only allow Pai Yangyang to lead her in the search. At that moment, the entire Xinjiang was in turmoil. The transportation and police departments urgently retrieved surveillance footage from various intersections. Suddenly, the streets were filled with vehicles, and numerous young men in tight black vests stormed into nightclubs and hotels, conducting searches. They held up their phones, verifying the identities of any young girls they encountered. No one dared to obstruct them. Every owner in Xinjiang's nightlife and entertainment sector was aware of who they were. Even some customers recognized them. Wow, these are people from Master Kai. What has transpired? It has been years since Master Kai has made a public appearance, yet now there is such a commotion. This surely heralds significant events. Who, in their ignorance, has provoked Master Kai? They are searching for someone, a girl. What is her background that has compelled Master Kai to take personal action? At the entrance of a nightclub, Kai Wen-shan has personally arrived with his entourage. Upon recognizing this notorious figure from Xinjiang, onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Find her. Even if we must turn Xinjiang upside down, we shall locate this girl. A dozen men clad in black surged into the nightclub, causing immediate chaos. Chapter 54. Are you seeking death? Pai Yangyang sped swiftly, soon arriving at Suiwei Villa. He drove straight towards the gates, startling several security personnel who dared not impede his path. With a resounding crash, the barrier was obliterated. Pai Yangyang parked before a 3-story building, but before he could alight, he was confronted by over 20 burly men, among them the imposing Su Damao. Stepping out of the vehicle, Pai Yangyang coldly regarded Su Damao and commanded, "Where is Zhao Jingyang? Bring him out." Su Damao was taken aback upon seeing Pai Yangyang. "Who do you think you are, daring to utter our President Zhao's name? You seek death, do you?" A muscular man bellowed angrily and lunged at Pai Yangyang. With a swift kick, Pai Yangyang sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Speak. Where is Zhao Jingyang?" Pai Yangyang seized Su Damao by the throat, applying just enough pressure to convey his seriousness. Su Damao felt a wave of panic and gasped for breath, frantically pointing at his throat. The other burly men, intimidated by Pai Yangyang's presence, dared not advance, instead watching him warily. Realizing Su Damao was incapable of speaking, Pai Yangyang released his grip and regarded him coolly. Su Damao's face flushed red as he coughed and stammered. "President Zhao did not come to the villa today. Where has he gone?" Pai Yangyang inquired icily. "We truly do not know. He is the owner and rarely visits here," Su Damao replied, trembling with fear. With a resounding slap, Pai Yangyang struck Su Damao's face, demanding fiercely, "Where is Zhao Jingyang?" Su Damao's face swelled instantly, and he lamented, "I truly do not know." Pai Yangyang kicked him down, stepping on his lower leg with a chilling tone. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall cripple this leg." Su Damao quivered in terror, exclaiming, "I really do not know. Even if you kill me, I cannot tell you." Just as Pai Yangyang's eyes hardened and he prepared to apply pressure, his phone rang abruptly. He answered it immediately, and Kai Wen-shan's voice resonated through. Mr. Pai, we have found her. The girl you're searching for has been taken to the abandoned chemical plant in the west of the city. Pai Yangyang released his foot and hastily returned to his vehicle. We have located her at the abandoned chemical plant in the west of the city, he informed as he got in, knowing that Gu Tianshuang was anxious and wishing to provide her some comfort. As expected, Gu Tianshuang let out a sigh of relief upon finding her cousin. If anything were to happen to her, she would be a loss as to how to explain it to the family. Pai Yangyang said little as the car sped towards the western suburbs. Just a few days prior, they had ventured there once, teaching a lesson to a few members of the Qinglong society. Little did they know they would have to return today. The current location was not far from the abandoned chemical factory, and given the sparse traffic on the route to the factory, he drove at great speed. At that moment, numerous vehicles on the streets of Qingjiang also began to turn towards the western suburbs. On the Qiqiao Bridge, cars rushed past in a blur. Inside the derelict chemical plant, Ouyang Yin was bound tightly, surrounded by dozens of burly men. Zhao Jinggang, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, gazed coldly at Ouyang Yin. The right lens of her glasses lay shattered, her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was torn to shreds, leaving her in a pitiful state. Nevertheless, she bit her lip fiercely, glaring defiantly at Zhao Jinggang, displaying an unwavering spirit of resistance. Ouyang Yin, the valiant journalist, you are indeed courageous. Zhao Jinggang inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke towards her face with a mocking grin. You dare meddle in the affairs of the Yi family? Your audacity is commendable. Unfortunately, meddling in matters that do not concern you comes with a price. Ouyang Yin spat, her voice laced with fury. Do you have no sense of law? How dare you kidnap a journalist? I tell you, Zhao Jinggang, what you're doing is a crime, a dangerous game. Zhao Jinggang erupted into a fit of laughter. Indeed, I am playing with fire. Not only will I play with fire, but I shall also play with you. Do you think you, a mere journalist, are of any significance? Do you truly believe your reports would ever air on television? Dream on. What power does the Yi family hold? A mere television station would never dare oppose them. Where's your press card? I dare say it has been revoked. You might never be a journalist again. With a sneer, Zhao Jinggang reached out and grabbed a handful of Ouyang Yin's chest, eliciting a lewd laugh from him. You scoundrel! If you have the guts, kill me now. Ouyang Yin exclaimed, filled with shame and rage, struggling desperately against her restraints, but to no avail. Yes, I am a scoundrel. Soon you will understand what that truly means. Zhao Jinggang mocked, tearing a strip from her clothing. The surrounding men burst into triumphant laughter, one of them lewdly suggesting, Zhao, when you're done, let us have a taste too? Zhao Jinggang, brimming with pride, replied, everyone shall have their share. Today we shall teach this beautiful journalist a lesson in what it means to be a scoundrel. As he spoke, he tore off another piece of fabric. Ouyang Yin screamed, wishing desperately for death. Being tormented by these predatory men felt worse than death itself. Karma will come around. Zhao Jinggang, your wicked deeds will not go unpunished. In that moment, Ouyang Yin, filled with despair, realized her fate was sealed and could only scream in hopelessness. Heaven? To hell with heaven. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be Zhao Jinggang. Little girl, you cannot blame me. You can only blame your own blindness for crossing paths with the wrong person, the young Master Yi. Accept your fate. Zhao Jinggang spoke with a chilling tone before suddenly lunging forward and seizing Ouyang Yin in a tight embrace. Ouyang Yin let out a desperate scream, struggling in terror and helplessness as she watched her clothing being torn to shreds. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed, and a brilliant beam of headlights illuminated the scene. Before the burly men could react, a speeding car struck them, sending them flying. Zhao Jinggang, startled, quickly turned around. However, the blinding light obscured his view of the unfolding situation. Stay still in the car. I will rescue your cousin. Pai Yangyang said firmly to the terrified Gu Tianshuang in the passenger seat as he pulled the handbrake. Can you really go alone against so many of them? Gu Tianshuang gazed fearfully at the looming shadows illuminated by the headlights, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. For each of those men wielded gleaming machetes. No matter how many there are, to me, they are merely refuse. Pai Yangyang had already opened the car door and stepped out, his gaze icy as it fell upon Zhao Jinggang. The sudden turn of events left the burly men in shock. As Pai Yangyang advanced step by step toward Zhao Jinggang, Someone finally reacted and shouted, "Stop! Who the hell are you?" The two men, cursing, raised their gleaming machetes and swung them fiercely at Pai Yangyang. Inside the car, Gu Tianshuang let out a terrified gasp, instinctively covering her eyes. Pai Yangyang did not flinch. He unleashed two powerful punches. With a swift counter, the two men felt a heavy blow to their chests and were thrown backward before they could even let out a scream. Thud! Thud! Two loud crashes resounded as they hit the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. "Zhao Jinggang, you are courting death." Pai Yangyang turned slowly to Zhao Jinggang as if nothing had happened, his voice icy to the core. Chapter 55. Is this your alliance? Zhao Jinggang sensed the murderous aura emanating from Pai Yangyang, a chill running through him as a flicker of fear crossed his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure, fixing a cold stare on Pai Yangyang as he said with disdain, "Pai Yangyang, you are merely a good-for-nothing, living off others. Do you think just because you can fight, you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you will never be able to provoke." Pai Yangyang smirked coldly. "Perhaps there are those I cannot provoke, but you are certainly not one of them, nor is the Yi family." "Oomph. Do you really believe you can handle the Yi family? You overestimate yourself." Zhao Jinggang scoffed dismissively. "Whether I can deal with the Yi family is not your concern. You should be more worried about your own fate." Pai Yangyang's tone was frigid as he slowly clenched his right fist while speaking. "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will crush this girl's throat immediately." Realizing the danger, Zhao Jinggang swiftly flipped his hand and grasped Ouyang Yan's throat. Ouyang Yan emitted a suppressed, painful groan, her face turning crimson in an instant. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy as he coldly declared, "It seems you are truly seeking death. Humph, you wish to take my life. Zhao Jinggang? It won't be that simple. You little brat, I never anticipated you would find this place so swiftly, thus wasting such a delicate flower." Zhao Jinggang, having seized Ouyang Yan, spoke with brazen confidence. Pai Yangyang was consumed by fury, yet he dared not act recklessly. The thought of Ouyang Yan perishing because of him would haunt him for a lifetime. Inside the vehicle, Gu Tianshuang was in a state of acute anxiety, yearning to exit. But the car door had been securely locked by Pai Yangyang, leaving her to fret helplessly within. "Pai Yangyang, this very night in this very place shall mark your demise and your final resting place." Observing Pai Yangyang's in action, Zhao Jinggang erupted into a series of triumphant, mocking laughs, disdainfully declaring, "Attack. A reward of 1 million for the one who slays this brat." He then gritted his teeth and shouted. Dozens of burly men, already itching for a fight, upon hearing of the bounty, surged forward with fervor, brandishing their blades as they lunged at Pai Yangyang. Just then, the roar of engines echoed through the air. On the abandoned highway, a seemingly endless convoy thundered forth. Without hesitation, the vehicles barreled into the factory plaza, their dazzling headlights blinding all in their wake. The resonating sound of car doors shutting sent tremors through the crowd. Shadows of figures brimming with menace swiftly encircled the entire plaza. A burly man in black flung open the door of a grand car. An elderly gentleman clad in a white tang suit, leaning on a cane of civility, slowly emerged, his piercing gaze sweeping across the scene. "I dare anyone to make a move." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an air of authority and lethal intent. All of Zhao Jinggang's men froze in astonishment, turning to face the source of the commanding presence. The overwhelming aura subdued everyone present. Several of the thugs instinctively parted to clear a path as the elder strode purposefully to Pai Yangyang, inclining slightly. "Mr. Pai, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." This elder was none other than Kai Wenshan, a figure of undeniable stature in the underworld of Xinjiang. Zhao Jinggang recognized him instantly. Although Kai Wenshan had long ceased his activities in Xinjiang, he remained one of the most revered figures in the region. Zhao Jinggang's men were left dumbfounded. The number of individuals accompanying Kai Wenshan far exceeded their own, and all wielded weapons. Should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly be mercilessly slain. "Perfect," Pai Yangyang replied calmly. "Kai Yi," Zhao Jinggang exclaimed uncertainly, his voice trembling slightly. Despite his current esteemed position and wealth, he felt diminished in the presence of Kai Wenshan. "Drop your weapons. Those who refuse shall lose their hands." Kai Wenshan disregarded Zhao Jinggang entirely, standing tall as he coldly commanded. Drop your weapons. The collective roar of hundreds reverberated, causing Zhao Jingang's thugs to tighten their grips in fear, instinctively loosening their hold as their weapons clattered to the ground. One individual hesitated, still processing the command, only to be seized by two others who unhesitatingly severed his hand at the wrist with a single stroke. A piercing scream erupted, and Along cast a cold glance, commanding, "Crouch and cover your heads." The anguished screams pierced the air, causing many to tremble in fear, instinctively crouching and covering their heads. At that moment, Kai Wenshan coldly fixed his gaze upon Zhao Jingang, who still had his hand tightly grasping Ouyang Yan's throat. A flicker of menace flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "Zhao Jingang, you have certainly become more audacious. To think you would resort to kidnapping a woman." Zhao Jingang shuddered suddenly, hastily loosening his grip and stammering in panic. "Master Kai, daring to offend Mr. Pai. It seems you are growing weary of life. Kneel." Kai Wenshan took a deliberate step forward, his cold stare unwavering. Zhao Jingang's lips quivered, his heart filled with dread. Yet he refused to kneel, defiantly locking eyes with Kai Wenshan and exclaiming loudly, "Master Kai, Pai Yangyang is nothing but a worthless parasite living off women. Why do you go to such lengths to support him?" Kai Wenshan's gaze turned icy, his voice chilling as he replied, "For that very statement. You deserve to be drowned in the Clear River. I speak the truth. The entire Clear River knows it. While relying on women is one thing. He spends his days on the overpass, deceiving the elderly. He is nothing but a street thug, a petty con artist." Zhao Jingang continued, his frustration mounting. "I fail to comprehend why someone of your stature would show him such respect." Kai Wenshan's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing that his prolonged absence from Clear River had emboldened many to dismiss his authority. After a brief pause, he called out Along Ahu. Zhao Jingang, having been in a position of power for too long, seemed unsure of how to submit. "Teach him a lesson." "Understood." Along and Ahu responded in unison, striding purposefully towards Zhao Jingang. The latter's complexion shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that Kai Wenshan's two elite enforcers were ruthless and merciless. As they approached, his expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and shouted, "Master Kai, you cannot do this to me." Kai Wenshan raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback as he gestured for Along and Ahu to halt, standing beside Zhao Jingang. "Why can't I? Give me a reason." Aye. Zhao Jingang was drenched in sweat, struggling to articulate a response. Pai Yangyang let out a cold laugh. "Allow me to speak on your behalf. You wish to claim that your protector is the Yi family, thus making you untouchable by Master Kai. Am I correct?" Though Zhao Jingang remained silent, his expression clearly conveyed to Kai Wenshan that Pai Yangyang's assertion was indeed accurate. He believed that the Yi family's recent ascendancy in Clear River would afford him some measure of protection, even from someone like Kai Wenshan. However, Kai Wenshan's chilling laughter shattered that illusion. "Is this your crutch? You think invoking the Yi family will intimidate me? You underestimate Kai Wenshan." No sooner had he spoken than Along and Ahu sprang into action, forcibly twisting Zhao Jingang's arms behind his back while simultaneously delivering swift kicks to his shins. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed in the air, white fragments piercing through his pant legs in a gruesome display. Zhao Jingang fell to his knees, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated throughout the entire chemical plant. Chapter 56. "I will make him live like a dog." Pai Yangyang let out a sigh of relief, retrieving his car keys and pressing the unlock button. Gao Tianshuang, seated within the vehicle, swiftly emerged and rushed to Ouyang Yan's side, frantically untying the ropes that bound her. "Help her into the car and wait for me," Pai Yangyang commanded in a deep voice. Gao Tianshuang tightly embraced Ouyang Yan as they returned to the vehicle. Ouyang Yan trembled uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed by the unspeakable terror of a recent ordeal. All Gao Tianshuang could do was hold her tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, it's all right, don't be afraid." In the arena, Zhao Jingang's face turned ashen. The excruciating pain from his broken leg nearly caused him to lose consciousness. "Mr. Pai, how shall we proceed?" Kai Wenshan inquired respectfully, slightly bowing. "Shall I simply drown him?" Zhao Jingang's subordinates quivered in fear, some even wetting themselves. Those who navigate the underworld may not know Kai Yi personally, but his infamous reputation is universally acknowledged. When Kai Yi declares that someone will be drowned, it is a certainty, not mere intimidation. Pai Yangyang's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Jinggang. No need. With that, he advanced a few steps and delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Jingang's groin. Kai Wenshan, along with a long and a hu, felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively clenching their legs. This kick rendered Zhao Jinggang utterly incapacitated, transforming him into a mere shadow of a man. Now, who is the worthless one? Pai Yangyang sneered at Zhao Jinggang, his voice laced with disdain. Bent over and trembling violently, Zhao Jinggang felt that the agony coursing through his body paled in comparison to the dread and despair that gripped his heart. A lecherous old man, once obsessed with his daughter, now faced a fate worse than death, reduced to a life devoid of manhood. He silently lamented his choices. The original directive from the Yi family had merely been to teach Ouyang Yin a lesson. However, his lustful intentions had driven him to seek immediate gratification, with plans to eliminate her thereafter. Now, he found himself in a dire predicament with no remedy for his regrets. After this brutal kick, even a celestial being could not restore his former virility. Pai Yangyang turned away calmly, addressing Kai Wenshan. You did well. He gently patted Kai Wenshan's shoulder before striding towards his vehicle. Kai Wenshan bowed slightly, appearing as a subordinate honored by his superior, filled with surprise and respect. Mr. Pai, are we just going to let him go? He queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, remember, let him live like a dog. A chill ran through Kai Wenshan as he comprehended the implication, responding with a bow. Yes, I understand. Once Pai Yangyang entered his car, Kai Wenshan slowly turned to face Zhao Jinggang. Kai Yi, considering my past allegiance to you, I implore you to spare me this once, Zhao Jinggang pleaded, lifting his head with eyes filled with profound fear. Mr. Pai has shown you mercy by granting you your life. You should be grateful, Kai Wenshan spoke coldly. Remember, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take over all your assets. Should you dare conceal anything, do not expect to protect yourself. Your family will not escape either. Zhao Jinggang trembled all over, collapsing to the ground in despair. Surrendering all his enterprises would indeed reduce him to a state akin to that of a dog, and a limping one at that. Yet, he dared not defy Kai Wenshan's words, for he understood all too well that Kai, a man of his word, would not hesitate to ensure that his family would face dire consequences should he discover any treachery. It perplexed him that, to this day, he remained oblivious to the true identity of Pai Yangyang, which warranted such deference from the esteemed Kai. Kai Wenshan gazed after the vehicle as it gradually disappeared from view. Releasing a deep sigh, he too was engulfed in uncertainty, questioning the true nature of Pai Yangyang's identity, especially since Lei had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of safeguarding him, insisting that all of Pai Yangyang's needs must be met. In Kai's estimation, a person held in such high regard by Lei was undoubtedly rare. Was it possible that Pai Yangyang was the chosen son-in-law of Lei? Yet, Pai Yangyang's past marriage and the recent uproar involving Su Xueqing left Kai utterly confounded. Inside the car, Gu Tianchuan clutched the tattered Ouyang Yin tightly. Ouyang Yin's eyes were wide with fear and anger. I apologize, reporter Ouyang. I sought your assistance, but I never anticipated it would lead to such tremendous trouble for you, Pai Yangyang expressed remorsefully. After all, Ouyang Yin was merely a woman who had endured so much due to his request for help. Gu Tianchuan, tears streaming down her face, replied somberly, You mustn't place the blame solely on yourself. I share in the responsibility. It was I who urged my cousin to assist you. Her voice trembled, laden with sorrow and regret. Do not feel guilty. You are not at fault in this matter. Ouyang Yin finally spoke after a prolonged silence. As a journalist, it is my duty to expose the shadows of society, the injustices and irrationalities that prevail. If I were to retreat in the face of adversity, I would betray the sanctity of my profession. Pai Yangyang felt a stirring in his heart. After all, she was not the only journalist present at the Su family's estate that day. Many others did not share her conviction. It was evident that individuals like Ouyang Yin, who remained steadfast in their principles, were becoming increasingly rare. But, cousin, you were dismissed from the television station. What do you plan to do next? Gu Tianchuan asked, her voice thick with emotion. It matters not. I shall simply seek employment elsewhere and continue the fight, Ouyang Yin asserted with determination. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. The girl's resilience left a profound impression on him. After enduring such an ordeal, most ordinary women would have succumbed to fear, yet here she stood, brimming with fighting spirit. "Reporter Ouyang, what of your colleague Liu Kai?" Pai Yangyang inquired, recalling the photographer who had accompanied her to the Su estate. "He too has been dismissed. We have agreed to search for work together. I refuse to believe that in such a vast city as Xinjiang, there is no place for us to work," Ouyang Yin replied, her demeanor increasingly composed and assertive. Gu Tianchuang suggested, "Cousin, why not consider joining the Gu group?" Xiao Shuang, "I cannot accept that. I desire to forge my own path through personal effort, to carve out a space that belongs solely to me." Ouyang Yin resolutely declined. Pai Anjiang expressed his concerns, saying, "You have offended the Yi family. Even the Xinjiang television station dares not employ you anymore. What if you cannot find a suitable job?" Gu Tianchuang replied anxiously, "It's nothing. If all else fails, I can start my own studio. With my capabilities, surely I can make it work." Ouyang Yin asserted after a moment's contemplation. Pai Anjiang pondered, that is indeed a viable solution. "Where to then? Miss Gu, shall we head to your residence?" he inquired. "No, please take me back to my dormitory," Ouyang Yin urged. Gu Tianchuang clarified, "My cousin rents a place on Youth Road." With a sigh of relief, Pai Anjiang drove towards Youth Road. Upon arriving in an apartment, Gu Tianchuang said, "You may leave now. I will stay here with my cousin tonight." Pai Anjiang nodded. "I'll treat you both to a meal another day," and then drove away. Chapter 57. The heart reflects the countenance upon returning to the villa. Pai Anjiang opened the door to find Su Xueqing and Zheng Li anxiously awaiting him on the sofa. It was evident they had been waiting specifically for his return. "How is Ouyang Yin? Has she been found?" Su Xueqing immediately inquired with concern. "Yes, I found her. She is safe, and I have returned her home," Pai Anjiang reassured. "Thank heavens, that is a relief. Ouyang Yin has helped us so much. I cannot imagine what I would have done if something had happened to her," Su Xueqing said, clasping her hands in gratitude. Zheng Li asked, "Who was responsible for this? Was it someone from the Yi family?" "It was Zhao Jinggang, but it was undoubtedly at the behest of the Yi family," Pai Anjiang responded, his gaze flickering. Su Xueqing's expression hardened as she gritted her teeth. "The Yi family is truly shameless, targeting a mere journalist." Zheng Li sighed, her worry evident. This has completely antagonized the Yi family. The hope for a 500 million investment seems bleak now. Su Xueqing's demeanor darkened, and feeling troubled, she glanced at Pai Anjiang and said, "You've worked hard. You should get some rest." Pai Anjiang nodded and ascended the stairs. The events of the day had left him quite irate. The Yi family's willingness to target innocent individuals had indeed crossed his threshold of tolerance. The following day, news of Zhao Jingang's downfall swiftly spread throughout Xinjiang City. Siwei Mountain Villa and its subsidiary, Wentai Group, changed hands overnight, marking the end of an era for a once mighty figure. No one knew what had transpired the previous night. Even Zhao Jingang's subordinates refrained from mentioning the events of that evening. Master Kai had issued a warning. Those who leaked information about the night's occurrences would face dire consequences. No one would risk their life for a trivial matter. The ensuing days were surprisingly tranquil. Su Xueqing continued her relentless pursuit of investments, exhausting every contact and dialing every number, even making several trips to the bank. Yet, in the end, she found herself empty-handed. She sensed the dimming of hope. She understood all too well that the Yi family had orchestrated a complete blockade against her family. In Xinjiang, no one dared to oppose the Yi family. Even the Su family had once succumbed to them, agreeing to her marriage to Yi Fenglu under duress. Currently, the Su and Yi families are in a state of irreconcilable conflict, making any possibility of reconciliation almost unattainable. Pai Yangyang continues to enjoy his leisurely lifestyle, visiting Luohan Mountain every few days for quiet contemplation and meditation. After several days of practice, he senses considerable progress in his cultivation, with his energy levels surging. However, the thought of the astronomical sum of over 100 billion for milk powder gives him a headache. "Master, did you feed me milk powder from Mars? Why must it be so exorbitant?" With less than 4 months until the Mid-Autumn Festival, accumulating over 100 billion in such a short span seems utterly daunting. Today, upon returning from Luohan Mountain, he finds Su Xueqing looking listless and Zheng Li wearing a troubled expression. Curiously, he glances at the two women, musing to himself, "I owe over 100 billion and yet do not appear as distressed as they are." Ordinarily, whenever Pai Yangyang returns home, the two women would scrutinize him as if he were a monstrous creature, searching for evidence of his escapades. Yet today, they do not spare him a glance. Su. There's no need for excessive worry. Tomorrow is the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference. Perhaps a miracle will unfold. Zheng Li suddenly interjects as Pai Yangyang prepares to ascend stairs. It's not that simple. I heard the Yi family will also send representatives this time. Previously, they regarded such investment conferences with disdain, but their sudden interest this time indicates they may be targeting our Su family. Su Xueqing responds with a sigh of resignation. Zheng Li is taken aback. The Yi family is attending as well? Su Xueqing nods affirmatively. Yes. Then this truly spells trouble. Zheng Li appears flustered. If it were any other family or company, it might be manageable, but with the Yi family involved, it is almost certain that Su Xueqing cannot compete. Tomorrow is also the final day I promised my grandfather. It seems I must concede this time. Relinquishing the title of president, Su Xueqing laments. Pai Yangyang, standing at the staircase, overhears their conversation and chuckles softly. Is this how you surrender? This hardly seems like your character. Surprised, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li turn to him. Character? What good is that? Even if I refuse to concede, I must ultimately face the outcome of my defeat. The title of president matters little. I have genuinely pushed the Su family to the brink. Su Xueqing expresses her frustration. Pai Yangyang approaches her, standing before her and looking down. Why not clarify with the Yi family that our relationship is merely an arranged marriage? Should you express your willingness to marry Yi Fenglu, perhaps the Yi family would show leniency towards the Su family? At his suggestion, Su Xueqing suddenly lifts her head, glaring at him with cold intensity. What do you mean? Do you wish to breach the contract? Startled, Pai Yangyang takes a couple of steps back, awkwardly chuckling. Not all. If you utter such words again, I shall deduct half a month's salary. Su Suikin retorsaisidi. Pai Yangyang feels a pang in his heart at the thought of his meager salary being halved. All right, I want to say another word. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. With a monthly salary of merely 20,000, losing half is simply untenable. Then cease your frowning. Do you not realize that such expressions will adversely affect your appearance? This is known as the mind reflecting upon the face, much like Lady Li, he remarks, prompting Zheng Li to shoot him a fierce glare. Pai Yangyang felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Zheng Li, with an air of annoyance, remarked, You, the invincible one of the East, if you call Mealy Mom again, I shall prick you with a needle. Pai Yangyang, now on the second floor, looked down in astonishment and inquired, Are you certain that Roan Mama's needle can surpass that of the invincible one of the East? Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, but stubbornly retorted, It must still sting. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched, and with a resigned tone, he responded, You are ruthless. Suddenly, Su Xueqing, who had been wearing a frown, burst into laughter. Zheng Li stared at her in disbelief. You laughed? Pray tell, why is he the invincible one of the East? Su Xueqing, curious, asked. Hasn't he pricked you with a needle as well? A man who plays with needles is nothing less than the invincible one of the East, she said, her laughter causing all her troubles to dissipate in an instant. Hearing her laughter from above, Pai Yangyang couldn't help but smile slightly, shaking his head, Foolish girl. The next morning, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li donned their formal attire, tidying themselves up briskly in preparation for the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference. Pai Yangyang, stretching and yawning, descended the stairs. Su Xueqing urged, Hurry and get ready. We should leave early to make a good impression on President Ming. Pai Yangyang lazily replied, It's not a blind date. Why the need for a good impression? Zheng Li snapped back. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Well, you certainly can. Pai Yangyang shot back before heading straight into the bathroom. Zheng Li, exasperated, stomped her foot but felt helpless. The annual investment conference of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was held at the picturesque Ili Villa, a property owned by President Meng Qingfeng. Pai Yangyang drove Su Xueqing and Zheng Li to the villa's entrance. From a distance, they could see hundreds of balloons floating in the air, adorned with red banners celebrating the success of the conference. The parking lot, situated outside the villa, was already bustling with vehicles. As the trio stepped out of the car, a furious voice called out, Pai Yangyang. Startled, they turned to see Qin Yuyu, Qin Yujie, and Huang Herong standing not far away, glaring at them. Qin Yujie and Qin Yuyu approached with anger etched on their faces. It was Qin Yuyu who had called out to Pai Yangyang. Qin Yujie stood before him, her gaze icy as she demanded, Pai Yangyang, don't you owe me an explanation? An explanation? Pai Yangyang replied, bewildered. What explanation? You assaulted Xiao Yu and my mother. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? Qin Yujia stated, her fury palpable. I did hit him, but I did not touch your mother. Pai Anjiang maintained a calm demeanor. Moreover, are you even aware of what transpired that day? Of course I am. You were upset about being expelled from the Qin family. So you sought revenge on Xiao Yu and my mother. Qin Yujia retorted vehemently. Pai Anjiang scoffed. Is that what Qin Yu said, or is it your mother's assertion? I need not hear it from them. I could deduce it myself. Qin Yujia interrupted impatiently. I never imagined your heart could be so dark. Pai Anjiang laughed in anger. You remain as you were, self-righteous and unreasonable. Qin Yujia was quite furious. So, I am unreasonable? Am I not speaking the truth? At that moment, Su Xueqing could no longer restrain herself. She instinctively leaned closer to Pai Yangyang, gently entwining her arm with his, and calmly replied, Sister, you are indeed mistaken. Qin Yujia's brows furrowed as she observed the closeness between Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, a feeling of discomfort stirring within her. Where have I erred? Miss Su, this person is petty. You should be cautious, lest you end up regretting it like I did. Qin Yujia asserted, her demeanor unyielding. You need not worry. I shall not. Su Xueqing replied steadily. I was present that day. It was your brother who first struck my brother and even attempted to toss him into a garbage bin. My husband merely defended his current brother-in-law by confronting his former one. I see no fault in that. Qin Yujia frowned deeply, nearly bewildered by Su Xueqing's words. What difference does it make? He is merely trying to curry favor with you and your Su family. Indeed, he was like a lapdog at our Qin family, ingratiating himself with everyone. After divorcing my sister, he immediately turned hostile. Qin Yu scoffed from his side. A flicker of coldness crossed Pai Yangyang's eyes. Yet he restrained himself from reacting. Nonsense. I witnessed you assaulting young Master Su that day. He has suffered head injuries and has mental challenges. Yet you dared to bully him. In my opinion, Pai Yangyang was quite lenient in his response. Zhang Liran could no longer contain her indignation and exclaimed, You! Qin Yu's face turned pale with rage as he glared fiercely at Zhang Li. However, Zhang Li was undeterred and met his gaze defiantly. At that moment, a Maybach approached, and Hua Lubin hurriedly made his way to Qin Yujia's side. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and remarked to Hua Lubin, Young Master Hua, your performance on the street that day was quite remarkable. It remains vivid in my memory. Why not recount it to Qin Yujia? Hua Yobin's expression soured considerably. Describe it yourself. Although he was unclear about the events that transpired, he later inquired with Qin Yu and ultimately grasped the situation. He was convinced that Pai Yangyang was behind it all, yet he lacked evidence. Qin Yu's expression also grew peculiar. His lips moved, but no words escaped. He certainly did not dare to mention this to Qin Yujia. What brings you here? Are you attending the business conference? Qin Yujia inquired nonchalantly. My Hua family does not require investment. I am here solely to support you, Hua Lubin replied with a courteous demeanor. He then arrogantly turned to Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, asking, What brings you two here? Are you hoping to participate in the investment fair? Recalling the incident on the street, Su Xueqing took a step back, visibly repulsed. Oh, I understand now, Hua Lubin interjected before Su Xueqing could respond, his expression dawning with realization. Your Su family is in dire need of 500 million in funding and has yet to secure it. So you came here to try your luck. Su Xueqing's face flushed with embarrassment, for Hua Lubin had spoken the truth. She indeed sought a stroke of fortune. And what does that have to do with you? Zhang Li cast a sharp glance at Hua Lubin and replied curtly. Hua Lubin let out a cold laugh and said, It's of no consequence. However, I advise you not to waste your efforts. At this moment, no one in Xinjiang would invest in the Su family. To be frank, the choice has long been predetermined. The Su family stands no chance. Qin Yu spoke with a sense of pride. The expressions of Su Xueqing and Zhang Li darkened. They genuinely believed the words of Qin Yu and Hua Lubin. Oh, is that so? Pai Yangyang remarked with intrigue. So, the Qin family has been selected? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu replied, Of course. With Hua Xiao involved, it's a foregone conclusion. Pai Yangyang smirked oddly. Hua Xiao wields such power that he can influence the decisions of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Impressive. Hua Yobin's face turned slightly awkward, but he quickly straightened up with pride, declaring, It's a trivial matter. President Meng and my father have been friends for years. A mere word from my father will suffice. Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing and Zhang Li felt their hopes dwindling further. The two even began to entertain thoughts of retreat. If you're so confident, does Hua Xiao dare to wager with me? Pai Yangyang said with a glint of challenge in his eyes. Hua Lubin was taken aback and asked, wager on what? Pai Yangyang chuckled. Naturally, we'll wager on the funds. No, let us wager money. He almost let slip his thoughts about the milk powder money. All right, what are the terms of the bet? Hua Lubin asked, his interest piqued, his eyes sparkling. If the Qin family secures the investment, I concede. Conversely, if the Su family obtains the investment, you lose. The Su family securing an investment? Are you joking? Hua Lubin responded with amusement. Pai Yangyang pressed. Just say it. Do you dare to wager? What I fear. How much are we wagering? Pai Yangyang held up a hand, and Hua Lubin exclaimed in shock, 5 million? Qin Yu scoffed, 5 million? Can you even afford that? Don't try to weasel out when you lose. Pai Yangyang glanced at Su Shiweqing and said, I can't. But my wife can. Qin Yujia felt a pang of something akin to bitterness. Su Shiweqing widened her eyes in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? I'm struggling to secure investments. And here you are, gambling 5 million. The key point being that you have no money. However, she gritted her teeth and declared, fine. If we lose, it's on me. If it comes to it, I'll put this car up as collateral. Hua Yobin's face lit up with glee. Good. It's settled then. Qin Yu remarked, thank heavens my sister divorced you. Not only are you a good-for-nothing, but also a fool. With that, the four of them headed towards the entrance of the villa. Pai Yangyang ignored him and turned to the entrance, saying, darling, you go on in for the investment meeting. Su Shiweqing, slightly taken aback, asked, aren't you coming in with me? Pai Yangyang smiled. I'll stay outside for a breath of fresh air before joining you. You're not foolish. You're insane. If you want to cheer me up, don't gamble with others. Especially not for 5 million. Su Shiweqing complained as she walked towards the villa entrance with Zheng Li. Pai Yanjiang remarked, rest assured, I consulted the stars today, and fortune will surely smile upon me. Su Shiweqing cast him a sidelong glance, branding him a charlatan. Once they had moved a distance away, Pai Yanjiang retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello. I have arrived at the entrance of the villa. Ah, Physician Pai, you have arrived at the villa's entrance. I shall come out to greet you at once. A voice infused with surprise and respect echoed from within. Chapter 59. The spectacle is about to begin within the grand hall of Ely Villa. Numerous representatives from families and businesses had already gathered. Although it was labeled as an investment promotion event, the ambience resembled more of a lavish banquet, replete with an array of exquisite wines, delectable dishes, and an abundance of fruits. The luminaries of Xinjiang's business realm and the pride of various families mingled, glasses in hand, exchanging pleasantries. The attendees were not solely present for the investment opportunities presented by the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Many sought to leverage this grand occasion to forge new connections within the business community, thereby expanding their networks. Thus, the representatives from prominent families were predominantly from the younger generation, seizing this chance for personal growth. The young gentlemen exuded vitality and ease, while the ladies vied for attention with their stunning beauty. Some, with ulterior motives, specifically sought out solitary beauties to engage in conversation, while others, youthful and radiant, targeted affluent scions, aspiring to marry into wealth and transform their own destinies and those of their families. For such individuals, the advancement of their family businesses was secondary. Their personal happiness took precedence. As Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li entered the hall, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell abruptly into silence. All eyes turned curiously toward them, as if their presence was an anomaly. The ambience became somewhat awkward, leaving Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li stationed at the entrance, in a state of indecision. Those who had been casually chatting nearby seemed to recoil as if from a plague, casting them a cold glance before hastily retreating. Although many young masters were eager to approach and exchange pleasantries, the ongoing tension between the Su and Yi families compelled them to suppress their impulses, lest they unwittingly attract unwanted attention. Su Shiweqing felt a knot of frustration in her chest. She understood all too well the cause of such behavior. The entire Xinjiang community was aware of the Su family's estrangement from the Yi family, and no one wished to draw close to the Su family for fear of being targeted by the Yi family. What brings Su Shiweqing here? Is she unaware of her family's standing in Xinjiang? Whispered one onlooker. Indeed, having offended the Yi family. Nearly all families and sizable enterprises in Xinjiang have severed ties with the Su family. How dare she show her face here? It is a blatant display of folly. Others quickly chimed in, expressing their agreement. It is truly astonishing that the illustrious flower of Xinjiang could be so shameless, engaged to the Yi family. Yet she fled with another man at her wedding banquet. The irony is that man is a recently divorced wastrel. One individual deliberately raised their voice to clarify their stance. Upon hearing these remarks, Su Shiueching held her head high, an expression of pride upon her visage. Indeed, I did run away with Pianjiang at the wedding banquet. That is my prerogative. Upon witnessing the previously awkward Su Shiueching suddenly regain her haughty demeanor, the atmosphere around her shifted dramatically, leaving many in a state of slight astonishment. Come, let us enter, Su Shiueching exhaled, addressing Zhengli. Since we have arrived, we must make ourselves comfortable. The Su family now teetered on the brink of disaster, with no avenues for retreat. Today, it was imperative to stake everything on a singular, decisive battle. Moreover, with Pai Yangyang having wagered 5 million against Hua Lubin, she had no reason to falter. With resolute composure, Su Shiueching advanced into the venue, and the crowd parted, granting her passage. Miss Li, she paused before a young woman, smiling in greeting. This girl was Li Chunlin, a confidant from her high school to university days, a bond of sisterhood that had once flourished in their youth. The Li family had historically been partners with the Su family, maintaining a close-knit relationship. However, following the incident of the interrupted wedding, the Li family, under pressure from the Yi family, had severed ties with the Sus. Yet, Su Shiueching bore no ill will towards them. Li Chunlin's expression shifted, her glass trembling slightly in her hand as she instinctively took a step back, coldly declaring, "We are not familiar." A wave of desolation washed over Su Shiueching, a melancholic ache swelling within her. Nearby, Hua Lubin, Qin Yuyu, and Qin Yujie regarded her and Zhengli with scorn, as if they were the subject of an outrageous jest. In that moment, Su Shiueching wished for the ground beneath her to open up and swallow her whole. Did the Su family not realize they had become pariahs? Qin Yuyu let out a derisive laugh, relishing the humiliation. You still dare to come here and seek ridicule? Zheng Li's temper flared in response. She turned to him, her voice rising in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Look around you. Who dares to stand beside you? Who would even exchange a word with you? Qin Yuyu retorted smugly. Just as Zheng Li prepared to counter, Su Shiueching grasped her hand, urging softly, sisterly, there is no need to waste our breath on him. Zheng Li could only suppress her fury as they retreated to a secluded corner, awaiting the unfolding events in silence. At that moment, a voice rang out. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yafen, has arrived. The previously eerie silence of the hall was abruptly broken, as if a pause scene had been resumed, and everyone sprang to life. Miss Yi is here. Who would have thought that the Yi family would send someone this year? It seems the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's recruitment event has attained new heights. With a scoff, someone remarked, with Miss Yi present, I suggest the Su family make an exit. Are they still hoping for a windfall from the heavens? Their disdainful gaze fell upon the corner where Su Shiueching and Zheng Li stood. This was a clear gesture of allegiance to Yi Yafen. Though Su Shiueching felt a surge of discontent, she nonetheless turned her attention to the entrance. Yi Yafen, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family and sister to Yi Fenglu, had recently returned from her studies abroad. During her time overseas, she had established a cosmetics company that had reportedly reached a valuation of over 100 million within a year. Now, she intended to return home to develop her enterprise further, planning to establish a company in Xinjiang. One of the 4 beauties of Xinjiang, Yi Yafen, a phoenix of the Yi family, is adorned with titles such as a commercial prodigy and one of Xinjiang's top 10 outstanding youths, making her the object of admiration for countless young heirs. Wherever she goes, she emanates a radiance that draws everyone's attention, and in an instant, a crowd gathers around her. Standing at approximately 175 meters, Yi Yafen stands out distinctly in the crowd, clad in an opulent and fashionable Chanel ensemble. Her elegant swan-like neck is adorned with a dazzling platinum and ruby necklace, complemented by 2 glittering sapphire earrings. A robust platinum and agate bracelet, resembling a dog collar, encircles her wrist, and she carries a limited edition Chanel handbag, all of which exude the essence of a socialite. In terms of beauty and figure, she rivals Su Shiueching. Her only flaw perhaps lies in her somewhat lax walking posture, which has become increasingly pronounced since studying abroad. This, too, may be the reason she finds herself second among the 4 beauties of Xinjiang. At this moment, surrounded as if by a constellation of stars, her face beams with a smile, a feeling she relishes. However, her smile soon falters as she notices someone lingering in the distance, unapproached. Those who have been enthusiastically greeting Yi Yafan now turn in surprise, following her gaze. Upon spotting Su Xueqing and Zheng Li, who are discreetly positioned away from the crowd, understanding dawns upon them. Miss Yi, that one is the third miss of the Su family. Su Xueqing, someone promptly flatters, introducing her to Yi Yafan. With her chest held high, Yi Yafan strides confidently towards Su Xueqing. The crowd instinctively parts to make way, while Hua Lubin scurries behind her. Completely oblivious to Qin Yujia's presence, much to her annoyance, causing Qin Yuyu to grimace. Yet, Qin Yujia seems unfazed, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth. For the drama is about to unfold. In a splendid room at Ely Mountain Villa, a man in his 50s stands before Pai Yangyang, bowing and smiling broadly, his grin stretching from ear to ear. This man is Meng Qingfeng, the esteemed president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce in Xinjiang. In the room, a woman in her 30s, slightly pregnant, sits cautiously on a sofa, careful not to inadvertently compress her abdomen. This woman is Meng Qingfeng's current wife, He Nanjun. Having been married 5 times, Meng Qingfeng's previous 4 wives bore him no children, and his strong desire for progeny led him to dismiss them all. Although he has been married to this wife for several years, there has been no sign of a child, and in a fit of rage, he contemplates sending her away as well. Compounding the issue, discord has begun to surface within the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, with whispers suggesting that due to his lack of heirs, Meng Qingfeng should step down in favor of someone with offspring to ensure the chamber's enduring and stable development. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce represents a lifetime of hard work for Meng Qingfeng. He is unwilling to relinquish it so easily. A few months prior, in a moment of desperation, Meng Qingfeng encountered Pai Yangyang selling goods beneath a bridge. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he sought the counsel of a fortune teller, inquiring whether he would be blessed with progeny in this lifetime. The fortune teller, Pai Yangyang, confidently proclaimed that he was destined to have 3 sons, each destined to achieve greatness. However, Meng Qingfeng felt no joy. Instead, he accused Pai Yangyang of deceit and ordered his bodyguards to dismantle the fortune teller's stall. In a moment of desperation, Pai Yangyang retorted, "You have been married 5 times, have you not? The last of your wives, barely in her 30s and with you for 7 years, remains childless, does she not?" Meng Qingfeng paused, momentarily taken aback, before retorting in Xinjiang. "Who does not know about my family matters? What is there to be surprised about?" Pai Yangyang continued, "At the age of 18, you were involved with a girl who became unexpectedly pregnant. When the truth emerged, her parents scolded her, and overwhelmed by shame, she leapt into the river. Is this not true?" Meng Qingfeng was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Pai Yangyang. "Have you investigated me?" he asked, for he was not from Xinjiang, but rather from a remote mountain village. The incident had terrified him into fleeing his home, seeking a livelihood in Xinjiang. He had never disclosed this event to anyone, not even to those closest to him. This experience had solidified his belief in his own fertility, leading him to blame his wives for their inability to conceive, never considering a medical examination for himself. To his astonishment, Pai Yangyang had accurately recounted this long-buried memory. "How could you possibly know?" he questioned, his skepticism evident. "You say I am destined for 3 sons, yet I have had 5 wives, none of whom have borne me a child. What is the explanation?" Meng Qingfeng, still doubtful, probed further. "At the age of 22, did you not sustain an injury to your groin?" Instead of answering directly, Pai Yangyang replied with a question of his own. "Indeed, that year I was working as a security guard. While smoking at the entrance, the railing unexpectedly rose and struck me there. It was painful at the moment, but I did not sustain any injury." Meng Qingfeng reflected on this and replied, "That is correct. That incident damaged your ability to father children. To restore your fertility, I shall administer a few injections and prescribe a herbal concoction for you to consume over the course of half a month," Pai Yangyang asserted with a slight smile, his confidence unwavering. Despite lingering doubts, Meng Qingfeng, desperate for a child, felt a flicker of hope. However, he remained skeptical of Pai Yangyang's abilities and discreetly sought a medical examination at a large hospital. The results confirmed the long-standing injury had indeed rendered him infertile, but the specialist could offer little hope for recovery due to the duration of his condition. Recalling Pai Yangyang's words, Meng Qingfeng sought him out again, waiting beneath the bridge for 2 days until he finally reappeared. Pai Yangyang administered the injections and provided the herbal remedy, though he remained doubtful. He thought it worth a try, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. To his astonishment, 1 month after completing the treatment, his wife, He Nanjun, suddenly reported feeling unwell. A visit to the hospital confirmed the unexpected news. She was pregnant. This revelation filled Meng Qingfeng with elation, prompting him to rush back to Pai Yangyang, nearly bowing in gratitude. However, joy often teeters precariously on the edge of despair. 3 months into her pregnancy, Meng Qingfeng returned for another examination, only to be met with results that nearly plunged him into despair. The hospital informed him that the fetus was not securely anchored within the placenta, presenting a significantly high risk of miscarriage. Furthermore, given their medical expertise, they could not guarantee unequivocal safety. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Meng Qingfeng sought out Pai Yangyang in haste. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang reassured him with unwavering confidence, stating that as long as he was present, the fetus would undoubtedly be safeguarded. This revelation allowed Meng Qingfeng to exhale in relief, feeling as though he could elevate Pai Yangyang to the status of a deity. Upon learning that Pai Yangyang would personally visit Ili Mountain Villa, he eagerly went to greet him and guided him to the secluded rear courtyard, typically off-limits to most. Dr. Pai, I cannot thank you enough for enabling my wife's pregnancy. I had intended to express my gratitude at a later time, but your presence here truly illuminates Ili Mountain Villa. Meng Qingfeng joyfully exclaimed, his smile wide and sincere. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched slightly. There was something oddly uncomfortable about such praise. I am here today to check on Mrs. Meng and to express my gratitude for the invitation you extended to Su Xueqing. He replied calmly, Dr. Pai is being too modest. You are a great benefactor to the Meng family. Whatever I can do for you is merely my duty. Meng Qingfeng said earnestly, his face alight with gratitude. However, I do have one request for you, President Meng. I wonder if you could assist me with this matter? Pai Yangyang pondered for a moment before speaking. Of course, please go ahead, Meng Qingfeng replied, bowing slightly, eager to learn. The Su family is in urgent need of 500 million in funding. I wonder if you might be able to facilitate this at the upcoming investment conference? Before Pai Yangyang could finish, Meng Qingfeng nodded vigorously, absolutely. Initially, the investment from the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce was set at 300 million. But since you have made this request, we shall increase it to 500 million. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. Thank you then. I will prepare a tonic for Mrs. Meng to ensure a safe pregnancy. After a month, I shall prescribe another batch of herbal medicine to guarantee the child's safe delivery. That is splendid news. Thank you, Dr. Pai. Meng Qingfeng said, overcome with gratitude, bowing deeply. He Nanjun then inquired, Dr. Pai, can you tell whether the baby in my womb is a boy or a girl? With a smile, Pai Yangyang replied, no need for examination. President Meng is destined for 3 sons, so this child will surely be a boy. That is wonderful. He Nanjun felt a wave of relief at the certainty, as she had worried about giving birth to a daughter, fearing that Meng Qingfeng might not be pleased and could cast her aside. Now, if there are no further matters, I shall return to my wife who is awaiting me, Pai Yangyang said, jotting down a prescription and detailing the method of consumption before preparing to seek out Su Xueqing and Zhengli. Very well. Dr. Pai, please proceed. I must hold a conference call with several board members to inform them of the increased investment. Meng Qingfeng nodded, personally escorting Pai Yangyang to the door. Suddenly, a note of suspicion crossed his face. Dr. Pai, about the Qin family is no longer of any concern to me. You may handle that as you see fit, Pai Yangyang interjected, understanding the implication. Before departing, he added, when we meet later, let us keep our acquaintance discreet. I wish to address certain individuals, and it would be unwise for them to learn of our connection. Meng Qingfeng nodded immediately, assuring, rest assured, Dr. Pai, I understand. At that moment, in the grand hall, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li found themselves besieged by a group led by Yi Yafan. Su Xueqing, you have quite the discerning taste. You even look down on my brother? Yi Yafan aprurochit Su Wunking, hertonehati. Unfazed, Su Xueqing met her gaze steadily and replied calmly. It is merely that the Yi family's threshold is too lofty for me to aspire to. At least you possess some self-awareness. Came the disdainful interjection from Hualu Bin, who trailed closely behind Yi Yafen. Su Xueqing dismissed him entirely, not even sparing him a glance. I heard you have taken a liking to a pretty boy, a gold digger. He was just cast out by his ex-wife, and you couldn't wait to obtain a marriage certificate with him. Is that true? Yi Yafen pressed on, her expression dripping with scorn. Zheng Li, unable to contain herself, retorted. What does this have to do with you? Who are you addressing? Yi Yafen's brows knitted together as she snapped back. Miss Yi is speaking, and you dare to interject? Qin Yu seized the opportunity to flatter Yi Yafen, hoping to leave a favorable impression, despite knowing he could hardly expect her attention. Zheng Li's expression shifted. While she was unafraid of Qin Yu, she felt daunted by the commanding presence of Yi Yafen. What sort of person is so domineering that others are stripped of their right to speak? As Su Xueqing and Zheng Li found themselves in a predicament, a stern voice broke through the tension. Chapter 61. Raising the stakes, everyone turned to see Pai Yangyang striding confidently into the room. Upon catching sight of him, Yi Yafen's demeanor shifted slightly, a glint akin to that of a predator flickering in her eyes, as if she had spotted her prey. Qin Yu's lips twitched, his gaze fixated on Pai Yangyang, filled with seething resentment. The mere presence of Pai Yangyang reminded him of the humiliation he endured the last time, when he was slapped twice and unceremoniously discarded into a trash bin. However, upon seeing Pai Yangyang arrive, the previously anxious Su Xueqing felt an unexpected calm wash over her. She could not quite comprehend why, but this man seemed to emanate a sense of security. And who might you be? Yi Yafen inquired, her tone having softened considerably as she regarded Pai Yangyang. Only then did Pai Yangyang acknowledge her, casting a nonchalant glance her way. I am Pai Yangyang. Miss Yi, he is indeed the pretty boy, the gold digger you mentioned. But allow me to add that he is merely a charlatan who deceives the elderly. Qin Yu declared with evident disdain. With Yi Yafen present, he felt emboldened to confront Pai Yangyang, confident that in such a public setting, the latter would not dare retaliate. Today, he intended to humiliate Pai Yangyang before everyone, seeking to vent his pent-up frustration. Yi Yafen's brows knitted together once more, her expression turning icy. You are the one who at my brother's wedding banquet stole away my brother's fiancée? Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. Allow me to clarify. Su Xueqing had already married me before the engagement banquet. Therefore, I did not steal her. Rather, I am bringing my wife home. Yi Yafen's lips twitched slightly, evidently indicating her inner fury. How shameless. The Su and Yi families have long had a marriage contract, and it is clear that you have intruded. Hualu Bin disdainfully remarked. Su Xueqing, have you betrayed my brother and our Yi family for such a man? Yi Yafen fixed her cold gaze upon Su Xueqing and spoke icily. At that moment, Su Xueqing remained remarkably calm as she gently linked her arm with Pai Yangyang's, replying nonchalantly, the union between the Su and Yi families was never my agreement. It was forcefully pushed by our parents. I refuse to be a pawn of the family and assert my right to choose my own future. Is it a crime? If it were someone else, you could do this. Yi Yafen's demeanor was frigid, her eyes filled with an icy disdain. But this is my Yi family. And what of it? Can the Yi family impose its will without regard for others? Pai Yangyang replied with a mocking laugh. You should be fully aware that offending the Yi family will yield dire consequences. I suspect the Su family is currently in quite a predicament, are they not? Though Yi Yafen was inwardly furious, she swiftly quelled her anger and retorted haughtily. Su Xueqing's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, the Su family faced an unprecedented crisis, and whether they could weather this storm remained uncertain. Had it not been for their troubles, the young lady of the Su family would not be here. Hualu Bin stated coldly. Exactly. They are foolishly hoping to secure investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. What a pipe dream. Qin Yu added promptly. You wish to obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Yi Yafen seemed intrigued, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she asked playfully. Su Xueqing's countenance darkened. She inwardly lamented that with Yi Yafen present, securing investment today was virtually impossible. Although the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce held a status in Xinjiang rivaling that of the 5 prominent families, they would never dare to offend the Yi family openly, especially since Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang have been friends for many years. The Yi family had once aided Meng Qingfeng, and with that connection, one word from the Yi family would ensure that Meng Qingfeng would never invest in the Su family. Hualu Bin and Qin Yu exchanged triumphant glances with Pai Yangyang, reveling in their apparent misfortune. Hualu Bin, in particular, seemed to envision the 500,000 in cash before him. What? Is it not permissible? Pai Yangyang inquired with feigned curiosity. Hua Lu Bin, Qin Yu, and several eager sycophants burst into laughter. Is this person a fool? How could one ask such a question? Are they unaware of the relationship between the Yi family and Meng Qingfeng? Do they not recognize the Yi family's absolute influence in Xinjiang? What do you think? Hua Lu Bin chuckled, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Ever since you interrupted the wedding at the hotel, just look at Xinjiang. Who dares to invest in the Su family now? Cold sweat began to bead at Su Xueqing's temples as despair enveloped her. If no investment was secured today, by tomorrow at the latest, her grandfather would reclaim all shares her family held in the Su group. Moreover, she would never have another opportunity to return to her position as CEO. To make matters worse, she foolishly agreed to wager 5 million with Pai Yangyang against Hua Lu Bin. This was due to their lack of foresight. Pai Yangyang strutted about with confidence, proclaiming that within 3 years, the Su family would ascend to the pinnacle of Xinjiang. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Could this be a fool sent by monkeys? Were they unaware of the current predicament of the Su family? Did they not realize that the true pinnacle of Xinjiang belonged to the Yi family? Yi Yafan also laughed, a derisive smirk gracing her lips. Initially, she was captivated by Pai Yangyang's handsome visage, contemplating how she could seize an opportunity to play cards with him. Little did she know that beneath that charming exterior lay a mind as dull as a rock. Pai Yangyang, before you fantasize about how the Su family will reach the summit of Xinjiang, perhaps you should ponder how you'll manage to part with the 5 million you're about to lose to me. Hua Lu Bin laughed until tears streamed down his face. This fool truly deserved his fate. Qin Yuchia wore a grim expression. Although these matters were not directly related to her, Pai Yangyang was nonetheless her ex-husband. Witnessing his humiliation reaffirmed her decision. Thank heaven she had insisted on the divorce. Otherwise, she could have been the one facing disgrace today. 5 million? What 5 million? Yi Yafan inquired with curiosity. He claims that the Su family will secure an investment from the Tonglong Chamber of Commerce today. So, I bet 5 million with him. Hua Lu Bin exclaimed excitedly. Yi Yafan responded with an "oh," casting a scornful glance at Pai Yangyang as she asked, "Are you so certain that the Su family will secure that investment?" Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang replied, "Absolutely, not only will they secure it, but they will receive 500 million. Ha ha ha. The hall erupted in laughter, with hundreds doubled over, some clutching their stomachs in pain from mirth. 500 million. You truly dare to assert that? Hua Lu Bin finally managed to rein in his laughter. You likely don't realize that the maximum investment from the Tonglong Chamber today is only 300 million, right? Even if the Su family were to secure it, it would only amount to 300 million. Pai Yangyang regarded him with a playful glint in his eye and asked, Hua Xiao, if that's the case, would you dare to raise the stakes? Hua Lu Bin was merely a foolhardy heir, deeply in debt, yet determined to recoup some losses today. Raise the stakes? Hua Lu Bin gaped. Has he gone mad? He still hasn't grasped the situation and dares to raise the stakes? Su Xueqing's lips twitched, her heart racing. What was this guy planning? Did he intend to drive her to bankruptcy? Yes, do you dare? Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with certainty. Hua Yobin's face twisted. How could he, a distinguished heir of the Hua family, be intimidated by Pai Yangyang? Moreover, this was a sure-win bet. Only a fool would refuse to gamble. Fine, how much more? 10 million. Pai Yangyang declared without hesitation, careful not to overstate the amount for fear that this young master might not be able to cover it. Hua Lu Bin was taken aback, looking skeptically at Pai Yangyang. 10 million? Can you even produce that? Pai Yangyang gently wrapped his arm around Su Xueqing's slender waist. Smiling as he said, Isn't my wife here? Su Xueqing's body trembled slightly, her mind filled with dark thoughts. Chapter 62. The engine room, this fellow. Does he take me for a bank, able to withdraw at will? 10 million. And I reckon she'll have to sell her house. Nevertheless, Su Xueqing did not object. Instead, she forced a smile and declared, Yes, if my husband loses, I shall take responsibility. With no path of retreat, whether 5 million or 10 million, it hardly mattered anymore. Ba ba ba. How could my husband possibly lose? Pai Yangyang quickly spat 3 times, for he was counting on earning some milk money today. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his waist, compelling a cry of anguish to escape his lips. He grimaced and turned to Su Xueqing, thinking, This woman is quite ruthless. Milk money? Qin Yuja looked at Su Xueqing with suspicion, feeling as if she had swallowed a dead fly. Just a few days, and she is already pregnant? Or have they been together behind my back all along? Pai Yangyang had spent over a year on her without any results. How could a mere change of targets yield such immediate success? An inexplicable sense of quiet humiliation surged within her. Very well, I shall wager. Hua Yobin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scrutinized Su Shiweqing. The more one bets, the better. When the time comes and you cannot pay, I shall take someone as collateral. This young master has yet to play with a pregnant woman, he mused, growing increasingly pleased with himself. Now he hoped Su Shiweqing would indeed fail to produce the funds. That would be entertaining. I also bet 10 million, Yi Yafan said coldly. If not now, then when? Hadn't Su Shiweqing always held the upper hand over me? Today, I shall make her kneel before me. Su Shiweqing's body trembled slightly, her complexion paling instantly as she hastened to confront Pai Yangyang, but was already too late. All right, I accept. Pai Yangyang's eyes gleamed, akin to a wolf spotting fresh meat, filled with exhilaration. Even Qin Yuyu felt stirred, gritting his teeth as he declared, I bet 100,000. Pai Yangyang burst into laughter, staring at Qin Yuyu in bewilderment, aware of the many astonished gazes around him. Qin Yuyu's face flushed crimson, yet he stood firm, asserting, Do you dare to accept? Pai Yangyang regarded him as one might a simpleton, having already accepted 20 million. Why would he care for a mere 100,000? A mosquito's leg, though small, is still meat. There was no choice. Milk money must be earned bit by bit. All right, in light of you being my former brother-in-law, I accept. Qin Yuji's lips twitched, glaring daggers at Pai Yangyang. Can you actually produce such a sum? If not, do not gamble recklessly. She could not help but scoff. Su Shiweqing gradually regained her composure, lifting her gaze to meet Qin Yuji's. Forcing a smile, she said, Rest assured, my former sister-in-law, my husband requires no concern from you. If he truly loses, I shall sell our house and car to ensure he repays the debt. Qin Yuji was instantly left without words, huffing in irritation. Many around them felt intrigued and began to chime in, I bet 1 million as well. Will you accept? I have 500,000. I also have 500,000. Goodness, it appears to be a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a solitary rabbit, eager to pounce. Su Shiweqing felt a chill run down her spine, having boasted so boldly. It was too late to retract her words. Yet, more exhilarated than anyone else was Pai Yangyang. With Su Shiweqing as a formidable ally, he welcomed all who approached. After all, these foolish individuals were eager to contribute to his fund for formula milk. Why not accept their generosity? Li Mama, jot this down, the milk money depends on them. It's not easy for me to earn some money, so don't forget any of it. His demeanor was unmistakably that of a money-obsessed individual lost amidst a pile of treasures. Zheng Li, furious, clenched her jaw and retorted, Pai Bu Pai. If you keep being reckless, I'll bite you to death. Pai Yangyang chuckled. If you want to bite me, you'll have to wait until we return. For now, let us keep a record. Although Zheng Li was angry, she still took out her phone and meticulously noted down the contributions one by one. Once she finished, she tallied the total. Astonishingly, it amounted to nearly 50 million. Wealth was within reach. Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with joy. This was pure bliss. At that moment, a resonant voice interrupted. Oh, what is all this commotion about? Everyone turned to see Meng Qing Feng, beaming, accompanied by a pair of young adults in their 30s, striding confidently into the room. President Meng has arrived, someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone dispersed, applauding to welcome Meng Qing Feng. Hello, Uncle Meng. Yi Yafan greeted politely. Meng Qing Feng nodded with a smile. It seemed that the Yi family's niece had returned, heralding a promising Dal Shanghui. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Pai Yangyang. Remembering Pai Yangyang's earlier instructions and fearing any hint of suspicion, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Qing Feng confidently walked to the main seat, while the young man and woman took their places at a nearby table. Opening their laptops, the aura of the president of the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce was indeed remarkable. Please, everyone, take your seats. Meng Qing Feng gestured towards the chairs in the hall. Miss Yi, you may proceed. Hua Lubin nodded and, with exaggerated deference, pointed to a central position for Yi Yafan. Yi Yafan walked over with poise and, upon taking her seat, gestured to Hua Lubin, You can sit here. Hua Lubin was nearly beside himself with joy and hurried to comply. Although he was also a young master from one of the 5 prominent families, Sharing a seat with Yi Yafan remained a privilege. Amid the envious glances of the men around, he settled proudly next to her. Su Shiweqing pulled Pai Yangyang to the back row, as no one else seemed willing to sit with them. Thus, she decided to be sensible. On stage, Meng Qingfeng noticed that Pai Yangyang had chosen to sit at the back, and his lips twitched slightly. However, recalling Pai Yangyang's subtle cue, he held his tongue. Mr. Su, over 40 million isn't even enough to sell a house. Zheng Li glared at the figures on her phone, her expression darkening. Su Shiweqing's heart raced, and her brow furrowed. She was acutely aware that over 40 million was insufficient. Not even the sale of her parents' house would suffice. He is truly making a fool of himself, putting you in a difficult position. Zheng Li glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang and whispered, "How can you let him do this? He is not your real husband." "Enough," Su Shiweqing said, her mind in disarray. This situation was indeed Pai Yangyang's fault, but she bore some responsibility as well. This was likely a case of pride leading to suffering. With matters having reached this point, she could only resign herself to fate. "Rest assured, I will not let my wife down," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Just remember to settle the accounts clearly later. Don't overlook anything. Earning a bit of milk powder money is not easy." Before he could finish, he felt something amiss in his waist, quickly shifting aside with a grimace and saying, "Dear, could you possibly grab me somewhere else? That area is the engine room. If you damage it, the engine will be ruined." Zheng Li curiously inquired, "What engine room?" Su Shiweqing shot Pai Yangyang a glare and quietly remarked, "Listen to his nonsense. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory." Pai Yangyang chuckled. At that moment, Meng Qingfeng spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Tunglong Chamber of Commerce investment meeting is now commencing. First, on behalf of all shareholders of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." Chapter 63. Are you trying to deceive with empty hands? The venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on Meng Qingfeng. Su Shiweqing felt a wave of anxiety. This was her final hope. If she could not secure the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, she would officially resign as the executive president of the Su Group. Moreover, her father's shares in the company would be reclaimed. Tragically, she would also have to sell her house and car to pay off Pai Yangyang's gambling debts. Yet, Pai Yangyang appeared utterly relaxed, even somewhat bored, as he pulled out his phone and became engrossed in a game. Zheng Li shot him several disdainful glances, wishing she could scratch his face into a mess. She had already convinced herself that Su Shiweqing would not be able to secure the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. As in previous years, companies in need of funds would present their cases first, after which the chamber would make decisions based on actual circumstances. Which company will present first? Su Shiweqing felt a surge of excitement, ready to rise, but Pai Yangyang, still absorbed in his game, casually remarked, "What's the rush? Let them speak first. It's not like you can escape anyway." Su Shiweqing shot him another glare, about to retort, when a young man stood up. "President Meng, I am in Weiwei, the executive president of Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group. Since everyone is being modest, let me take the lead and offer a preliminary insight." Meng Qingfeng nodded. "Yes, President N, please proceed." And Weiwei spoke proudly. Since its establishment, Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group has grown from a small workshop-style pharmaceutical company to the largest pharmaceutical group in Xinjiang, successfully listing this year and officially becoming a public company. And Weiwei beamed as she introduced Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Indeed, Guanghui Pharmaceutical could be considered a legend in the pharmaceutical industry. In less than 5 years, it had risen to become a giant in Xinjiang's pharmaceutical sector and successfully listed. Furthermore, there were rumors that the Yi family held a 30% stake in the company, making them one of its major shareholders. Thus, many were optimistic about this emerging pharmaceutical firm. Currently, this company is experiencing robust growth, with numerous families and enterprises seeking collaboration with them. Just prior to the hotel incident involving a wedding abduction, the Su family had established a partnership with Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Over 50% of Su family pharmaceutical products were manufactured by Guanghui Pharmaceutical. However, on the very day of the abduction, Guanghui Pharmaceutical announced the cessation of its manufacturing partnership with the Su family, thereby terminating all business relations. Consequently, as in Weiwei elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Guanghui Pharmaceutical, Su Shiweqing's heart gradually sank, and her hopes dwindled further. At present, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is thriving and has reached a period of explosive growth. The company has outlined plans to construct a world-class pharmaceutical factory to expand production, catering to the ever-increasing market demand. Therefore, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is in urgent need of capital to ensure the establishment of this new facility. We hope that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will consider investing in Guanghui Pharmaceutical. My presentation concludes, and Wei Wei spoke confidently, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. We have noted the presentation from Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Who will present next? Meng Qingfeng inquired with a smile, gesturing for the applause to subside. Chairman Meng, I am Qin Yujia, the president of the Qin Group. I will now present on behalf of the Qin Group. With that, Qin Yujia stood up, her demeanor poised and radiating confidence. Before she began speaking, she deliberately cast a glance at Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li. Please proceed, Meng Qingfeng gestured. The development of the Qin Group is evident to all. 3 years ago, my family was barely considered a fifth-tier family. After I assumed the presidency of the Qin Group 3 years ago, through diligent efforts, the Qin Group has transformed significantly. Now, we are no longer comparable to our former self, and my family has ascended into the ranks of third-tier families, thanks to the Qin Group. Qin Yujia spoke with conviction, her tone laced with pride. Indeed, the Qin Group was on the brink of bankruptcy 3 years prior, burdened with debt. The family entrusted Qin Yujia with the presidency during a time of crisis, and after 3 years, the Qin Group has undergone a remarkable rebirth, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Consequently, the Qin family has soared to prominence, positioning itself among the top third-tier families. With aspirations to break into the second tier, Qin Yujia has also been recognized as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Xinjiang for 2 consecutive years. Furthermore, the Qin Group is currently experiencing a surge in growth, and within 3 years, it is poised to enter the ranks of the second-tier families of Xinjiang. Presently, our medicinal herb base is undergoing extensive expansion, with hundreds of acres of valuable herb plantations being established, and we are preparing to introduce the most advanced equipment globally for production. Everything is in place, save for the crucial investment. Should the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce choose to invest in the Qin Group, it would undoubtedly foster mutual prosperity. Our collaboration would be a win-win scenario. My presentation is complete. Qin Yujia had meticulously contemplated these remarks, having rehearsed them countless times in her mind. She spoke with unwavering confidence and sincerity, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. Although she was aware that with the assistance of the Hua family, she would undoubtedly secure investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, she still endeavored to showcase her capabilities. Only by doing so could she prove that Pai Yangyang was unworthy of her, prove that one is not inferior to Su Xueqing. Indeed, we have conducted an investigation on the development of the Qin Group, and it is undeniably robust with substantial growth potential. Chairman Qin, please take a seat. Meng Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his tone imbued with admiration. Qin Yujia exhaled in relief, observing Meng Qingfeng's expression and the manner in which he spoke. It seemed that today's investment would indeed be secured. Qin Yu also noticed this and joyfully remarked to Qin Yujia, "Sister, it appears we are in the clear. Once we secure this investment, the Qin Group will soar." Qin Yujia shot him a glare, whispering, "Can you remain calm?" Chairman Meng has yet to give his approval. Everything remains uncertain. What uncertainty could there be? With Hua Xiao present, this investment is undoubtedly assured. Qin Yu retorted defiantly. Qin Yujia glanced at Hua Lubin, seated in the front row, her lips twitching slightly. Although she harbored no fondness for Pai Yangyang, she equally detested Hua Lubin. He would shower her with attention one moment, only to cast her aside the moment Yi Yafen appeared. Such a man could never be relied upon. Following this, 2 more companies presented, merely boasting about their development potential and expressing their need for funds to expand production. Meng Qingfeng responded with a smile, indicating that he had taken note. Is there anyone else who wishes to present? Missed this opportunity today, and one must wait until next year. Meng Qingfeng scanned the crowd, speaking aloud. Upon noticing the silence, Su Xueqing arranged her hair and prepared to stand. However, just as she rose halfway, Yi Yafen suddenly stood and declared, "Chairman Meng, I am Yi Yafen, and I wish to present." Meng Qingfeng's brow twitched, his expression one of surprise. What chaos is this lady stirring? He mused inwardly. Given his connection with Yi Yuanyang, if Yi Yafen truly sought to invest, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. He hesitated and asked, "Miss Yi, do you represent the Yi family?" "No, I represent myself." Yi Yafan replied with certainty. Meng Qingfeng pondered momentarily, forcing a smile, then inquired, "Please share your thoughts." As Yi Yafan stood, Su Xueqing's complexion paled instantly, cold sweat trickling down her back. Chapter 64. Is the bone my ex-wife gave you insufficient? Su Xueqing was acutely aware of the extraordinary relationship between Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang. Even without this connection, if the Yi family required investment, Meng Qingfeng would surely extend them courtesy. This was inevitable. While the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce might rival the Yi family in status, such decorum must be observed. "It's over. Yi Yafan is undoubtedly targeting us," Zhengli lamented with despair. Pai Yangyang sensed Su Xueqing's despondency, while continuing to play a casual game. He nonchalantly remarked, "As the company president, one must maintain composure. Until the very last moment, no one can predict the outcome." Zhengli shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Do you truly believe we can wrest investment from Yi Yafan?" Pai Yangyang replied indifferently, "That may not be the case." Su Xueqing sighed, "You are quite audacious. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family." Setting aside this matter, President Meng and Yi Yafan's father, Yi Yuanyang, are close friends. "Do you think he would risk offending the Yi family by investing in us?" Zhengli said anxiously, "You actually set up a gamble with them. Nearly 50 million. Are you not putting General Su in a precarious position?" Pai Yangyang retained an indifferent demeanor, stating that President Meng had yet to make a decision. Su Xueqing, feeling powerless, remarked, "It's pointless to blame him now. I can only blame myself for being foolish and insisting that he accompany me to obtain a marriage certificate. This is my own doing." With that, she grew somewhat melancholic, wishing to rise and leave the conference. If she did not depart now, the outcome would inevitably lead to ridicule from Yi Yafan, Qin Yujia, and others. She did not wish to remain and become the subject of their amusement. "Want to leave?" Yet, just as she lifted herself, her small hand was seized by Pai Yangyang, who reminded her, "Do not forget, I am relying on you for our wager. Even if you wish to withdraw now, will they allow you to leave?" Despair washed over Su Xueqing, her eyes reddening. To leave was impossible. To stay meant facing the humiliation from Yi Yafan and others. The situation was dire. But what truly troubled her was how to amass the over 40 million she had lost. However, Pai Yangyang was right. At that moment, as she prepared to stand, several individuals who had previously placed bets turned to look at her, their expressions wary. Leaving was no longer an option. The only course of action now was to await the outcome. "President Meng, I once established a cosmetics company in country E, and within a year, I grew its valuation to 10 million euros. However, I believe as a native of Xinjiang, I should return and contribute to the development of my hometown. Thus, I decisively sold my cosmetics company and now intend to invest in a comprehensive cosmetics enterprise in Xinjiang, encompassing research, production, and sales, for which I seek the support of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and President Meng. If President Meng believes in my capabilities, I kindly request an investment of 100 million in my new company," Yi Yafan confidently articulated. Meng Qingfeng's expression fluctuated several times, and he felt increasingly uneasy. He had to fulfill his promise to Pai Yangyang, as he understood well that to ensure the safe birth of his child, he could not afford to offend this divine doctor. Yet, this would inevitably antagonize the Yi family. The crux was how he would explain this to Yi Yuanyang. "Monsieur, may I inquire the name of your company?" Just as he grappled with this dilemma, a curious voice suddenly pierced the air. The voice was abrupt, causing everyone to turn in surprise towards Pai Yangyang, who had been engrossed in a game. It was he who had spoken. Yi Yafan bit her lip in annoyance and turned to Pai Yangyang, saying, "It has not been established yet, so I have not decided on a name." Pai Yangyang finally set down his phone, slowly rose, stretched languidly, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so Missy intend to pull a fast one? May I ask if this business approach is something you learn abroad?" His tone was flat, but the words struck Yi Yafan's ears like daggers. Her expression darkened as she coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Pai Yangyang spoke boldly. "Is it so difficult to comprehend? It is merely the literal meaning. What do you know of business operations?" Yi Yafan trembled with anger, her voice quaking as she retorted, "I may not understand, but I am aware that the investment from Tunglong Corporation must be grounded in reality. Your company has yet to be established. What if you turn out to be a fraud? Would not the investments from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce be lost?" Pai Yangyang proclaimed with righteous indignation. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Could the eldest daughter of the Yi family truly be a fraud? Had this young man lost his senses? Zheng Li, alarmed, turned pale and tugged at Pian Jiang's trousers, whispering urgently, "What nonsense are you spouting? Sit down at once." Yet Pian Jiang remained unmoved, calmly asserting, "I speak the truth. Why should I be afraid?" "You're not afraid? You intend to ruin President Su, is that not so?" Zheng Li was now thoroughly anxious. If Yi Yafan were truly provoked, the investment for today would be the least of their concerns. Those tens of millions in gambling stakes would be more than sufficient to bring Su Xueqing to ruin. Su Xueqing felt a surge of urgency within her, yet Pian Jiang's words resonated with a certain validity that could not be dismissed. "Young man, I perceive you have lost your mind. How dare you claim Miss Yi is a fraud?" Hua Lubin seized the opportunity to assert himself, glaring coldly at Pian Jiang. "What is the matter? Is the bone my ex-wife gave you insufficient? Have you found a new master?" Pian Jiang regarded him with icy disdain. Hua Lubin's face darkened in an instant, and he thundered, "Pian Jiang, I see you are courting death. Do you not recognize the gravity of this place? Daring to speak such nonsense? Enough, everyone, let's cease this bickering." Meng Qingfeng interjected solemnly, observing the escalating chaos. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Hua Lubin huffed in frustration and took his seat. Pian Jiang, unfazed, sat down and turned to Su Xueqing, saying, "It is now your turn to present." Zheng Li muttered quietly, "Is there still a need for a presentation?" Su Xueqing's countenance darkened. She felt utterly despondent. The current situation was abundantly clear. She could not contend with Yi Yafan, let alone in Wei Wei or Qin Yujia. Are you truly prepared to give up? This is not the character of Su Xueqing. Pian Jiang observed Su Xueqing's pallor and her silence, and gently urged, but Su Xueqing still lacked the courage to rise. Realizing there was no glimmer of hope, she felt that even if she presented, it would merely be a performance for the amusement of others. "President Meng, it seems only a few of us companies are in need of funding. You may decide." Yi Yafan, still seething with anger, forced herself to suppress it and sat down again. Noticing that Meng Qingfeng remained silent, seemingly stalling for time, she impatiently urged him, "Please proceed." Meng Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Pian Jiang and Su Xueqing. Although he had promised Pian Jiang that he would allocate the investment to Su Xueqing, she needed to rise and present her case for him to proceed. He could not simply bestow 500 million without her stating her need for funds. Yet Su Xueqing continued to hesitate. "Have you lost your nerve?" Pian Jiang murmured once more, his tone laced with disdain. "If no one is willing to speak, then I must make a decision." Meng Qingfeng's back broke out in a cold sweat as he contemplated announcing an investment of 500 million to Su Xueqing. However, at that moment, Su Xueqing gritted her teeth, stood up, and declared, "I am Su Xueqing, representing the Su Group." Chapter 65. Still daydreaming, everyone turned in astonishment to gaze at Su Xueqing once more. Pai Yangyang's lips curled into a slight smile. This woman, it seemed, needed to be provoked into standing up. "Very well, Miss Su, please proceed." Meng Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief. If he were to forcefully allocate the investment to Su Xueqing, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce would also face scrutiny. "Meng Chairman, I believe the Su family need not make statement," interjected Hua Lubin with a sarcastic tone before Su Xueqing could speak. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpening as he replied gravely, "Every individual has the right to express themselves. Since Miss Su wishes to speak, I must of course allow it." "Meng Chairman, are you still unaware of the Su family circumstances?" Hua Lubin persisted, unwilling to relent. The Su family is currently facing an unprecedented crisis, with severe financial issues. Moreover, the Su family has broken off an engagement and acted in bad faith. Is such a family worthy of investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Furthermore, Su Xueqing is no longer the president of the Su Group. What qualifications does she have to represent it? Hua Yobin's arguments were delivered with conviction. After finishing, he smugly glanced at the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Wouldn't you all agree?" Indeed, Hua has a point. Investments from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce are reserved for exemplary businesses. The Su Group is on the verge of collapse. How can the Tunglong Chamber afford such a risk? Qin Yu chimed in. Although he was certain that Su Xueqing would not secure the investment, he would not miss the opportunity to provoke Pai Yangyang. And Wei Wei also chimed in. "I concur with Hua, Meng Chairman. The Tunglong Chamber must exercise caution in its investments. Following suit, several heads of companies and family representatives expressed their support for Hua Lubin. His confidence swelled as he turned to Pai Yangyang, a clear message in his demeanor. Let us see how you manage to secure investment from the Tunglong chamber. I won't even grant you the chance to present. As nearly everyone criticized the Su group, Meng Qingfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet, this very scene ignited Su Shiweqing's fighting spirit. If you won't let me speak, then I shall insist on doing so. Meng Chairman, Miss Ye's company, despite not yet being established, was allowed to present. My Su group has been rooted in Xinjiang for decades. As a member of the Su group, do I not have the right to express my thoughts? She quickly regained her composure and spoke with a stern tone. Her question left Yafen's face pale with rage. Miss Su, please proceed with your statement, Meng Qingfeng urged, eager to prevent further debate. Su Shiweqing organized her thoughts before speaking. Indeed, my Su group is facing certain challenges. But that is due to a concerted effort from families led by the Yi family and companies spearheaded by Guanghui Pharmaceuticals to suppress us. However, our Su family has established its roots in Xinjiang for several decades. Through the tireless efforts of 3 generations, it cannot simply collapse. At present, the pharmaceutical company under the Su group is willing to raise $500 million with a 20% equity stake. If President Meng believes in the Su family, I implore you to invest the funds. I am firmly convinced that with our collective endeavor, we shall surely weather this storm and stride towards brilliance. As her words echoed, the venue fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke, nor was there any applause. Su Shiweqing, have you lost your mind? Yet, it was soon Han Lubin who shattered the quietude. Pray tell, how much has your pharmaceutical company under the Su group invested in total? Is it not less than 20 billion? You dare to claim a 500 million raise with a 20% stake? Indeed, do you truly believe the Su group is a coveted treasure? I fear that should 500 million be poured in, it may yield not even a sound. Do you presume that President Meng is a fool who would make such a decision? Qin Yuyu immediately mocked. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered these words, Meng Qingfeng's expression darkened considerably. I intend to invest this 500 million in the Su group. Do you not realize that your words imply I am a fool? Miss Su, it seems you are unaware of the circumstances. The total investment for this Dragon Rising Chamber of Commerce is merely 300 million. You audaciously suggest raising 500 million. Do you truly believe that is feasible? And Weiwei interjected. Indeed, I believe she is merely here for amusement. Haha, Pai Yangyang. I suggest you prepare to compensate us. I have wagered 500,000. I expect every cent. Had I known, I would have wagered 1 million, thus squandering a golden opportunity. It baffles me how Su Shiweqing could choose such a fool over young Master Yi. She is in for a dreadful predicament. Some who had initially placed their bets began to revel in their perceived victory, envisioning a pile of crimson bills before them. Qin Yuyu lamented to Qin Yujia, sister. Had you lent me 1 million from the start, I could have purchased a Porsche. Han Lubin chuckled, declaring this 10 million an effortlessly won fortune. Pai Yangyang regarded them with an expression of amusement, coolly remarking, just ensure you remember the amount you ought to contribute. Do not find yourselves bewildered later. Foolish dreamers. Still lost in delusion. I shall relish watching their tears. Immediately, someone scoffed disdainfully. Silence, silence. Meng Qingfeng felt overwhelmed. He had anticipated a degree of chaos today, but he had not foreseen that all would turn against Su Shiweqing and Pai Yangyang, which was indeed a headache. Let's adjourn for half an hour. I must confer with all shareholders via a teleconference to determine the ultimate investment recipient. Once the crowd quieted, Meng Qingfeng uttered, rising to exit. Pai Yangyang, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Even now, you still cling to the hope of a miracle? Han Lubin remarked with a smug expression. Pai Yangyang smiled serenely. In half an hour, we shall see who weeps. Stubborn as a dead duck, can you not discern the situation? Do you still believe the Su family can secure this investment? Han Lubin scoffed mockingly. Pai Yangyang, without a moment's hesitation, declared with unwavering conviction, of course. This investment must go to my wife. His words elicited uproarious laughter from everyone present. Pai Yangyang, I initially assumed you were merely drifting through life, but it appears you possess an astounding lack of self-awareness. It seems my earlier decision was indeed correct. You are nothing but a worthless imbecile. Qin Yujia disdainfully shot a glance at Pai Yangyang, her face contorted in contempt. With a steely gaze, Pai Yangyang retorted coolly, Qin Yujia, You will soon realize that the so-called useless person in your eyes shall ascend to heights beyond your reach. Qin Yue erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "You ascend to such heights? You deceive a few elderly individuals and truly believe yourself to be a master?" Pai Yangyang merely smiled coldly, choosing silence. Engaging with such individuals felt akin to a futile endeavor, akin to discussing the vast ocean with a frog in a well or conversing about ice with a summer insect. Although Su Xueqing had initially spoken with fervor, she soon regained her composure, yet still found it impossible to believe in any miraculous outcome. She sat despondently, wordless, her thoughts a mystery to herself. Amidst the surrounding chatter and derisive laughter, it seemed as though she was impervious to their remarks. Yi Yafan, too, remained silent, exuding confidence as she sat there. A group of young admirers encircled her, showering her with flattery. "Miss Yi, you have created miracles in country Yi, and upon your return to Xinjiang, I am certain you shall swiftly become a legendary figure in the business realm. Miss Yi, when your company is established, should you require assistance, please consider me. I would even be delighted to serve as your driver. Forget being a driver, I would gladly be a security guard, as long as it is within Miss Ye's company. Indeed, I can already envision a new enterprise rising swiftly in Xinjiang. Rest assured, Miss Ye's involvement is bound to be indispensable in the investment by Tunglong Corporation." Yi Yafan radiated satisfaction, reveling in the adulation of her followers. She felt as though she were a princess in the spotlight, on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of Xinjiang's commercial sphere. Chapter 66. A shocking conclusion. The so-called conference call was merely a pretext. Meng Qingfeng held absolute sway within the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. The shareholders he surrounded himself with were his steadfast brothers, forged in the crucible of hardship during his early endeavors in Xinjiang. Regardless of the decisions he made, these brothers would offer unwavering support. Thus, the notion of communication was merely a facade. The resolution to invest 500 million in the Su family had, in fact, been approved before he even arrived at the venue. Upon returning to the courtyard, he leaned against He Nanjin's belly, eager to hear the sound of their unborn child. "Old Meng, we must honor our promise to Physician Pai. It cannot be disregarded. Without him, we would not have this child. Moreover, for our child to be born safely, we still require Physician Pai's assistance," He Nanjin murmured, her gaze fixed on Meng Qingfeng. "Rest assured, how could I possibly offend Physician Pai? He has informed me that I am destined to have 3 sons. I shall still need to rely on him for the other 2. You must strive to bring me honor," Meng Qingfeng replied with firm conviction. "I have no issues, and with the esteemed physician present, I could bear not just 3, but even 5 children for you," He Nanjin confidently declared. "That is splendid. If you can bless me with 3 sons, I shall grant your brother a 10% stake in the enterprise and bring your parents to the city, where I shall provide for them." Meng Qingfeng responded, his spirits exceptionally high. "Truly, thank you, my dear husband," He Nanjin replied, her face glowing with delight. Coming from a rural background, her chance to join the Meng family was solely due to her striking beauty and robust physique, which Meng Qingfeng deemed favorable for childbearing. With his promise, her family would soon enjoy a life of comfort once the children arrived. It is truly lamentable how Miss Qin could so easily forsake such a commendable man as the esteemed physician. Had she not divorced, the Qin group might have secured this investment and truly risen to prominence. He Nanjin mused, a hint of regret in her voice. Qin Yujia, in her lofty aspirations, is unlikely to achieve greatness. She believes her accomplishments over the years stem solely from her own abilities and hard work, yet she seems unaware that without the esteemed physician, the Qin group would not have reached its current stature. Alas, she has relinquished her final opportunity with her own hands, Meng Qingfeng reflected, shaking his head gently. Not long ago, Pai Yangyang had sought his assistance in investing 100 million into the Qin group. He had readily agreed, leading him to later inform Huo Yobin's father that the investment was indeed part of his plans. However, he was taken aback when Qin Yujia and Pai Yangyang suddenly divorced. In his eyes, this was Qin Yujia's own doing, casting aside a chance for immense fortune. Now, with Pai Yangyang married to Su Xueqing, Meng Qingfeng was determined to exert every effort to assist her in realizing his desire for 3 sons. After some idle chatter, Meng Qingfeng glanced at his watch and rose to his feet, stating, "Half an hour has passed. It is time for me to make the announcement." Upon his return to the venue, the once bustling hall fell silent. After much deliberation, The attendees unanimously concluded that the $3 billion investment from the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce will be allocated to the Qin Group, Yiyafan, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals. No one believed the Su family would be receiving any investment. President Meng, please proceed with the announcement. Before Meng Qingfeng could reach the stage, Yiyafan urged him on. Meng Qingfeng surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "After thorough analysis with all shareholders regarding your respective situations, we believe that the potential of the Qin Group, Miss Yi, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals is indeed promising." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone exhibited expressions of anticipated satisfaction. Some were already reveling in the prospect of how to spend their forthcoming winnings. Yet Su Xueqing and Zheng Li's expressions darkened, their hearts heavy with despair. Despite having anticipated such an outcome, the reality of the announcement was still difficult to accept. What will we do now? How will we repay over 40 million? Su Xueqing was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly drained. Over 40 million. Her family may never recover from this. Pai Yangyang, speak up. Aren't you the one who boasts so much? Today, Su is undoubtedly going to secure a 500 million investment, and you still dare to wager with others? I deem you to be quite mad. Zheng Li vented her frustrations entirely upon Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang cast her a nonchalant glance and remarked, as the secretary of the board, "One must first remain composed and calm. The outcome is yet to be determined. I am not anxious, so why should you be in such a fluster?" Zhenli, In Sensa, felt her chest heave with suppressed anger, nearly choking on her indignation. "Enough, cease your words," Su Xueqing said weakly. Zheng Li then shot a fierce glare at Pai Yangyang and fell silent. "Thank you, President Meng." Qin Yujia, filled with elation, stood up eagerly, her spirits soaring. With this 100 million investment secured, under her leadership, the Qin Group would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. She cast a grateful look towards Hua Lubin. "Yujia, I told you, you would certainly obtain the investment. See, I was right." Hua Lubin hastily approached, eager to curry favor. "With this 100 million investment, will you not obediently become my woman?" He was almost too pleased with himself. Having won 10 million from Pai Yangyang, and now potentially gaining Qin Yujia, truly a dual triumph of wealth and beauty. At that moment, he was already fantasizing about the evening's possibilities and whether to indulge in something thrilling. Although Qin Yujia did not harbor much fondness for him, she felt genuinely grateful to Hua Lubin for this occurrence. At least this man could aid her success, unlike Pai Yangyang, who was utterly inept beyond household chores. Others had begun congratulating Yi Yafan and Wei Wei, as if everything had already been settled. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your horses. I have not yet finished speaking." Meng Qingfeng interjected, frowning at the chaotic scene. The crowd quieted once more, and Hua Lubin said, "President Meng, whether or not you announce it is of little consequence. We already know the outcome." Annoyed by being interrupted multiple times, Meng Qingfeng replied, "Oh, then do enlighten us, Hua." The total investment amounts to 300 million. Naturally, 100 million for Miss Yi, 100 million for the Qin family, and 100 million for Guanghui Pharmaceuticals, Hua Lubin stated. Meng Qingfeng suddenly smiled, then slowly shook his head. The entire assembly was taken aback. Shaking his head? What could this mean? Hua Lubin was also dumbfounded, perplexed by the situation. "First, allow me to clarify. Following the recent conference call, our entire board has approved an increase in this investment to 500 million, Meng Qingfeng said with deliberate clarity. 500 million? To whom do you intend to allocate the additional 200 million? Hua Lubin asked, his voice raised in astonishment. Must I even inquire? It will undoubtedly be entirely given to Miss Yi. Everyone is optimistic about Miss Ye's development. The Tanglong Chamber of Commerce will certainly not let such an opportunity slip by." Someone presumptuously interjected. Meng Qingfeng shook his head once more, and the hall fell silent again. "Incorrect. This 500 million, I intend to invest in but one entity." "One?" Qin Yujia's heart sank, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. To choose one from three, the obvious preference would undoubtedly be Yiyafan. Yiyafan was also stunned. She had no need for such an immense sum. She aspired to establish a cosmetics company, yet even 100 million seemed excessive for her initial investment. Her decision to secure investment from the Tanglong Chamber of Commerce was purely a means to counter Su Xueqing, and Wei Wei was equally astonished. Guanghui Pharmaceuticals could hardly absorb such a substantial influx of capital. "President Meng, please stop keeping us in suspense and announce it directly," she urged. Yiyafan was enveloped in confusion, pondering the magnitude of this unexpected development. Instinctively, She glanced at Su Xiueqing, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Both Su Xiueqing and Zheng Li were equally perplexed. Zheng Li exclaimed, "Could it be that they're genuinely investing 5 billion in President Su?" Among all the companies and families presented, only Su Group had a demand for such a colossal sum. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, deeming it far too fantastical. After our deliberation, we have ultimately decided to invest in Su Group's pharmaceutical division. Meng Qingfeng proclaimed the final decision with clarity. An immediate silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, as if time itself had been suspended. Could it be that I misheard? Did President Meng truly announce an investment in Su Group? It took a full 30 seconds before someone tentatively inquired, "Did I hear correctly? Is this investment directed towards Su Group?" The bewilderment was palpable. How could this be? Why not choose Miss Yi, or the currently flourishing Qin Group and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals, but instead select a fading Su Group? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as all present grappled with their shock. The expressions of Yi Yafan and Qin Yujia darkened, revealing their profound discontent. Chapter 67. You don't intend to renegotiate, do you? Su Xiueqing and Zheng Li were utterly dumbfounded, their minds still processing Meng Qingfeng's announcement even half a minute later. All eyes in the room were fixed upon them, their faces a portrait of incredulity. The unexpected joy left Su Xiueqing momentarily disoriented. "Darling, it's time to deliver your acceptance speech," Pai Yangyang said, playfully tugging at her hand as he rose. At that moment, they appeared to be under a spotlight, transformed into dazzling stars. With a hint of confusion, Su Xiueqing asked, "Acceptance speech?" Then, as realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she slightly bowed to Meng Qingfeng and exclaimed, "Thank you, President Meng, for this opportunity. I am also grateful to the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce for their trust in Su Group. I will ensure that this 5 billion is utilized effectively to navigate Su Group out of its difficulties." Meng Qingfeng nodded with apparent satisfaction, smiling as he replied, "Miss Su, I will personally bring the agreement to Su Group tomorrow for our discussion and signing. Please be prepared." Elated, Su Xiueqing nodded, "Certainly. I will await your esteemed presence at the company tomorrow." "Very well. Today's investment conference has concluded successfully. I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone for taking the time to attend. If there are any regrets, let us reserve them for next year." In hopes of seeking collaborative opportunities, Meng Qingfeng stated graciously. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yi Yafan and Wei Wei, Qin Yujia, and Hua Lubin turned decidedly grim. This outcome was entirely unforeseen and utterly unacceptable to them. They had initially anticipated witnessing the downfall of Su Xiueqing and Pai Yangyang, hoping to turn a profit from their misfortune. Unbeknownst to her, she had ultimately become the subject of ridicule, and in the process had lost a considerable sum of money. Tears welled up in Su Xiueqing's eyes as her heart churned, overwhelmed by emotions that were beyond description. Zheng Li remained in a daze, shaking her head vigorously several times, convinced that this was all but a surreal illusion. Pai Yangyang wore a grin that seemed uncontainable. Over 40 million had come to him effortlessly, although it was merely a drop in the bucket when compared to the trillions. If things continued this way, there might still be hope for the Mid-Autumn Festival on Spirit Island. "Oh, didn't you say that your father had reached an agreement with President Meng, allowing the Qin family to secure an investment of 100 million? What is happening?" Qin Yujia's expression was frigid, her tone laced with accusation as she fixed her gaze on Hua Lubin. At that moment, her mood had plummeted to an all-time low. She could not fathom how Hua Lubin had spoken with such certainty, only for Meng Qingfeng to ultimately change his mind. Hua Lubin's jaw tightened in frustration, equally perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. He shot a fierce glare at Pai Yangyang before turning his attention to Meng Qingfeng, who was preparing to leave, his jaw twitching as he gritted his teeth and said, "President Meng, this is not right." Meng Qingfeng turned around, his expression immediately turning grave as he asked in a low voice, "What is not right?" Hua Lubin, unwilling to accept defeat, blurted out, "My father had previously spoken to you, and you promised to invest in the Qin family. How could you go back on your word?" Upon hearing this, many faces in the room grew increasingly peculiar. Although everyone was aware that the investments from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce were shrouded in secrecy, Hua Lubin's open declaration left many in disbelief. Meng Qingfeng's countenance darkened, and he coldly retorted, Young Master Hua, you cannot speak carelessly. Such remarks tarnish the reputation of both the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and your Hua family. All investments from Tunglong are to be decided by shareholders. How could I have privately agreed with your father? He deflected the matter entirely, asserting that even if Hua Liubin's father had indeed approached him, he would never admit it in person. Qin Yujie's expression soured further. At this moment, Hua Liubin had firmly established himself as a deceiver in her eyes. Cold sweat broke out on Hua Liubin's forehead, and he hesitated to speak further, fully aware that his father had indeed sought Meng Qingfeng, who had responded that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Qin family could be considered. Yet, unforeseen circumstances had indeed arisen. President Meng, I also do not comprehend. The predicament facing the Su Group cannot be alleviated with merely 500 million. All the families and companies in Xinjiang have ceased collaboration with the Su Group. Investing at this juncture would be akin to a moth to a flame. Yi Yafan, too, felt a sense of injustice, having staked 10 million herself. Moreover, her purpose for coming today was to ensure that Su Xueqing would not secure the investment, seeking to avenge Yi Fenglu. However, the outcome was far from her intentions. Not only had Su Xueqing secured the investment, but she had also acquired 500 million. This was simply intolerable for her. Miss Yi, are you suggesting that I am courting my own demise? Meng Qingfeng's complexion remained grim, and I was aware that your Yi family was targeting the Su family. Nevertheless, I still hold faith in the potential of the Su family. Furthermore, this decision was unanimously made by all the directors of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and is already confirmed. Any further discussion is utterly futile. With that, he strode toward the exit. Xiaoning, see our guest out, he commanded as he reached the door. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly erupted with excitement. Qin Yujie sat pale and expressionless in her chair, her mind racing as if countless trucks were roaring past. She had felt confident that securing an investment of 100 million from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today would enable her family, the Qin family, to ascend to the second-tier families of Xinjiang. However, reality delivered a harsh slap across her face and heart, inflicting both pain and humiliation. Su Xueqing eventually regained her composure, sensing a chill creeping down her back. Unbeknownst to her, a layer of cold sweat had formed. Moments ago, she had experienced a whirlwind of emotions akin to a roller coaster ride, nearly losing her wits. Though it still felt surreal, the weight on her heart had entirely lifted. Everyone exited the Ely Mountain Villa and gathered in the outdoor square, yet they did not disperse. Li Mama, bring out the accounts. It's time to collect the payment. At that moment, Pai Yangyang was surrounded by a flurry of vibrant red elder heads, grinning widely, unable to contain his joy. To his surprise, Zhengli did not express anger this time. Instead, she happily took out her phone and retrieved the prepared invoice. Hua Xiao, Miss Yi, we appreciate your support. Could you please proceed with the transfer? Pai Yangyang, accompanied by Su Xueqing and Zhengli, approached Hua Liubin and Yi Yafan, wearing a smug expression. His demeanor was exceedingly aggravating. Hua Liubin felt an overwhelming headache, his entire being in discomfort. 1 million. If his family learned of this, he couldn't fathom how long he would be confined. Yi Yafan, too, was in agony, especially in her chest, feeling as if it might explode. She glared fiercely at Su Xueqing, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, Su Xueqing, I never imagined you had such means. President Meng would extend additional investment for your Su family. I truly wonder how you managed that. Her words dripped with sarcasm, although she merely expressed doubt. To the ears of the onlookers, the insinuation was unmistakable. Everyone cast suspicious glances at Su Xueqing, the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang. Could it be that she had employed extraordinary methods to secure this investment? It was an unspoken understanding that such extraordinary methods referred to Su Xueqing's physical allure. Miss Yi, you need not concern yourself with how my wife accomplished this. Just proceed with the transfer, won't you? As the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, surely you wouldn't default on your debts? Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled. After all, Yi Yafan had wagered 1 million, and he was eager to reclaim it. Even with your head in the clouds, you're still preoccupied with that sum? Yi Yafan scoffed disdainfully. Su Xueqing's expression darkened as she retorted, Yi Yafan, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Yafan chuckled coldly. What am I saying? Surely you know. As she spoke, she regarded Pai Yangyang with a look one might give to a fool. Gradually, Pai Yangyang's smile began to fade. Although he and Su Xueqing were merely contractual spouses, The entire Xinjiang community was well aware that Su Shiweqing was indeed his wife, Pai Yangyang. To slander Su Shiweqing was to slap Pai Yangyang's face, and he would not stand for it. Clarify your words. His expression turned icy, and his tone carried an air of authority as he articulated each word deliberately. Chapter 68. A man must have wealth for reasons unbeknownst to her. Yi Yafan felt an overwhelming pressure that tightened her heart. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. What gives Su Shiweqing the right to secure a 500 million investment? Yi Yafan's scoffed. Is it not simply her beauty that ensnares certain men, compelling them to recklessly pour funds into the Su Corporation? You speak baseless accusations. Su Shiweqing's face turned pale with anger as she glared fiercely at Yi Yafan. Pai Yangyang, with a slight smirk, regarded Yi Yafan with a curious gaze and remarked, I heard you are quite impressive. Establishing a cosmetics company in country E and earning 10 million euros in just a year? Is that so difficult? I merely studied abroad in country E and engaged in a pastime. Yi Yafan replied with pride, now that I have returned to Xinjiang, I am determined to make a significant impact. A significant impact? Perhaps you should consider how many such endeavors you will need to undertake, Pai Yangyang mused, shaking his head with a peculiar expression. Yi Yafan was momentarily taken aback, her countenance growing cold as she retorted angrily, what do you mean by that? Do you truly not grasp my meaning? Pai Yangyang disdainfully waved his hand near his nose, stepping back as if he had inhaled an unpleasant odor. The harm may be minimal, but the insult is profound. Yi Yafan's expression darkened to a near extreme as she glared at Pai Yangyang, wishing fervently to scratch his face. Many onlookers were bewildered, unaware of the implications behind Pai Yangyang's actions. Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li were equally astonished, casting confused glances between Yi Yafan and Pai Yangyang. No amount of perfume can mask the scent of your mediocrity. I suggest you hasten to the hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, your grand ambitions may lose their foundation. Pai Yangyang remarked playfully. At this moment, many attendees began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their gazes toward Yi Yafan becoming increasingly peculiar. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family, yet here she was portrayed in such a dismal light by Pai Yangyang. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of panic crossed Yi Yafan's eyes, for she was acutely aware of an unpleasant odor that lingered about her, prompting her to douse herself in perfume before leaving. To her dismay, Pai Yangyang's keen sense had detected it. Alarmingly, upon hearing his words, she felt a twinge of discomfort, causing her legs to instinctively tighten. This scene did not escape the notice of many observant individuals. You should be the one to visit the hospital. I suspect it's you who has a mental affliction. Yi Yafan scolded indignantly, simultaneously withdrawing her phone to initiate a money transfer. She was keenly aware of the strange gazes surrounding her, feeling as if she stood before them completely bare. At this moment, a flicker of panic surged within her, compelling her to seek immediate medical attention. Li Manga, collect the payment. Pai Yangyang exclaimed with a radiant smile, exuding an air of bravado. He then retrieved his smartphone, accessed his bank card, and addressed the onlookers. Those who have commenced wagering, kindly form an orderly queue, adhering to our esteemed tradition. One at a time, no need to rush. Why the urgency? Am I in a hurry? The likes of Hua Lubin and Qin Yuyu nearly choked in disbelief. Did he consider this to be a mere triviality, queuing to part with their money? Was it that simple? Yi Yafan was the first to complete the transaction, hastily making her way toward a Porsche parked by the roadside. The crowd stood in stunned silence. No applause, no flowers, as the young lady of the Yi family departed in a rather deflated manner. Yet, the palpable fury radiating from her was unmistakable. It seemed that in the future, it would be Su Shiweqing who would bear the brunt of her wrath. Hua Lubin observed Yi Yafan's retreat, his mouth agape, but ultimately swallowed the retort that lingered on his lips. While Yi Yafan undoubtedly bore the scent of expensive perfume, he could also detect a whiff of something less appealing. He mused that he was not a cat, and thus should not be fond of such odors. Young Master Hua, you take precedence, for this delightful event was your initiative, Pai Yangyang remarked, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he fixed his gaze on Hua Lubin. The latter felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly collapsing under the weight of the absurdity. What a delightful game indeed. You may find it delightful, but I am utterly disheartened. Yet, despite his dismay, he recognized that in the realm of wagers, one must accept the consequences. To renege on his debts would tarnish his reputation irreparably. Of course, he was not truly afraid of infamy. Rather, he feared that Pai Yangyang would administer a beating akin to the one he had once inflicted upon Qin Yu, only to subsequently dispose of him like refuse. That would bring shame upon his ancestors. Hua Lubin clenched his jaw until it bled. Swearing countless oaths in his mind, he would ensure that Pai Yangyang returned the favor with interest. As he observed the numbers on his bank card fluctuate, Pai Yangyang could hardly contain his joy. Who's next? Let us expedite this, so we can finish up and return for dinner. He was positively brimming with self-satisfaction. A look of audacity etched across his face. And Wei Wei approached with a pained expression, preparing to transfer funds. At this juncture, he felt a deep sense of regret for having joined in the frivolity. Now, with funds depleted, he questioned whether he could secure his position upon his return. And to add insult to injury, he had lost a staggering 1 million. It felt as though his very life was at stake. However, given that Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan had not defaulted on their debts, he dared not do so either. The individuals who had placed bets appeared utterly despondent, their spirits crushed, faces clouded with regret. They had initially hoped to profit alongside Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan, only to find themselves stripped of a significant portion of their wealth. The pain was palpable. Zheng Li, brimming with excitement, diligently verified each transaction, striking off one after another as the payments were completed. Su Xueqing watched in astonishment, scarcely able to believe her eyes. Had Pai Yangyang truly amassed over 40 million? Would this newfound wealth alter his behavior towards her? Initially elated, she now felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, he would no longer be compliant. With wealth, he would likely indulge in reckless pursuits. She realized she needed to devise a strategy to rein him in. Suddenly, she was startled by her own thoughts. What was happening to her? He was merely a pawn I brought in as a shield. Even if he were to act recklessly, it would bear no consequence for me. Why should I be concerned? She repeatedly questioned herself in her mind. Yet another voice within her insisted that he must be kept under control. Sister Li was not mistaken. Men are indeed foolish creatures, and they are bound to descend into depravity. Pai Yangyang was merely collecting his earnings when, quite suddenly, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his back. He turned in astonishment, only to find Su Xueqing wearing a peculiar expression, her gaze unfocused, with a strange smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. What devious plan was she concocting? Could she possibly be coveting my milk money? That must not be bestowed upon her. I was counting on that profit to reach Ling Island. At last, everyone had completed their transactions, leaving only Qin Yu standing there with a woeful expression. Hey, dear brother-in-law, it's your turn, 100,000. Pai Yangyang had no intention of letting him off the hook. After all, 100,000 is still money. Why refuse it? Qin Yu's face grew increasingly grim as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Pai Yangyang. Do you truly love money so dearly? You've already won over 40 million, yet you still covet Xiao Yu's 100,000? Pai Yangyang retorted with unyielding conviction. If one chooses to partake in a game, one must adhere to its rules. A man who reneges on his debts cannot expect to navigate society afterwards. Enough, Qin Yu exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Though we are divorced, must you truly kick me while I'm down? Su Xueqing, regaining her composure, stepped forward and addressed Qin Yu. Sister-in-law, therein lies your error. Have you not noticed that my Yangyang is merely earning his milk money? You would seek to default on even that. Such behavior is utterly indefensible. Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang nodded in agreement precisely. Then he paused, sensing something amiss, and turned to Su Xueqing, only to find her maintaining a serious demeanor. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he mused, a man must indeed possess wealth. Observe how her attitude shifts with my newfound riches. It appears she intends to turn pretense into reality. Qin Yu's complexion turned ashen, her anger palpable. Not only had she failed to secure an investment, but Qin Yu had also lost 100,000 to Pai Yangyang. Truly, misfortune had come home to roost. Chapter 69. This woman is not worth having. The awkwardly lingering Hua Lubin, sensing an opportunity, quickly approached. Yujia, allow me to cover that 100,000. He had confidently claimed to have secured an investment for Qin Yujia, only to see it all crumble. Now, he contemplated shifting his affections. Yet nothing could compare to her allure. Though she had been married before, there was no hint of decay in her essence. Thus, he hastened to express his loyalty. No need. Qin Yuja shot him a frigid glance, her tone as icy as her demeanor. She then retrieved her phone and opened her banking app. Qin Yu's brow twitched as he swiftly interposed himself before Qin Yuja, speaking with irritation. Sister, he should be the one to pay. He then turned to Hua Lubin, his voice cold and accusatory. You claimed with certainty that you secured an investment for my sister. Yet, what is the outcome? What should my sister do now? Had it not been for your unwavering confidence, I would not have placed my bet. Do you not think that the 100,000 should come from you? Pai Yangyang raised his eyebrows slightly, bemused that Qin Yu still believed it was Hua Lubin who had secured an investment of 100 million for the Qin family. However, he chose to remain silent. Arguing over such matters now held no significance. Hua Lubin felt a torrent of frustration surge within him. Am I to be blamed for this? Do not fret, my friend. Once I have won over your sister, you shall see how I deal with you. Despite the urge to slap Qin Yu, he maintained a smile, affirming, yes, it is indeed my responsibility. He promptly transferred the funds. Zheng Li exhaled a sigh of relief, exclaiming with delight, all done. We have received a total of 48 million. Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sensation was simply exhilarating. However, upon hearing this figure, Qin Yuji's countenance turned utterly grim. Nearly 50 million. She required an investment of 100 million, and now she had only half. Yet, divorced from Pai Yangyang, she felt unworthy even to contemplate that sum. Miss Qin, your Qin group is in need of 100 million, is it not? Had he not divorced Pai Yangyang, this would have amounted to 50 million. Zheng Li remarked, her heart lightened, the weight of her previous anxieties dissipating. Qin Yuja nearly coughed up blood. The words struck painfully close to home. Indeed, even if she couldn't secure 100 million, possessing 50 million would propel the Qin group forward. Alas, that money was no longer hers to claim. Even if Pai Yangyang had become wealthy, it could not alter the fact that he was still a failure. This windfall was merely a product of gambling. Such ill-gotten gains would not endure. Who could guarantee that he would encounter such fortune again? Qin Yuja huffed coldly and turned to leave. Remaining here would only deepen her anger and humiliation. Qin Yu and Hua Lubin hastened to follow, unable to bear staying any longer. Pai Yangyang paid them no mind, his focus solely on the incoming transaction notification on his phone, grinning foolishly. Striking it rich was indeed so simple. Pai Yangyang, they deride you as a failure. Why do you not even react? Zheng Li taunted. Pai Yangyang chuckled and replied, her words are her own. She may say whatever she pleases, it matters not to me. Besides, have you ever seen a failure with several million to their name? How boastful! Zheng Li shot him a glance as the three made their way to the car. Upon entering, Su Xueqing's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief as she inquired, Pai Yangyang, now that you have come into so much wealth, how do you plan to spend it? Once the vehicle started, Su Xueqing curiously asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Pai Yangyang replied, this money cannot be spent. It must be saved. It is for baby formula, and I need to accumulate it slowly. Zheng Li responded in astonishment. What child consumes such an amount of baby formula? Is it sourced from extraterrestrial cows, perhaps? Pai Yangyang's mouth twitched in exasperation. That too was his question. What on earth had his master fed him all those years ago? That amount exceeds 100 billion. It seems that the entirety of Earth's cattle would not be valued at such a sum. Su Xueqing gently inquired, do you have your bank card with you? Is the password set up securely? We must exercise caution with such a substantial amount. Pai Yangyang casually replied, no worries, my bank card is right here with me. How could I forget it? The password is definitely secure. Oh, let me see your bank card. Men can be rather careless. We can't afford to lose it, especially when there were so many people around just now. Su Xueqing remarked calmly. Pai Yangyang, not thinking much of it, retrieved his bank card from his pocket and said, how could I lose it? It's right here. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Xueqing snatched the card from him. Startled, he turned and asked urgently, what do you need my card for? Darling, did you say this is for saving money for baby formula? Su Xueqing teased, tapping the card against her palm. Indeed, it is for baby formula. Pai Yangyang responded without hesitation. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he glanced at Su Xueqing again, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Was she planning something? Just the three of them in the car, and she called him darling. Her tenderness almost made him believe he was truly her husband. That settles it then. Su Xueqing sighed with relief, placing the bank card in her bag and patting it twice. Pai Yangyang was taken aback and asked, Why have you taken my card? Oh, you said it was for saving baby formula money, didn't you? Then it's safer with me. If you were to be careless and lose it, wouldn't that be troublesome? Susuekin asserted confidently. Pai Yangyang was left speechless, feeling utterly bewildered. What kind of situation was this? His so-called wife was merely a pretense. Yet she was already taking charge of his finances? Were all women this unreasonable? President Su is only looking out for you. Worried that you'd spend recklessly if you had money on hand. Besides, isn't it the norm for men to earn and women to manage the household finances? Zheng Li chimed in, fanning the flames. Although she did not fully grasp why Su Shiueching wanted Pai Yangyang's card, she unconditionally supported her. Rest assured, I don't know the password, so I want to touch your money. Once you truly have children, you'll be grateful for my foresight, Su Shiueching said, holding her bag tightly, a hint of pride in her voice. Pai Yangyang sighed. It felt like a scholar encountering a soldier. After painstakingly acquiring several tens of millions, he had unwittingly handed it over to this woman. Her controlling nature was indeed quite alarming. He wasn't even her genuine husband, yet she acted so possessively. This woman was not worth keeping. Once the contract expired, he would make his exit swiftly. Fortunately, he wasn't in urgent need of money at the moment. So leaving his card with her was not a pressing concern. All right, but you must take good care of it, he said, somewhat resigned. There was no way to reclaim it, so he had to accept the situation. Su Shiueching smiled. Don't worry. Any money you earn in the future, I will safeguard for you. Pai Yangyang nearly choked with frustration. It seemed he must keep the 2 million black card bestowed upon him by Gu Jia well hidden, lest it fall into this woman's grasp. How unfortunate for that 50 million. It had barely warmed up before being tucked away in Su Shiueching's bag. Chapter 70. The weight of your worries in a private room on the 3rd floor of the Yusha restaurant. Several core members of the Su family gathered together, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Su Jimin, Su Yu, Su Xingxian, and Ho Saiwa appeared cheerful and somewhat exhilarated. The other two, their cousins, hail from the branch of Su Baogui's younger brother, Su Baojun. With Su Baojuan's untimely demise, their standing within the family was not as esteemed as that of Su Jimin and his siblings. When Su Jimin unexpectedly invited them to dine today, they were taken aback, sensing that there must be matters of significance to discuss. Second brother, please speak candidly. Whatever we can assist with, we shall do so with all our might, exclaimed Su Baoguan's eldest son, Su Jiping, in a hearty manner after several rounds of drinks. He currently served as the Director of Human Resources at Su Group, wielding considerable authority. Su Jimin, after a brief contemplation, raised his glass and stated, Indeed, I have called my brothers here today for a specific request. Do not hesitate to speak, second brother. Su Baojuan's second son, Su Jiqing, promptly responded without a hint of reluctance. He was currently riding the wave of success. Despite his past frivolities and remaining single at 35 or 36, he had recently been promoted to head the security department, a position he had long coveted. His dissatisfaction with his previous warehouse role had led him to seek a transfer to the more leisurely security department multiple times, but Su Shiueching had consistently denied his requests. However, with Su Xingxian acting as the interim president, he had finally been appointed as the head of security, leaving him immensely grateful to Su Jimin and Su Xingxian. Su Jimin continued, As you are aware, Xingxian is merely acting in place of Su Shiueching, and today marks his final day in office. Tomorrow, Su Shiueching shall return. As he spoke, he carefully observed the expressions of Su Jiping and Su Jiqing, noting their evident discomfort upon hearing the news. Su Shiueching is coming back? That cannot be allowed. I certainly do not wish to return to the warehouse. It's both exhausting and tedious. Su Jiqing was the first to voice his opposition. Su Jiping pondered for a moment before interjecting. Was it not said that Su Shiueching promised our uncle to secure an investment of 500 million? If she fails to do so, she cannot return to the company, and furthermore, the shares held by our family will be reclaimed, correct? He too was reluctant for Su Shiueching to return, given her domineering nature. Despite his position as the HR director, she often meddled in personnel matters, thwarting his brother Su Jiqing's attempts to transition to the security department on several occasions. Indeed, she has stated such, and my father has made this decision, Su Yu affirmed. Casting a dubious glance at Su Jimin, Su Jiping inquired, Has Su Shiueching managed to secure the 500 million investment? Su Xingxian scoffed, How could that be? I have been keeping a close watch on her, and, until yesterday, she had not garnered a single penny. Then it follows that if she has not secured the investment, How could she return? Su Jiping breathed a sigh of relief, stating the obvious. Su Jimin furrowed his brows and remarked, though you say that, you are aware that your uncle has always held Su Xueqing in high regard. I fear he may hesitate to make such a decision tomorrow. Su Jiping replied, surely not. Uncle is known for his unwavering word. How could he possibly go back on it? Su Yu interjected, that is not necessarily the case. Years ago, my elder brother's eldest son met with an untimely demise, and my father has harbored a sense of guilt ever since, which makes him particularly attentive to Su Xueqing. If my brother speaks a few kind words tomorrow, my father might very well change his mind. Su Jiqing's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, that cannot happen. Su Xueqing did not secure the $5 billion investment, and under no circumstances should she be reinstated as president. A smirk played at the corners of Su Jimin's mouth as he maintained a stoic demeanor, stating, thus, we must come to a consensus today and present a united front. Tomorrow, we must ensure that my father does not waver in his decision. Su Jiqing nodded vigorously. Yes, I support the notion of Xing Xian assuming the role of president. Su Jiping pondered aloud. I have heard that Su Xueqing attended the investment conference at Ili Mountain today, hosted by the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. If she secures investment there, what shall we do tomorrow? No sooner had he spoken than Su Xingxian scoffed. Rest assured, uncle, there is no way she will obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Su Jiping asked in astonishment, how can you be so certain? With a cold smile, Su Xingxian explained, firstly, the Tunglong Chamber is only investing $300 million this time, not $500 million. Secondly, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yafen, is also attending this conference. She has returned from country Yi to establish a cosmetics company in Xinjiang. Are you suggesting that Miss Yi also requires investment from the Tunglong Chamber? Su Jiping inquired, bewildered. Surely the Yi family does not need such a trifling sum. Su Xingxian responded, indeed, the Yi family is not in one of such funds. But let us not forget, Su Xueqing has severely offended the Yi family. Do you think Miss Yi will allow Su Xueqing to secure investment smoothly at this conference? Upon hearing this, both Su Jiping and Su Jiqing nodded in agreement. Su Jiqing praised, Xing Xian is indeed astute. He sees the situation clearly. With Miss Yi present, how could Su Xueqing possibly obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber? It would merely be a path to humiliation. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Yi Yuanyang and President Meng Qingfeng of the Tunglong Chamber are longtime friends. With that connection, it is utterly impossible for Su Xueqing to secure investment from the Tunglong Chamber. Su Jimin added. With that, Su Jiping and Su Jiqing felt completely reassured. Well then, let us toast to Xing Xian, wishing him success in removing the title of acting and officially becoming the executive president of the Su Group. Su Jiping raised his glass with delight. Su Xingxian also lifted his glass, brimming with ambition, and declared, I shall rely on the support of both uncles and my aunt. I will strive to lead the Su Group through adversity and back to greatness. Su Jiqing laughed heartily, exclaiming, I have complete faith in Xingxian's abilities. Su Xueqing is but a woman. Having her as president is something we all find hard to accept. Many shareholders have privately expressed their support for Su Xian. With a smile, Su Jimin responded, well, since both of you brothers support Su Xian, I am truly grateful. However, at tomorrow's board meeting, you must ensure to greet the directors you are close with and avoid any slip-ups. Su Jiping nodded and assured, rest assured, second brother. I guarantee that no one will support Su Xueqing at the board meeting tomorrow. The atmosphere among them was buoyant, filled with confidence for the forthcoming victory, and they ordered 2 bottles of fine wine to toast to their success. Upon returning to the villa, Zheng Li exclaimed, President Su, tomorrow you will return to the company and reclaim your position as CEO. With this $5 billion, Su Pharmaceutical will surely overcome its difficulties and thrive once more. Su Xueqing felt a momentary relief, yet as she regained her composure, the overwhelming pressure returned. Things are not as simple as you suggest. The entire business community in Xinjiang is avoiding our Su family like the plague. No one dares to collaborate with us. Even with this $5 billion in funding, it can only temporarily alleviate the current crisis. Zheng Li responded in surprise, is it really that dire? With our funding, they would still refuse to cooperate? Su Xueqing shook her head with a bitter smile. With the Yi family in play, who would dare partner with us? To break this deadlock, we must unveil a product that shocks the market. Only then can we find a way to break through from the outside. Zheng Li finally grasped the gravity of the situation and asked, puzzled, but where can we find a product that will astound the market? Pai Yangyang, who had been somewhat sullen, suddenly spoke up, "Isn't it just a matter of drug formulations? You all seem overly troubled by this." Chapter 71. The better you are, the better. I am Su Shiueqing and Zheng Li both stared at Pai Yangyang in astonishment. It sounds so simple when you say it, Zheng Li scoffed. But do you know how difficult it is to come up with a market-shaking formula? Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly. How difficult? Guanghui Pharmaceutical is the largest drug company in Xinjiang. They have their own research and development department, with countless graduate students. Yet, it takes them years to produce a single formula. Zheng Li, as if imparting knowledge, coldly remarked. That's because they are inept. Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang dismissed her with disdain, still relying on graduate students. They are merely collecting salaries. Su Shiueqing's expression darkened as she turned to Pai Yangyang. Can you please refrain from boasting? Just because they are foolish, does that make you clever? You may possess some medical skills, but that is entirely different for drug research. Pai Yangyang remained unfazed. To me, it is indeed one and the same. Yes, you. I have plenty of formulas. Any one of them could astonish the market. Do you believe me? Not a chance. Su Shiueqing and Zheng Li replied in unison. Their expressions filled with disdain, as if Pai Yangyang were merely fabricating lies. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Pai Yangyang questioned, do I really lack that much credibility? The Qin family started from a pharmacy, and now their main industry is a pharmaceutical factory. If you truly had such remarkable formulas, would the Qin group still be in its current state? Zheng Li seemed to have exposed Pai Yangyang's weaknesses, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Pai Yangyang, unyielding, retorted, I once provided her with a prescription, but she dismissed it, claiming I was a charlatan, fearing my concoction would be lethal. Isn't that the crux of the matter? Do you truly believe in the efficacy of your prescriptions? Zheng Li, seizing the opportunity, scoffed. Pai Yangyang, with an air of arrogance, declared, that is merely because she lacks the fortune to appreciate it. Had she utilized my prescription earlier, the Qin Group would have long been the foremost pharmaceutical enterprise in Xinjiang. Zheng Li erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over in mirth. What a pity. The Qin family has missed out on such an extraordinary talent. Oh my, you're killing me. She laughed uncontrollably, collapsing onto the sofa. Pai Yangyang shot her an irritated glance and retorted, believe it or not. With that, he stormed upstairs, unwilling to engage further with the two disbelieving women. Wait a moment. Su Shiueqing, who had been silent, suddenly called out to him. Pai Yangyang turned, irritation evident in his voice. What now? Do enlighten us. What prescription do you have? Su Shiueqing inquired, her curiosity piqued as her eyes sparkled with interest. Pai Yangyang, languidly, replied, Didn't you just accuse me of boasting? Why ask now? Su Shiueqing's face flushed slightly, and with a shy smile, she said, I may have been hasty. How about you share what you have? Pai Yangyang approached her, a mysterious expression gracing his features as he lowered his voice. I possess an exceptional formula that, if produced, is bound to create a global sensation. Creating a global sensation? Just making a splash in Xinjiang would be a miracle. Zheng Li interjected mockingly upon hearing this. Pai Yangyang glared at her, exasperated. Could you refrain from interrupting, Li Momo? Zheng Li's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in irritation. What is it then? Su Shiueqing pressed eagerly. Well, I haven't finalized the name yet. For now, let us call it the Mighty Dragon Pill. Pai Yangyang scratched his head, pondering for a moment before speaking. Su Shiueqing blinked in surprise, asking, Mighty Dragon Pill? What kind of medicine is that? It sounds like something a street performer would sell. She emphasized the term medicine with a hint of sarcasm. Pai Yangyang perceived her tone, but remained unfazed, proudly asserting, That's entirely different. Their offerings are fraudulent. Mine is genuine. Zheng Li, unable to restrain herself, quipped, Such grandiose claims, yet you fail to specify its purpose. Pai Yangyang, with a mysterious glint in his eyes, posed a rhetorical question. Have you heard the saying, 9 out of 10 men are impotent? What does that mean? Both women queried in unison, perplexed. Pai Yangyang appeared astonished. Your Su family aspires to establish a pharmaceutical company, yet you are unaware of such fundamental knowledge? Su Shiueqing retorted, Spare us the theatrics, just tell us what it means. Pai Yangyang explained, It implies that many men appear robust, yet in intimacy, they are utterly inept. The two women's faces flushed crimson in realization. How shameless. Su Suiking spot. Pai Yanjiang defended himself. I merely speak the truth. Despite the outward appearances of many men, who may seem confident and composed, they often find themselves troubled at night. Do not hesitate to enlighten us about the purpose of your dragon pill, Su Shiueching interjected, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Is this not obvious? Pai Yangyang feigned surprise, speaking with utmost seriousness. The dragon pill is specifically designed to alleviate men's woes. With just one dragon pill, you shall fare better. A burst of laughter escaped both women at his earnest demeanor. Isn't that a line from a television advertisement? It seems you have been quite attentive to such promotions. Zem Litesa. Now do you understand? Pai Yangyang continued. Su Shiueching's enthusiasm waned. After all, it was merely another type of medication. The market is saturated with such products. And what makes your dragon pill stand out? Of course, many of those medicines are worthless. While they may offer short-term effects, they can be severely harmful to one's health. My product, however, is entirely different, crafted from pure herbal ingredients, environmentally friendly and non-toxic, emphasizing health, Pai Yangyang proclaimed like a devoted salesman. All right, enough of your sales pitch. If you keep this up, I might just be compelled to vomit. Zheng Li chuckled, waving her hands dismissively. What? A few words from me could lead to such a reaction? Pai Yangyang responded in shock. Zheng Li paused, her expression shifting as she playfully lunged at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Startled, Pai Yangyang quickly retreated upstairs but turned back to ask, would you consider it? Once this medicine is produced, you both will surely relish the experience. Su Shiueching's face flushed crimson, her anger palpable. You truly are incorrigible, she remarked sharply, recalling Zheng Li's earlier words about him being incapable of delivering anything of value. What a pity, such a fine recipe, and yet you fail to appreciate its worth. Whenever you desire it, I shall be at your service, Pai Yangyang declared as he bounded upstairs, leaving the two women momentarily stunned. His words echoed unsettlingly. What did he mean by us wanting it? That scoundrel. Su Shiueching finally grasped the implication, her expression darkening as she shouted after him. But Pai Yangyang had already skipped up the stairs, slamming the door behind him, leaving the two women seething with frustration yet feeling helpless. Fortunately, with a substantial investment secured that day, Su Shiueching's spirits lifted and she chose not to dwell on his antics. Let's disregard his absurdities. Zheng Li, please prepare the materials needed for tomorrow's board meeting, she instructed, quickly regaining her composure. Zheng Li nodded, her earlier irritation forgotten, and with a hint of anticipation, replied, Of course, I am eager to see the astonishment on the faces of those who have long wished for your downfall at the board meeting. A confident smile graced Su Shiueching's lips as she too looked forward to the upcoming gathering. Chapter 72. Unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth the following morning, Pai Yangyang awoke with difficulty. Living under the same roof as two beautiful women was no easy feat. Even if he could resist, the hormones within him were beyond his control. Early in the morning, Zheng Li knocked on his door once again. Ever since the harrowing experience of their last encounter, she dared not intrude without notice. Pai Yangyang, rubbing his eyes, opened the door and complained, What time is it? Why the rush? Today's board meeting was of paramount importance. As it concerned Su's reinstatement as president, could one not be anxious? By some strange twist of fate, Zheng Li's gaze flickered toward his lower half, and she was once again struck by a wave of trepidation. Was this fellow truly a donkey? Had he consumed the potent concoction he had prepared for himself? Her cheeks flushed, heart racing. She quickly turned and descended the stairs. Change your clothes and hurry down, she urged as she reached the staircase. Reluctantly, Pai Yangyang turned back to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Shiueching donned her work attire, looking particularly spirited. After a 15-day absence from the company, she was finally returning, and it felt like a triumphant homecoming. At that moment, everything still seemed surreal. Upon seeing Su Shiueching in her fitted suit, which accentuated her curves, Pai Yangyang could not suppress a gulp. This woman was undeniably alluring, enchanting yet elusive. Let's go, Su Shiueching said, turning to the somewhat dazed Pai Yangyang. He snapped back to reality, retracting his wandering gaze, and hurried outside to drive. The trio departed the villa, heading towards the Su group. Half an hour later, they arrived at the company's entrance. I won't go in. I'll wait for you outside, Pai Yangyang stated after parking the car. Su Shiueching was going in to attend the meeting, and his presence would serve little purpose. He preferred to wander nearby instead. She did not insist, understanding that, given the board meeting's nature, he would not be allowed in even if he accompanied her. All right then, just remember to pick me up, she said casually, preparing to enter, when suddenly, a car sped up and stopped beside her. The window rolled down, and Su Xingxian leaned out, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Su Xueqing, so eager? Have you decided to relinquish your position and come early for the handover? Su Xueqing replied calmly. Aren't you here rather early yourself? Eager to take your rightful place? She met his challenge head-on. Su Xingxian smirked triumphantly, of course. You should have given up your position long ago. With that, he raised the window and exited the vehicle. Zheng Li's expression shifted. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, why should President Su have to relinquish her position? Su Xueqing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. What do you think you are? Our leaders speak, and you dare interject? Do you even know your own standing? Su Xingxian sneered, his cold voice cutting through the air. Zheng Li's face flushed crimson, her breath caught in her throat, unable to respond. After all, Su Xingxian was a member of the Su family and currently the acting president. Li Jie, let us go, Su Xueqing urged, pulling Zheng Li with her into the building. Watching the retreating figures, Su Xingxian spat contemptuously. Humph, what a joke. Once in the conference room, let us see how you flaunt yourselves. At the entrance, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li were about to swipe their cards when they suddenly noticed two security guards in the security room, engrossed in watching videos on their phones. Their eyes sparkled, as if they had stumbled upon something exhilarating. What are you doing? Playing on your phones during work hours? Su Xueqing asked sternly, her brow furrowed. Startled, the two guards turned their attention to Su Xueqing. One of them rushed out and respectfully exclaimed, President Su. This guard was familiar to Su Xueqing, a seasoned security officer. However, the other guard, appearing to be in his 20s, was a stranger to her. President Su? What are you talking about? The young guard asked, leaning casually, his demeanor rather flippant. The older security officer's expression changed, and he quickly interjected, Xiao Xie, mind your manners. This is our Group S president, Su. Group president? Are you joking? Do you think I wouldn't recognize her? Since when did the president become a woman? Xiao Xie scoffed, unfazed. The older guard looked increasingly uncomfortable, stammering, President Su, Xiao Xie is new and doesn't he know you? Please understand. Su Xueqing had no intention of arguing with a security guard. However, Xiao Xie's nonchalant attitude was quite irksome. During her tenure at the company, she had always held security personnel to high standards, firmly believing they represented the company's image. Such careless behavior would certainly lead to dismissal if she were in charge. Where are Old Gua and Captain Li? Su Xueqing inquired of the older guard. Old Gua's lips twitched, and he hesitantly replied, Captain Li has been removed. It's no longer his shift. Removed? Su Xueqing was taken aback. Why? Did he make a mistake? Old Gua, beads of sweat forming at his temples, hesitated for an answer until Su Xingxian casually approached and remarked, Indeed, he made a mistake. Do you really think the removal of a security captain requires your approval? Do not forget, you are no longer the president. Su Xueqing's expression darkened slightly, but she quickly suppressed her rising anger. Let us go inside. She refrained from saying more and walked in with Zheng Li. Hello, President Su. Came Xiao Xie's respectful voice from behind, addressing Su Xingxian. Yes, Old Gua, Xiao Xie. Remember, there's an important board meeting today. Apart from the Group S directors, no unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. Su Xingxian stated with a solemn tone, exuding an air of superiority. Understood. The two security guards replied in unison, their respect palpable. Enjoying the authority he wielded, Su Xingxian strode confidently inside. Shortly thereafter, Su Jiming, Su Yu, Su Jiping, and Su Jiqing arrived, accompanied by two middle-aged men who were shareholders from the Su family. All directors of the Su group were present for this board meeting, as it pertained to the presidential succession, a matter affecting everyone within the group. These individuals wore smiles of assurance, though each harbored their own hidden agendas. Brother Jiming, congratulations. After today's board meeting, Su Xingxian will officially become the chairman of the group. A fellow shareholder, with a courteous gesture, obsequiously remarked to Su Jiming. Should Su Xingxian be confirmed in his position, Su Jiming's status would undoubtedly rise alongside it, granting him considerable influence within the group. Naturally, these individuals were eager to curry favor. It may be premature to celebrate. Everything will be determined post-meeting. Su Jiming feigned humility, yet his heart was already brimming with joy. He relished the feeling of being the center of attention, as if he were the true president of the group. Not too early, not too early. The other chuckled. Could Su Shiweqing genuinely secure an investment of 500 million? Indeed, this matter is already a foregone conclusion. Su Xingxian will undoubtedly be formally appointed as the president of the group today, Su Zhiqing confidently asserted. As they conversed, they made their way inside. The last to arrive were Su Jiwen and Su Baohua. Su Jiwen's complexion was pale, his spirit waning, and his expression fraught with tension and frustration. Father, Su Shiweqing is utterly oblivious to the gravity of her words. This is all that wretched Pai Yangyang's fault, without his instigation. How could Shiweqing dare to make such bold claims? Su Siven Mater Traling Bain Suaowo. With a grave countenance, Su Baohua turned and inquired. You've been rambling this entire way. What exactly do you mean? Chapter 73. Who says it's inappropriate? Beads of sweat formed at Su Jiwen's temples as he anxiously replied, Father, Su Shiweqing must bear the consequences of her mistakes. Her removal from the presidential position is punishment enough. As for my shares, please do not reclaim them. Consider this. If Shiweqing is ousted and my shares are also taken away, our family will be left without any financial support. Xiaozhe requires medication, which incurs substantial monthly expenses. As he spoke, his voice grew strained. Su Baohua's brow furrowed, and in a serious tone, he declared, I have always been a man of my word. That statement was made in front of everyone. How could it possibly be altered? Rest assured, I will cover Xiaozhe's medical expenses. Su Jiwen was left speechless, his complexion growing even paler, and he could only resentfully mutter, It's all that damned Pai Yangyang's fault. Without his meddling, how could Shiweqing have ended up like this? Yet, Su Baohua had already made his decision. No amount of animosity towards Pai Yangyang would change that. At this moment, the grand meeting of the Su group commenced, with all board members gathered together. Although it was a meeting for the transition of the presidency, the attending directors appeared remarkably at ease, for they were all aware of the outcome. Su Shiweqing would undoubtedly be dismissed today, and Su Xingxian would formally ascend to the presidency of the Su group. Thus, many directors greeted Su Zhiming with enthusiasm, their cordiality tinged with a hint of sycophancy. Su Shiweqing first visited the restroom to compose herself for her upcoming speech before proceeding to the conference room. Zheng Li, unable to enter, stood anxiously in the corridor, concerned about the meeting's outcome, keenly observing the proceedings. As Su Shiweqing entered the conference room, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Almost all eyes were fixed upon Su Shiweqing, as if they sought to discern her emotions through her expression. Yet, they were met with disappointment. Su Shiweqing remained remarkably composed, serenely approaching the conference table. The principal seat was, of course, occupied by Su Baohua, while the remaining positions were arranged according to rank and shareholding. In accordance with customary practice, Su Shiweqing's position was the first to the right of the main seat. Habitually, she proceeded to take her place. Just as she was about to sit down when a cold voice pierced the air. Su Shiweqing, it seems that this position is not suitable for you at the moment. Startled, Su Shiweqing turned to see who had spoken. It was Su Zhiqing, his expression one of icy disdain directed at her. In the past, even if there had been friction between them, he would not have dared to display such overt contempt. Why can't I sit here? Su Shiweqing retorted, refusing to regard his words as a command. Why? Su Zhiqing's lips curled into a derisive smile. Is that even a question? That seat is reserved for the group president. What is your current status that you believe you are worthy of such a position? Indeed, although you were once the group president, that is no longer the case. Chimed in Su Run, a fellow shareholder, his tone self-righteous. While others remained silent, their expressions clearly conveyed their disapproval of Su Shiweqing's breach of decorum. Confronted by this chorus of dissent, Su Shiweqing felt a surge of anger. However, she understood that today's meeting was pivotal for her future. She could not afford to incite their wrath at this juncture. Even with the assurance of securing a 500 million investment, she could not alienate these individuals, for doing so would hinder her future endeavors. Suppressing her fury, she slowly walked to the back row and took a seat. Typically, shareholders did not occupy the rear, as those locations were reserved for individuals of lesser rank during expanded meetings or senior gatherings. Thus, when Su Shiweqing voluntarily retreated to the back, a few faces shifted slightly, though no one spoke up. A former group president, soon to be ousted, was no longer worthy of their flattery. Seated to the left, Su Xingxian wore a smug smile, pleased with the outcome, for this was precisely what he had desired. He would now wield authority within the group. The chairman is here, someone suddenly announced. Su Baoguo and Su Jiwen entered the room in succession. Upon noticing Su Xiueqing seated at the back, their expressions momentarily stiffened. Everyone promptly rose, exclaiming, "Good day, Chairman." Su Baoguo strode to the main seat, casting a cold glance at the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Xiueqing. "Su Xiueqing, why have you taken a seat there?" he inquired with a solemn tone. "Chairman, I find this position quite suitable," she replied. Su Baoguo's brow twitched as he pointed to the position before him. "Your position may be suspended, but you still hold the title of president. It is only after today's board meeting that a decision regarding your resignation will be made." "What is this? Are you so eager to resign?" Su Xiueqing was momentarily taken aback, yet she remained still, calmly stating, "Chairman, since my position has been suspended, I believe that role is not suitable for me at this time. I shall remain seated here." "Who says it is unsuitable?" Su Baoguo inquired coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the room, emanating an oppressive aura that rendered many breathless. "Chairman, I believe she speaks the truth. Currently, the president of the group is Su Xingxian. Su Xiueqing is neither a shareholder nor holds an official position. Thus she is indeed unfit for that role." Su Jiqing declared resolutely after a moment of hesitation. "Oh, who else shares this sentiment?" Su Baoguo calmly asked once more. "I think since Su Xiueqing is no longer the president of the group, that position should remain vacant for the time being. This is the group's rule, which you, Chairman, personally established," Su Jiping asserted, rising to his feet. With someone leading the charge, others like Su Ren also expressed their agreement, asserting that the rules must not be broken and that the position should remain temporarily unoccupied. Although Su Baoguo was the chairman, he found it difficult to enforce his will when everyone else was in agreement, especially since this regulation was indeed one he had set. "Chairman, there's no need to feel awkward. I'm truly fine sitting here. If I cannot return to the presidential position, then even if I were to occupy it now, I would still lack the qualification to do so in the future. Conversely, if I am able to reclaim my role as president, that seat shall naturally be mine." Su Xiueqing perceived the flicker of anger within Su Baoguo and quickly interjected, her voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, giving the impression that she would surely reclaim that position. "Very well, then. In that case, let us adhere to the rules. Everyone, please take your seats." Su Baoguo conceded, no longer insisting. While he held an affection for Su Xiueqing, he had personally dismissed her, and he felt compelled to uphold his principles, avoiding any grounds for criticism. Zheng Li, who had been quietly observing from the corridor, took in the scene unfolding within. Although she had not grasped every detail of what had transpired, she understood the general context. Anxiety welled up within her as she noted that all board members seemed to be turning against Su Xiueqing. If Meng Qingfeng did not arrive as promised, Su Xiueqing's situation would surely become dire. "Amit hervordius, Su Baoguo spoke, estimate directors." The primary agenda for today's board meeting consists of 2 topics. As he began, all ears were attuned to his words. The first topic was the transition of the presidency, while the second held less interest for them. The first topic concerns the challenges currently facing Su Corporation. Let us pool our insights and discuss potential solutions. The second topic is the presidential transition, specifically whether Su Xiueqing shall continue in her role as president, which will be subject to a vote. Su Baoguo cut straight to the chase. Upon hearing the first topic, nearly all shareholders furrowed their brows. The predicament confronting Su Corporation was far from easily resolvable. The Yi family was relentlessly suppressing the Su family, having nearly allied with all the larger families and companies in Xinjiang to encircle and besiege the Su family. Some small families and businesses naturally adapt to the prevailing winds. Who would dare offend the Yi family? Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire Xinjiang is currently engaged in the ostracism and suppression of the Su family. Some are taking direct action, while others are drawing clear boundaries, severing ties with the Su family. Regardless of the method, it represents a significant blow to the Su family. The first topic of discussion arises: who shall be the first to voice their opinion? Su Baoguo's expression is somewhat solemn. This meeting concerns not only the succession of the president, but also the fate of the Su group, whether it can carve out a path for survival and resurrect itself. However, as his words linger in the air for a full minute, not a single voice is heard. Even the slightest murmur is absent. Several individuals shake their heads slightly, wearing expressions of despondency. What is the matter? Usually so spirited. Have they all fallen silent at this critical juncture? Can none of us devise a solution? Su Bao's tone grows heavy, clearly tinged with anger. The current predicament of the Su group is entirely due to Su Shiweqing. The one who tied the knot must also untie it. If we wish to alleviate the crisis facing the Su group, Su Shiweqing must personally apologize to the Yi family. Should the Yi family impose any conditions, she must acquiesce. Only then might the Yi family temper their wrath and spare the Su family. Su Jiming rises, speaking confidently. Su Jiping and Su Jiqing nod in agreement. Indeed, the troublemaker must be the one to resolve the issue. Had it not been for Su Shiweqing's caprice during the engagement banquet with that Pai Yangyang, would the Su family find themselves in such dire straits today? Su Jiping concurs, stating that it is indeed Su Shiweqing who should apologize to the Yi family. If Yi Shao requires her services, she should remain to attend to him for a period. Only in this manner might the ire of the Yi family be assuaged. Su Ren also interjects, echoing the sentiments of the others. Su Shiweqing must agree to the Yi family's demands, personally apologize, and serve Yi Fenglu. How disappointing it is that you all are men of the Su family. Su Baoguo's countenance darkens, and he snorts disdainfully. While it is true Su Shiweqing instigated this situation, it was also our failure to communicate properly with her and the forceful marriage arrangement to the Yi family that led to such upheaval. Now you suggest she become a servant in the Yi household to secure peace for the Su family? Do you not feel any shame? Su Xingxian stands up, addressing his grandfather. But as he opens his mouth, Su Baoguo's expression abruptly changes, and he barks, in formal settings, refer to me as chairman. Su Xingxian, taken aback, quickly corrects himself, calling out chairman. Speak your mind. Su Baoguo replies icily, his anger palpable. Sweat beads on Su Xingxian's forehead as he stammers. Chairman, I believe the only way for the Su group to weather this storm is to relinquish the pharmaceutical company. The challenges we face stem entirely from that venture. Su Baoguo narrows his eyes, inquiring, why do you hold this belief? Seeing Su Baoguo's demeanor soften, Su Xingxian feels a surge of hope. Sensing that he may have struck a chord, his expression relaxes considerably as he confidently states, it is quite simple. The Su group thrived before we invested in the pharmaceutical company. However, since the investment in the pharmaceutical company, numerous issues have arisen. Most critically, there are financial troubles. Have they vanished? Upon hearing this, Su Xingxian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Baoguo's eyes as he calmly inquired, have they disappeared? Su Xingxian, bewildered, replied that he genuinely could not think of anything else. Su Baoguo felt a profound disappointment. He had hoped Su Xingxian would offer some novel insights, yet all he received was a barrage of trivialities. Who does not know that financial problems exist? Yet, why do these issues arise, and how can they be resolved? Su Xingxian remained perplexed. Does anyone else have an opinion? Su Baoguo scanned the room again, asking in a deep voice. But silence prevailed. Su Baoguo's expression darkened once more. With so many present, not a single person could propose even the slightest solution. Could it be that the Su group was truly beyond redemption? Chairman, I have a thought that I am unsure whether to voice, Su Shiweqing said after a long period of contemplation, standing up cautiously. Given her sensitive position, she felt the need for utmost prudence in her words. Speak. Su Baoguo's eyes flickered before he uttered this single word emphatically. I believe that our initial decision to invest in the pharmaceutical sector was sound. Currently, in Xinjiang, the pharmaceutical industry is languishing and the market is chaotic. Not just in Xinjiang, but throughout the province, there's not a single reputable pharmaceutical enterprise. Su Shiweqing spoke slowly, each word carefully considered. Su Baoguo's demeanor softened somewhat, yet remained serious. When the chairman made the decision to invest in the pharmaceutical industry, he recognized the substantial demand within our province's market. The crisis faced by the pharmaceutical company, which has even jeopardized the entire group and strained our finances to the brink of collapse, stems not from the industry's viability, but rather from our hasty actions in certain aspects. Su Shiweqing paused here. You said a great deal without addressing the crux of the problem. What exactly has led to the crisis within the pharmaceutical company? Su Jiming remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Su Shiweqing pondered for a moment before continuing. The fundamental issue is that we have failed to produce a market-shaking product. Therefore, regardless of how much money we invest, without a product to capture the market, the pharmaceutical company will never achieve profitability. Su Baowen nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. However, before he could speak, Su Xingxian disdainfully interjected. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Ultimately, we're still aligned in our views. Investing in a pharmaceutical company was a mistake. As soon as he uttered this, Su Baowen's expression shifted dramatically, and he shot a cold glance at him. Su Jiming, startled, quickly retorted, Su Xingxian, don't speak recklessly. That was the chairman's decision. How could it possibly be wrong? Suddenly realizing his misstep, Su Xingxian nervously added, Chairman, I misspoke. Your decision, of course, cannot be wrong. It's just that Su Xiweqing has been incompetent. She has failed to manage it properly. Silence. Su Baowen barked. Su Xingxian, taken aback, dared not utter another word. Xiweqing, what do you suggest as a solution? Su Baowen turned to Su Xiweqing, his tone immediately softening. Su Xiweqing remarked, to resolve the issue, we must first secure the necessary funding. Additionally, there is a more pressing matter. We must swiftly launch a product capable of shaking the market. Only then can the pharmaceutical company survive. Funding? Su Xiqing scoffed, his disdain evident. Did you not claim you could secure $500 million in investment within half a month? Today marks the 16th day. May I ask, have you succeeded? Su Xiweqing's eyes flickered momentarily before she confidently declared, I have. Chapter 75. The absurdity grows at her words. The room fell into a stunned silence. Even Su Baowen displayed an expression of disbelief. For the past several days, nearly every member of the Su family had been fixated on Su Xiweqing's attempts to raise funds. Everyone knew she had faced numerous obstacles and had nearly encountered a crisis at Suwei Villa. Now, Su Xiweqing claimed she had secured investment, which left everyone astonished. The atmosphere in the conference room turned peculiar, as all present fell silent, gazing incredulously at Su Xiweqing. You say you've secured the investment? Su Xingxian broke the silence, his face betraying his skepticism. Su Xiweqing, this is $500 million we are discussing, not something easily acquired through mere words. He found it impossible to believe that Su Xiweqing had genuinely secured $500 million in investment. After laboring to attain this opportunity, if Su Xiweqing truly had managed such a feat, he would have to relinquish his newly acquired position before he had even settled into it. Not just him, but everyone present harbored doubts. Su Xiweqing, we are convening a board meeting, not a platform for your fanciful claims. Su Xichen coldly interjected. Su Zhizhong's expression darkened further, his jaw twitching as he glared at Su Xiweqing. With a hint of annoyance, he remarked, Su Xiweqing, how could you make such grandiose assertions in front of so many board members? A heaviness settled in Su Xiweqing's heart. She understood that her statement would likely be met with disbelief, or perhaps they simply refused to accept it. Yet, she never anticipated that her own father would question her so harshly. I think you may be a bit deluded in your ambition to reclaim the CEO position. You claim to have secured $500 million in investment, but where is the funding? Where are the contracts? Su glared at Su Xiweqing, her disdain palpable. In an instant, Su Xiweqing became the target of collective skepticism. No one believed she had truly secured investment. Indeed, if you have obtained the investment, where are the contracts? Su Jimin suddenly enlightened, hastily inquiring, do you expect us to believe you merely by moving your lips? Yes, present the contracts. Though Su Xiweqing felt a surge of excitement within, she maintained a composed demeanor. Xiweqing, please explain where you secure the investment. What about the contracts? Su Baowen spoke, his voice carrying a certain authority. Deep down, he too doubted Su Xiweqing's claims of securing funding. Despite having dismissed her in a fit of anger, he had been closely monitoring her actions. In fact, he had even discreetly reached out to several old acquaintances in an attempt to secure investment, hoping to credit it to Su Xiweqing. However, those old friends, fearing the influence of the Yi family, politely declined her offer. Thus, he was certain that Su Xiweqing could not have truly secured the investment. Chairman, esteemed board members, I have indeed secured $500 million in funding, without a doubt. However, the contract has yet to be signed, Su Xiweqing stated, attempting to calm her racing heart. Without a contract, what do you call securing funds? I could just as easily claim I've obtained $1 billion, Su Xingxian interrupted, derisively. Su Baowen's expression shifted slightly as he cast a cold glance at Su Xingxian, who felt a sudden unease and swallowed his next words. However, the other party has already agreed to bring the contract this morning and to personally sign it with me at our company, Su Xueqing continued, undeterred by Su Xingxian's mockery. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Su Baoguo's eyes. He knew well that Su Xueqing was not prone to exaggeration or deceit. It was precisely her integrity that inspired his desire to cultivate her as the leader of the Su group. Therefore, upon hearing her assertion, he found himself perplexed. Could it be that she truly had secured 500 million in investments? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. That was impossible. If she had indeed secured such investment, he would have heard something by now. Then tell me, from where did you secure this investment? A bank loan? Or from a prominent family? Or an investment firm? Su Baoguo inquired, regaining his composure and questioning her sternly. If Su Xueqing was merely boasting, he would not show her any leniency this time. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. President Meng, Su Xueqing confidently replied. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Everyone was taken aback once more, with Su Zhiming gaping in astonishment. Su Xueqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Su Xingxian could not help but retort, how is that possible? Your claims are becoming increasingly absurd. Su Jiping added, indeed, how could you possibly secure an investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Why couldn't I? Su Xueqing countered. Su Xingxian sneered coldly. Do you think we are unaware of the situation? The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce has a maximum investment cap of 300 million this year. How could you claim to have secured 500 million? That is simply impossible. Yes, your boasts have reached the breaking point. Others can only secure 300 million. Yet you claim to have secured 500 million? Do you think you are the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Su Xiqing mocked immediately. Su Jiwen's jaw twitched with anger as he glared at Su Xueqing, exclaiming, Su Xueqing, if you haven't secured the investment, then you haven't. Why speak such grandiose lies? All you do is bring scorn upon yourself and disappointment to the chairman. Su Baoguo's countenance grew stern, and he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Su Xueqing, I have always believed you to be honest, neither prone to falsehood nor exaggeration. Yet today, you have greatly disappointed me. Su Baoguo gently shook his head, his expression revealing profound disappointment. Chairman, Su Xueqing felt a surge of urgency within her. She had spoken only the truth, so why did no one believe her? However, as soon as she began to speak, Su Baoguo raised his hand to interrupt her, stating firmly, do not continue. Everything you have just said is indeed absurd. I understand your deep desire for the position of president, but I shall not entrust such a crucial role within the group to someone who speaks so recklessly. His tone was somewhat frigid, rendering Su Xueqing speechless, her carefully prepared words lodged in her throat, unable to escape. Chairman, it seems we may proceed to the second agenda item, Su Jiping declared, raising his hand. Su Baoguo hesitated momentarily, prompting Su Zhiqing to add, Chairman, the Su group cannot remain without a formal president indefinitely. I propose we hold a vote now. Those in favor of officially dismissing Su Xueqing from the position of president, please raise your hands. At that moment, Su Xueqing found herself the target of collective disdain, igniting Su Baoguo's ire. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate her from the presidential role once and for all. With a deep breath, Su Baoguo glanced at Su Xueqing, prepared to speak. Suddenly, Su Xueqing stood up, exclaiming, I implore the chairman and all directors to believe me. Everything I have stated is true. Just yesterday, I secured an investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce at Ely Mountain Villa. President Meng himself assured me that he would arrive this morning with the contract. Still deluding yourself, Su Jimin interjected, unable to contain his disbelief. Even if you did manage to obtain the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment, do you truly think President Meng would come to our group personally to sign the contract? You must be dreaming. Su Xingxian scoffed, Su Xueqing. Although I was not present at Ely Mountain Villa yesterday, I am aware that a pivotal figure was there. Su Baoguo looked at him in astonishment and asked solemnly, who was it? The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Yafan. Su Xingxian articulated each word carefully. Su Xueqing immediately responded, indeed, she was present. Su Baoguo's expression shifted slightly. He understood the current dynamics between the Su and Yi families, and the implications of Yi Yafan's visit to Ely Mountain Villa were unmistakable.